West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
The entire lineup of tonight, we'll talk about this another time, as they are shut down by the Rockies on 3 hits and 1 run as Walker grounds out up the middle. The Rockies have won 3 in a row. They have taken a series from the Astros for the first time since 2012. Astros will try to salvage 1 game tomorrow. They're now 1-4 halfway through this longest road trip of the year as they lose 5-1.
Todd Callis on the call. Holy crap, I didn't realize that the Colorado Rockies have not won a series against the Astros since 2012. I did not stay up for the final call last night. That encompasses some bad Astro teams, too. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Oof. Wow.
Yeah,
all right.
that was before they were in their second golden era.
Yes.
Which we are now smack dab in the middle of.
Yes.
Wait, what point do we declare the second golden era dead? We're doing everything prematurely this year.
Yeah.
We are trying to abide by ignoring any of the baseball nerds that want to tell us about how long the season it is and everything.
I've got an answer to your question that's relevant to news with the Astros. Until we've got more clarity on the Hunter Brown situation, I'm not going to declare anything dead yet.
It was the funniest.
And as we all know, Seth, we're going to get full clarity on it here at some point, I'm sure.
It was a funny exchange on Twitter yesterday where Chandler Rome had said that it was a grade 2 muscle strain. And somebody asked, did they clarify which muscle? And Chandler just replied, LMAO.
Yeah.
He's like, what do you want from him? The fact that they said it was a muscle and not a tendon or a ligament is way more clarity than we usually get on these things.
That's true. The new medical staff giving us a little something. So that's nice. Yeah.
This is where I go retroactively. I mean, you had questioned at the time, as did multiple people, like, letting Hunter go 102 pitches in his first outing of the year. Wonder how wise that was.
Right.
And he was fine in his second outing, but you know these things, the cumulative fatigue early in the season when he's throwing pretty damn hard as well.
Real quick, I'll let you finish your point. He was fine, but he only threw 78 pitches in that second one also. They yanked him early.
Yeah, and it just it's easy to go back in hindsight and this, that, and the other thing, and we're all juiced up about Hunter, but that was a big workload for his first outing of the year.
Definitely a big workload, and it makes you wonder if they knew something was afoot in his second outing when they pull him after less than 80 pitches. I mean, he's a guy who, because he was dealing in that game, he threw 6 innings of 1-hit ball against the Red Sox. Now, that was a blowout, too, so I could see, you just get him out of there because the Red Sox aren't doing anything against you that day.
And he had said that it wasn't pain or anything, it just didn't feel right, when he went to the doctors about it. So I think that just in general, when you go out and you blow it out in the first outing of the year.
Maybe.
And then I think they were probably being careful, knowing that he had gone deeper and pitched longer than they maybe anticipated in that first outing, that they were trying to be careful, but it was too little too late.
Yeah, we can go deep on the Hunter Brown thing here in the open because there's not much to discuss from last night's game. It was a 5-1 loss that looked offensively a lot like the beginning of last year looked, just 3 hits, only 1 walk for a team that feels like they walk 10 times a game, only one walk, I think, in the game in the box score, maybe a couple.
Well, the big thing, too, is that they get to Colorado. They'd entered this series only having 3 pitchers having gone more than 5 innings or more. And you get to Colorado where this team with its pitch selection and all of this judgment at the plate and everything that they've had, Colorado's a perfect place to run a pitcher off the mound early.
Yep.
And they do. I mean, 2 guys by modern standards. They have 2 guys go 5 1/3 innings in these 2 series, but still, it hasn't been as good. Cam Smith loses a challenge. He loses his pass. No more challenges by Cam Smith.
Had we given him the green light like we did Altuve? I
don't think so. Who did we give the green light to?
Just Altuve, I think.
I think Altuve was the only one that has go-ahead. I mean, he challenged the first pitch a couple nights ago.
Right. And he's going to keep his green light. But yeah, Cam Smith feeling himself, challenging. And it's funny, too, like yesterday we're like, they got 4 guys over 1,000 OPS. I've not yet looked because usually ESPN takes a day. So does Baseball Reference to update the numbers. I'll look later. It wouldn't surprise me if the only one that's still over 1,000 is Yordan Alvarez because he was so far over 1,000 before that game yesterday. But, not good last night.
Kyle Freeland goes 6 1/3 innings on 81 pitches.
Oh. That was Kyle. I thought that was Tariq Skubal last night that was pitching.
I thought it was Sir Timothy Keefe.
Yeah.
That was Tim Keefe, third most complete games ever pitched in MLB history.
I was wondering who that was.
It was I think it was the 1800s.
Yeah.
I don't know why Tim Keefe. You know why? It sticks in my brain because it's a funny name to say.
Yes.
Tim Keefe.
Yep. So we'll get to Hunter Brown, Seth, but it's all going to be fine because Christian Javier is going to salvage the series this afternoon, so it'll be fine. Everything's fine. They were 6-2, and we were riding high, and now they're 6-6. So there we are.
They're 6-6. I went through this morning. I want to say if they had scored 6 runs in every single game right now, they'd be 8-4.
Okay.
Because
is this like that exercise we're doing with the Texans? Remember we did that with the Texans? Like if they had just scored 20 points in every game.
Oh yeah, they would have ended up 12 and whatever.
15-2 or something. Yeah, something silly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I am with the Astros. Just trying to tease myself with how bad the pitching has been at times.
Pitching's been bad, man. Pitching's been bad. So we'll see.
I got a little stat nerd, Seth, for you to stick up for your hero, Mike Burrows.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You guys might look at his 5-point whatever ERA and think that's a big deal.
Let's see.
His expected batting average is .217.
They don't make a lot of hard contact against him. I will say that.
He only walked 1 last night.
He walked.
Ex-Woba's 309, Sean.
Yeah.
That's league average.
Gave up 8.
He's not the bum you keep claiming he is.
Gave up 8 hits, but they were a lot of soft hits, right? Last night? Yeah. A lot
of soft contact. And honestly, when you look at the expected stats, his numbers are actually better in a lot of regards than his career numbers. Not that he's had a long career or anything, but he's been the victim of bad luck at times this year.
Yeah.
And it's not – you look at the pitching staff in general, and Michael Schwab had it yesterday before the game. I haven't seen the updated ones, but a lot of the expected stats are pretty much a 4.0 ERA as a team.
They're average.
It's stuff that not great, but still not nearly as bad as it is. If they didn't, man, if it weren't for this incredible offensive output that they've had, it would feel way, way worse than it is.
Yeah.
But even there, all right, things will balance out. The batting's going to balance out a little bit. They're not going to set – they're likely not to set a bunch of records this
Started
year,
last night. It balanced out big time last night. They had 3 hits.
So I just throw any cliche you want at it. It's a long season. It is what it is. Bad luck, soft contact, whatever.
They're a 6. They feel like they should be a 6-6 team. They're a really good offensive team with crappy
Water
pitching
found
right
its
now.
level.
Yeah.
Another cliche for you.
6-6. The part that hurts is they're losing to what are perceived to be at least bad teams. We'll see. Maybe the Rockies are better than we think. Maybe the A's are better than we think. I have no idea.
If we were sane and rational people and we wanted to temper ourselves at all, we would have been bringing this up at various other times while they were still winning every single game. Or winning.
But we're not
games.
sane and rational people.
Yeah. It is the Angels. Don't get too excited about it. Who knows how good the Red Sox are. But then you go 1-2 versus
you're 1-4 now against these two
you can't even beat the Rockies.
Yeah. So this afternoon, 2:10 first pitch in Denver. All right, so let's get into this Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown has a grade 2 shoulder strain, and the Astros literally in their statement that they put out on social media said he will, quote, refrain from throwing for a few weeks. So they didn't really give much more insight than that. Grade 2, according to Chandler Rome, does not involve partial tears of muscles or ligaments.
No, it does involve. It's a muscle that's not ligament. Like he made it clear that a strain is there's muscle tears with a strain.
Okay, he must have corrected himself because I reread his first tweet.
Grade 2 strains do involve partial muscle tears.
The first one I read said does not. Okay, so I didn't see the follow-up to that. Gotcha.
Well, and that's just general. In general, if it's a strain, there's some level of tears.
Yep.
It's just the good news is that it is muscle
deleting
and there's
this
no
whole
tendon or
thing,
ligament
so
issue.
I don't read it again. There we go. Deleted. It does involve muscle tears. There we go. Dr. Patrick Creighton laid out potential timelines on Twitter yesterday. So Dr. Patrick Creighton, co-host of Area 45. Oftentimes a grade 2 shoulder strain involves partial tearing. We got to that. Grade 2 sprains typically involve the posterior rotator cuff. I don't like that. I don't like hearing the rotator cuff is involved. Grade 2 strains are usually treated with rest and anti-inflammatories early, the first 2 weeks, followed by range of motion exercises and band work the next 2 weeks, increasing to light weights and movements the next 2 weeks, and starting a light throwing progression around week 6, which jibes with everything that I saw the online doctors talking about with this, Seth, is we ain't going to see Hunter Brown till like June at least. He's going to be out a while.
Yeah, in the math I was doing in my head there, adding 2 + 2 + 2, that sounded like 2 months at least.
Yes.
Damn it.
Yep. So Hunter Brown's going to be out for at least a couple of months. This is a huge blow to the Astros. They've already lost one game he would have pitched. I know we're going to be doing a Hunter tracker on the games he would have pitched and how the Astros did in those games. I know I will at least. So this is what their rotation looks like right now. How do you feel about going into April and May and possibly June and maybe even July with this, Seth? The top line guys that we know are going to be fixtures in the rotation and hopefully pitch well. Mike Burrows, who's pitched okay, and Tatsuya Imai, who was bad his first start, really good his second start, and pitches against Seattle to open that series on Friday. We know those two. Those are your top 2 line guys right now. I know they're not sequentially the top 2 guys, but they're your 2 best starting pitchers right now. I'll get to the rest of them. How does that feel? Burrows and Imai as your top 2 guys in a rotation.
I feel great about Imai.
Yeah.
I think that Imai, it was just everything that you would have maybe predicted if you had said, okay, he's going to be uncomfortable and maybe a little bit odd in his first outing. That's exactly what happened. That's what he said afterwards. He didn't use the word intimidated, but it did almost sound like it was a little intimidating being in a big league ballpark, in Major League Baseball, facing some of these names like Mike Trout and guys like that. And his second inning, he just looked like everything we had read and heard about, that he's got this immaculate wrong way slider that nobody's ever seen before. And that's going to be really hard for people to figure out, I would imagine.
Yep.
And you're not going to, it's not like, he throws a pitch that people just don't see because nobody throws a screwball anymore. So I feel good about Imai.
Okay, Burrows. We talked about Burrows already. So those are your top 2. Those are your top 2 guys right now. Yeah. Lance, the big thing that this Hunter Brown injury does is essentially you are forced to probably roll with Lance McCullers and Christian Javier for a longer rope than you might have given either of those guys if Hunter Brown were healthy.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, because they're going to be going to a 6-man rotation here soon. After once they get through this off day on Thursday, it's a 6-man rotation for a while. And I don't know that they've even got 3 guys that I feel great about right now with a 6-man rotation.
No, it's awful.
Yeah.
Well, and Josh Hader, and whenever he comes back, coupled with his absence, coupled with Brian Abreu and whatever the hell he's going through, that's where it gets really, really uncomfortable.
Yep. So
when it's one thing if you got guys that you don't feel great about pitching deep into games, and then your relief staff right now is a mess.
So Burrows, Imai at the top, Lance and Javier by necessity. You're going to get Spencer Arrighetti back here pretty soon, although he was listed on the Sugarland pitching probables later this week. I got to imagine Arrighetti's getting called up here soon. That's 5. So now you're still talking about needing one more guy. Now, I will say this. Jason Alexander had an incredible game at Sugarland last night, and he actually gave you several good starts last year. He's a possibility. Colton Gordon is a possibility. The Lambert guy they picked up, Peter Lambert, in the offseason, I think his first name is. And then Chandler, or it might have been Matt Kawahara. One of them said, or you just go bullpen games for those 6 games.
Ryan Weiss, originally was signed to be a starter before they added the other 2, before they added Burrows and Imai. I don't know how comfortable he is as long relief. So
he didn't look too comfortable the other day.
No, that's what I mean, you might be. We'll see exactly how they shake it out. We just don't know.
Yep. So they're going to a 6-man rotation, and the story here is they're going to a 6-man rotation without their ace and 2 guys that you feel decent about. And after that, it's a circus, man. We learned last they're going to have to keep scoring 6 runs pretty much every time they go out there.
Yeah.
Except for the occasional good outing you're going to get from one of these guys, probably Imai. This is going to have to continue to be a beer league softball team.
The thing I worry about is just that, man, they came out, they've got their new strategy of being very judicious at the plate. That's great. I think if I trust any team maybe getting ahead of how the ABS was going to affect things, I would guess the Astros were probably pretty good at that. But maybe they just had a little bit of a jump and were using the ABS to their advantage and understanding how the strike zones were going to change. All that stuff kind of tends to level out. And as pitchers start to understand how the Astros are handling their at-bats, are you going to lose a little bit of the advantage you had in that first couple weeks?
Yeah, teams adjust. You know, it's a chess game. Teams adjust, so we'll see. They're not going to be walking 10 times every time out. All right, so that's the Astros, and certainly we'll circle back to that. Hunter Brown is the big news, though. The grade 2 shoulder strain. He's going to be out a while. That sucks. Rockets last night, I didn't watch a minute of this game because it started past my bedtime. But they and had I stayed up and watched the first quarter, I definitely would have gone to bed because they were down by 16 after one quarter. They end up beating the Suns by 14 last night. So the standings in the West right now, Seth, all of these teams have 3 games left. Denver plays tonight, and the Rockets and Lakers both play on Thursday. They all have 3 games left. The Denver Nuggets are in third place by themselves at 51-28. The Lakers and Rockets are tied record-wise, but because the Lakers won those games against those infuriating games against the Rockets about a month ago, they have the tiebreaker on the Rockets. So they're tied in record, but if the season were to end today, the Lakers would have home court advantage in a 4-versus-5 series. And everything that's happened, and by the way, the Lakers got blown out by OKC last night. Everything that's happening, the way the schedule lays out. By the way, LeBron missed the game last night for the Lakers. He's got a foot injury now. So now you got LeBron, Luka, and Austin Reeves, their 3 best players, all dealing with injury right now. Everything is falling into place right now with 3 games to go for the Rockets to be facing a depleted Lakers, either in L.A. to start the series or maybe even here at Toyota Center.
Credit to you for understanding that the computers were wrong when they were acting like the Lakers were still had all of their stars
Still
playing.
had Magic Johnson on their team. And had Kobe. Kobe was alive. Yeah.
How's that Kobe Bryant fella doing? You know what? Yeah, you know what? That's where I bet whichever website was spitting out those stats, you know how bad AI is with getting sports statistics correct?
Yeah.
You and I have succumbed to it a couple times when we try to just get an answer real quickly.
Yes.
And, it'll do something like tell you that Kobe Bryant's the biggest current threat for the Lakers.
Yeah, I was stunned when I opened up that website.
You versus the machines, and you won out.
I'm winning right now.
You are the John Henry of our time.
Okay, bring it on, machines. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right, so that's what happened last night. The Rockets get a win over Phoenix. They're home the rest of the way, by the way. They're home for Philly on Thursday, home for Minnesota on Friday, and then they close out the regular season at home against Memphis on Sunday, and then we'll see next weekend. They might open the postseason at Toyota Center against the Lakers. We'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. All right, the odds are out on where Dexter Lawrence might land, the defensive tackle for the Giants, for whom we workshopped a Texans trade a couple of times yesterday. I don't know that the odds makers listened to that segment that we did yesterday.
Yeah, I think we're going to beat the machines once again. There's another team on here that doesn't make any sense at all.
Yep.
That's one of the favorites to land Dexter Lawrence.
We will we'll dig into that coming up next. But first, I got to tell you about Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Sorry, Seth and I are off the air talking about this Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel stuff going on. We'll get to it later in the show.
Canoodling at a hotel in Arizona before the owners'
like
meeting.
Crazy, man. Yeah. It's if you missed the story, we'll get to it. We'll get to it in the 7 o'clock
Something about
hour.
the city of Boston that just makes dudes frisky, I guess.
Robert Kraft, Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel, Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs was fine here. He goes to the Patriots, and he's dishing out pink powder on a boat to 3 people that aren't his girlfriend.
Well, yeah, now he's being charged with felony strangulation.
That too, yeah.
But they also, I mean, he did have his issue when he was here. I don't know if should Brady be thrown into that mix?
Well, this is why I throw Brady in.
Yeah.
I'll call it TMZ stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Right? Like if we because even Belichick, nothing Belichick is doing is illegal or salacious. He's got a girlfriend who's way younger than him. It's just that she's way, way younger than him, and it's noteworthy. So I would say TMZ stuff between Robert Kraft at the spa, Brady canoodling with Alex Earl, former girlfriend of Braxton Berrios, Texans legend, and then now Mike Vrabel, and then Belichick. Belichick was the other one. That's a lot of guys, man, in the last however many years.
Well, people with high drive tend to have high drive in multiple areas.
That's
of their
true.
life,
Yeah, that's very true. Yep, we'll get to that story in the 7 o'clock hour. That needs a little more room to maneuver. So yesterday, Seth, Dexter Lawrence, we know earlier this week he requested a trade. So as of right now, there's an open trade request from Dexter Lawrence from his team or to his team, the New York Giants. So we'll see if he gets traded. John Harbaugh has spoken on it now, and he said, we want Dexter Lawrence on this team. Everybody's saying all the right things on the Giants side of
Dexter
things.
Lawrence agitates for a new contract every single year. Yeah. I'm already annoyed by his agitating for a new contract even before the Texans have even taken any kind of a look at him.
So you and I workshopped this yesterday on the show, not once but twice. You workshopped it on your YouTube channel. what would a Dexter Lawrence trade to the Texans look like? And every permutation that we came up with, the end result was, I don't want to do this. There's too much money involved. I don't want to giving up draft capital for the right to potentially overpay somebody is a fool's game. And also just the vibe of this is a guy who wants a new contract all the time. You and I both arrived at no as the answer to would we do this, right?
Yeah, prudence led us there.
That's right. That's right.
Including the fact that he had that elbow dislocation a couple years ago, and he just wasn't as impressive last year. It's tricky with nose tackles to try to use statistics because he's getting double teamed a lot, but there is that as well. So it doesn't make sense right now to spend that many resources on the side of the ball that is already awesome.
Agreed. We're in lockstep on that. You and I are simpatico on that, and I'm curious. Maybe I'll pull this thing later today. I am curious what the text in base power text line 713-572-4610. Do you have the appetite for a Dexter Lawrence trade? How then do we explain the odds makers yesterday putting out odds on Dexter Lawrence's next team if he gets traded? How do we explain the Texans being number 2 on the odds board behind only the Chargers of Los Angeles?
I think because it does make a lot of sense. I mean, for the same reason that when I first saw that Dexter Lawrence was available, I thought, oh, man, let's do this, D'Amico. Come on. And we know that D'Amico loves his defensive linemen. I think largely a lot of it, though, is that a lot of it can boil down to disrespect for Tommy Togiai. I think a lot of people around the league look at the Texans depth chart and they see Sheldon Rankins and they see this guy Tommy Togiai, and the Texans signed Logan Hall, who's going to be in the rotation as well. Yeah. And they think, wow, this is a really good defense. They always want really good defensive linemen. There's a perception that the defensive tackles were worse than they were last year. Partly, I think, really because, and this goes for Texans fans too. People after the Bucs game last year were really upset with the defensive tackles. I was too, but I was also upset with the defensive ends and the linebackers.
Yeah, they could
that
tackle,
was a committee affair.
That was a bad tackling game for them.
Yeah, it was a bad. The defensive linemen were, including the defensive ends, were really falling prey to a lot of misdirection and things. And they buttoned it up, and they ended up being one of the best run defenses in the league, even though a lot of people never felt like it. I kept getting questions all through the end of the season of why are they so bad against the run? They're like a top 5 team against the run. Yeah. I don't know what you want from them. So I think that it's that. I think there's not a lot of name brand appeal on the interior of the defensive line in the eyes of the public, despite the fact that they're still a very, very good defense.
I'll give you another reason why I think they're this high on the odds board, and it's Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio has a first of all, nobody's more active as a GM making deals, whether it's free agency, trade. Like, he does a lot of things. Like, the Texans seem to be in the transaction section of of a website more often than most teams in the NFL. I would add to that Nick Caserio has a fairly high ratio among GMs of making trades that have some sizzle to it. The Deshaun Watson trade was the sizzliest trade of arguably the last 5 years. Now, he was kind of forced into that because of Deshaun not wanting to be here and then his legal situation. But I would say, the trade for Stephon Diggs, the trade up to get Will Anderson in the draft. Nick Caserio is not afraid to make big moves. This would be a huge move if they were to trade for Dexter Lawrence. So I think, look, these betting odds are driven by the public by and large. And I think the public probably views the Texans. One, they view the Texans as a good defense, and this could be viewed. In Houston, we already know what you said yesterday, which is, look, you only have so many resources. Probably don't need Dexter Lawrence on this defense. It's already a great defense. People outside of Houston that might be driving this betting line, they're driving activity on the Texans at 7-1 to get Dexter Lawrence. They might look at it and go, this is the finishing touches on a potentially historic defense kind of thing.
The one that doesn't make sense on here either is that the Titans are the third favorite, tied for third favorite to land Dexter Lawrence, which I think if you're a Texans fan, you think about what those Titans defensive tackles have done to the Texans interior offensive line, that might make you a little bit nervous. You should still be nervous until the Texans interior offensive line really proves that they can operate, because they do have Jeffrey Simmons, and they have John Franklin Myers, who they gave a big free agency contract.
$20 million a
too.
year, yep.
Yeah, so and they spent heavily on defense in free agency, so I think via trade and free agency. So I think that's probably part of it, is that the perception that, okay, the Titans are going to really try to stock up on defense. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense that they would pay 3 guys at defensive tackle
They'd have
the way they would have
$70 million bucks allocated to defensive tackle. It'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. How about this stat set that I saw yesterday? I mean, if you're Dexter Lawrence's side of things here, if you're his representation, you take this Warren Sharp tweet that he put, and I'm assuming Warren Sharp is accurate on this. I mean, this is what he does. He puts out numbers. So pressures when aligned at nose tackle since 2022. Okay, so these are players aligned at nose tackle for the last 4 seasons. And he does that thing where he's got Dexter Lawrence with 108. Then he takes every integer after that and just lists it vertically on the tweet.
Yeah.
And there's no name. So Dexter Lawrence has 108, and then you go down hundreds and the 90s and the 80s, and nobody's even in the 70s, 60s. The next closest nose tackle in QB pressures since 2022 is Vita Vea of the Buccaneers with 32. The next closest guy is 70 pressures behind him.
Yeah, so that's when you're lined up over the center as a nose tackle. And the reason is, part of it is usually, if Dexter Lawrence was on a lesser defensive line, like, he's athletic enough that I think they would line him up even more at 3 technique between the guard and the tackle than they do, because he can go out there and he can play all over the line and everything. Yeah. But he's just kind of a freakish guy in terms of his ability to play the run as a nose tackle and soak up a lot of double teams, but also rush the passer. And it's hard to do when you're at nose tackle, because you end up getting more double teams. You end up getting more assistance from guards. It's really, really impressive. He's an awesome football player.
Yeah.
He really is. And if the Texans hadn't already committed so much money on the defensive line, and I'm saying that including Will Anderson in it, because Will Anderson's about to get a huge deal, Danielle Hunter's about to get a huge deal. You got to just look at it and say, responsibly, where do we need to spend more money on this football team? We just can't keep doubling and tripling and down on something that's already really good. Well, we still need to, and not to mention the draft capital.
Yeah.
Because you might have to give up a first-rounder or a couple of second-rounders to get Dexter Lawrence on resources that could be spent either bolstering depth or helping out the offense or whatever.
If you're starting edge rushers on this team, if Danielle Hunter were still a Viking, and you're starting edge rushers were Will Anderson Jr. and, say, Derek Barnett. I'll just use Derek Barnett as an example. Like journeyman vet who's making a few million bucks, then go for it on this Dexter Lawrence thing. You attack things a different way. I've never seen one of these Warren Sharp tweets where he does the vertical listing of numbers with a bigger gap between 1 and 2 than this one. It's a sight to behold, man.
Yeah. Part of that is, too, I think somebody else had done it. If you go back, like Jordan Davis, if you do it over the last 2 seasons, is a lot closer to Dexter Lawrence. So there's the whole, every time you go back to, it's impressive. I don't want to take anything away from it.
No, two names that are interesting on here. Vita Vea was second at 32. Tied for third is DJ Reader, former Texan. How about Roy Lopez, 8th? Or I think, ninth, 7th. 7th, 22. He's 7th on this list. Old Roy Lopez, who was he was a big face of the team back in the Lovie Smith, David Culley days.
He's at the draft party signing autographs.
He was. Yeah, good for Roy Lopez. Found a home. I like it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to some headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic in the next segment here. Astros last night. Not a great night for the Astros. Not a great day for the Astros overall with the Hunter Brown news. We'll get to that. The Rockets do win last night, and we've got some Texans, and the Texans made a trade yesterday. So we'll get to that as well in headlines coming up next. But I want to tell you, I just mentioned the Men's Tea Clinic. They sponsor headlines. They sponsor this show.
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. Sorry, I'm watching this brawl last night in the Braves-Angels game between Jorge Soler and Ronaldo Lopez. Holy smokes. Lopez swinging a hand with a ball in it at Soler's head. He's
generally frowned upon.
He's going to hear from the league office, as they like to say. Yeah,
they don't. Yeah, that's one thing that they don't. These modern baseball players
frown upon that.
They don't. Yeah, they don't like using the baseball as a deadly weapon.
Really soft.
I felt like Lopez, if he'd had more room, if he'd had more space, it looked like he was about to throw the ball at him.
Maybe. Yeah.
He ends up clocking him in the Soler in the helmet. But it was,
it was dangerous.
It was assault with a deadly weapon.
It's like hitting somebody with a brick. I mean, that's it's like a rock in your hand, that baseball. So, anyways, go out of your way to find the footage of it. It's a hell of a brawl, man. It's something else. Not nearly as much action in the Rockies and Astros game last night. 5-1, kind of a ho-hum game. Not a great game offensively at all for the Astros. Just 3 hits and 1 walk. They had hardly any guys on base all night. Kind of like the night before, Seth, the gateway opened. The Astros took the lead early in the game. Christian Walker hit a home run for the Astros to take the lead, similar to how they took the lead on Monday night, a 3-0 lead. But then defensive issues, miscues, opened the door for the Rockies. And credit the Rockies, they took advantage of it. On Monday, they took advantage of it with an 8-run 5th inning when Jeremy Pena had all sorts of issues in the field. And then last night, Bryce Matthews, who, granted, is new to the outfield this year, but a very catchable ball in left field that hit him in the chest as he was sliding to catch it. Ball hits the ground. Rockies score a couple of runs. They go on to score 5 runs, and they beat the Astros 5-1 last night. Mike Burrow's on the mound for the Astros. 5 1/3, 3 earned runs. In the box score, it wasn't great. Didn't give up a lot of hard contact, though. Here was Joe Espada after the game on Burrow's performance.
I thought he threw the ball really well. The mistake, the only mistake was that pitch to Castro, but he was really good. The changeup was down. Got 2 big double plays early in the game to keep the pitch count down. He gave us a chance to win. No, it's a really nice job.
Okay.
It's been a lot of soft contact for Burrows, and he only walked 1 last night, but it's, obviously the results need to be better across the board with pitching. And I did Stat Nerd Seth earlier in the hour, and it never feels good to do it. You always feel like you're making excuses, but at the very least,
yeah.
his numbers on the year, if you take the luck out of it and everything, are about average for what he's been in his career.
Yep.
He comes to the Astros, and you want him to be better than what he's been in his short career, but it hasn't been necessarily as disastrous as the outcome looks like.
7 o'clock, we'll talk about how crucial it is that they get the best version of Burrows and other guys, because Hunter Brown was diagnosed with a grade 2 shoulder strain yesterday, which means he's going to be out for several weeks. The only thing the team has said publicly is, 1, he's got a grade 2 shoulder strain, and 2, he's going to hold off. He's going to refrain from throwing for a few weeks, is how they've coined it. That's all we've got from the Astros right now.
So if you take a few weeks, and if you interpret that as 3, let's be optimistic and say a few is 3.
Yep.
Then the ramping back up and everything that goes along with it is we're probably looking at a couple of months here.
Yeah, you're into June probably. If purely a guess, but you're into June. We'll talk more about that at 7 o'clock. What it means, who needs to step up. This is Hunter Brown and Yordan Alvarez are the 2 guys you cannot afford to lose, and they've lost one of them now for a few months. So that's what we're dealing with. The Rockets, meanwhile, things going great for the Rockets. They've won 7 in a row, so they're closing out the season on a high note, and they're going to close out with 3 home games here. They beat the Suns last night in Phoenix. This is the first chance they've had a chance, Seth, to go up against Jalen Green. The other times they've played the Suns this year, Jalen Green has been injured. Jalen not great last night, 5 for 14, didn't make a 3-pointer. Dylan Brooks also not great last night. As long as we're going through the principles of that trade, Dylan Brooks.
And he was being Dylan Brooks-ish versus Kevin Durant, and Durant wasn't having a great go of it early on.
And Durant
missed a bunch of shots. The crowd was letting him hear it, and then Durant said, "No more."
Yep.
And he took the reins.
Yep. Dylan Brooks 3 for 14, 1 for 7 from 3. And Durant was very dismissive of Dylan Brooks in the postgame afterwards at his locker. It was pretty funny. So the big thing here, though, is the standings. The Rockets still sitting at 5th because they're tied with the Lakers right now, who got blown out by OKC last night. The only teams that we really care about right now in the standings, if you're the Rockets, are the Nuggets at 3, the Lakers at 4, and yourselves at 5. The Nuggets are a game ahead of both the Lakers and the Rockets. All three teams have 3 games left, and the way things are lining up right now, Seth, it's looking more and more like we're going to get a series against a very depleted Lakers team. If you missed it, not only are Doncic and Austin Reeves both out, we all knew that. LeBron missed last night's game. He's got some sort of foot issue. I don't know if it's anything that's going to keep him out of the postseason, but that's what the Lakers are dealing with right now. Texans made a trade yesterday. Have you done a breakdown yet, Seth, of Marte Mapu?
No.
For the Seth Payne show?
I have not.
Okay.
I've watched a few clips of them, and I've read comments from Patriots fans.
Yeah.
That's mostly the extent of it. And this is a classic Patriots third-round pick from a few years ago.
Third-round pick in 2023.
And it was a classic. Everybody had looked at him as he was probably going to be a 5th or a 6th round pick, but Belichick loves this versatile guy, gritty, smaller school. Classic Belichick pick is what all the Patriots fans are saying. And he's contributed on special teams, not a whole lot as a linebacker, but I felt like this is a classic. Get him in the building and see what he can do with D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burkett coaching him. They
trade a 6th next year in 27 to the Patriots for Mapu and a 2027 7th. Here was the breakdown on the NFL Network's draft coverage in 2023 when Mapu was drafted in the 3rd round out of Sacramento State.
This is my favorite player in the entire draft.
Really?
So Marte Mapu, I didn't know anything about him when you flip the tape on. I'm watching this Sac State linebacker. He is so fluid, instinctive, and just makes plays. He's what the modern linebacker looks like in the NFL right now. He's almost 6'3". He's a little bit under 220 pounds. He can run, cover, and blitz. Everything you want in a linebacker right now. He has that versatility to match up in man coverage. He's instinctive in zone coverage. If you can't cover as a linebacker in this league right now, you can't play. I thought I was really putting myself out there where I put him, and he ended up going in about that same exact range.
Don't forget, he came to the Senior Bowl.
That's good. We got. Well, that's good. That was Daniel Jeremiah, by the way.
Well, and he's a guy too that I think where it's intriguing for the Texans is he's a safety linebacker or a safety/linebacker hybrid who's more on the linebacker side of it, and they've done really well with Jalen Petrie, who's a safety/linebacker hybrid, but he's more on the safety side of the physical equation. So I think that they're much like it is with Jalen Petrie. They probably have some ideas for how they might be able to use him in certain packages or creatively, but then also contribute on special teams.
Yep. So there you go. Those are your headlines for today, brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. All right, we got a busy 7 o'clock hour. The Hunter Brown news is, to me, the biggest news locally here today. So I do want to revisit that again. And what exactly are the Astros looking at here as they try to put together not a 5, but a 6-man rotation. We've got to dig into this Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel story from yesterday as well. If you missed that, this was New York Post page 6 type stuff. And then ESPN also has a long-form piece on Giannis Antetokounmpo that we're going to get to at some point here. I read it yesterday trying to look at it through a Rockets lens. Would I want Giannis on my team based on the things that I am reading about behind the scenes in Milwaukee? So we'll go through that exercise as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Oh, and when I say stay there, I mean stay there. Because if you go anywhere right now,
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Big Ten presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Wednesday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. The big news locally today. The Astros lose last night 5-1 to the Colorado Rockies, but the bigger news long-term is Hunter Brown. Grade 2 shoulder strain. He's going to refrain from throwing for a few weeks. That's the announcement that the team put out yesterday. I've already got all the skeptical texts coming in, Seth, on the base power text line. Astros few weeks equals after the All-Star break.
Yeah, if at all. There's a well-earned pessimism amongst people. I will not judge any of you for assuming the worst. I won't judge any of you if you call Sean and I morons for not calling Hunter Brown's season completely dead right now. Mm-hmm. I'm more optimistic than that, and I do feel like, all right, on average, you're looking at a couple months, most likely, and just anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks, but probably on the cautious side of that. And it really just comes down to, all right, what the hell can they get out of the rest of these guys?
Yeah, I thought Patrick Creighton laid it out really. I thought he did a good job of laying it out. I hate the information he's sharing, but I think it's good information and it's clearly well researched. Patrick Creighton, who, of course, is co-host of Area 45 with Sean Bijani, nights here on Sports Radio 610, kind of laid out. His tweet just keeps stacking things that take 2 weeks. You know, shoulder strain involves partial tearing of a muscle and the shoulder stabilizers, usually the rotator cuff. Grade 2 strains typically involve the posterior rotator cuff. It can also involve muscles of the shoulder blade. This is when he starts stacking the weeks here, Seth. Grade 2 strains are usually treated with rest and anti-inflammatories early, first 2 weeks, followed by range of motion exercises and band work the next 2 weeks, increasing to light weights and movements the next 2 weeks. Then in week 6, you start a light throwing progression. For a starting pitcher like Hunter Brown, this is a 6-week injury in a perfect world, an 8 to 10-week injury in a more realistic world. But as long as he gets through all the stages with no pain, he should be able to fully recover without surgery. That is Dr. Patrick Creighton on Twitter.
So, okay, glass half full guy weighing in here. What if the Astros can figure out a way to get the most out of these pitchers, and I'm optimistic about Imai right now. I'm not pessimistic about Burrows, but I'm not optimistic either.
Yeah, I'm middle of the road. I know we joke about my love for Burrows. I just want to be very clear. I'm very middle of the road on Burrows right now.
Javier, I'm petrified.
Yes. Today's a big day, man.
and Lance McCullers, I'm encouraged, but also petrified. Yes. You guys know, I'll be petrified about Lance McCullers' health from now until Game 5 of the World Series.
Yeah.
It's just, you just never know. So it's a dicey scenario, my friends.
Yeah, and how many names did you just give us? 4, right?
I only give you 4 names.
4 names. They're going to start up a 6-man rotation on Thursday, they're off Thursday, on Friday this week. So Friday they start with a 6-man rotation. So 2 of the guys, they have a rotation that does not have Hunter Brown right now, that has a guy in Mike Burrows who's thrown very little in the big leagues, a guy in Imai who has thrown 2 games in the big leagues, a guy in Lance McCullers who was banished to the bullpen at the end of last year, a guy in Christian Javier who is really close. He would be really close to being banished to the bullpen on a good pitching staff, but now they've got to roll with him. 2 of the 6 guys that you are going to be starting in the 6-man rotation are likely not on this team right now as of today. Now, Spencer Arrighetti has been on the Astros on and off the last few years. He's going to be one of them, it would appear.
Well, and that was the plan all along, was for Arrighetti to come back.
Yeah,
so.
No, I'm being a little overly dramatic. I get it. And then the 6th spot, who the hell knows what they're going to do? If you're looking for encouragement or encouraging news, Jason Alexander, who was one of the guys who kept them in the playoff hunt last year when they had all those injuries in the pitching staff, had a really good start last night at Sugar Land. He threw 7 innings and change. He was excellent. Could be him. He's certainly of the guys whose names are getting tossed around for the 6th spot in the rotation, Seth.
Yeah.
He's the one that's got the most recent body of work that's encouraging. Colton Gordon, I'm not that enthused about. Lambert was a guy who was in spring training this year. And then they've, Blue Baugh, until the appearance he had a couple of days ago where he got knocked around pretty good. Blue Baugh has been a guy that, going back to last season, I think Astro fans have looked at and said, look, if you get him stretched out, get him giving you 4 or 5 innings, that's a pretty good solution for a 6th starter. Right?
Well, and Ryan Weiss also originally was signed to be a starter, but he's been relegated to long relief. So they've got plenty of options. It's just nothing to get super enthusiastic.
Yeah, they're just not good options. So
Sean, all they need to do is continue as they have been, is being one of the best 3 offenses in baseball.
Yep,
and which has led them to a 500 record.
That's no joke. They're gonna have to keep scoring at least 6 runs every night,
and that's just to stay 500.
Yeah,
they're gonna have these games where they allow 10 runs.
Yeah.
Now if I make excuses for them between playing in Sacramento, and playing in Colorado, it's an easy place to get some lopsided scores, but. And they've been a victim of bad luck at times. The fielding was immaculate early on. They didn't have an error until Lance McCullers had that one a couple days ago, and now they've got 4 or 5 errors already. It hasn't been as immaculate as it was during the second golden era.
Yeah,
have we proclaimed the second golden era dead yet?
No,
I feel like being a 500 baseball team can't be part of the golden era.
I'm not declaring anything dead till we know more about Hunter Brown and when he's going to be back. If
he's not going to be an all-star this year,
he will not be an all-star. Well, somebody asked me on the Base Power text line, how you feeling, Sean, about your over 12-win prop bet on Hunter Brown? Remember, I gave my prop bets out last week, and honestly, in going over on Hunter Brown, I did something that I don't normally do, which is take overs on things where injuries could torpedo your bet. But he'd been such a workhorse, and 12 felt so attainable. That I took the bet. So, in answer your question, Texter, I think you know the answer. I feel horrible about it right now. He's not going to get there. He won 12 last year, and he pitched 188 innings, so I feel terrible about it.
You've got a pretty notorious reputation for jinxing people. I mean, you could feel personally responsible about it.
They're 2-0 when I go to games this year, all right? I've been to 2 games. They're 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. That's fake news. You're making stuff up, jinxing people.
People accuse you of it.
Yeah. Well, and they're incorrect.
You injured Kyle Tucker.
So did you.
Only because I was there with you.
For those who don't know,
I didn't even want to go that night.
We were there. We were there the night that Kyle Tucker, we were like 10 feet away from him when he fouled the ball off his shin. So, yeah, I'll wear that one. But I've gotten better at not cursing people. Okay, we've got to get to this Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel story. Chilling together in Arizona. Diana Rossini, reporter for The Athletic, formerly ESPN, pretty prominent newsbreaker. She's not Schefter, Rappaport level, but she's right there behind them in terms of getting news and breaking news.
Been fueling a lot of the speculation about A.J. Brown going to the Patriots, for one. Which is interesting. Because she was spotted in Arizona in a private rooftop at a exclusive hotel resort. Just kind of looking awful intimate with Mike Vrabel.
Yep. So this is a story from the New York Post. They got pictures from people who were at this resort. It's in Sedona, Arizona. I'm going to tell you what the smoking gun is in all this in just a second, but this is the sequence of events. We know the owners' meetings took place in Phoenix last week. The owners' meetings started up on March 30th, which was last Monday in Phoenix. So obviously Diana Rossini is there covering the owners' meetings in Arizona that week. Mike Vrabel's there because all the head coaches are there, all the GMs are there, most of them. The owners are all there. Obviously, it's the owners' meetings. So there was that's the reason they were in Arizona. Now, Mike Vrabel was also in Arizona the Friday prior. He was at ASU's Pro Day, which is in the Phoenix area in Tempe. He drove out to Sedona to this resort, which is 120 miles from Phoenix, and he allegedly, with at least one friend, drove out there to spend time. It would appear, I don't think it's a coincidence that they were there, with Diana Rossini, who she claims was there on a girls' weekend.
Right.
Okay? So this is being portrayed as both, because both have commented on this story.
They just ran into each other while they were there with groups of friends.
They have commented on this story, both of them, denying that there's any sort of relationship going on between the two. Yeah. However, the evidence that is being hashed out right now by the rest of the world is pictures that have shown up of the two of them hugging in a way that you wouldn't normally see, I think, a reporter and a head coach hugging when they see each other somewhere.
Yeah.
There's a holding of hands going on prior to the hug, a very intimate hug, and then a shot of the two of them in a hot tub together with no friends.
Right.
No
friends
the
to
two
be
of
seen
them.
anywhere.
No.
The eyewitness reports from the hotel were are all saying, like, we didn't see any of these people with friends anywhere around. Yeah.
Yep. So they were spotted at the private rooftop on one of the hotel bungalows, which go for $2,000 a night, by the way. They danced together briefly. Mm-hmm. So for something that's just a happenstance meeting up in Sedona, there's a lot of intimate action going on here.
I have to say, I've danced with John McClane on private rooftop bars, hotel room roofs plenty of times.
Boy, you do. You look sexy as hell.
Which, John McClane and I was imagining myself, meeting with John McClane in all of these situations, sitting in the bar sitting in the pool next to him and everything. And I see nothing untoward about it.
You think that this is just a platonic...
John and I holding hands while we gaze into each other's eyes.
Yep.
Yeah. There's been rumors about this, and you hear rumors about all kinds of stuff. It was kind of jarring to see this to really see that, wow, they went there. They went there. They're being Sedona, and they were in a private room and in an exclusive resort. Yeah. And there's something to this. Yep.
Yes.
It's going to be a rough week for Vrabel, man.
The smoking gun is the fact that this is 120 miles away from where all the action was going to be taking place that week in Phoenix.
Oh, yeah.
The drive, the effort to get in a car and drive. I'm saying this is somebody who rarely leaves my neighborhood.
Yeah.
The effort to get into a car and drive 120 miles somewhere to spend time with somebody.
Sedona's out there. I've been to Sedona
Amy and
with my wife.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I've been there with your wife as well. And no. I went. My wife and I got an Airbnb there on our road trip a few years ago, and it is out there, man. Like it's in the middle of nowhere, Sedona. It's nice.
You don't just stumble upon Sedona, Arizona.
No, you're purposeful. This was purposeful.
Somebody, one of Vrabel's friends is claiming to the Post that, we were out there as part of a boys hiking trip or whatever it was. Yeah. And meanwhile, nobody saw Vrabel with anybody else.
No, and Diana Rossini's claiming the same thing, like girls' weekend, and no.
We gotta go. Was Diana Rossini one of the hardcore journos that criticized the woman in Jacksonville for being nice to Liam Cohen?
Oh, that's a good question.
Remember, like that was beyond the bounds of professional journalism.
It would seem.
I don't know where this stacks up in terms of professional conduct by a journalist.
If what's going on, if what we think is going on is actually going on, that is. That's much nicer than just a few kind words at a press conference, I would say.
I would think, honestly, though, if you look at this, let's say nothing at all happened and it was exactly what they claim it is, which was just a chance meeting, no big deal.
Are they okay? So, real quick, are they saying they just happened to meet there, or are they saying that they were? And I don't know the answer to this. I just haven't seen them saying it was coincidental. Or are they saying, like, hey, we're just good friends and we were like group of guys and group of girls getting together?
I thought one of the denials was from somebody claiming that was just a run-in. Like that was.
I don't believe either. Just to be clear, I'm just curious. Yeah.
So I mean, that's the whole reason for the story about the group of friends in there and everything.
Yep.
I think but just imagine though, if your wife saw these exact same pictures of you and Diana Rossini.
Oh.
So whether something happened or didn't happen or whatever, once it's a story on page 6 in the New York Post and there's those pictures out there, Sean, even if you were completely innocent, I'd be like, yeah, Sean did it. Yep. Well, like, Amy, I don't know what to tell you.
And that's where we get into just the very baseline of all this, Seth, which is at the very least, these two people, Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel, are guilty of incredible stupidity. And a complete lack of awareness of what optics are in all this, and the statements that both have made would seem to indicate. So part of me would say, like, well, maybe they don't care. Maybe they're both we should point out they're both married with kids. Maybe they're in marriages where they're trying to get caught. We see that happen with people sometimes. But these are the statements that both have made. I've got them pulled up right here. Vrabel told the Post, the New York Post, these photos show a completely innocent interaction, and any suggestion otherwise is laughable. This doesn't deserve any further response. Rini also gave the New York Post a statement. Quote, the photos don't represent the group of 6 people who were hanging out during the day. Like most journalists in the NFL, reporters interact with sources away from stadiums and other venues, end quote. What I would say, I'm not a reporter. I've never had to get into the race of nugget hussyism, Seth, to know to what degree you need to, air quotes, interact with your sources. I've just never seen reporters interacting with sources as the sources are shirtless in a hot tub with you.
It is, well, yeah, I don't know. If you're at a resort and there's a pool there and you're going to the pool,
yes.
I don't know. So if it was from Vrabel's side, it was, okay, these pictures are, cherry-picked ones where Rini and I happened to be together, and that there were other times where everybody was together and everything. I could see that. The still photo can be very, very misleading.
Of course.
And yet, according to the Post, which let's be honest, not the most venerable of media institutions.
Bite your tongue.
But according to the Post, noted that nobody at the hotel saw them with anybody else the entire time.
Yeah. That's according to the Post sources. That's what was happening. So now here's the other thing. These two both have employers, right? The Vrabel's the head coach for the New England Patriots. I would imagine the barrier for conduct with the New England Patriots will keep Vrabel employed. He'll be fine. The Athletic is an interesting one. Now, Steven Ginsburg is the executive editor of The Athletic, which is Diana Rossini's boss. And again, we need to point out, she is one of the most prominent reporters, I would say writers, one of the most prominent employees, front-facing employees with The Athletic. She might be the most front-facing NFL coverer of the NFL at The Athletic.
Yeah.
She is their version of Rappaport and Schefter. Her boss, the executive editor of The Athletic, Steven Ginsburg, says, quote, these photos are misleading and lack essential context. These were public interactions in front of many people. Diana is a premier journalist covering the NFL, and we're proud to have her at The Athletic, end quote. So for now, it doesn't appear as though she's in any danger of losing her job over this.
The other interesting thing, prelude to this back in 2015, do you remember when the wife of Washington Commanders GM Scott McLaughlin publicly accused them of having an affair?
I did not until I read the end of the New York Post article yesterday.
Accused Diana Rossini and Scott McLaughlin of having an affair back then.
Because she got a tip on a breaking news thing from the Redskins.
Jessica McLaughlin tweeted, I'm pretty sure this info is coming from my husband to his new side chick, Diana.
And she deleted it right away and then apologized afterwards.
Yeah.
But, this is not the first time that Diana Rossini has kind of, at the very least, sort of brushed up against this type of news before. Do you think this thing is over? Or do you think that Vrabel gets asked about it?
I mean, we went through the entire Super Bowl week without hardly hearing at all about the fact that two of the Super Bowl's key players, the Patriots' key players, were currently being charged with violent acts.
Yeah. Christian Barmore and Stephon Diggs.
Christian Barmore, it was I can't remember what type of assault. With Stephon Diggs, it was felony strangulation.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just complete. Remember, Vrabel gave a kind of an angry dismissal of any questions about it, saying these are allegations at this point, nothing to see here.
I think he gets asked about it, and that Boston media, I don't think is going to lay off on him. Do you?
No, they didn't. They laid the hell off on any of the criminal allegations once. The Boston media likes to try to act like they're all tough. They were routinely just cuckolded by Bill Belichick for decades up there.
That's true.
They stepped in line and did what Belichick told them to do.
Yeah. No, I'm just thinking. I'm categorizing. I guess I'm lumping them in with the Northeast, and maybe you're right. Maybe Patriot media is a little bit different. Does Diana Rossini get asked about this? She's usually the one asking the questions. Does anybody I
think both sides, until there's more to it, will just continue to issue denials and act they'll act offended that something like this is happening and that people would.
That's how they're acting right now.
Yeah, the integrity of this or that or whatever.
The statements, the statements are very like, how could anybody think such a thing? You drove 120 miles, man.
As of last night, I was kind of surprised because I hadn't seen Pro Football Talk broach this at all. And, Florio always loves to act like he's the only one left with any integrity in media.
Yes.
And he doesn't. All these other people have relationship with agents, and that affects how they report the news and what have you. It'd be interesting if. Here we go.
Yep.
Mike Vrabel calls characterization.
I'm looking at Florio's also right now.
It was finally, you know what? Yep, it was. It ended up being at 7-Eleven last night.
Yeah. He's okay. I want to cherry pick a couple things from Florio's. Reported that the entire NFL is abuzz about the Page 6 report about Vrabel and Rini. Okay, before going any further, I will say this. This is Florio. Coaches and reporters are entitled to lead their own private lives. Personal business is only the business of the persons involved. And then he points out that both of them have given out statements denying that there's any sort of untoward relationship between two married people with kids. Mm-hmm. She's married, by the way. I didn't know this. She's married to an executive for Shake Shack.
That's right.
The company Shake Shack, maybe he's under some pressure right now because I know they just closed one of the Shake Shacks here in Houston.
So this is where it's interesting though, because he says, "I'll say this: coaches and reporters are entitled to lead their own private lives."
Mm-hmm.
Right, but if those lives intermingle, and it affects perhaps reporting of various nuggets or whatever, I feel like that's mingling with NFL business.
100%.
And Florio would be the first guy to just start throwing out conspiracy theories about how this might give somebody an unfair competitive advantage, this, that, or the other thing.
Yes.
And then, and to act like it's ethical for somebody like Diana Rossini to have an extramarital affair with one of the coaches she's covering. Come on, Mike.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he won't shut up about Troy Aikman and Tom Brady and the conflict of interest of them being color analysts and also working for NFL teams. He won't shut up about that. But you've got potentially, allegedly, a head coach and a reporter in an adulterous relationship with each other at a resort in Arizona the day before the owners' meeting. And Florio's like, that's a private issue. They can live their own lives. I wonder if this affects Diana Rossini's ability to still procure news from other sources that aren't named Mike Vrabel.
Nah,
right?
Probably not. People are. I don't know. I think a lot of people have just wondered whether those two already had a relationship of some sort.
But this is a version of confirmation of it, though.
Right, yeah. But I think a lot of the people that bandied those rumors about would have believed it anyway, so they continued to.
So you think she's just
I don't
able
think it affects her and her ability to do her job.
You don't think so? Like not even a little bit. Like a few people will be like, I don't know if I feel like talking to her. She's
Yeah, sure, it could.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't think it's going to put her out on the streets or anything.
Okay. I feel like I asked you a stupid question just now.
No. I mean, it's like, well, yeah, like it could. I just, but I would say that I think there are a lot of other. She's already been operating in a world where people were wondering about her relationship with Vrabel. Yeah. So, I mean, I've had people say stuff to me about it, kind of like, hey, did you hear about this? And I never report stuff like that or anything because who knows? There's rumors everywhere. So I only say it to say there's other people operating out there who already believed this to be the case,
and they're probably not talking to her anyways. Those people,
or they are.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah. So that's that on Vrabel and Rossini. This Giannis Antetokounmpo story that I don't know why the 7:00 hour is salacious today. We've got Rossini and Vrabel. This behind-the-scenes story, this is a really, really, I feel like, well-sourced story set that Shams did, Shams Charania of ESPN, talking about the behind-the-scenes. And why are we talking about this with Giannis? Well, I think there's a lot of Rocket fans that want the Rockets, maybe not now that they're on a winning streak, but when the Rockets were playing super bad, I think people were more in on potentially shaking it up and doing a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. This behind-the-scenes stuff in this story is really interesting about just how broken the relationship is between Giannis and Milwaukee to where it feels inevitable that they're going to move him in the offseason. I had forgotten that Jimmy Haslam is one of the owners of the Milwaukee Bucks, which if we're localizing this, does make, I think, Houston fans it's just kind of funny probably because he's the owner of the Browns also.
It's yet another Houston-Cleveland trade scenario almost.
Yeah. Except Milwaukee here with Giannis. But yeah.
Houston Browns. We'll lump it into the many trades and transactions between the Browns and the Texans.
Yeah, Jimmy Haslam is involved. The Bucs had talked to a bunch of teams before the trade deadline last year. Their asking price was too high for some of them. I think we know that. I thought it was interesting. They listed a bunch of teams that were suitors for Giannis at the trade deadline, Seth. The Heat, the Warriors, the Timberwolves, Cavs, Sixers. No mention of the Rockets anywhere in the article. Anywhere. So I thought that was interesting, maybe indicating that the Rockets they're as in on their young core as a lot of Rocket fans are right now, are in on that young core. That they would, that maybe they didn't even call the Bucs or didn't take the Bucs phone calls.
Yeah, I think that's the sum total of it, and it's a lot easier to say this and believe it now after this. What are they up to in the win streak? Is it 9?
7.
7. In the midst of a 7-game win streak these guys are playing a lot more like the young core we fell in love with.
Yep. So there's that. Doc Rivers apparently had a team meeting about a month ago and had a Google Me moment with his team where they had been playing really poorly, and he was like, hey, I've had a lot of success in this league. I've taken teams to the championship that weren't forecasted to win the championship. Okay, he's taken one team to the championship that had Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen. I think a lot of people were in on that Celtics team, but whatever. Yeah. So he had a Google Me moment. Doc Rivers has completely turned off this team. There's a lot of things going on in that building right there. The part I want to get to is, after reading this article, would I mortgage the future of the Rockets for this guy? Yes or no? And there were 6 things in this article, Seth, that had me going either one way or the other on Giannis. And help me hash this out here. I think you and I are on the same side of this thing. I have the first one as this first factoid as a big no for trading for Giannis. I had not realized just how injured this guy has been when they go through the chronology of just this season alone.
Yeah.
He's had 5 different injuries this season, and they've been nagging, old guy, soft tissue injuries. He's played 36 games this season, maybe a couple more now recently, but he's going to end up not having played half the season when it's all said and done. So I didn't realize just how injured this guy is. That part is a big no for me right now.
That's no, and especially with one other aging superstar on the roster already. It's a lot to give up any part of your young core for a guy that's been this injured and is now on the wrong side of 30.
Yep.
Yeah.
Next one, big no. Giannis and his agent seem very high maintenance. And if you're quitting on your team, like he's essentially quitting on the Milwaukee Bucks. Like he's like, I want out of here. We stink now. He's not the first to do it, obviously. It is a bit of a turnoff to me when it's the city you won a championship with. They've given you every big contract extension, 2020 and 2023. Maybe some promises were made behind the scenes that I'm not privy to. That's just kind of a turnoff to me. And then people are going to say, well, Kevin Durant has done that multiple times, and you root for him. Yeah, he had to win me over. So Giannis would at the very least have to win me over. I'm turned off by that kind of thing. Like, guys, as soon as your team sucks, I'm out of here.
Yeah, that's where I wonder, too. It'd be interesting to get the local perspective more so on that, because I think the PR on Giannis has always been really good in terms of what type of person he is and everything. And I'm inclined to more think that, hey, this guy doesn't want to end up being on 5 different NBA teams. Yep. If he comes to Houston, he's part of a competitive team. I would be more optimistic than you on that front.
Okay.
So I disagree with you I agree with you on the first one, the injuries. I disagree with you on this one.
Okay, next one. This is a no for me as well. One source said inside the building, quote, it feels like a funeral in the building. Mm-hmm. So do I want to put my team, or do I want to gut my team for the high-maintenance general manager of a funeral parlor, which is what Giannis is to me? He's basically he's a mortician right now.
Well, he's turned it into a funeral because he's leaving. The same way a household might be. Let's say you were an NFL nugget hussy, mm-hmm. and all of a sudden something came up that basically was the end of your marriage, and you leave. It's going to be familiar. It's going to be pretty dismal in there for a while.
That's true.
No, yeah, I'm doing a hypothetical with Schefter. Let's say you find Schefter. Schefter was canoodling with Vrabel. And you find out that, his marriage is going to be bust. It's going to be like a funeral in that household for a while.
Okay.
But he can go and find love with Vrabel, and it doesn't mean their relationship's going to be shot.
So you don't hold this against Giannis Antetokounmpo?
You know what? I do hold it against him as a grumpy old man, don't like the way guys just decide to pick up an RUNNOFT whenever they want now.
Yeah.
And yet, I get it and understand that's the way of the world these days. So I tie it in with I'm okay with that part.
Okay. I'm gonna skip ahead here. I'll skip back to one that's a big no for me. But this one, along those same lines, he was not playing in a game they played against Chicago. This was, I believe, the game where Rivers gave the Google Me speech before, back on March 1st. Giannis left the game at halftime, and they had a players-only meeting after that game. And he left the game at halftime and wasn't there. Like, he just left the arena at halftime of the game. He wasn't there for the players-only meeting after the game. On the bench to start the game, left at halftime and just didn't stay. He just bailed.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, that's a no for me, man. Like, at least stick around for the players-only meeting. All right, here's
By the way, the Google Me that Doc Rivers had suggested.
Yeah.
The first championship in 2008, that preseason, the Celtics had been fourth favorite to win the championship in the preseason. Yeah. He said teams that didn't have a chance. Is that what he said?
Yeah. Teams that, that's what he said. Yeah. That's the only team he's ever led to a championship. Other than that, he's best known for blowing 3-1 leads like he's dishing out M&Ms on Halloween. All right, this is a big F no for me. Again, if you're just tuning in or just getting in your car, ESPN Shams Charania has a long piece on behind the scenes with Giannis in Milwaukee, and there's a lot of stuff in here that is a little scary if the Rockets were to trade for him. This is a huge F no for me. He's eligible early next year for a 4-year, $275 million contract.
Oh,
NBA money is so stupid these days. That's $70 million a year.
Yeah.
For a guy who's injured all the time.
No, that's the aging injured player and who's going to deplete your younger core, but also just either be too expensive or just be gone within a couple years. Yeah. It's not the juice isn't worth the squeeze for me right now.
No. The only yes that I have for Giannis in trading for him is it does seem like he wants to get on the court. That's the big issue between the Bucks and Giannis right now is they want to sit him because they're trying to lose games and get ping pong balls. He wants to play, and to the point where the two sides have very differing stories of what's going on behind the scenes, to where the NBA may come down hard on the Bucks about tanking. So I respect that he does want to play. He doesn't want to be load managed. He's competitive. He wants to get out there. I think part of it is he wants to play with his Nepo baby brothers that are on the team too. There's that sentimental part of it. But that part I respect, that he's not just shutting it down for the season. So where have we arrived with Giannis? It sounds like I'm
going to say, no, you've swayed me.
Okay.
And I was kind of almost on the fence. I mean, if we go back and do this exercise 3 weeks ago, do you have the exact same opinion?
No.
Before the Rockets started just playing a better version of basketball?
No, more on the fence. You know when I came in here angry after that they blew the overtime game to the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
My feeling was, I don't care about you guys. Do whatever the hell you want. Trade for Giannis. Don't trade for Giannis. Wake me up when you're good again.
Last night was the kind of game that I feared they weren't going to be capable of pulling off, which is, all right, they started off with bad energy, or at least the Suns had better energy and everything else early in the game. They get down to a double-digit deficit early. But now they have answers, and it doesn't. And they did end up. Look, they got the most second chance points they've had all season. So a lot of last year's team with the offensive rebounding and everything was in effect. But they also are running an actual offense, so it doesn't just have to feel like you have to be bailed out by a flurry of threes or something and just good old-fashioned dumb luck. They played their way back into that game and won it. And I don't think they would have done that all that often in the first two-thirds of the season.
No, and the bench gave them some juice last night, which we have not seen recently. Tari Eason had a really good game last night. Now, he didn't hit any three-pointers, but he made all his other shots. He had 12 points. He had a bunch of rebounds in the game. He had 3 steals. He was a plus 29, which I know plus minus in a single game can be a little misleading sometimes. He's plus 29 in a game you won by 14. So with Tari Eason on the floor, good things were happening last night.
Which have they played well enough to reverse some of our various strongest takes about the Rockets early in the season? Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Have you softened at all after this stretch of play by the Rockets? Have you softened at all on Fred VanVleet basically calling the Spurs?
No, that was dumb. That was dumb then, and because the Spurs have done nothing but win since they lost to Denver last Saturday, and other than that, they just win and they're destroying teams. No, that was now Wemby's dealing with a rib issue right now. I'm anxious to see if that's something that they're just being cautious about. He didn't play the other night.
Yeah,
I'm anxious to see if that's something they're just being cautious about, or if that's something that he's going to be dealing with. They play the Blazers. I'm looking at the TV screen. They play the Blazers on ESPN tonight. So we'll see. But no, that was stupid to say. That was dumb for Fred to say that, I thought, at the time. And I'm not saying he's a dumb person. I'm saying it was a dumb thing to say, I thought. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hope everybody got their fair share of soap opera in that segment, because we're going to do mock drafts here. The mock draft injection.
Which mock drafter is most likely to cozy up to an NFL coach to get
hot
scoops?
tub with Mike Vrabel?
Is it Daniel Jeremiah? Is it Mel Kiper?
Is it Peter Schrager? Whose mock draft?
Schrager, 100%.
That's whose mock draft we're going to do.
Schrager will be anything you want him to be.
Yeah, Vrabel is this fun young coach. Yeah.
Texans are this fun young team.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Peter Schrager has a mock draft. His mock draft is based on things that he is hearing in the draft community. We'll have that for you coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One of the best defensive tackles.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you on a Wednesday here. Payne and Pendergast. Mock draft injection time. It's 7:45 on the nose right now. We do it at 7:45 every day during draft season. 2 weeks from tomorrow. 2 weeks from tomorrow. Can't get here soon enough. The NFL draft. The Texans sitting on 4 picks in the top 69. This is as much draft capital, like, kind of fun that we've had with the Texans in a long, long time heading into a draft, probably since they had picks from the Deshaun Watson trade. So let's do this, Seth. Peter Schrager, ESPN.com, formerly of the NFL Network, who's best known on this show for one of the creepier hotkeys that we have.
Texans are this fun young team.
Yeah, it was from like a few years ago. He was really into the Texans.
Let's go to Sedona.
A little too into the Texans. Peter Schrager.
I just want to take them up to Sedona and go on a meditation retreat with them. And get to know them on a spiritual level.
A little hiking, a little sitting in a hot tub with 53 shirtless, fun young guys.
Continental breakfast.
All right, so Peter Schrager is doing his mock draft. He dropped this yesterday. And mock drafts are interesting because some of them, Seth, some of the mock drafters base it on what they would do if they were these teams. Some of them base it, I think the Schragers of the world, who love to gather their nuggets, hussies that they are, and kind of say, hey, this is based on intel that I'm hearing.
This is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, this is a prediction.
Remember, all these people were hearing that the Texans weren't going to draft the quarterback a couple years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Good caveat. Schrager actually says this in the very first paragraph of this mock draft. While I was in Phoenix at the annual league meeting last week, I spent a lot of time talking to sources and trying to get the latest intel on what teams might do with their first-round picks. Okay, and again, we point out that some teams are tight-lipped and don't say anything. Others use the Peter Schragers of the world to manipulate the draft the way that they want it to unfold. We should point that out. But here's what he has the Houston Texans doing with the 28th overall pick in the Peter Schrager, what I'm hearing at the owners' meetings mock draft. Max Ionichor, offensive tackle, Arizona State, who is probably not as mocked to the Texans as the Blake Millers and the Peter Woodses and the Caden McDonalds of the world, Seth, or the Emmanuel Pregnons.
And I think part of that is just because I think he's still going in the second round in most mock drafts.
He's not going this high. But not the first time we've seen him mocked to the Texans. Here's what Schrager says. One of the players with the biggest upside in this class, Ionichor, is still relatively new to football. The Nigerian-born tackle got to the United States when he was 13 years old and picked up the sport in just the past few years. Still growing and learning, he would be a home run pick if a team is patient and capitalizes on his upside. Houston is always looking for talent on the O-line as the front office works through another makeover of the unit. The thing I like about this, there is no indication at all that Peter Schrager is hearing anything from the Texans at all. Not that he would say Caserio told me or anything like that. But this is purely him basing speculation on what he thinks the Texans are doing based on past behavior by them.
Part of the thing that would make sense if you're following the breadcrumbs is that, man, the Texans do seem to like guys that they've seen at the Senior Bowl and guys who have performed well at the Senior Bowl. So for a guy like Ionichor, who's very raw, Schrager didn't really explain. You know, he mentioned that he came to America at age 13. And then he said he was late to football. He didn't start playing football when he got to America. He didn't start playing football for the first time until he was in community college. So he is, like, genuinely, it's not like one of these guys. People said Ariante Ursary was new to football because he didn't play until his sophomore year in high school. Like, all right, that's still a good chunk of football. Ionichor is very impressive athletically, but also very raw. And you can see where the potential upside would be. And he did have a good Senior Bowl. He had an up-and-down Senior Bowl, but it sounded like, I talked to John Harris about this, got better as it went along. They had that good performance against Texas Tech. So this would be a bet on upside. He's just yet another one of these offensive linemen in this draft that I'd feel awesome about in the second round, but I get a little bit nervous about taking him in the first round.
Yeah, Go ahead. If you
the two guys, when it comes to linemen that you look at as like, wow, raw or unpolished, the two guys that always jump out in my mind are Chester Pitts, who didn't play football until he was in college.
Right.
In his life, had never played football. Had never played organized team sports.
He was in the band.
Right. He had never played team sports.
Right.
Like, he was a band dude.
Yep.
And got recruited into playing football, and he ended up having a great career. On the other side of the equation would be Amobi Okoye. I felt like part of the appeal for him was that he was so young, and they thought, oh, wow, think of the upside. Think of the upside because he's so young now, and then you could have all the years of the prime, and it just didn't work out.
Right.
But I think that's where I get nervous with Iheanacho is how much you don't want to fall overly in love with the idea of, oh, he's so underdeveloped, and we can be the ones who have developed him. The opposite of the end of the spectrum would be Emmanuel Pregnon, who's 24, 25 years old.
24, we think, yeah.
And you have to start to wonder, okay, look, yeah, we like how solid he is and everything, but he has played a lot of football. Does he have that much more potential to tap?
Yeah, my feeling on this first-round pick, as you know, Seth, has always been I hope they draft somebody who gets on the field, who can contribute. And I think that's going to be on the defensive side of the ball where they find somebody that can – contribute right away, unless they reach on a running back or a tight end, or they trade up for Sadiq. Those are all sort of those are outlier possibilities for the Texans. I think the best chance of drafting somebody that gets on the field and helps you is somebody who is an interior, is part of the rotation on the interior of the defensive line, or part of the picking up the scraps that are left over snap wise from Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter at defensive end, and maybe somebody they draft in the secondary gets on the field in dime situations, something like that, or injuries are a caveat for all these positions. The thing about Iheanacho that I like in reading Schrager's summary of this, and especially how raw he is and how unseasoned he is that the Texans have put themselves in a position in what they've done in free agency, assuming health, big assumption, I know, but that they don't have to rush this guy onto the field.
Yeah.
Ariante Ursary is going to be your starting left tackle. They kind of had to rush Ariante Ursary a little bit last year because they traded Tunsil away. So the necessity of getting a young guy on the field, even with a 28th overall pick, is not there because of what they've done in free agency.
You know what? And when D'Amico spoke to Mark Vandermeer at the owners' meeting, it was interesting. He talked about Wyatt Teller competing at left guard. And I think that's where I think it's appropriate to look at that. And a couple of viewers on my live stream yesterday made this point that I've probably overlooked too much the fact that Wyatt Teller did struggle last year. A lot of that I kind of brushed off to him dealing with a calf injury, but he's an older guy that's going to have to deal with calf injuries more often, more likely in the coming years.
Yeah.
And that there is an avenue where if they draft an interior offensive lineman, that he could supplant Wyatt Teller. Ed Ingram's going to be the right guard no matter what, but Wyatt Teller is probably in a more competitive situation than I myself have been treating it.
Yeah.
So there is that possibility that you draft a guy. It doesn't mean he's going to sit behind two veterans all season long. There is an avenue where if he is really impressive, that he might have a chance to play or supplant Wyatt Teller.
I always like to look at these mock drafts too. Like, okay, if we're sitting at the draft party, or we're sitting at home watching the first round unfold, and especially if you're somebody who is in on some of the guys that have been mocked to the Texans recently, you get to 25 of the Bears, and the Bears are on the clock, and Caden Proctor, Caden McDonald, Caleb Lomu, Iheanacho, they're all on the board still. They all start flying off the board here. Those are all guys that I think Texan fans, to varying degrees, are excited about. They're certainly all guys that have been mocked to the Texans, as you and I have done this exercise for the last several weeks. They go flying off the board. Chicago, Caden Proctor at 25. 26, the Bills take Caden McDonald. 27, the Niners take Caleb Lomu. So you're almost left with, all right, well, it's Iheanacho is the last one left out of this bucket of players here. Fortunately, there's still a guy left that fits a position that we want. It's just I always get intrigued when I see guys that Texan fans are excited about, and I try to think about what the reaction would be if this is exactly what went down that first night of the draft. People would be freaking out, like, no, you should have moved up. You should have done this.
I like, at 28 too, though, it's just, I think part of it with Nick is his teams know how much he loves to trade, and they know he's available, and he always answers the phone. Is it when he's sitting at 28, there's so many, it becomes even more valuable in that people know that Nick is very willing to move off of 28, which means that teams that are behind him know that they all know they're competing with each other to potentially get up to 28.
Yep.
So, like, the Chiefs are right behind the Texans, and they know that the Texans are going to be taking calls from people, and that if there's somebody that the Chiefs really like, they got to outcompete all of these other guys who've got a more valuable pick by where they sit. So the Chiefs throw in a future pick or something to sweeten
just to move up one spot.
Yeah,
just to move up one spot. Yeah.
And Nick is totally cool with doing it because he doesn't fall in love with any of these hoes.
That's exactly. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. All right. Speaking of the Texans, they had a player in for a visit yesterday, which is getting an interesting reaction from the team that this player has been playing for the last few years. I always love seeing that. And should the Texans be kicking tires on any of these guys in this particular free agent market? We will discuss that coming up next. But I want to tell you guys right now about Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew Gold, I'm telling you.
Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Payne and Pendergast with you here. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Martin Emerson Jr. is the name of a cornerback, Seth. Played for the Cleveland Browns the last few years. Texans had him in for a visit yesterday.
2 days ago.
Is it 2 days ago? Okay, yes, 2 days ago. And he had an Achilles injury last year, and he's coming off of that Achilles injury. Sounds like he left without a deal with the Texans, but he was in the building the other day.
Yeah, well, it was interesting just because the news came on the same day that yesterday the Browns signed Miles Bryant. Yeah. And it almost felt like it could have been one of these yet another trade between the two organizations. Even though it wouldn't be a trade, it would be free agency. He was a solid cornerback on a really good defense for a couple of years for the Browns.
Started a bunch of games, right?
Yeah, he started 33 games over the course of 3 years. Missed all of last year with an Achilles tear. Would have been their third cornerback last year. But he's 6'2". He's a big dude. He's not blazingly fast or anything, but he's the kind of guy that has to make up for it with his size. I'm just kind of curious if this is the kind of meeting you have with a guy before the draft. You check in on him with his Achilles tendon and see how he's doing. We know that, by way of the Cam Akers experiment, that Nick isn't as scared off by Achilles tendons as maybe some other people are.
That's a good point, yeah.
But the fact that he's 6'2", especially, and he's a cornerback coming in off Achilles, you wonder if, all right, maybe he transitions to safety at some point. So it's not an earth-shattering visit or news or anything, but it is an interesting one. And it's a kind of thing where if the Texans don't end up picking up an extra cornerback or somebody in the draft that maybe they'd like to, maybe you end up seeing a signing after the draft with somebody like him.
Yeah,
Emerson, not Everson. I said Everson 4 times yesterday. Emerson.
Did you happen to catch any Cleveland reaction to this? I always like to see how the other market reacts.
By and large, it seemed like most people had just kind of resigned that he was leaving, and they like him. They don't look at him like he's a linchpin to the organization or anything.
Yeah.
But he also, from a Texans perspective, he did well in a Jim Schwartz defense, and there's a lot of similarities between the way Jim Schwartz operates his defense and the way the Texans operate their defense. So that part of it I think is probably intriguing too. Matt Burke got his start under Jim Schwartz.
Right.
And probably, likewise, maybe he's had some conversations with Jim Schwartz about him.
Did you happen to tell any people about what the Miles Bryant experience is going to be like in Cleveland?
I did not.
Yeah.
Other than he's what he is. He's a versatile backup that can come in and give you reps. I like Miles Bryant. If you were ever expecting more out of him, then you might feel like he was a disappointment.
Yeah, that's right. He's fine for what he is, guy. For me, yeah.
He's a good guy to have on your team.
He's fine for what he is. On that defense with the Texans, he got attacked a lot because there's no other place to attack on that defense.
Yeah.
This was Adam Schefter yesterday on his podcast that he does with Ty Schmidt. He does it weekly with Ty Schmidt's one of McAfee's guys. And Schefter was laying out, wow, you don't see this many big names in a marketplace like this very often at this particular position.
If you're a team that needs a wide receiver right now on April 7th, Ty, and I would imagine we may get a little bit of movement on this leading into the draft. As we tape this, all of these players are free. But check out the decorated list of names at the wide receiver position as we get closer to the draft later this month in Pittsburgh. Ready? Deebo Samuel, Jawan Jennings, Tyreek Hill, Odell Beckham Jr., DeAndre Hopkins, Stephon Diggs. That's a decorated list of free agent wide receivers still on the street, still looking for work. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw a couple of these names added to teams right before the draft. Somebody trying to get some reinforcements right before the draft to take off some of the need that they have at the receiver position. But my point also is that you rarely get to April and see 6 huge names at the receiver, any position, still sitting out there.
Seth, you know what Adam Schefter gets very excited about? going to see Chicago in concert. Going to see the Doobie Brothers at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. He's like, this is going to be
Odell Beckham Jr. What the hell,
this
dude?
is going to be a concert of the ages. Phil Collins,
Chicago with one of the original members.
Right.
On cymbals.
Phil Collins. Yeah. I was at a Phil Collins concert where they literally wheeled him out to the middle of the stage. Schefter is jacked for that concert right now.
Odell Beckham Jr., the most yards he's had in a season since the year 2000.
When was the last time he played?
Odell Beckham He played
Jr.
last year.
He did?
Or no, 24. Sorry, he didn't play last year.
Right.
What the hell is he talking about? In 2022, did not play. 2023, 35 receptions. 2024, 9 receptions. Didn't play last year. What the hell are you talking about, Shaq? There's the thing. His point is there's big names out there.
Big names.
But don't do it in that dramatic tone of voice
no,
and
Seth.
say Odell Beckham Jr. with the exact same tone of voice as all those other guys.
Jerry Rice is available right now.
Was Stefon Diggs the last guy he mentioned?
Last guy, yeah.
The most viable of the most relevant of any of those guys, other than Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, the weirdest. Okay, mixing Juwan Jennings in with that group though was kind of weird. Like Jennings is a nice player. These other guys he's naming are all like at one time all pros, you know? Like Deebo Samuel, Tyreek Hill, Odell Beckham Jr., DeAndre Hopkins, Stefon Diggs, Juwan Jennings. If your overall point is the big names that are out there, Jennings was the dumbest one to put in there. And yet he's probably the most viable as an asset to go sign if you're a team that's looking for a wide receiver. My question, Seth, should the Texans be kicking tires on any of these guys?
No, not right this moment. I think by virtue of that many named guys, there are a lot of lesser names that I'd be more excited about due to upside or what have you. Because, for one, half of those guys that he mentioned are on the backside of their career to an extreme degree. Deebo Samuel, he hasn't had he hasn't done much at all.
He was a disappointment in Washington.
Yeah, and he was a disappointment in San Francisco his last couple of years there, really ever since he got his big contract. So I think that for right now, the biggest unknown for the Texans is where exactly is Tank Dell in his rehab, and what are the chances realistically that he plays and contributes and maybe even gets back to the peak version of himself. But until you have some clarity on Tank Dell, there's no reason to bring all of those huge names out there in, because then all of a sudden you got a wide receiver room that's too crowded. And they can go out and find guys. I guarantee you can find 20 other guys that are going to contribute more than Odell Beckham Jr.
For sure.
Sometime between now and training camp. And nobody even knows that Tyreek Hill is going to play this year.
Well, and I thought, among the other things I thought he got wrong is he was saying that we could see some activity with these names specifically in the weeks leading up to the draft. These are names that are going to wait and see what teams do at wide receiver in the draft before they go sign anywhere. And, oh, by the way, these are also names that probably don't feel like showing up at OTAs and minicamp as well.
Yeah.
You know, these are names that would normally sign like in June. These are largely older guys that he's naming here.
I'm offended also on behalf of did he mention DeAndre Hopkins?
He did. Yep.
Okay, all right. I missed the Hopkins.
Yeah,
I was hung up on the Odell Beckham Jr.
For those, here the Hopkins was right after OBJ. Here are the 6 names once again. If you're just getting in your car, Adam Schefter laid out what the free agent wide receiver market looks like, and he's smitten with the big names and the glitz and the glamour without having looked at any of their stats. Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, Tyreek Hill, Odell Beckham Jr., DeAndre Hopkins, Stefon Diggs. The thing that's interesting just locally here, Seth, those are 6 names. 4 of them have some sort of tie to the Texans. Deebo Samuel and Juwan Jennings were in the building with D'Amico in San Francisco, so he presumably has some level of intel on them. And then DeAndre Hopkins and Stefon Diggs are both guys that are former Texans. And, Diggs played for D'Amico Ryans. Hopkins never crossed paths with D'Amico. He was drafted 2 years after D'Amico had been traded to Philadelphia. But still, plenty of people know plenty of things about DeAndre Hopkins in the building there for sure.
Juwan Jennings would be an interesting one specifically if they all of a sudden got pessimistic about Tank Dell, or if one of the rookies or somebody else got injured, because as a third receiver or as a guy that can be used in the rotation, or maybe with untapped upside, whatever it might be, that would be an interesting one.
Yep.
But I think right now they've got too many guys that they actually like in the receiver room, in that they want to give opportunities to get reps. I think they want to see Jalen Noel get a lot more opportunities this year. That's the last place right now that I would be concerned about. And then what are you doing? What are you going to do? Bring in Odell Beckham Jr. for veteran leadership or something?
No.
What the hell are you talking about, Schefter?
No. Well,
why did you put Odell Beckham Jr. in that conversation?
Well, I mean, some team might bring in Odell Beckham Jr. There's 32 teams, and there's a lot of dumb ones out there.
Even it's not necessarily dumb. Just if you want to bring him in for a specific reason or something, but it's not a huge mystery that Odell Beckham Jr. is out there on the. That's like saying Jerry Rice is out there.
I just said Jerry Rice a few minutes ago. Yeah. Steve Largent's out there too, man. Charlie Joyner is out there. Is Charlie Joyner still alive? Look it up. If he is, he's out there.
Tom Coughlin was a receiver at Syracuse.
He's out there. Sign him. He brings leadership to the wide receiver room.
Yeah, if you want a player coach on your
special kind of leadership to that wide receiver room.
I actually saw there was a picture that just came across my timeline yesterday of him wearing coaching gear. I think at a Syracuse practice or something. He must have been visiting. Yeah.
So did he go? Did he go to Syracuse?
He went to Syracuse. He was a teammate of Jim Brown.
Wow.
And he was a receiver. I wasn't joking about that.
Yeah, no, I believe
you. But he lives up. He moved back to his hometown, which is up near Syracuse.
Okay.
And he must have been visiting.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool seeing him in the coaching gear.
Yeah, that's cool. Text message, base power text line. Didn't we hear that this NFL draft is really deep at defensive tackle? This goes back to our mock draft in the previous segment. Wouldn't it make sense to wait on defensive tackle and try to get an offensive lineman with your 28th pick? I always feel like that's getting a little too cute. I'm always like, whatever. If you think the guy is the best guy on the board right there and it's a position where you need a guy, take the guy.
No, but also knowing the way that Caserio operates, where he doesn't tend to fall in love with one particular player, at least not other than like a Will Anderson or somebody like that. He talks about bands of players, and I think in specific position groups, defensive tackle there are a lot of guys that look like, hey, these are guys you would take at the top half of the second round.
Yep.
And there's a really good chance that that's exactly what happens. I could see Caserio completely saying, we'll see what happens and either trade back. It doesn't have to be an either-or situation. I think that it might be possible that he trades back into the top of the second round and they take an offensive lineman and a defensive tackle with their first pick in the second round and the 38th pick that they already have.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. It's a Wednesday. Yep. No, I'm sorry. I was looking at something in the rundown. Dawn Staley, just to close the book on this from the Pettycast yesterday, because if you're a listener at this time, you're probably a Pettycast listener, because we had played Gino Auriemma's apology to Dawn Staley for practically accosting her after the semifinal game in the women's basketball tournament. Dawn Staley put out a statement yesterday, Seth, and I had a response to it on Twitter, and I'm curious to see what you think, because we had asked, have the two of them, Gino and Dawn Staley, interacted at all other than just Gino putting out a written apology to her because he was mad that she didn't shake his hand before the game, which she actually did shake his hand before the game. Dawn Staley said this yesterday in a statement. With the college women's basketball season behind us, it's time to move forward and close the chapter on how our semifinal game with UConn ended. I spoke with Gino, and I want to be clear. I have a great deal of respect for him and what he's meant to the game. One moment doesn't define a career. It doesn't change the impact he's had on growing women's basketball. The standard at UConn is what it is because of him, and that's something this game has benefited from. So I'm asking everyone, this is Dawn Staley, I'm asking everyone to turn the page. Let's refocus on what matters most, continuing to elevate our game, creating opportunities, and pushing it forward. That's always been my mission, and it's not changing, end quote. My response to this was, I've never been more interested in women's basketball than I was over the last week or so with all this Dawn Staley, Gino Auriemma stuff.
Yeah.
It added some juice for me.
Yeah. I guess if you're one of the all-time great coaches or whatever, anything in a college sport, you're probably not all that keen on what we need is more. Well, we need more WWE-style stuff to bring attention to the sport.
I'm just saying I disagree with her. I think you did a hell of a job growing the sport last week.
I think this is a Machiavellian move by her, whether intentionally or unintentionally, where she now looks like the much bigger person than Gino Auriemma.
Well, you know what's...
And this is her emphatically slamming down her hand and saying, yep, sorry about it, Gino.
Yeah.
I'm going to be gracious as hell about all this.
You know what's funny? Gino then put out another statement after Don Staley's
They're going to try
statement.
to out-grace each other.
They're going to try to out-statement each other, yeah. He talks about how they spoke yesterday morning about the game last Friday, apologized to her staff, and her team. I've lost more games in the Final Four than any coach in history. That's kind of a flex right there by him.
Yeah. Don Staley is now going to release a statement saying, not only do I think Gino Auriemma is a great guy, but I would, I've now made him godfather to my children. Yeah. And if anything should happen to me, I trust him to raise them in the proper way.
Right. And then Gino puts out a statement saying Don Staley is now the executor of his estate.
Yeah.
Like they just keep trying to one-up each other. Soon they'll be married. Soon they'll be in a hot tub together in Sedona, Arizona.
That's what's going to happen. It's the only way this thing ends.
That's where it ends. Yeah, it's the only place this whole thing can end. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Coming up next, the story that dropped yesterday in the NFL, draft-related, that to me, I can't believe this is being treated as a big deal when it comes to the NFL draft. And will Mel Kiper ever learn? That's the other question I have. We'll have that for you coming up next. But AI, let's talk a little AI right now. Let's talk a little Bridgehead.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, Seth, I'm doing a little bit of research here to see if this is still a story from yesterday. Okay, it's not a headline on ESPN main page anymore. Is this a headline on the NFL page? I'll get to what I'm talking about here in a second. Yep, there it is. Right after Dexter Lawrence not showing up at the Giants offseason workouts, right after Steve McMichael, Hall of Famer, it revealed that he died several months ago, that he had CTE. Number 3 story, Fernando Mendoza not planning to attend the NFL draft. This had people feeling a certain kind of way, man, that Fernando Mendoza is not going to grace the NFL draft with his presence. He's the first number 1 overall pick who will not be attending the draft since Trevor Lawrence in 2021. Lawrence.
Oh, God. I was expecting to hear something from, 1987 or something back when the draft wasn't a big deal at all. What?
Yeah.
This. People getting upset about him deciding not to go to the draft, and I'm not a huge Fernando Mendoza fan.
Yeah.
I think I'm actually going to be sick of him within a few years. But I think that, this, trying to act like something that the league does to try to basically make more money on their broadcasts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's something that has nothing to do with the actual player or team itself. Acting like somehow this is now this is a responsibility of the guy who's going to be picked number 1 overall in the draft. I feel like these are all suckers. These are all suckers for marketing. They're like, oh, wait a second, the NFL tells me this is a big deal and that these guys are need to be here for the draft. So yeah, I need those guys to be there for the draft because that's a duty of early picks in the draft.
Look, I mean, to peel back the curtain a little bit, there's times in this line of work that we're in where we take certain things and we go, okay, well, let's try to make a topic out of this. Maybe it's a light news day. Let's make a topic. I just can't bring myself to make a topic out of Fernando Mendoza staying at home with his family for the draft. I'm really surprised that this is as not just newsworthy, because it is news. He's not going to be there. So it's something worth reporting. I just don't like the over-the-top reactions to it. To me, are just wild.
I think, though, for the most part, you and I, if we think that it's not anything worth actually getting excited about, we just make fun of it.
Yeah.
Which is now I'm making fun of the people who are upset about
That's exactly
Fernando
right.
Mendoza not going to the draft.
That's exactly what we're doing. I was listening to the show before ours. The Drake Toll, who was on before us with Westwood One, he went 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
Fernando Mendoza not going to the draft and what it might mean. I'm going,
that's like 7 hours in real people time.
It is a conversion chart. That is a lot of time.
That's like working a day digging ditches.
That's
12 minutes on this.
Hey.
And yeah, we can try to go 13. With Fernando Mendoza, this is the part where if I try to see the other side of the coin, there's going to be a lot of Raiders fans at the draft. Or at least maybe there would have been, who might have gone specifically because they thought they were going to get Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
So are you letting those fans down, the ones who have already bought the tickets, the ones who are already all amped up and ready to go and excited?
Yeah, maybe so. I guess. The draft is in Pittsburgh, so I don't know how many people are making that cross-country trip. You know?
That's true, and Raiders fans are everywhere. Yeah. So, it's a regional trip, the ones that I don't know. The draft, actually, that is one thing I'll say the NFL has done a good job of. The actual draft parties themselves, those look like something I want to go to.
Well,
those look fun.
The musical acts, they announced the musical acts for the Pittsburgh one.
Yeah.
And none of them are on night 1. It's night 2 and day 3. Night 2, Wiz Khalifa and Bret Michaels are both playing the big draft party there. They both have ties to the area. I chat GPT'd this. Wiz Khalifa is like born and raised, reps Pittsburgh hard, black and yellow, everything else. Bret Michaels grew up in Butler, PA, which is about 30 or 40 miles away from Pittsburgh, so he's a bit of a phony. And then Kane Brown, the country singer, is playing on April the 25th. He was born in Pittsburgh, but that's about it. He grew up primarily in Georgia and Tennessee.
Wait, is it Bret Michaels, the Poison singer?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, where's he from?
Butler, PA.
Okay.
Yeah. Why? What's
I'm just surprised that he's like that level of celebrity that they would be putting him on the marquee or anything for.
Yeah,
is
man.
he still out there performing?
They made a big announcement. They had him on Good Morning Football the day they made this announcement. Yeah.
Has he had a comeback of some sort?
I don't know.
Is he famous again?
I don't know. Adam Schefter probably is a big fan of his. You know, with Brett Michaels' best days being like 20 years ago.
Brett Michaels, I just kind of look at as a shameful part of my youth when I was too young to know how awful that music was. That like passed for. I thought that was heavy metal.
Okay.
I was that stupid as a 6th grade kid.
Well,
you know?
it sounds like then if you were to go to the draft party in Pittsburgh, you would not be as enthused as it seems like you were 3 or 4 minutes ago about draft parties in general, because Brett Michaels is a big part of this one, man.
I would enjoy watching him.
Yeah.
Butler, PA is pretty close to Pittsburgh. That's just outside of Pittsburgh. So you called him a fraud, didn't you?
ChatGPT told me it was 30 or 40 miles outside of Pittsburgh. So I said, yeah, he's a little phony, 30 or 40 miles outside. He's not in the heart of the city like Wiz Khalifa, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Western PA is, I gotcha. It's not like closer to Cleveland or anything.
Yeah.
I think that despite missing out on the chance to watch Brett Michaels play the worst version of hair metal there ever was.
Yes.
Despite catchy songs, don't get me wrong. They were great to slow dance to at junior high dances. But I'm a fan of draft prospects who don't look at being drafted like they've actually done something, that this is just the start of a process, and that Fernando Mendoza has probably already got his day after the draft planned for his workout, traveling to Las Vegas and all those other things. I like guys that just want to get down to business.
Okay, and that's Fernando Mendoza is that. I know you said you may not like him a few years from now, but he is that guy. Like, he's not going to the draft. He's already studying the Coop Shanistan offense.
Oh, no. I think he's a very, very mature kid.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot to like about him. It's his whole motivational speaker stuff.
Sure.
It doesn't weather well if you don't end up being a good quarterback. It gets really – remember, it reminds me of is when Nick Foles was giving a lesson to the people in Jacksonville about how winning football games didn't actually matter all that much.
Oh, that's right.
You remember he was encouraging them to remember the important things in life and not these silly football games. I mean, I'll keep collecting my paycheck.
Yeah.
But, you guys, just don't worry about it, okay?
You mean the same Nick Foles? That was the same Jacksonville team that unnecessarily overpaid him money so that the locker room would respect him? That Nick Foles? Yeah.
Because nobody respects anybody more than a quarterback who's overpaid in a locker room, yeah.
Do you want to hear Mel Kiper's comp for Fernando Mendoza?
Is it Nick Foles?
It's not Nick Foles. No, it's not. It's classic Mel Kiper, though. Here is Mel Kiper on ESPN this week saying this is his comp for Fernando Mendoza.
What are some of the comps for Mendoza? What do you expect to see him coming out the gate early this season?
Yeah, it's interesting because what did Atlanta have? They had Kirk Cousins and they drafted Michael Penix Jr. Right now, Kirk Cousins goes there and they're drafting Fernando Mendoza. I think what you look at with Fernando is a cross between Peyton Manning and Matt Ryan. I'm not a comp guy because we always comp them to the great guys, but I see a little Peyton in him. I see a little Matt Ryan in him. And keep in mind, people think he's a one-year wonder. He's not. He is not. At Cal, he was a really good quarterback behind a bad offensive line. That's why he was sacked 41 times. He knew he had to get the ball out quicker, and he improved on that number dramatically with Indiana when he got a little bit more help. But people back in August, guys, that were only had Cal tape to go on, that's all I was looking at, had him as a first-rounder. In fact, some had him as a mid-first-rounder. So that was going into the year. So this notion that Indiana made him what he is, yes, they made him the number one pick. But this notion he was a third, fourth-round pick is garbage.
Okay.
Garbage.
The thing that's going to upset me about this year's draft is that the person that Mel Kiper seems to be in love with, he seems to really love him, some Fernando Mendoza, almost to a Shador level for Mel Kiper. There's zero chance, barring him, robbing a liquor store or something like that for Fernando Mendoza, that he's going to slip in the draft and we're going to get angry Mel Kiper for 3 days. I really enjoyed that last year.
Yeah, the odds just went down to minus 20,000 to 1, I think. So if you want to spend $20,000 to win $100,
yeah, it's crazy.
That's where the smart money is.
You're betting on crime at that point. Like, maybe you'll get arrested. You
better, even people who have money to burn they'd rather burn it and get some. They'd actually rather literally burn the money to at least get some clicks on social media than they would spend $20,000 to win $100.
Yeah, man. A cross between Peyton Manning and Matt Ryan.
The thing that is going to be really annoying to me is that, for one, and Kuiper's doing it a little bit here, it's that people largely aren't saying, no, okay, he's not an awesome quarterback, and that means he's an awful prospect. That's not what people are saying. People are just saying the very plain and obvious that, man, as quarterback prospects go, if it was another year, he might be the third or fourth quarterback.
He's ordinary. For a number one pick, he's ordinary.
In these days, lots of guys get drafted in the first round. So the third and the fourth round stuff or whatever that he was talking about, I think that's pretty plain and obvious, and it's not all that scintillating a take. The thing that's annoying to me are the people, because this happens every year, is, guys, he won a national championship. Well, ignoring guys like J.J. McCarthy and Stetson Bennett and Jake Coker and Cardale Jones and various other quarterbacks who have won a national championship. I don't care about your national championship.
No.
I am impressed by the manner in which he did it and all of that.
Yep.
So I just don't, like, this isn't even specific to Mendoza. The vast majority of time anymore, if you're a quarterback taken in the first round, you don't end up being an impressive NFL quarterback.
That's correct.
And it's likely that he's not going to be all that impressive. That's where I think his shtick is going to start to wear on me. I don't need motivational speaker Fernando Mendoza when he's at the helm of a 4-win football team and struggling himself. That's how I get with CJ.
Right.
When times are good, I like the philosophical side of CJ.
Yeah.
When times are bad, I don't want to hear lessons in philosophy from a 24-year-old. That's where I am with it.
Where are you on Diego Pavia, the possibly undrafted, soon-to-be undrafted quarterback from Vanderbilt who was a Heisman finalist this past year?
I'm pulling for him.
You are?
Yeah.
Diego Pavia.
He's got a dark side.
He's got a dark side.
He's not even aware. He's vaguely aware that he's got a dark side, but he doesn't quite understand that he's got more work to do.
Basically pimped out his mom to that influencer from Nashville. Who's the guy? The streamer from Nashville. I'll look it up while we're playing some audio.
Yeah, I have zero clue what
this
you're
is.
talking about.
I know you know who this is because you'll recognize the name. But this was John Gruden had Diego Pavia on his QB room. The stream on Barstool, and this is John Gruden just getting off to Diego Pavia, giving you snaps and audibles here.
Elk, 14 elk.
Love it.
14 elk. Silva's hot.
And what if I got the Albuquerque Flash?
Here we go. We got DPLA.
Oh, yeah.
DPLA.
Oh, I love
it. I mean, Gruden, they only showed him from the chest up. He was ranting and raving like his pants were around his ankles listening to Diego Pavia give out that snap.
He had said something in that interview about how he doesn't have an agent because he doesn't want to give up 5 to 10% of his
I've got
earnings.
that. Do you want that? I've got that.
Yeah, play
right
that
here.
because there's a real big issue with that.
Yep.
You know I'm coming back. Let's find a fair number that I could come back for. And so we worked it out. And
now, are you representing yourself or do you have an agent?
No, I'm representing myself.
Wow.
Yeah. So I didn't think it was fair that someone was going to represent me and take 5 to 10%.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody taking my money. I'll tell you that.
It's unbelievable for a young guy to be able to do this, man.
No,
I mean, this is great, man.
He hadn't done anything yet.
Here's the thing. For the NFL side of things, for the contract negotiation, the agents aren't allowed to make more than 3%.
There's a max, yes. Yeah.
But now, if he was talking about the entertainment side of things, or for sponsorships and everything, that's
Don't
different.
give him the benefit of the doubt. He might be dumb, Seth.
I'm worried that I am all for guys representing themselves if they're smart enough to do it. Like Laramie Tunsil is Laramie Tunsil is smart enough to do it, and also is smart enough to know that he doesn't have an agent, but he has people help him.
Yeah.
The NFLPA, St. Omni, all those other, there's resources that he uses.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's acting like he can just go. I feel like Diego Pavia might be the kind of guy that thinks, nope, it's just going to be me and the GM one-on-one, and I'm going to take. I've watched a lot of movies of guys negotiating.
Time to play chess. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Theo Vaughn, by the way.
Theo Vaughn.
Theo Vaughn,
okay.
comedian. I said streamer, comedian, Theo Vaughn. Yeah.
They're all streamers these days.
He basically said, I forget what the bet was, but Diego Pavia basically said, if this, then you can go on a date with my mom. Mom's very attractive.
You're correct, by the way. No, Theo Vaughn is more of he's a streamer who does stand-up comedy, but he's not
Okay, good. Good. I feel good.
Or I guess, what do you even call anybody anymore? Everybody does everything.
ChatGPT calls him a comedian. The texters are calling him a comedian. So, whatever.
Okay.
Theo Vaughn is who I was referring to.
I've seen his stand-up, and he does. He's a funny guy on the internet who does stand up because people pay to see him, but he's not. To call him a comedian is an insult to actual comedians.
I knew you knew who he was. I just couldn't remember his name. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here on the show. Let's circle back to the Astros. We haven't commiserated together with the 8 o'clock hour audience, so let's do that. The big news for the Astros, this might end up being the biggest news of the year for the Astros. The Hunter Brown news from yesterday. What does the timeline look like? We'll take inventory of this pitching staff. We'll do that coming up next. Hopefully Hunter Brown is sleeping well at the very least. His shoulder may hurt, but if he snores,
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Just rolling along on a Wednesday here. Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to the Astros here for the 8 o'clock crowd. We hit it in the 6 and the 7. This is big news. This is easily the biggest news for the Astros so far this year. And honestly, hopefully it's the biggest news item of the season, because then it means we haven't had more injuries like the one that we're talking about with Hunter Brown. But Hunter Brown diagnosed with a grade 2 shoulder strain yesterday. He, according to the team, will, quote, refrain from throwing for a few weeks, which doesn't mean he's coming back in a few weeks. It means that at some point when he's able to do things again, he's going to be doing exercises and band work, and Seth will eventually get news that he's playing catch, right? That'll be a milestone.
The long toss.
I miss the days of hearing that a guy played catch. We'll get news that he's throwing on flat ground. Pretty much go back and review any Lance McCullers rehab from the last 3 or 4 years. You can get all the milestones as to what's going on with guys. Yeah,
if all you do is go back and watch Lance McCullers interviews, you get a pretty good feel for what goes on and what the progressions are in the rehab. Because Lance is always super cool about being very detailed with it. You know what? It's one of the things I think people should allow themselves to feel good about with Lance McCullers. He's the only person in the organization who's very transparent about rehab and injuries and everything else.
That's true.
Because he's got so much experience doing it. At the very least, he gives us information.
Yep, he does. So it's going to be a while. June, I have no idea. Like, it's the Astros, so we have no clue. The only thing they're saying, he's not going to throw for a few weeks. And then it's a grade 2 shoulder strain, which does involve some degree of tearing of the muscles back there. So it's going to be a longer recovery than I think we hoped when we first. Joe Espada, I'm not blaming Joe for this. He tries to put an optimistic face on everything. But when he first had to speak about this Hunter Brown thing, Seth, he did say, Hunter didn't seem too concerned about it. Okay.
We know that. Yeah. Like, there's nobody who pays attention heard that and thought, oh, okay, it's probably no big deal.
He'll be back in 15 days exactly. Yeah.
Because, he said, what's his name? The one pitcher that got the UCL that he said, like 2 days before we found out he got the Tommy John surgery, he said he's not in pain anymore, so that's good. He's made progress.
I lost track of all those guys. I don't know which one you're talking. I remember.
It was, who got the side-by-side UCLs? They got them both at the same time. In my mind, I always had them in the same operating room.
I think it was Urquidy and Garcia.
Okay.
That were there because Javier was 2024. I think the two of them were in 2023.
And they got them on the same day.
Yeah, I think it was.
I choose to believe that it was in the same operating room.
I choose to believe they got a group rate on it. Actually, you could get one Tommy John surgery for $20,000, but if you get two, it's $35,000.
As a team, the Astros might have that deal going.
They should.
They've probably gone back to the table at some point and said, "Hey, can we get a punch card or something here?"
Right. Like Subway.
6 Tommy John, and John is free.
Ooh, one more, and we get a free Tommy John.
They walk into the hospital, and the orthopedic surgeon is like, "Hey, good news.
Yeah.
Do you want to use your points for this purchase?
Right.
Or do you want to I'll hold on to them?" I always feel like a big shot when I'm at 7-Eleven, and they ask if I want to pay for my purchase with points. And I'm like, I'm going to hold on to those.
Yeah. Oh, here, I got the card. No, this is Jimmy John's. No, here's my Tommy John's. Here we go.
Do you want to donate it to charity? No. You've gone too far.
We're going to need this. So this is what it looks like now. Okay, let me back up. This Christian Javier start, I get it. It's one of 162. But feeling better about Christian Javier when we come in to do the show tomorrow, Seth, would be a welcome surprise tomorrow, especially given the fact that the Astros are about to go to a 6-man rotation starting on Friday against the Mariners. Tatsuya Imai is going to start presumably on Friday.
If they've been this good with 5, imagine what they'll do with 6.
Can you even imagine?
They're going to be 20% better than they already are.
Wait till they go to an 8-man rotation.
Their ERA could be 20% higher.
That's right, and it will be. But this is the problem. You've got no ace. So Hunter Brown is out. Your next two top-line guys that I think people feel best about, Mike Burrows and Tatsuya Imai. Burrows still very inexperienced, and Tatsuya Imai is going to pitch his third game as a big leaguer on Friday. those are your top two guys right now in your rotation. And then you've got Lance McCullers, who's got one really good start this year, and then another one that was less good. You've got Christian Javier, who has been awful in his 2 starts this year. And that's it for guys who pitched for the team this year. We're at 4, and you don't feel good about even 3 of them probably. And you got to find 2 more amongst the Arrighettis, the Jason Alexanders, the Colton Gordons, cobbling together 3 relievers, a 3-headed reliever game. This
Sean,
is harrowing.
Let's think on the positive side of things, though.
Okay.
There's multiple pitchers in the organization right now that have below a 12.96 ERA. I mean, they've got 3 that have that or above. So Christian Javier with a 12.96 ERA. Yeah. Munoz, who's DFA, but he was 15.75. And then your favorite player,
Brian Abreu. 23.63.
There you go.
Yep.
23.63.
Yep.
The guys, okay, if the average MLB pitcher is at about a 4 ERA, they do have a few. See if you can name them off the top of your head.
Oh, okay. How many are there? Is it a long
5
list?
or 6.
Okay,
yeah.
so the guys are then okay. I like
not all stars. Some of those are relief.
That's
the
okay.
starters are
That's okay. Sub 4 ERAs on the Astros.
Go with the starters first.
Lance McCullers.
Boom, 3.27.
Emi's not below 4 right now.
No, but he's close. He's 4.32.
I knew he's 4 something. So Lance McCullers, Hunter Brown, who's not,
doesn't count, but
who's
yeah,
out for 2 months, but he's got an ERA below 4. That's it for the starters, I believe. The rest are relievers.
Cody Bolton, 3.68.
Cody Bolton's kind of a starter. Okay, so Cody Bolton is he's had 1 relief appearance and then 1 start. So Cody Bolton is 3. I would say that Brian King has been very good this year.
Yeah, Brian King's at a 1.69.
Yeah, Brian King's been very good this year. Is Okert below a 4 right now?
Okert's at a 5.4.
Okay, it doesn't feel that way. I feel like Okert's had some.
He had.
He may have had a rough
night.
outing.
Yeah, the other when. Yeah.
Gave up a bunch of runs. That can happen with relievers. You can have 1 bad outing and your ERA goes to hell in a handbasket. All right, so I've got 4. Is Roa? Is he?
Roa, yeah. Roa's at a 3.0.
Okay. Give me the last
Santos is at 0.0.
He's pitched 1 inning. It's
okay. He's at a
0.0.
0.0.
And that's it.
Yeah. He doesn't qualify.
Is that the entire list right there?
You know what? Kaiwei Tang is still at a 2.84.
Tang's been good. Tang's been very good.
He's really. It's like the only time he gives up solo home runs, and but by and large, I'm cool with it.
I feel like a lot of the damage has been done to the team's ERA by. I say Abreu, but he's only really pitched like 3 innings all year. He's just given up so many runs.
Yeah.
And Javier and the first couple starts that Ime and Burrows had. And Burrows had.
Tang is an interesting one because it is. He's got 2 earned runs, and they were both those solo home runs.
Yeah.
And other than that, I've been pleased.
One of those was at the game I was at against the last game against the Red Sox. They were up 6-2, and he gave up a solo home run. Tang's been good. That's been a good pickup. We're getting
Justin
a lot of
Verlander taught me to appreciate the solo home run.
Yes,
that to be there's a certain art and a science and a savvy to I can take my chances with nobody on base, and every now and then you let up
it happens. Collateral damage. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. All right, so C.J. Stroud made some waves on social media over the last few days. What's real or not real in shaping our emotions here about C.J. Stroud's offseason? Something showed up on social media that has people feeling a certain kind of way. That is coming up next. Now, want to tell you guys about BetterHelp. And BetterHelp, you've
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so what's real or not real in the things that have been happening with C.J. Stroud this offseason so far? And I'd say this with nothing salacious or anything like that.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
What?
I just ran across a string of posts of various people saying that they would never have relations with an NFL coach for information. So it's like this guy, Wesley Steinberg.
He's funny.
Yeah. It's people joking about it.
Yeah.
I like to go through the exercise of thinking which NFL Nugget hussies like Schefter or Ian Rappaport or Peter Strager
How
or whomever
far
else
would they
totally
go?
would if the opportunity were there.
Would you be filmed in a hot tub shirtless with Mike Vrabel if it meant getting the nuggets from the Patriots first before
Jay
anybody
Glazer
else?
pretends to be friends with all of them
Oh,
and
yeah.
then gets put out. Remember, he was all upset that – who was the player?
Aaron Rodgers.
That's right.
Not
he was all upset
returning
that
his
Aaron
calls.
Rodgers didn't give him a tip or anything.
No, he's not even returning his calls.
Yeah. Thought we were friends.
Oh.
Like, all right, dude, you're walking a fine line here between aren't you supposed to be a reporter of some sort?
Yes. So C.J. Stroud's offseason, Seth, the things that we know about C.J. Stroud, I guess we'll start with what's been getting a lot of attention over the last couple days. It looks like C.J. Stroud has some new ink.
He has a new tattoo on his chest, as far as we can tell.
Yeah.
I think it's new. I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody took a picture with him, and you can see that. I tried to zoom in on it. I couldn't tell what it was at all. So maybe somebody else has more clarity on that. But he's just got some kind of a chest tattoo.
I wonder if maybe now he's joined like the Polynesian bloodline players and gotten one of those. They have like those tattoos that cover their whole arm and chest, like The Rock has one. You got
to do it, and if you do it the traditional way, it's a long ordeal. Where they do it with, like, they sharpened shells that they pound into you and everything.
Yeah, a lot of wrestlers
I doubt
have
it.
that. Yeah,
I would
probably
say
not.
I doubt it.
Probably not.
This is the only thing I don't like. I don't like when guys get they get anesthesia for it. And it's not because I don't think they're tough or anything. I just feel like, man, anytime you're dabbling with general anesthesia, you run a risk of things going haywire. And so I get nervous about that.
There's been a trend on social media, like over the last few months, for whatever reason is getting algoed to me lately.
Yeah.
The ones I remember are Tank Dell and CeeDee Lamb, and there's probably others, but it's a specific Twitter account that goes, oh, look at this back tattoo that he had to go under anesthesia for to get this full back tattoo.
Yeah.
And I remember one was Tank Dell, one was CeeDee Lamb, and I'm like, why am I getting this?
Well,
I don't have
Dak
any tattoos
Prescott
anywhere.
was one, too.
Was Dak one also? Okay, yeah. So there's that.
Which I get it. When I first heard about it, I was like, oh, come on, that's soft. And then somebody explained it to me, and I'm like, all right, I wouldn't be. It sounds like it's a pretty awful ordeal.
Yeah,
but again, I go back to, like, just don't go under anesthesia for anything you don't have to go under anesthesia
There
for.
you go.
As far as, so what I've seen with CJ and his chest tattoo is a whole lot of people railing against the people who don't like that CJ got a chest tattoo, but I don't feel like that's a thing anymore.
Why?
I don't think that there's
anybody...
I feel like the only people that really read too much into it are just trolling.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, boy, he got a tattoo. He couldn't be a quarterback at a Jesuit high school in 1995, I'll tell you that much.
Right. Yeah, if he got in a time machine, it'd be a big issue. But
this guy's not playing for Vince Lombardi. Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't really move the meter for me.
Okay, but as far as how we're feeling about CJ's focusedness and his offseason, so that moves you not now. I would be curious what the tattoo is of. Like if it's.
I'm guessing it's got some kind of biblical reference.
100%. There's something religious in there, right?
Yeah.
Like 100%. The chest tattoo.
I thought about getting some prayer hands just to, so if I ever get in trouble for one of the many awful things I've done, that I can maybe be like, hey, look, just
man.
point to it.
Yeah. God.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
Cops I see those all over prison.
It's true.
Good luck with that, buddy.
Yeah,
this is not working the way you thought it would work.
You get more when you go to prison. What about the haircut?
Haircut, I unabashedly lean into as a positive sign.
Okay.
Because a lot of times when you're making a change and you're trying a different mindset or what have you, a haircut is it's an indication of you having made a change, but also can be one of those self-fulfilling prophecies of just kind of, I'm going to look different, I'm going to conduct different. Not that I think CJ had to do anything, it wasn't like he was doing anything drastically wrong or anything, but if it's all part of honing his mindset and his focus and all of that, I'm cool with it.
So haircut,
and I think it's a better look for him.
I think it is too. I think he looks like he's got more energy. I think he's got kind of a, his face is shaped in kind of a long way. And I'm not saying he's ugly or anything like that. It's just everybody's face is shaped differently. When he would be sad during the season, it almost felt like both metaphorically and visually that the braids were kind of like,
it enhances the mopiness.
Yeah, it does. It enhances the mopiness.
You
and
want
I feel
to
like
fight the mopiness.
Right. He's got nothing below the ears. Yeah. Everything kind of cropped upward, and I think that raises his energy level and face.
Well, it's like when I try to talk Brandy into being cool with me growing my hair long.
Right.
She usually says, Seth, you've got a horse face. Well, it's the worst thing. You and Trevor Lawrence should not have long hair. She's like, you know how much you make fun of Trevor Lawrence? That's going to be me making fun of your long hair.
Exactly,
you horse-faced idiot.
That's true. You would have hair like Trevor Lawrence. Oh, you need to do this, man. You need to grow this out.
No, I'm going with I'm going to get my hair cut, but I'm going to grow the beard way long. I'm going to grow the beard until people are convinced that I am a home brewer.
Dallas Keuchel. Yeah, go Keuchel.
Or a welder.
Yeah. So haircut. Yes, you lean into that as being a positive. Chest tattoo, it sounds like you're neutral on right now.
One of these pictures, he's got a 5 o'clock shadow, too.
Do you like the 5 o'clock shadow?
I think he should grow a beard.
Okay.
If he can. I don't know.
I was just going to say.
He does look like the kind of guy who might not be able to grow a beard.
He's got kind of a baby face a little bit. Yeah.
But the beard helps with the baby face.
No, I know, but I mean like baby face.
Smooth. He's very smooth.
Skinned, I feel like it'd be very patchy. The beard he would grow. So chest tattoo, neutral. Haircut, yes. What
5
about
o'clock shadow? I think looks good on him.
5 o'clock shadow you want. You're seeking the you like the beard that he's got right now.
The 5 o'clock shadow I saw with him, it looks like Altuve 6 hours after he shaves.
Okay, yeah, it grows back quick.
Brandy, I noticed like last week that Altuve was clean shaven. And then I swear it was 2 days later, it looked like he had 2 weeks growth.
Grows fast. He got a little gray in there now, too.
That's right.
Little fleckles of gray for old Altuve in there right now. What about the workouts? Have you seen any of the footage of CJ or the still shots of him?
I've just seen him doing. He's been out working out with different people in California a lot, and I'm cool with that. That's not anything different than we've seen in the past.
No,
I don't get moved as much when I hear about him taking the Texans receivers on a trip somewhere. Just because I always question just how much value are you getting out of a trip to Canada or to Fashion Week or whatever, while also getting some workouts in on the side. I do think that he's always been good about throwing a lot in the offseason. Last year, the fact that he couldn't participate in OTAs and it sounded like it was because he'd been working out too hard in the weight room. That's what I don't want to hear this year.
Yes,
you're a quarterback, man. It's good. Yes, work on your muscle tone and flexibility and all those other things, but you hitting PRs in the bench press or something should be not in your brain space.
No.
That's not something quarterbacks need to worry about.
Nope. Yeah, I liked the one he did his rookie year where it was before he had even played a snap in the NFL, but that was the one where he had a documentary crew following him around.
Well, and he had guys out there to where he was working out at UCLA.
Yeah.
Right? It was UCLA?
It was in California. And it was UCLA. Yeah. It was definitely UCLA. You're right.
And it was kind of like it wasn't as big a deal necessarily. It wasn't traveling to some exotic locale. It was them coming to his hometown.
And they rented an Airbnb. Remember, it had a hot tub. Remember, he and Tank were hanging out in the hot tub together, and they went out to dinner, and Dalton Schultz was bonding with everybody, and that was before Dalton had played a snap for the Texans. I kind of like that. It made me feel good about the team that time. We haven't seen anything like that since then. All right, so overall, anything else that's helping shape our C.J. Stroud mood this offseason?
He's really been pretty radio silent.
And
he went to that charity event with the St. Brown event, right?
Yeah.
And he was there with David Montgomery, so that was cool to see.
That was nice to see, so that helps. I would say other than that, the silence actually is something that makes me feel good about the offseason.
Yeah, and he was pretty silent last year too. He hasn't, other than just that whirlwind post-rookie season where he was on a podcast a week and he was at the Whites party and all that other stuff. He's been pretty out of the public eye.
Yeah.
I would say by modern NFL quarterback standards, he's just, if anything, he's a little bit less in the public eye in the offseason than a lot of the guys.
I'll give him credit for the self-awareness, man. You know, like it's a pretty intoxicating thing when you get as much attention as he got after his rookie year.
Yeah.
And I think he could have easily done that again after his second year. It would have been tougher after this year, the way the playoffs ended, for him to be so in demand. But I think he's done a good job of dialing all that stuff back.
The most polarizing non-football specific thing that we had last year was him wearing the Mariners hat.
Oh,
and, like, that hasn't been an issue. He was every baseball cap he's seen since there was first a hullabaloo about that. Was it's been an Astros cap.
It has. He did a Yankee cap on one time. Also,
it was a Yankees and a Mariners, both in that same last year's training camp, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
He hasn't done that again.
No. Good job, CJ.
He wasn't. I did. It seemed like when I think Sarge asked him about that in a press conference, and he seemed genuinely ignorant of there even being any kind of controversy over it. I liked that because it seemed like, okay, if he had been on social media, he probably would have seen that there was a big conversation about that.
So you mean
if somebody would have added him or DM'd him or something. So I felt like it was evidence that he's staying off social media, and that once somebody told him, like, you're pissing off some of the fans, he was like, oh, okay, cool, I won't wear the hat.
Did he? Well, he was unaware of the outrage it caused.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember, was he unaware that we hate the Seattle Mariners here in Houston as well?
He didn't say anything about that. He just was unaware that there was outrage over his hat choice.
He needs to know we hate the Mariners, and we hate them a lot.
It'd be awesome if he got up and just tore into the Mariners.
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
That would be fun. We're still getting texts from people, Seth, asking about Dexter Lawrence, and should the Texans be in on Dexter Lawrence? And I think some people have seen the odds, and it's fueled them. The odds on Dexter Lawrence, Giants defensive tackle, who is one of, if not the best interior defensive lineman in the NFL, for now wants out of New York. He wants to be traded. He's got 2 years left on his contract. He wants more money. It's a lot of things that I don't know that the Texans have the stomach for when it comes to the contractual stuff, but I'm sure they've got much of a stomach for bringing on a great player. On the odds board, this is what it looks like for Dexter Lawrence's next stop if he were to get traded from the Giants. The favorite would be the Chargers at plus 500. Texans next at plus 700.
Yeah.
The other teams right after the Texans, Bengals plus 750, Titans plus 750, Patriots and Steelers both 8-1, and then the Rams at 9-1.
This is the problem. I would love to have Dexter Lawrence on this football team, and yet there comes a moment where you have to realize, gosh, if we wanted to spend all of our draft picks trading for every great player in the league right now and give them the contract they wanted, sure, we'd be a great football team. But you just can't do that, and prudence has to win out every now and then. I think right now, for what the Texans need, both on the offensive side of the ball, but then also with depth on the defense, I want those draft picks allotted and allocated for future Texans and younger players. And then when it comes to the money side of things, you're already paying Danielle Hunter big money on the defensive line. You're going to be paying Will Anderson big money, and that won't kick in cap wise for a couple of years, but still it would be too much to spend to take a defense that was already top 2 in the league last year and to add a luxury piece to it it would make you that much better. I just don't think it's the wisest way to spend your draft capital and your money right this moment. No. And also, on top of that, the dude agitates for a new contract every single year.
Yeah.
And that annoys me.
Yeah.
Like, he was agitating for a new contract a year after he signed the one that he's on right now. And I don't like having that drama in the building for a guy that he's awesome at what he does, but I also just want to be able to give a guy a paycheck and not have to worry about it for a couple of years at least.
I'll boil it down real simple. I think if you were to bring in Dexter Lawrence, forget about the draft pick that you'd have to give up for a second. Talking purely from a salary cap standpoint, if you're bringing him in, you've got to be okay with letting somebody like Kamari Lassiter walk in free agency.
Kamari Lassiter or Kalen Bullock?
Or Kalen Bullock. One of those two, you've got to be okay with one, or maybe both. Who knows? One. If CJ has a big year, I mean, we don't even talk lately about all these contracts and bring up CJ's name as what $60 million is going to do to that cap space in a few years. So there's that too. Look, My feeling on the interior of the defensive line, Seth, has been pretty much since D'Amico got here, is that they'll have a Pro Bowl level interior defensive lineman at some point. Again, I think they evaluate real well on that side of the ball, on the defensive side. They'll have a Pro Bowl caliber defensive lineman interior. Again, it's going to be somebody who they're drafting.
Yeah.
It's not going to be somebody they bring in like a Daniil Hunter or like trading for Stephon Diggs or something like that. It's going to be somebody they draft probably late in the first round or early in the second round who outplays their draft slot and becomes one of the best young interior defensive linemen in football.
And I'll tell you another thing, whether it's the offensive side or the defensive side of the ball, I don't know why there's just seems to be so much speculation or in some people's minds conviction that Kamari Lassiter is going to walk at some point, that the Texans wouldn't retain him. I would bet on him as being the least likely the Texans to let go. And this is where, so far, when we've seen the Texans let go of good players in free agency or let them walk or trade them away, let's talk about trading them away. Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, both good football players. Laramie Tunsil, a very good football player. They don't necessarily fit the swarm mindset. Kamari Lassiter is the swarm mindset to a T, and I think D'Amico and Caserio absolutely love him. I think he's one of the last guys they would ever let walk. I mean, Titus Howard came close when he strip-sacked Davis Mills that time.
That was
about the closest he looked to a swarmy
That was
defensive
swarmy.
player.
It would have been nice if it happened, against the other team or something like that.
Yeah.
That was cool.
That was really that was a clutch moment to be able to strip a quarterback like that in a moment like that.
It was big. I think Kamari Lassiter might be their favorite player. D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. Like if you were to ask them, put truth serum in them and say, who's your favorite?
I think it would be after. I think Will Anderson and then Kamari Lassiter.
I don't know, man. Like they bring up, D'Amico brings up Kamari unprompted as much as he brings up Will. And we played that audio yesterday of Kubiak talking about D'Amico, like didn't pop on, didn't pop at the combine in the workouts and the speed, but boy, the guy shows up on film. I feel like D'Amico and Kamari Lassiter are kindred spirits. That
you know what, too? Yeah, I think there is always you've got a soft spot in your heart for the guy that wasn't the slam dunk blue chip.
I think D'Amico does for sure.
Yeah, prospect, and Kamari Lassiter is that guy.
He loves them both, but any given day, it's like power ranking your kids. Any given day.
On any given day.
Yep. All right.
Who's DFA for you right now?
DFA for me? Well, I don't DFA. I don't DFA any of them. I would say, you know what? James is tops right now because he just got accepted for adaptive golf.
Yeah.
My son has cerebral palsy, for those who don't know, and he got accepted to play adaptive golf up in Illinois and Indiana. So I'm very proud of him for that. So and I think even Judy and Sammy would be cool with that power ranking right now. So, yeah, that's my number one.
Kind of bad people if they weren't.
They may have it.
Judy's always complaining about, James gets all the special treatment because he has cerebral palsy.
Right, I'm the fast one. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
No, that is really cool. So like, when your son has cerebral palsy,
yeah,
is that like there's when they're little, you're kind of watching every developmental step pretty closely, right? So anytime they achieve anything, it's reason for celebration.
Absolutely, because you don't know about speech, you don't know about walking, you don't know, and he has a twin sister who was perfectly healthy.
Kind of doing everything on the normal.
She's
timeline.
She's walking at 7 months or whatever, and now James is barely even pulling up on tables and things like that. So I'm sure we've got hundreds of parents out there that know about all that. Yeah, it's a wild experience. He's very, very high functioning. I mean, James has no speech issues. He walks a little bit of a weird gait. But he's a good golfer too, so that'll be fun.
I didn't even know that he had it until you hit me up for that sham charity when you were down on money.
That's not true.
You came to me.
5 people are going to hear that and think you're being serious.
Tears in your eyes, and you were like, "Yeah." And I said, "Yeah, I'd love to donate. Can you give me their nonprofit ID?" And you're like, actually, you just Venmo me,
and I'll handle it, Seth. Less administrative stuff you have to do.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, we've talked about the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini situation, we'll call it right now. If you're not up to speed on it, we'll get you up to speed. My question is a simple one. Who is dumber in this whole thing, Mike Vrabel or Diana Rossini? We will answer that question coming up next. I'll tell you one dumb thing, or one thing that's not dumb. The dumb thing would be to not go to
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
That's cool. We're getting some congrats to my son on the text page. That's nice. That's nice to see. Including Chris in the ATL says says awesome to hear about James. As a parent of a daughter with cerebral palsy, you're always celebrating the milestones, big or small, they achieve, and for good reason. I guess I need to hit up Seth for a sham charity too. LOL. To be clear, that never happened.
That never happened because I didn't allow it to happen. Just like Mike Vrabel never should have allowed his allegedly illicit affair with Diana Rossini to happen.
Yes, good segue there. Good segue. So if you've missed this story, if you've been under a rock the last 12 to 24 hours,
I think there are a lot of people that I would have missed this story if you hadn't told me about it.
Yeah. So page 6 on the New York Post had this story yesterday that last week when the owners' meetings were in Phoenix, prior to the owners' meetings, which began on Monday, so again, these are in Phoenix, there were pictures taken of Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the New England Patriots, and Diana Rossini, I would say the lead NFL newsbreaker for The Athletic. She's in that Rappaport Schefter world of breaking news. The two of them were spotted at an adults-only resort in Sedona, Arizona, the weekend before the owners' meetings. For a little geographical perspective, Sedona is a couple-hour drive from Phoenix, and it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. And from what Reggie just told me during the break, it is kind of a go-to place for a lot of people who are in those types of relationships.
Well, it's a very open-minded environment up there too.
Yes.
A whole lot of there's kind of a woo-woo element to it as far as on the alternative health side of things.
Yeah.
Eastern religion and then free living in general.
To the extent that Reggie said that he's, and I don't want to put words in Reggie's mouth. We can bring this up maybe during the toss, but almost like when you go to Sedona to these resorts, there's almost an understanding like, hey,
what happens in Sedona stays in Sedona.
Exactly verbatim what I said to Reggie. Yes,
okay.
There's sort of that understanding.
And they are in the pictures. Some of the pictures you see, they're on the private rooftop of an individual suite.
Yeah,
it's just not as private as maybe Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel thought
would have wanted it. Yeah, I mean, there's shots of them in a hot tub together. She's got a bathing suit on. He's shirtless in the hot tub, presumably with a bathing suit on down below. There were shots of them dancing together at night. The hug that they had when they presumably saw each other for the first time there looked far more intimate, at least in still shots, than a normal hug between two people who know each other professionally. We see that sometimes. People hug each other professionally sometimes.
Well, and they've got kind of like when they've been seen in public interviews together and everything, they almost have a flirty vibe about them.
Yes.
So I don't know that both those sides would claim that, hey, these are just still shots taken out of context. There's the sources that are trying to defend them are saying they were both there with their own friends and as part of a separate group. And yet the people at the hotel are saying that they never saw them with anybody else other than each other the entire time.
They've both put out statements themselves to the New York Post, completely dismissing this, saying it's ludicrous. What you've seen is an interaction between two people who have professional respect, blah, blah, blah. So they both denied it. Nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying it. And to me, the fact that Vrabel drove 2 hours Vrabel was in Phoenix on Friday at the ASU Pro Day.
Yeah.
Drove to Sedona and then they're all going back to Phoenix for the owners' meetings. This just something stinks.
If this was me, and let's say everything was just the way that Vrabel had claimed it was,
right?
My wife is not going to be happy with these pictures.
Me neither, man.
There's no, it's a bad look. And that's where it's just as we always say with players, man. You just keep yourself out of bad situations. If you're continually showing up with stuff like this, and Vrabel doesn't continually show up with stuff like this, and yet he's a very recognizable head coach of a team that was just in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And there's going to be people that are skewering Diana Russini over how unprofessional this is, unethical it is, et cetera, et cetera. And that's cool. I get it from the journalistic side of things. The bigger idiot in this by far is Vrabel. Because Vrabel because you know what? At the very least, you know what you're doing is you're being a schmuck for somebody that's going to use you for professional gain. And you're the guy who should know better at this point in your career after years and years of being first a big-time Ohio State football player, then a big-time NFL player, and you've been in the business forever, that of the two people that put themselves in a more compromising position, I think it was Vrabel here. I think Vrabel's the bigger schmuck.
110%, you're correct. And here's the other thing to me, is that if they're both going into this, whatever this weekend is, and who knows what precedes all this, that if what the relationship had looked like, if there is one, before this, is that they're going into this, and unless you don't care about your marriage, and obviously they both seem to care about their marriage because they're issuing vehement denials about this, then one of the questions you have to ask yourself is, okay, what are the chances I get caught? Right? Yeah. We're not going to some Airbnb on an island somewhere where there's nobody there and there's no cameras. You're at a resort. That's granted, it's an adults-only private resort, but everybody's got phones. Everybody can take a picture. All it takes is one person to post you on social media, and everybody else playing by the Sedona rules, and you're screwed. So if I'm each of those people asking me that question, like, okay, what are the chances? What could happen for me getting caught? The question becomes then, who's the more recognizable of these two people? And it's Vrabel by a mile.
Yeah.
He was the head coach of a team that played in front of 150 million people on television back in February. Casual people know who Mike Vrabel is. I would venture to say that maybe 10% of a normal Texans crowd at NRG Stadium on game day know what Diana Russini looks like.
Oh, Diana Russini.
Diana Russini, yeah. There is such a smaller chance of someone recognizing her than Mike Vrabel.
Well, especially when she's not all, made up in her sideline reporter gear and everything like that.
Yes.
Or not sideline reporter gear, but whatever. I think that
like Vrabel, real quick, Vrabel's a giant human being.
Right.
You look at him and go, that's somebody.
When Vrabel goes into a restaurant or something, there's a buzz and people are pointing out and all that, even if you don't know who he is.
That's exactly right.
So ultimately the fallout from this, though, would be obviously in their own personal lives, but I think more so with Russini. Because if I don't know what the rules are in journalism anymore, because none of it in sports is actual journalism,
right?
At least from the people on TV.
Yeah.
It's nugget hussying.
Yeah.
I call them nugget hussies. Like when I call Schefter and Rappaport and those guys, I call them nugget hussies, not because, as far as I know, they're offering themselves up sexually. It's because they abandon all of their journalistic principles to get these nuggets.
Yeah.
So they're not actual journalists the way a guy like Jonathan Alexander or somebody else is. This is just potentially an extreme degree of it.
No, but there are women out there, I'm sure, that play by the rules.
Right. Oh yeah, there's a boatload of women that play by the rules.
And those women, I'm guessing, are the angriest contingency today, other than maybe the spouses of both of these people.
Yeah.
Is that if female reporters that are trying to do it the right way and aren't showing up in hot tub pictures and things like that have got to, because we know that is a subsection of the industry, like the rise of the female reporter or female broadcasters and things like that, where there's been a lot of unity over that amongst women over that, and now Diana Russini's out here, and she's the number one person at what she does with that from a female.
Yeah.
You know, she's the number one female reporter in the NFL.
I kind of honestly wouldn't mind if she went by the wayside in all of this, just because she at times will break really good news, but then there's other times where I just don't trust her credibility. And some of the run-ins she's had with some of either the athletes or coaches, it's always given me a little bit of pause. That whether she's got a real story or if he's just flapping her lips.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see, man. Do you think
on her mouth?
Yeah. No, yeah.
So, well, you're interested to see what?
If either Vrabel or Rini have to address this at some point here again, you know, or if they're
because Vrabel's just going to give an angry denial. The way he did with Stephon Diggs and Christian Barmore with their allegations of assault. He got up and he said, "These are just allegations at this point."
Yeah,
can't believe you're even asking me about this.
The two of them are deleting texts right now and deleting emails and delete. Yeah.
I blame his mentors who have let him down, Bob Kraft and Bill Belichick, who similarly are sloppy in their affairs.
Yes.
Remember back in the day, Belichick was sued by that the husband of the Giants secretary.
Yep.
Because he alleged that Bill Belichick had ruined his life.
Yeah. Learn from the best, Vrabel. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. Okay, NBA beef amongst retired NBA players. Am I supposed to care about this level of NBA beef involving a former Rocket, by the way? We will get to that and a whole lot more. We'll find out what the guys have going on In the Loop in the final segment coming up next.
Trajan Wealth, you should care about your own retirement. You want to be sure that you can afford a trip to Sedona.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Look, I don't root for the crumbling of somebody's marriage.
Yeah.
I don't root for that, especially when there's young kids involved. Now, Vrabel's kids are all grown up, but Rossini's got two kids that were born in like the last 5 years. She's 43 years old. She's married to a Shake Shack executive, and they've got two small children. So I'm not rooting for the dissolution of a marriage or all sorts of disruption to the household. And yet I'm also, this is a Payne and Pendergast wheelhouse story right here.
There's other, you're not, doesn't mean you're rooting for anything in particular. You're just, Sean, you, like Diana Rossini, are a serious reporter.
Right.
And these are matters that need to be discussed.
Yes.
And
if not us, then who, right?
Thanks to one of our listeners for reminding me, too. Like, it's hard to believe that a guy who's been mentored by and worked for guys like Bob Kraft and Urban Meyer could be so sloppy about the way they handle their business.
Forgot about that. Good job, Dexter.
Yeah, did you learn nothing from your time with those esteemed individuals about how to conduct your private affairs? I did see somebody. I've seen a few of these say like, "Oh, this is stupid. Why would somebody be so stupid to be hugging on a rooftop within sight of cameras like that or something?" And I'm like, were you literally born yesterday? How are you able to type like this? Yeah, people do stupid stuff when it comes to affairs of the flesh.
Yeah,
that's what they do. Almost everything that's
it's undefeated. Yeah. It is undefeated.
And if you throw alcohol into the mix, you could multiply it by 10, the stupidity level. Yeah.
Yep,
people do dumb stuff like Urban Meyer getting a lap dance from his colleague.
Yeah.
Was that smart? No. God, no.
Did he?
But he did it.
He did it. He did it, and he did it in a way where he just looked like he felt like there were no cameras around. Like all of a sudden, phones didn't have cameras anymore. But lo and behold, there's a person in that steakhouse or whatever it was.
Bob Kraft is a billionaire.
Right.
Should he have expected complete and total anonymity in a massage parlor somewhere?
Probably
no.
not.
It turns out he should not have expected it.
Nope.
Yeah.
So you keep texting in. Rockets text message. Rockets playing their best ball of the season. 7 straight wins. Tied for the 4 seed. LFG. They are tied for the 4 seed, but they are losing that tiebreaker to the Lakers if the two teams remain tied. So the Nuggets, the Lakers, and Rockets each have 3 games left in the season, and that's how it lays out right now. The Nuggets are at the top of the list. They're third among those teams. They would be in a 3-6 series if the season ended today. They play Memphis tonight, OKC. They play Memphis tonight, then play OKC and San Antonio over the weekend. So who knows what happens with the Nuggets? I'm kind of hoping that OKC and San Antonio rest some guys this weekend, so the Nuggets win that game and stay at the 3, so the Lakers stay at the 4, or maybe even the 5. The Lakers play Golden State tomorrow, Phoenix on Friday, and then the woeful Utah Jazz on Sunday. But the Lakers are woeful themselves. They've got no Luka, they've got no Austin Reeves, and LeBron James, they may just go ahead and rest him if he's got a foot injury. He's their only hope once they get to the playoffs, is that LeBron can dial the clock back. The Rockets have 3 home games left with Philly, Minnesota, and Memphis. I think they've got a decent shot set at bumping up to that 4 line there. And I think you want to stay there at 4. I don't think you want to catch the Denver Nuggets. Stay at 4, play the Lakers without all those guys.
Yeah.
That's what we want. That's what we're
and I do it with zero shame. I do it. There's not a part of me that says, no, they need to prove that they can beat the stalwarts of the league. And look, they're still getting their feet underneath them in this brand new version of the Rockets we've seen in these last couple of weeks. And I don't want to act like it's a warm-up series or anything against the Lakers, but facing a weakened Lakers team, and if they beat that team in the playoffs, no matter what happens in the next round, I'm going to feel a lot better about this team than I did a month ago.
Yes.
And then I won't have shame about pining for the return of Fred VanVleet and what it might mean, because it does look a lot more like, it is as simple as, man, if these guys are playing the way we know they're capable of playing, and you got Fred VanVleet in there, not to mention that now Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd have gained experience in their new roles and the way that they've been asked to play this year, you could roll into next year in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
It's not like I have high hopes about facing either of the 2 seeds in the playoffs now, but I feel a lot better about their ability to compete with them.
Yep. Boy, what an awful signing Dorian Finney-Smith was. I know that's random out of nowhere. I'm just looking at the box score from last night, Seth. DNP coach's decision. That was a significant bench signing for them, which prevented them from doing other things because of where it put them relative to the aprons and the salary cap. Oh, what a disaster that's been.
Well, that's where, again, I hate to be looking forward to next year already, and yet that's where I am. It's that with the return of Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams, could this long ordeal of a season end up being a really good thing? And your bench is going to look a whole lot better with a lot of guys that have started for an entire season.
Yeah.
Or Reed hasn't started the entire season, but played heavy minutes. And that's it's looking good for next year.
Yeah.
That's depressing as I say it out loud. I apologize.
Yeah. Let's focus on the now right now. For now.
Am I being too pessimistic about their chances in the second round?
No, I don't think. I think OKC and San Antonio. I don't think you're alone. Let me put it that way. I mean, those 2 teams are so far out in front of everybody right now. While you were saying that, I was just looking at the overall standings just to go like, okay, who in the East is going to take down either of those 2 teams? Because Detroit has the best record in the East, but Cade Cunningham's got a punctured lung. So that's, and the Celtics have been good since they've gotten Jason Tatum back. I don't know. We'll see. So this Patrick Beverley topic from last week where he said James Harden is a better player than Dwayne Wade still continues to have legs this week because it's turned into this battle royale of retired NBA players all either going after Patrick Beverley or chiming in on the argument. And somewhere along the way, Matt Barnes got involved in this whole thing, and Matt Barnes went after Patrick Beverley. So my question is, I'm going to play some audio from Pat Beverly here, going back after Matt Barnes. Is this the level of feud of retired NBA player that we should be caring about right now? Here's Patrick Beverly doing something that we called Dwayne Wade stupid for doing last week.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take a page out of D. Wade book on this one. Matt Barnes, you weren't better at me in basketball than nothing. Zero. Nothing. Points per game. And you played 300 more games than me, right? You played 14 seasons, I played 12. Nothing. Points per game, assists per game, steals per game, games started in the NBA playoffs, career earnings, like nothing. Like you wasn't better than me at anything. Defensive awards, you don't like. I got a first team in 2 seconds, like nothing. A Mr. Hustle award, nothing. Like, so like, I get it. If you feel some type of way about me, all right, cool. We can have that. But like, to attack character, to do this, Pat, that's what's wrong with media. Like, man, ain't anybody trying to hear that clown. I ain't no motherfucking Derek Fisher, man. This ain't that. Like, this ain't that. Like, you got good people. We know the same people. Ask Jack about me. Ask Trevor Ariza about me, man. Like, this ain't that. Like, this ain't that. Like, if you want to debate with facts, we can debate with facts. All that attacking people character, man, I don't do none of that. I'm opinionated, and I back my opinions up with hard facts. You like it, you like it. You don't, you don't.
All right, so there you go. He did the exact same thing that we took Dwayne Wade to task for, which when Dwayne Wade said, if you're not better than me, you can't have an opinion on me, basically as a player.
Yeah.
And it sounded like Barnes got a little personal with Beverly, brought up some of his recent legal issues and things like that.
But even if he made it personal, then that's still the player-to-player comp doesn't really matter. I don't care all that much about it. They're actually, Beverly has the edge on just the basketball reference comparison they do. Beverly's got the edge on more categories, but they're pretty even in just about everything. Other than, Barnes had a better field goal percentage, but I mean it's a little bit of a depressing argument to have when you're juxtaposing it to is Dwayne Wade better or worse than James Harden?
I'm like this. I'm watching this video last night, and I'm like, okay, this feels like the second match at a lower level WWE pay-per-view. Like Dwayne Wade and James Harden feels like a main event anywhere in the country, Mean Gene.
Yeah.
But this it was Beverly and Matt Barnes, and all of a sudden Steven Jackson is chiming in on it on a video. I'm like, where do we have every Tier 3 NBA player chiming in on this thing with Beverly? Stephen A. Smith's getting involved in it also. I'm like,
nobody's going to chime in on me arguing with Kelly Gregg about who is the more impressive nondescript nose tackle. Yeah, in the NFL. I think that Beverly was fine as long as the player-to-player comp just doesn't matter. If what his beef is with Barnes bringing up the personal stuff,
right?
It's not going to be swayed. Nobody's going to be swayed by really anybody, including the great players. If they're like, it would get a lot of clicks if Jordan and LeBron actually started arguing about who's the better player.
I'm here for that.
By
Holy
proxy,
smokes.
right? And it would be interesting. But I don't think either one of them would say. Would Jordan say, I'm better than LeBron, and thusly, he's not allowed to speak about my career or anything else?
No, he would welcome it. He would welcome the argumentative competition.
Yeah. You don't get to, your career doesn't all of a sudden put you on a power ranking of who's allowed to talk about you and who isn't.
That's right.
So, now we got to go through a power ranking of the guys who are allowed to talk smack about Pat Beverly based on who's better than him.
A power ranking that's way harder to adjudicate than one with Dwayne Wade and James Harden.
Yeah.
Dwayne Wade is definitely a top 5 shooting guard of all time. How far down the list do we have to go till we find Patrick Beverly on the thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so these 814 guys are allowed to say things about Patrick Beverly. I counted them by myself. Yeah.
We're not allowed to talk about Mike Vrabel's alleged extramarital affairs, Sean.
Right.
You know why?
Why?
Because he's a better football coach than we are.
Mm-hmm. That's true. He is.
I don't think that's how that works, actually. He's a better adulterer than you guys.
Oh, that's right. It's what they're doing.
Is he?
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to be all that
He's
good at it.
actually a horrible one. Yeah, he's
that's a great line.
He's terrible at it.
I can let you know that I am.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's beautiful. We welcome in Reggie Atatula, John Lopez.
Thanks,
They're
man.
in the loop. Yeah, it's good to see you guys, as always. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. I had no idea. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. I had no idea, Reggie, until you told me, and this is as somebody who went to Sedona. Granted, I went with my wife, not my mistress. But this
depending on what y'all were role playing.
This is I didn't know Sedona had a reputation as a place where it was sort of a safe haven, if you will, for the adulterous community.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah. These are the things that you learn when
I
you
always
have.
thought it was the Palace Inn.
Well, there can be more than one
From experience,
answer.
No.
Palace Inn.
It's well known.
Well, peek behind the curtain. Sean said before this segment, "Hey Seth, I'm going to pretend I didn't know that Sedona was."
Right. How am I
I'm going
doing?
to pretend I've never been there with a mistress.
How am I doing?
Sedona, huh?
I was doing pretty
Wow.
good till Seth dimed me out. Yeah.
I did not know that.
but
You don't say. Oh, you learn something new every day.
Honestly,
am I rubbing my chin with enough vigor? Yes.
Seth, I get the tone of voice that you use there, but if you told me that actually the appeal for our friend here, Sean, and his lovely wife going to Sedona was to people watch, I would actually believe that. Like,
Oh,
you
sure.
didn't know that, and y'all were just going to see
100%.
what salacious things y'all could see, I'd believe that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of celebrities there, and so there's a lot of people, like high-profile people, who feel like they can do whatever with impunity there.
Yeah, the impression that I've gotten isn't inherently celebrities, but definitely high status folks who want that level of privacy for maybe doing things of this nature.
Well,
that is the impression that I've gotten from the things that I've seen.
They forgot about phones and
right.
page 6 on the New York Post.
Man.
Well, if I'm allowed to be a little reckless here with speculation, I did
by all means.
I did kind of come to a place where if that is indeed the reputation where this is kind of the way things have gone, I do wonder if this was not somebody whose sole intention for being there was to catch these folks.
I like your theory on this, that maybe it was a private investigator that followed them to the whatever it's called in Sedona.
That would not be a first either.
Who would be the more likely spouse to hire the private investigator? Would it be the wife of Mike Vrabel, who stands to gain millions and millions and millions in a divorce settlement, probably, or the husband of Diana Rossini, whose family is at more of a formative stage? They've got young kids. I could see Vrabel's wife, kids are out of the house now. They got an empty nest. She might be the next town over from Sedona with some other NFL head coach. Who knows?
Yeah. I don't know. I could see either spouse. If I'm Diana Rossini's husband, there's a part of me that's like, oh yeah, Vrabel, things pretty good for you right now, huh?
Right.
I'm gonna slap this upside the post.
Yep. Yeah. Here's the picks. Yeah. I would say
I think it's kind of a wash, to be honest.
You do?
Yeah.
I think it's Rossini's husband.
Yeah.
It would be the more likely to just younger family. You got when kids are involved and things like that. Yeah. I would say the more likely of the two. I like that theory though.
But I was,
just the reckless speculation of theory. I don't have a great idea.
I'm sorry. I was leaning Vrabel because former NFL player, always on the road.
Yeah.
Suspicions are higher.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Neither of them are
Well,
good, man.
Has anybody openly accused Vrabel of extramarital stuff on the internet?
Because they have Diana Rossini.
Well, I think there's always been some smoke around him and Rossini, and I don't think I don't think I'm being irresponsible by saying that. I think there's been a lot of internet smoke out there about the two of them and how chummy they seem and whatnot. So yeah, and obviously we know plenty of people in that reporting business, and they've got opinions on it as well.
Well, you remember Jessica McLuhan, right? Getting on the internet.
I do, yeah.
Basically
The wife of the Washington GM.
Yeah. Basically calling her a hussy straight up. So I was like, oh, okay.
Rossini,
I feel like that's a little bit stronger. She might have the big joker on this one.
Yep. So what is the question of the day, fellas?
Pursuant to... No, I'm just playing.
I am so glad you asked.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I am thrilled that you asked.
Okay, John's pulling out a soapbox.
Yes.
So we had a pool, March Madness.
We did.
A couple of emails, maybe
I don't know
more than
who.
two.
I don't know who won because I haven't.
I know you don't. Seth, do you know who won?
No.
Okay, so a couple of emails, maybe more than two before the pool.
Yep.
Update going into week 2, end of week 1, end of week 1.
Right.
Update end of week 2.
Yeah.
Update going into the Final Four.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Do those updates have anything in common?
Yes.
Okay.
Our boss was one of the leaders, if not the leader of the pool.
Okay.
Since the tournament has ended, there is a winner.
Yep.
No update, no email. No congrats.
Okay.
No prize.
And who's the organizer
No
of the
nothing.
pool? Who was
That would be our boss.
who was leading?
First and last name Parker Hillis.
Who was leading up until the Final Four when he was overtaken by
me,
John P. Lopez.
I won.
Yes.
Nothing. Crickets. So the question of the day is, what is something that at work that sticks in your craw?
This sticks in your craw right now.
Literally nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
No one knows.
Radio silence.
I think, honestly, this is ironic because I think the only thing is Sean and I try to not get ourselves fired as we answer.
Right.
No, I honestly, because I'm really happy with where I work. I would have quit long ago. I think that for me, I don't like those pools and stuff because I can't keep track of stuff and I'm bad at it. And when we do it during the season, I just always forget to update. And I feel like it's a Seth problem. It's not a company problem, but it's a constant reminder of how bad I am at either answering emails or doing any of that stuff.
Do you feel left out when we talk about it?
No, not at all. I feel guilty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't like being exposed for being as ridiculously sloppy as I am.
Yeah. Okay. I've got two things that stick in my craw. One is a very minor thing, but it sticks in my craw. Sean Bijani never logs out of this computer when he's done with the night show.
I can confirm.
I come in and I got to spend 7 seconds logging out of this computer. Why are your 7 seconds more valuable than my 7 seconds?
What are we talking about now?
When the rules are you need to log out of your computer if you not watch the HR videos.
That's right.
I can get in there and do whatever I want with his emails and whatnot.
I went to Bijani's house once, and every single toilet seat was up.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Do I sound a little bit like the crossing guard that's giving out jaywalking tickets? Yeah, a little. But it sticks in my craw.
You're protecting the workplace.
It's the definition of sticking in my craw. Yeah.
I'm with you.
Here's the other thing that bothers me. Sticks in my craw. Reply-alls.
Oh, God, yes.
Reply-alls to congratulatory emails feel very performative to me. I congratulate everybody who gets congratulated about something at work myself.
Yeah.
I text them personally and congratulate them.
Which is more sincere.
Jesse Watt, for example. Jesse Watt, afternoon DJ
I'm all
for
about
Mix.
Sean's
I see it.
Thank you for backing me up. Well, I almost feel like Parker not emailing out the results saved us from a bunch of reply-alls, possibly.
No, nobody.
Oh.
Not on the
this
sport.
group.
Of everybody in our cluster,
Yeah.
at the risk of being
Lopez.
real inside baseball.
maybe
I would have loved that,
Maybe
though.
not.
The
Yeah,
sports
maybe not.
station is not
Do
replying.
they want to
all.
congratulate John Lopez?
You know what
That's
this
the
is?
question.
You know what this is?
What?
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, it is acknowledged. You know what? Figgy, can you? John just wants an acknowledgement. Do you and Ben share the same hotkeys?
Nah, let me see if I can find
Don't
it.
do it for him.
See what you can do.
Don't give it to him. Don't give him what he wants.
No. But the reply-alls, man, the reply-alls, because I feel like 90% of them are just, hey, look at me.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
involved.
Congratulating everybody. I feel like it's done more for the people sending the reply-all.
Yeah.
So I text or email separately if I don't have their cell phone number, that person, congratulations.
Acknowledge me.
John, you've been acknowledged. There you go.
Does
it feel
via
better?
Email.
Does it still
not
stick
via
in your
prize,
craw?
Not via, congratulations.
Stick in your craw is a nice phrase.
You want to email.
I think this is one that's just universal around any environment. But whenever we have big meetings with people, it's the person that you can tell is committed to asking a question no matter what. And it's just the dumbest. It's something that's already been covered or whatever. But they got to be sure that was a New Year's resolution. I'm going to speak up at every meeting.
Yeah.
And they end up extending the meeting by 10 minutes because they ask a question at the very end.
Yeah, it's the multiple question asker. Right, and the one who's extending the meeting. Because I think sometimes we have meetings, especially if there's guests that come in and there's a Q&A part. I think there's part of upper management that likes to have us as a cluster look inquisitive and like we care about the business. But I know that's not the person Seth's talking about.
Right.
I know who Seth is talking about.
Yes.
In fact, I know their name. Who Seth is
I could
talking
give you a couple
about.
of names.
Yes. All right, boys. Well, this is good. This is a nice petty question of the
Crickets.
day. This is. I like how pissed off you are about this, if I'm being honest.
He saved it up from yesterday of not being at work.
Yeah.
I was checking my email occasionally during the day.
I hear you.
Checking your work email on your day off to get
Lopez was pissed off from the beginning of
That's
this
insane.
damn March Madness
He was.
bracket.
All right, fellas, this was fun. As always, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and in preparation for our interview with him next week, I'll be headed off to Sedona with Nick Casario for a couple days.
Little hot tub action.
Yeah.
You better come back with information at least.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk is brought to you by Dina Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
I would like to. Confessions isn't until 12:20, but I've got to admit, I am not looking forward to the amount of defense that I'm going to have to play on this program today. I just want that to be known. But yeah, you're indeed.
By the way, real quick.
Oh God,
already? One of my confessions. Stay tuned at 12:20. I have been in a hot tub with a very famous athlete.
Okay.
Hand to God.
So did you think that was going to get people to come back at that time, or?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
12:20 if you want to hear about Lopez in the hot tub with an athlete. Who do you think caused the faux pas in that instance? 713-572-4610. In fact, that is indeed the Base Power text line to get involved on this Wednesday here in the loop. Also, appreciation to the Mo Cameron Jewelers live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. And I hate that we do have to start here, but is it the same old with the Houston Astros as obviously one of the most devastating, if you can indeed call it that, 12 games into the season, things that could have happened to the Astros did. We talked about that earlier in the week. Hunter Brown going on the 15-day IL.
Yeah.
Yesterday we got more information on it, and
sure
this
did.
is where it starts feeling a little deja vu-esque, doesn't it?
Just Monday, I sat right here, and I said, they get me every time. They get me every time. I start to believe, okay, I think, remember we're talking about, when do you think he'll be back? And I said, maybe the end of April. I mean, end of April, something like that, I think is what I said. They get me every time, but I was giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Which, I mean, at this point, I'm with you.
Yeah,
they get me too. I get up in the air on the pump fake. I'm no better than anyone else.
Yeah.
But I did at least try and give us a little bit of all right. All-star break is the over-under line,
and I was like way under that. Figgy, you were too.
Yeah,
you were saying like end of April, maybe the first week of May or whatever. And then what happens yesterday? We got that lipstick on a pig quote again. We got that lipstick on a pig quote. Actually, we got that Monday. I think it was on the flagship. Dana Brown said he was not worried, not really worried, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing about the Hunter Brown thing. Now, maybe June, maybe, and it's a shoulder. What is it officially? MCL? Shoulder strain of some sort or whatever. And
grade 2 shoulder strain.
Yeah, grade 2 shoulder strain.
Yeah.
And people probably get tired of me saying this, but it's always worth repeating, especially when it includes your ace pitcher. We learned a long time ago, people like to use the word strain, but there's no such thing as a strain. A strain is a small tear.
Sure.
Medically speaking, it is a small tear. So there is maybe a small tear, whether it's in muscle, whatever it may be, tendon. Now, they say it's
I like muscle better.
Muscle. Whether it's in the muscle or a tendon of some sort.
It's like you were trying to pronounce the C and then you accidentally pronounced it incorrectly. I love it so much.
Yeah, and so there's that, just for accuracy's sake. And secondly, when you talk about, kicking the can down the road, even if it is just June, and even if it is, as we've seen, most reports are saying, maybe rehab, I think he's going to start lifting light weights eventually, range of motion. He should be back. Even if you believe that, right now, the way the Astros have begun the season after a terrific first week, it's potentially a crippling blow, man. It's crippling.
All right, so you're that far into this that this is a crippling blow.
Potentially.
I mean, it's worth noting, shout out to Chandler Rome, obviously does a great job of covering the Astros. Astros are now missing 463 and a third of the 862 innings that they received from their 2025 rotation.
Right.
Now, you kind of knew some of this because Framber had a lot of starts that you did not have, but now you're missing a lot of those as well through Hunter Brown, the other solid. In fact, that's part of the reason why I understand the doom and gloom response. And I'm not trying to take myself outside of it because I do feel the pressure of this. We talked about this a little bit yesterday with Luke when he was in for you, right? That there is now a palpable pressure that is with this Astros team because you do not have another pitcher to lean on. If you still have Framber, at least you go, all right, well, he becomes your de facto ace because you had two. That's the luxury of having that. The problem is you don't have anybody even that you can go, this is a level of solid that I know for certain. You're talking about, what is the way that I've termed it, question marks, even still. And even to that end, I did appreciate that Mike Burrows goes 5 1/3, 8 hits, which honestly I think you have to use.
A lot of hard hit balls.
Yeah, there were hard hit balls, 8 of those to be particular. But I do also look at Denver is a particular beast that I think inflates those numbers at times somewhat. Because, you saw Kyle Freeland yesterday who seemed like he was dealing. He had 5 hard hit balls himself, right?
Yeah.
But, he did seem to be fairly settled outside of one dude who was Willie Castro giving him the business, right? But for the most part, it felt like he had a pretty good outing. But even still with that, I don't know that I go, if Mike Burrows has to be the guy that you lean on. Christian Javier definitely isn't that place. Tatsuya Imai, I don't know that he's in that place. Lance McCullers isn't in that place. Now are we talking about the likes of Jason Alexander having to come up? Spencer Urgeti, who are the guys that you're looking at that you go, they give me a level of stability in this rotation. They're not there. And so, this definitely shows up. And maybe if you pair that with a game last night in which you see the Astros only get 3 hits in a notoriously good place to hit in the league, does that at all, is that what kind of changed your mind, even though it's 1 of 160?
Well, I think it's a combination of things because you mentioned, I believe this is the first 3-game series or more that the Rockies have beaten the Astros since 2012, which says something about why it might be a little bit alarming just in terms of the team that you face. They won 43 games last year, the Rockies. 43.
And it's not like because 43 games, you go every year's a different team. It's not like this team is like, well,
right.
They really went and they changed it up. You know,
they were 2-5 coming into the season. I think this is the first time that they've won a series this early. In several years, I forget the exact number, but it's a combination of things. You mentioned starting pitching, and absolutely it's that. If you squint your eyes, you can maybe see Imai, maybe, if you squint a little bit.
Okay.
But other than that, starting pitching has not shown any real signs. The bullpen has been taxed and has not shown any real signs. They have a 13-game stretch of games coming up, I believe starting Friday, 13 consecutive.
Correct.
So that's going to be taxing on the 6-man rotation. And, oh, by the way, the offense suddenly has kind of come back down to earth a little bit as illustrated there.
And I want to make it clear, when it comes down to the offense, it did feel like
it can be flighty.
It can be flighty just in the nature of baseball.
Yeah.
It did feel like they were pressing a little bit, which was a little surprising. Now, that is a feeling. That's not something that I can verifiably throw up on, or maybe I could if I went in and dug into the stats, as I sometimes do, right? Whiff rate, things, strike, swinging outside the zone, that type of stuff. But it did feel like. Did you get that same impression at least? So that it's both of us.
I could see it. I not in real time, but I could see what you're talking about.
It did feel like they were, which was odd because they have been so good that, and maybe that is
and
them
fluid
also
and smooth and not pressing.
Right, and maybe that is also some level of a side effect of them understanding. Oh shoot, Hunter's not here.
Yeah,
we need to be the part of this team that shows up, and then hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully this is where your hitting coach, who has been so damn good at this and keeping guys loose, is able to impart on them. Hey, just be yourselves. Nice and easy through the ball. Don't give yourself this additional pressure because it's not going to help anything.
Right.
But these are all the things that then apply level pressure to a team, and I'm interested to see if the Astros can hold on to this. But to bring it back to the original question or the thought that you kind of throw up here, which is the same old Astros. I'm not quite there, but it is same old Dana Brown, though.
No, I'm not saying same old Astros as in the Astros. I'm saying messaging.
Yes.
The messaging, and you mentioned Dana Brown. And that's why I said it's potentially crippling, because not only starting pitching, bullpen, the big 13-game stretch coming up, and the hitting, maybe even pressing, as you pointed out, maybe the sloppiest defense to start a season that I have seen in a long, long time. I can't even remember. I'm not going to put a year on it, but balls are just falling untouched that should be caught. We saw one yesterday with Bryce Matthews. So on top of all that,
I don't ever think I've seen it. I don't recall at least the last time that I saw an outfielder try and bring in a body catch as if he was a wide receiver that wasn't very good with his hands. It was very
wide receivers
odd.
Aren't even supposed to do that.
No, they're not. But at least there are some in the league that you go, they be doing that sometimes.
Yeah.
Seeing that from an outfielder who obviously is not an outfielder by trade. This is a change that's happening. Was very odd to see, but that felt like a small microcosm, rather, is what I'm looking for, of some of the defensive issues that have popped up this season.
Yeah. So you have all that, and then you have Hunter Brown and the messaging we talked about. But That's why I don't. Okay, let's ask the exact same question you asked on Monday. All-Star game, yes or no? Will he be back?
Now
I was thinking late April.
I'm still going under here because I'm really going with my boy. Was it Brad DeWeese? I'm riding with it. I'm gonna make him my guy. Yeah. The new director of this kind of back to baseball, situation medically for the Astros. But I don't have really very much to go off of besides the idea. And shout out to Patrick Creighton for noting this on Twitter. These injuries, perfect case scenario, 6 weeks, maybe like an 8 to 10 week is a reasonable expectation. I think that still gets you to this place. The question that you're asking right now, in essence, in my mind, is did they fix the medical staff? And as of right now, I'm just going to go from the hopeful aspect of, yes, they're going to be a serious big league staff and get the guy back in the regular time frame of what you should typically expect.
I'm going to say he probably won't be back by All-Star break.
I'm with you, Figgy.
I don't think so. And honestly, I don't want to say this is the medical staff's fault. Maybe this could have been a one-on-one type of injury where he just so happened to, get that shoulder strain. I'm not sure. So I don't even want to blame I don't even want to blame the medical staff on this one. But I do kind of find it a little bit weird how the Astros are always trying to downplay it, like, it's not that big of a deal.
I'm with you.
And it end up being a big deal.
I can't. I mean, they get me every time. I said it on Monday, but then once you start seeing this happen, I can't. McCullers, Verlander, just go down the list. Hell, I think they even did the same thing with Javier for a while, didn't they? Or was it one other pitcher last year? Last year where they kept kicking down the can. Oh, not really that concerned, or maybe he'll be back by this time. I can't, Reggie.
No, and I hear you on that. This comes back to a question that we've had in the past, and obviously we have to keep talking about this, unfortunately, but was how much of this is actually the medical staff itself and how much of this is the places that the medical staff is put into because of the front office and the ways in which that they want to control narrative. I think that that might be a little bit disengaged here, as we're clearly getting at least a diagnosis pretty early on into this, but you do have that same feel of I'm not worried about it, right? That same kind of trying to lower the fear or the conversation around it, and then ultimately getting hit on the backside with a little bit of what feels like a blind side. Ultimately, time will tell with this, but that's the frustrating part of this, is that it does smack of that in just a little bit of a feeling. But what you have to hope is that he'll be back. I think the word is he won't touch baseball for a couple of weeks. Just definitely won't throw, and then at that point, then you see about trying to work his way back. I have no idea what that ultimately looks like, but the Astros are going to. This is a clear hit for them, and what can they do to try and respond to that? That's going to be in their domain, and it'll show what kind of team that they are and how they speak to the adversity. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. I know that the Rockies got a victory last night. I know people want to talk about that. We'll hold that for a little bit later because I think that there's more to get in there. But I do want to do a little bit of a game here, John Lopez. You want to play a little something, nothing, or everything?
Absolutely.
Play along, 713-572-4610, as we determine the import of these various different news stories. We do that next.
All right, fellas, and ladies, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. It opened its doors 50
Visit our website for more details on this national contest. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
To see your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez back in the saddle after a day off doing God knows what. Maybe he was in Sedona. Who knows? Reginald Atatula here with
Just
you.
outside.
Just outside of Sedona.
Yeah, Aransas Pass, Texas.
You realize that Sedona was one of those where you're like, hey,
they're on to me.
Yeah, it's compromised. We can't go there anymore. We got to find a different place.
Compromised. Scratch Sedona off.
Yeah, can't go there anymore. We'll tell you if you don't know what that's
Can't
about.
go there to meet my friend.
We'll tell you
my
about- we'll
my
tell you
lady
about that.
friend.
Yes.
Figgy Fig
For an
clearly
interview.
on the ones.
Yes. Just grabbing a beer.
I bet you are.
Going to Sedona for a source.
That's right. That's
source
right.
of what?
Well, that's a question that you can ask for sure. All right, so the Texans made a trade yesterday, and so I felt like this was a great opportunity to break out the old tried-and-true game show that I enjoy. Something, nothing, or everything. You want to play along?
I love these.
Get on the base power text line.
No one loves a
713.
good game more than me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No one, huh?
No one.
Okay. What's your favorite game show?
Probably Wheel of Fortune.
God, what a terrible game show answer.
It's a great one.
What a terrible game
Price
show
is Right,
answer.
Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, all the same ones that have been coming on for 60 years.
You know what? That makes
at
sense.
the same time slot.
All right, so I don't got no game show
He
music.
ain't in the sticks with the game shows.
Honey, it's time for the wheel.
I don't have any music, but play along on the base power text line, 713-572-4610. As I mentioned, the Texans actually executed a trade yesterday, and they bring in a linebacker, former Patriots linebacker, in fact.
Oh, really?
In a late-round pick swap. His name is Marte Mapu, and I think he had something like 25 tackles last year. The Patriots would get a 6th-round pick. Texans will get a 7th-round pick, so that's they'll send a 6th for 7th, and they'll bring in the 6'3", 230-pound linebacker. But he's got some mobility in some ways. Honestly, at first I was gonna go with pretty much nothing, but I'll throw it up to you: something, nothing, or everything.
I think it's something, but maybe not in the way that your average analyst or fan might go there. I don't think he's going to be in any real rotation. I think he's going to be a camp body, all due respect. That's kind of a bad term, but that's truly what they describe him as, a camp body. But something in a sense of, special teams. Special teams, man. And maybe some depth. And that is something that is big for a team that is already, especially defensively, so good.
Yeah,
I think it could be something.
No, I'm there with something as well,
yeah.
right? Because you mentioned it. He's a special teams type guy. They like this on this team, given Frank Ross guys that can go and execute on special teams. He also kind of plays a little bit more like he's a will linebacker that kind of flies around.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I don't know if we talked about this. No, we talked about this yesterday with Luke, where Miles Bryant signs with the Browns. And then they bring in a couple of defensive backs that feel like they have that nickel play type. And I wonder, is this one of the first attempts or one of the attempts to kind of get a guy that plays in that same range to have an answer for what happens if Jalen Petrie isn't playing?
Hadn't really thought of that.
Yeah. That is
really thought
it
of
wasn't
that.
the first thing I got to, but in digging into Mapu a little bit, I was like, I wonder if this isn't an attempt to do that. Now, of course, this is a depth piece, but how much of a depth piece? But having a guy that can play special teams, but also feels like he could do some of that, that feels like something notable for this team.
And the other part that was, I didn't think of that. What I just said about depth and camp body and special teams. But I think there's also a factor here of D'Amico Pixie Dust, which we often talk about.
Sure.
He's a third-round pick. Former third-round pick. And that's talent. That's legit NFL talent, and so maybe there's a little pixie dust factor here as well.
And if there is pixie dust, I do think that having that fourth linebacker is something that would be very useful, right? Because clearly Azeez, Henry are your starters. EJ comes in as that third one. But having a fourth one just in the off chance that you end up – because you do like going to base. If one person gets hurt, that base is off the table. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Throwing out that three linebacker set is kind of entirely off the table. So if he ends up working out to be that guy, a fourth linebacker that you can slot in, but he also has an identity on special teams, so you're not worried about how to get him involved there. And if he has a little bit of mobility to maybe help you in that Jalen Petrie role, you're doing a good thing. Because yesterday, myself and Luke did a little bit of a conversation about what are the biggest questions that remain, at least on the defensive side, in various different position groups. For me, I think the biggest one is who is that Jalen Petrie understudy. Maybe you just answered that with a late round pick swap.
Yeah, and for the record, that would be my answer as well.
All right. How about this? A little something, nothing, or everything as we continue here. Mizzou defensive end, rather, Zion Young is the latest that has been added to the 30-visit roster for the Texans. Interesting because this is a pretty highly regarded edge rusher that comes in here. I think when we were talking about potential defensive draft picks for the Texans, a lot of it has been interior focused. We talked a little bit about the possibility of, hey, what about edge? This is a big-time edge that they're bringing in to kind of think about. Is this something, nothing, or everything?
Well, you can't say it's nothing. The top 30 visits, a lot of people downplay them.
Nick Caserio being one of those, and I've done that a little bit in the past.
I simply can never go there because of the depth of these visits that truly can last 6 or 8 hours, if not longer. And medicals and long-term interviews and just really in-depth. So that is, by default, something. You know, they're either finding out something about a draft pick that they might surprise us with, which we talked about earlier this week or maybe it was last week, but or they're doing their due diligence for a guy that somewhere down the road they can maybe acquire or somehow find back on the roster.
Edge rusher number 8 according to Dane Brugler's Beast, right, of the Athletic. He does that might be the most comprehensive draft guide that comes out. It just came out today. And, of course, if you know the kind of sicko that I am, I've already read a decent amount of profiles. But the grade that he has on Zion Young is a first or second rounder. If we were talking about edge, I didn't think that we were talking about day 1 or early day 2. That is kind of what we're talking about here. If you are throwing Zion Young on the board, that is a little surprising. This is definitely something. I don't know if I want to go with everything because that feels strong,
right? But
it's something trending towards that. If we're just like, okay, this really does speak to the freedom that they have in what they consider, and it would feel a little bit surprising to me if they did end up with an edge rusher that early, because I know that they don't have needs, but it would be a little shocking. But also it would speak to the idea of them planning for what is the future once you roll on from a Danielle Hunter, whenever that is.
Right. They don't on the surface have needs. I agree with you. But there are possibilities down the road where this could maybe be something even more. So I agree.
All right, one more thing, and this I did mention the draft guide from The Athletic. I was reading on that, and Keelan Rutledge, who is a guard who played at Georgia Tech. Yes.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, if you get into some of the deep breakdown of Keelan Rutledge that Dane Brugler put out there, he made note that obviously as a guard, even though he's a guard, that he took snaps at the Senior Bowl and that teams have been having him take snaps, which would seem to point to him possibly being a center. Now, if you talk about the centers, like the overview, the top 100 or however centers are graded, I think the number 1 center in this year probably starts talking about 3rd or 4th round grade. That's a guard that has like a real day 2 grade in Keelan Rutledge. That if you're playing him at center, now that's a guy that has, viability, some position flex, and could be a real day 2 guy as opposed to a day 3 guy in some of what we've talked about with other centers. Is this something, nothing, or everything when it comes to the Texans?
I mean, I hate to be redundant, but the first 2 were something, and I think this is something. It's not everything. We, clearly we don't even know where they have them on the board.
Sure.
First of all, and secondly, it's a guard who has dabbled in at center, but it's also something that. At the Senior Bowl, he kind of showed some things at the center position, and no one loves a game more than I do. No one loves the Senior Bowl more than Nick Caserio. He loves the Senior Bowl.
Yes.
So maybe it resonated.
I'm going to go wild on this.
Mhm.
I'm going everything.
Everything?
Because this is the thing. When we talk about trying to make this team better, offensive line, we were like, you got to get better in the interior.
Mhm.
They've done that at 2 of the 3 spots. And center is a place that we had kind of resigned ourselves to. Seeing Tyler Linderbaum get $20 million in free agency, and we're like, damn, you were just not going to upgrade there.
Yeah.
And when you get to the draft, what have we talked about? Well, maybe you get into Jake Andrews and just get somebody who can compete. And we're
Mhm.
talking about guys that are,
Yeah.
3rd, 4th, 5th round guys, even at the top end of who the centers are. If you pull in a dude who is possibly a 2nd, 3rd round guy, who we had previously thought of as a guard, who has a little bit of a blockage to being able to get those valuable reps in year one in this team, and you make him a center now, and you have a guy that is capable of being that kind of guy who really can come in and not just compete, but maybe have an edge on Jake Andrews to upgrade that center position, and he has position flex, which this team seems to like, especially on the offensive line. Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
This gets a lot more interesting for me. This gives me an opportunity to actually upgrade a spot that I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do definitively.
It's definitely interesting. I think the only thing keep preventing me is, they might have him like 9th, on their board.
Sure.
We don't know. He's not in for a top 30 visit. I'd be there with you if he came in for a top 30 visit and had that same resume and those same options.
Right, and text line, big Keelan Rutledge fan, would love to take him day 3, have him develop under Teller. He's violent. How about develop next to Teller?
Yeah.
Right? That again, it's also one of the things that gets interesting when you look at centers. This is a center class where you're trying to find dudes. I know for us, the physicality that Jake Andrews lacks, you're like, hey, can you find that at center? And that's kind of rare.
Yeah.
This is a physical dude that they're looking at probably playing center. I think that the rarity of that really put a glint in my eye and sparked my interest. This feels like something.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, a little something, nothing, or everything here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you playing along. Coming up next, I will also be playing along with this question of the day because time to complain. A little complaining. Go ahead and stretch out. Get your complaints ready.
Got a lot of problems with you
line.
people.
Yeah, a little airing of grievances. What is something that sticks in your craw about work? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and SportsRadio.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. Our question of the day is what's something that sticks in your craw about work? I feel like one of the things that maybe sticks in my craw is sometimes having to take in the inside of people that seemingly don't know what they're talking about on a national scale. I don't know if that's exactly what this is, but there's a little bit of news here on the Houston Texans as of 3 minutes ago. Field Yates sent out a tweet that said the Texans have exercised the fifth-year options on a couple of players, C.J. Stroud, which that's to be expected. We kind of knew.
Get out of town.
Really? They're not going to do a contract this offseason.
Yeah.
At least it doesn't feel like it. Go ahead and take that fifth-year option. That's another opportunity after this season to have an idea. Even if you get to the end of this year, feel like you want to move on, you can deal him as opposed to having him walk away, right? There's that. They have also exercised the fifth-year option on Will Anderson.
Dun, dun, dun.
Does this let's continue something, nothing, or everything here, John Lopez, continuing the game from last segment.
I'm going to say everything on C.J. Stroud.
Okay. Everything, huh?
Yeah, we knew. I mean, this is the test year. This is the prove it year.
Gotcha.
I'm going to say nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
No, it's nothing on Will Anderson. I think this is semantics. I think this is paperwork. They're going to go ahead because they will extend him, and they will extend him this year.
Right. That was the thing. It just feels like.
And by the way, for those who don't know, you can extend them. I mean, you can exercise the option and still extend it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It does feel like
it's nothing.
It would be impossible for them to not.
Yeah.
The way not continue and get a second contract with Will Anderson Jr. Best player on your team.
Yeah.
I mean, he might. I think if D'Amico Ryans could adopt him, he would. If it was possible for him to adopt an adult somehow, he would.
Daddy?
He means everything to this program.
Yeah. No. This is nothing.
The fifth-year option, mind you, is a $21.5 million contract.
Well, that's something.
Which it is something.
Nice little fallback plan there.
But compare that to the
40
top of the market of pass rushers. I would rather have that fifth year cost you $21 million rather than the $40 million. So whenever you do your extension on top of that, at least you get one more year that is half price.
Yeah.
Interestingly, compared to the top end rusher that Will Anderson Jr. actually is. So the first immediate thought is, wait, you're doing that instead of? But it's like no, do that on top of the idea.
Yeah.
You get that additional option of what is more valuable. That's the whole reason why you get a fifth-year option on a player of that caliber, so that you can keep a more manageable contract.
So they're probably still hammering out numbers.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
probably what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
I will say this. I'll be shocked if he jump on the field in the regular season without a contract.
Right. Because if you think about it, if they didn't exercise this extension, this option, and we get into July and they're still hammering out this deal, then we'd be screaming from the mountaintops.
That's right.
So this is just like, let's do this. We'll get you your contract. We're still going to get you your contract. Let's just do this for now.
Also, you say hammering out details, and I'm like, how much hammering out does there need to be?
Big hammer. Well,
big hammer. Maybe, but I'm like, how many details do you need to figure out? What's the biggest contract? Stick his name on that joint. Like, it feels like that's the way that this operates because
bonuses,
it's so
years, cap, implications, all that stuff. They're hammering it out.
Big money.
Big hammer.
Yeah.
Sledgehammer.
That's what it feels like. All right, back to the question of the day. What sticks to your craw about work? 713-572-4610. As I now ISO!
Okay, first name Parker, last name Hillis. Program director. Let me just reiterate this, but I will say, in quite the coinkydink, about, I'd say 5 minutes after I talked about this with Sean and Seth, we got a congratulatory email. We got a congratulatory. What was sticking in my craw is, for weeks into the March Madness tournament, we were getting updates, multiple updates on who's in first place. Coincidentally, it was him. Oftentimes, how it's going, who could win, et cetera, et cetera. And then when the tournament finally ended, crickets. And so I said that kind of stuck in my craw because I won, and there was no update, no email, no congrats, no prize, no nothing. And then right after that discussion, Congrats to the champion. It was the email.
Wait, no. Continue the email because I do appreciate that.
Oh yeah, he turned the knife a little bit.
Yes,
he turned the knife a little bit to everybody here at Sports Radio 610. Congrats to the champion was the subject, and then he said, "We have a winner!" ! With Michigan's NCAA tournament championship.
Sure.
John Lopez takes the title in our Sports Radio 610 bracket challenge. This is the best part. Congrats on picking better than everyone else in the group this year.
That's right. I want you to know that this was mentioned yesterday on the show. So while you over here Breaking Bad, you were acknowledged. Don't ask me how long it took.
Sean and Seth didn't even know who won.
Yep.
Yeah. So that kind of stuck in my craw. There's other stuff.
I wonder how many people, though, because of the way that the tournament went this year, how many people in their respective brackets were just like, "Oh, you won? All right, whatever." Because this was a pretty odd bracket year for a lot of folks.
Not for me. I nailed it. So
relative.
Let's other things that stick in your craw at work. I think we may need to revisit, and it's not anybody's fault. I'm not blaming.
All right, quit all your genuflecting. Just go ahead and get on with it.
It's not anybody's fault. It's construction related. Might need to revisit the whole thermostat thing in the studio. Because we used to have a thermostat in here, and you could kind of, and I liked it cool, but it's been pretty dang cold. Have y'all noticed that?
Oh, yeah. You notice I'm wearing a
You're wearing a hoodie, yeah.
Today, where I've normally been wearing T-shirts. Yeah.
But that's minor, you know.
I mean, depending on where you work, if you can't control the weather, not the weather, but the temperature, that does get annoying, right? Because we got to be here, right? Like I would like to be as comfortable.
So that's about it. What about you guys? Something that sticks in your craw? Figure you had an alphabetized list of several things.
That's the beauty of it. I guess, quote unquote, the lower you are on the totem pole, the more palatable it is to do this.
Yeah, just some little minor stuff. I hate when people just leave cups around.
Oh yeah,
and never take it to and then. You know, when it's not your cup, you're not going to mess with it. So now it's there for months.
Yep.
And it's just like, man, just take your cup back. That's just something minor. But some other ones is being asked to do something that's small. It start off small. And then when you do it, they say, oh, what? Can you do this and add that? And It was just like, all right, man. Like, I'm not getting any benefit off of this. You just asked me for a favor. Now it's like a whole production order where I'm just like, well, hey, what's going on, man? The other ones is I think they talked about it in the crosstalking with the company meetings, and then you're trying to get out of there, and then somebody in there like, hey,
I got a question.
I want to ask about our stocks. Like, I got a question because can I buy a stock right now? And it's just like, dog, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Like, nobody give a damn about these stocks right now, man. And what else? I think some of the whenever you're doing work and you get that email pretty much praising everybody who did that work except for you.
Oh boy,
you get left out of the congratulations or thank you for working so hard email.
Yeah.
That kind of grind me.
You got any more?
Bit.
I'm loving this.
The 346 has on the text line, very particular, I think, small cars parking at loading docks taking up the whole space. I think just generally. Inconsiderate parkers.
You got one?
No, I love I love being at work. Everything about
Come
work
on,
works
this
for me.
Reggie, man. He ain't about to say nothing bad.
Everything's great for me. Doing excellent. Everything's fine. Having a great time.
281 is not having a great time. My boss sticks in my craw. He's a moron. Can't get anything right. On top of that, he's uglier than a sack of, well, something. But that's a bad day. That's sticking in your craw.
I think they went further to say, but I'm self-employed. So that's
how
that worked.
Yeah.
Oh, 929, per my last email, thanks in advance. Just like the corporate jargon that you have to use.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that. I think we get away with that here because, it's a little bit different than the other side of things where you got to wear a button up and everything. We can kind of get away with just kind of using general colloquial language.
Yes.
Having to use all the jargon at work does get annoying, right? Because you speak in two different languages. Your normal language when you walk around these streets, and then the work language, and that can get annoying. That can feel like you're not talking like yourself.
Yes.
713, people who eat the last donut at work and don't throw away the box. Good answer.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah.
That's really, really good because you get all excited. Or the food that's like 7 days old.
Yeah.
And like, ooh, tacos. Yikes. You go, just throw it away. You see all the mold on the tacos.
I get irritated when people eat your stuff, too. like something that's not out in the public, somebody just start grabbing your snacks and all that stuff. I had some snacks not that long ago, and I actually tried to hide these snacks. I'm like, man, because it's a little board over here in one of the studios where I'm just like, let me hide it inside of here. And, man, do you know, man, people was snacking on my snacks, man. I'm like, who is back here, first of all? Who just know to go behind the studio desk?
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, man. Y'all got it.
Oh, so they went and found it. And so they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, it'd be one thing if I just left it right here. And, I mean, I wouldn't eat it if it wasn't mine, but it's one thing if I left it out in the open. I tried to hide these mofos, man. And y'all found the hiding spot.
People who come into work with a bad attitude and throws off the normal flow of the day. Fix your issues before
that's a classic.
Energy vampires.
Yes.
As D'Amico Ryan.
Yeah. Because I mean, everybody has a bad day, but like, don't make it everybody else's problem as much as you can.
I'm glad I don't think we got that around here. I think we pretty solid now.
I can't think of that, man.
Yeah.
It's a good group of guys, and even outside of our station in particular, all the other stations seem to be pretty damn cool. Somebody said empty pizza box left in the fridge, as you mentioned. Talking loud on the cell phone in the office instead of going outside. We have had a little bit of this recently, haven't we? Because over in the with the other side of things, where all the people that do wear suits and stuff, they be on now. The thing about it is part of their job. They be on the phone.
Yeah, they have to. Yeah.
So I can't really say much about it. Somebody said people like Reggie that where everything is perfect. Nah, I'm just like
that's a good one.
Can I tell you what the actual answer is?
That's a great one.
It's all great.
Can I tell you why that is?
Now he came up with the answer.
I am a person for whom complaining is very easy. So I work very hard on trying to tell myself to not complain. So everything is actually pretty good, right? Like
yeah, but we gave you a topic.
I have a
like
mental,
literally asking a question.
I have a mental gratitude book, baby. And honestly, I could get real sappy with this, and I'm trying not to, but I really do appreciate it, man. It's a good time.
Well, we
being
all
able to
do.
work here, man.
It's a great place, and all that. But that's not a bad. But it really is. But we literally asked you a question, like as the topic.
Having a great time. Really having a good time, man. I don't know what to tell you. This is a dream job, man. Living the dream indeed. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where Around the NFL has turned into Around the Water Cooler with some salacious gossip when it comes to a particular NFL head coach. Let's talk about that next.
What a start for you. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. If you didn't see it or if you didn't hear it earlier when we mentioned it, the Texans have exercised their fifth-year options on quarterback C.J. Stroud and defensive end Will Anderson Jr. Stroud is due just under $26 million in the 2027 season. Obviously not this year. This year will be the fourth year of his contract. That fifth-year option will be obviously the year after. Similar with Will Anderson Jr., this will be year 4, year 5. This is the season after, and he will be paid $21.5 million in that fifth year. Just in case people are unsure of what that means.
Running, screaming through the streets?
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Not necessary. Well, I mean, do that if you feel like it, I guess, but don't do it on behalf of this.
Yeah.
As it still feels it feels like it's inevitable, in fact, that Will Anderson Jr. will, work out an extension. It feels like this offseason. It would be weird and it'd be wild, in my opinion, to wait anytime later than this offseason to get an extension done.
It would be crazy, and it would be an enormous story, but nothing to see here as far as I see it.
Yeah, I think so. The only thing that made me scratch my head was Field Yates had that news on Twitter. Adam Schefter quote tweeted that and said simply, "Future is now in Houston." And
That's
I'm
bizarre.
like, unless he was reporting on Sierra's baby daddy being in the city, what the hell is he talking about?
I don't know.
What is that? What does this story have to do at all about? Like, hey, the future's here. They picked up the fifth-year option on dudes that were already here and that were already prominently established in their roles. What are we talking about?
And the questions are still there on both of them. Well, no questions in terms of Will Anderson Jr. But like, did this extension all of a sudden mean that C.J. Stroud is the long-term answer? Absolutely not.
Yeah,
option.
I was very confused as to what the hell he was talking about, but no confusion really on this. Only thing was why Nick Casario and D'Amico Ryans were so tight-lipped on when they would exercise these options because they felt like they were inevitable.
Yeah,
and here they go. The inevitable has happened on this 8th of April. Some other things around the NFL before we get to the big thing. Schefter did report though yesterday that projected number 1 overall pick Fernando Mendoza has informed the NFL that he is not planning to attend the NFL draft in Pittsburgh this month.
On brand, first of all, he's that kind of guy, and secondly, I maybe it would be different if I were in that position and had a chance to receive all the glory and the attention and all that stuff. But I like when players do this. Just family, man, home. That's what you really want to celebrate with.
I've long said though, that if you're one of those dudes that is in a weird place where you're not sure exactly where you're going to go in that first round or if you're going to go in that first round, I wouldn't go because I hate the indignity of sitting in that green room with them having the opportunity to pan to you on a day where you are like a big dog, or at least this week where you get to have your dream realized of becoming a professional, getting paid even bigger money, I guess, now to do this, and then you get to look like the fool because they turned his camera to you. No, I'd rather be at home. The dude who's going to be the number 1 overall pick, if he's staying home, this is kind of a weird look for the NFL.
No, it remains, yes. The NFL is probably not happy about this. In fact, I can almost assure you they're not happy about it.
I would guarantee it, right? They've made not only the NFL draft a huge TV circumstance, now they're taking it on the road.
Yeah.
If we're not even giving the number 1 pick showing up, what are we doing here, right? Like, we're undercutting the value of this whole operation.
No, I agree with you on that. All I'm saying is, as a person, if I were that player, I would want to do this. I don't blame him, and the NFL can, here you go, like it or lump it. They can.
It's more fun when I do it.
They can like it or lump it, and rest assured, they are going to have teams of reporters and cameras at his house and all that. So I think they'll manage. It's not like a black eye or anything, but yeah, they're not happy.
Yeah. So that's something that was small and noted. Something that was, I don't know what size it is, but it definitely
not small and very noted.
Very, very noted. Page 6, which I believe is the New York Post celebrity and gossip type stuff. Yes, it is sports. I promise. Don't turn away. They published yesterday, late in the afternoon, pictures of New England Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel cozying up with athletic NFL insider Diana Rossini at a luxury hotel in Sedona, Arizona. I believe this was over the weekend, if memory serves, right?
Yeah.
This was kind of after the league meetings, right? Saturday is what would look like. They said both of them, mind you, are married to other folks, which is why this is salacious. That there was photos of them hand in hand, like with a hug,
holding hands, hugging.
When you say holding hands, that's one thing. They had hands interlaced.
It was like a prom picture.
They got the fingers interlaced, brother.
Yeah, it was like a prom picture.
They was doing the we belong together hands.
Yeah.
And then there was also the photo of them both in a hot tub, right, together.
Breakfast on the patio,
at the pool, all of that.
Sitting in the Chase lounges.
Did you say Chase?
Yeah.
Isn't it Shay?
Oh, wait, either way. Chase,
okay.
Chase, yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. No, this was, and so here's where I want to go with this. It is salacious. It is maybe true, maybe not. To me, it doesn't matter at this point. We all know that appearances can be more important than reality, just in life. That's just the way it is. But I even want to go beyond that.
I'm sorry, this was last weekend. Apologies.
It was last weekend. That's right. It sure was. But unfortunately, on one hand, it's because the way the world works, it's going to crash down on her a lot more than him. I mean, that's just society these days. She's going to be the one that feels the brunt of this. But I want to go to the NFL and journalism and integrity and reporters interacting.
I bet you do.
And
here we go. Journalist John Lopez has checked in, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead. Get your journalism on.
Okay, so you can go down that road of journalism, equity and integrity and all that. But the reality is she is going to lose integrity in this, no matter if it's true or not. There are going to be questions about conflict of interest, no matter if it's true or not. Objectivity, no matter if it's true or not.
And those questions already existed.
Yeah.
She has seemed in her reporting and the analysis that she gives outside of her reporting, because those are not exactly the same thing, to be kind of deferential to Mike Vrabel. And I guess in any level of fairness, we're talking about people. Even if an analyst or an insider, they are still a person, and there's going to be people in the business that they're deferential towards. This definitely changes the perspective on it.
100%.
Right?
And that's where I want to go with this. Like, she covers the NFL. She doesn't cover the Patriots or the
specifically
Titans or anything. She covers the NFL. So you tell me, which NFL executive or coach is really going to look at her the same again, in confidence?
Well, the only thing that I bring up is, how things go, where when we find out things are not necessarily when things happen, and especially in a business that can be as insidious as the NFL, how many people you think already knew? Or maybe not even knew, but had a really strong suspicion that some of this was going on?
Well, I think there might have been suspicions. Some people might have known, but the NFL didn't know. The entirety of every coach, every general manager, every executive, every owner it didn't know about this, or at least the appearance of this.
Well, the reason why I bring this up, do you remember, I'll take you back to 2015.
Yeah.
When on social media, Twitter to be particular, and this is when it was still called Twitter, obviously, a tweet from a NFL general manager's wife, Jessica McClellan. She got out here saying that Diana Rossini clearly had, I don't know what the right way to say this is, clearly had gotten on her knees to get this information, right? And she called her out specifically, saying that that was her husband, then Washington football team general manager, Scott McCloughan. That was his side piece, right? Like, she got out here making these allegations in front of us all on Twitter at Diana Rossini's expense. Now, she did ultimately apologize, but the Jessica McCloughan apology, mind you, and I'll go, but she said, "I deeply apologize for disparaging remarks about an ESPN reporter on my personal Twitter account. The comment was unfounded and inappropriate, and I have the utmost respect for both the reporter and ESPN. I regret my actions, that my actions have brought undeserved negative attention to the organization and its leadership. My comments in no way reflect the opinion and attitudes of the organization," which very much felt like to me, hey, you got to do it for Lil Saint, right? Like, you got to do it for this team more than I apologize for saying this thing in particular. And I think that it's easy at that point to just go, that is an allegation that then was recanted. You put this in there with context, and if you're in those circles, I do wonder if this wasn't already a feeling. And I say all of that honestly in a weird defense of Diana Rossini is she could probably get back out here and get into these streets.
I don't think so. Not the same. Not the same.
I think it hurts her more on the outside than it does on the inside.
Well, that's part of it.
Sure.
That's a big part of it because you talk about suspicions and such, and yes, I do agree there probably were. These are all, what do I call it, a sewing circle. The NFL, they talk, but now it's universal and it's it's very apparent. Even if proven untrue or whatever, it seems apparent something about this relationship is beyond what most even off-field, off-court relationships are like. So my point is the NFL now is going to be very suspicious this time about having confidence in her. Here's the other thing. You mentioned, the public. That matters. Like every single time, and she breaks a lot of stories. She offers a lot of news and insight every single time from now on. How is that going to be perceived?
Oh, I think that's a fair question to ask, and I think that you cannot extricate this from our general society's disdain for women. I'm sorry, I have to say it's straight out.
Absolutely.
Because
she's going to feel the brunt of it.
Adam Schefter's still out here doing stuff after we caught him copy and pasting state I guess perspectives, right? Just like, hey,
that's not an affair though.
No, it's not. But right, like we all have the feeling of how these dudes get this information might not be as up and up as we would like to think with the capital J journalism of it. And again, it's not an affair, right? But this is more the salacious part of it in there. I think that there's some level of her being a woman will impact this. And honestly, I feel bad for all of the women in sports who then now have to justify their viability and how they do their jobs because of this. I do think that she can keep doing this job. It's going to be real tough for her, though. It's going to be real tough for her.
That's kind of my point. I don't think it'll ever be the same for a long, long time at least. Because there is the question, and I brought these two words up that can be, perceived in different ways, but there is an element of objectivity and integrity. And I'm glad you brought that up about, the relationships that a lot of people have with other people. Because,
Lopez, you did the job before.
I did. And
the job being journalism. I don't know about the other one.
Speaking of sticking in your craw, this particular quote from, was it her? That they released a statement?
Oh, yeah, they both released statements that said their side of the story.
I didn't know if it was her or via the platform. But
so this is Vrabel's statement. Quote, these photos show a completely innocent interaction, and any suggestion otherwise is laughable. This doesn't deserve any further response, close quote. Rossini's response was, the photos don't represent the group of 6 people who were hanging out that day. Like most journalists in the NFL, reporters interact with sources away from stadiums and other venues, close quote.
All right. That's the one.
Okay.
That sticks in my craw. Like most journalists in the NFL, reporters interact with sources away from stadiums and other venues. I agree. I have. You have. Day-to-day reporters now have relationships that maybe you haven't.
You're a nerd.
Maybe I'm giving you too much credit. Anyway, reporters now, the names that you see every day that we talk to and report on their findings here, have relationships off the field of play. Not like this. Like that is bending the reality of what we saw. I have never interlocked hands. I have never.
Not once?
I have sat in a hot tub, and I'll get to that during
you and Dan Pastorina didn't interlock hands? Sure?
I have never.
You don't believe football? I don't believe you.
I'm sure John McClain mother football. I'm sure they locked hands at one point.
There's one thing about having an off-field relationship where, whatever, you see each other at a venue or you meet maybe even for a lunch or something and you chat. They are bending the reality of off-field relationships here. From what we saw and what the reality of real most offensive, off-field relationships are like, that's just not true.
Yeah, so
that's just not true.
And here's the thing that makes it uncomfortable. I think Sean made a great point of this. Apparently, Vrabel was attending a scouting event at Arizona State in Tempe, Arizona on Friday before the Saturday that they ultimately meet up. That's 125 miles away.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe you could try, like if you were trying to spin the story, and if I'm trying to give them the most advantageous read of the story, there's some level of, hey, I want to get some insight into what's happening, although they're saying that this is friends hanging out, which again is a little weird, but you want to get away from from the possibility of being seen in the public, I guess, to share this.
Yeah.
125 miles away sure feels like sneaking around, right? Like it sure feels like that.
Hey, I'm in Tempe. You want to meet in Sedona?
Right. I feel like if I'm trying to just, hey, I want to meet up with a source or whatever in a place that's a little bit private, 125 miles is a long way to go in order to make that happen.
2-hour drive, man.
That's a long way to go, right?
Yeah.
This and also it doesn't help that them being like, no, there was a large group of us. One, ain't no photos of groups, which happens sometimes. But also you come back around to all the people that was there at the Ambiente in Sedona. It was like, only saw them.
Yeah.
If there was other people there, they were ghosts, right? Like all of this is a really tough look. Although there are people on the text line, sorry to turn the conversation here, who are saying, no. This is actually harder on Mike Vrabel. I don't know that I agree with that. I wonder if you are in the same place as
I wanted to say, I'm glad that you read that text, because I wanted to say it is harder on her. It's going to be much more difficult. It's going to be much more longer lasting effect. I don't know how long it'll be until she's looked at the same again via the public, and as I mentioned earlier, maybe even within the NFL.
And when you say harder, you mean harder as in doing their job.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Like, I don't know if it's going to be harder on Vrabel doing his job.
I don't think it's going to be harder on him in any respect.
No,
right?
I do in one respect.
Outside the marriage part.
The reason I'm glad you brought that up is because it clearly it's going to be a long time, man, before anybody looks at her inside the NFL or out the same. I do think there is an effect on Vrabel, slightly.
Okay.
Not nearly as much. I mean, anytime something is reported about the Patriots or Vrabel and Rini is involved, I mean, is that going to be a wagging the dog kind of thing? Is he going to be putting information out there because of this relationship? That kind of thing. I also think, is he getting intel? We know, that Rini is connected around the NFL. And I think people might be looking at him a little different. So not nearly to the same degree.
The only thing about it is, you know what we've seen a lot in the NFL? Coaches accused of, or coaches and general managers accused of, operating through the media. We've seen coaches accused of cheating. Those are things. How many times have we seen insiders accused of doing this? Right. I think that's
right.
Plus, also, again,
but that's my point with Vrabel. People are like, is he getting intel now?
Also, like,
they're already going back talking about the whole A.J. Brown situation. And I seen somebody bring up how Vrabel might have been the one that tipped off, pretty much saying how they were trying to trade up for that number 3 overall pick in that draft with CJ.
That's why,
which kind
to
of
a smaller degree,
Texans,
but still there for Vrabel.
Well, here's the thing. Ultimately, getting back to the who's going to feel this harder. Gosh, the phrasing is bad on that. Apologies. Mike Vrabel's the heart of his job is coaching football, right? And he's good at that. And if you are inclined to try and give him the benefit of the doubt, you can focus on that. The heart of her job is getting information, and this is a direct conflict with that.
Yeah.
I just don't. And his job is a lot less beholden to the public interest of it, I guess. Hers has a lot more of that. I don't think that he's going to be hit as hard.
Hers built off of relationships and all that stuff, too.
Yeah.
Ultimately, bad look for all of them, right? Like, bad look for both of them on this. And I am so proud of ourselves that we did this in a fairly responsible way, because there's a lot of jokes that can be had about this. And I'm telling you, I am not the mature person that y'all might think I am. I want to have all those jokes, but we did it in a relatively mature way, and that's how we do around the NFL. Are you proud of us?
I'm proud of us.
I'm proud of us.
I wanted some more jokes, man.
You know what?
You never know.
Maybe we do that later.
Yeah, you never know.
I also feel like maybe we shouldn't do that over air where lawsuits are possible. I feel like that's the thing that holds me back. But anyways, coming up next here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, we continue our countdown to the draft. Now 15 days away. So we give you yet another question leading up. Should the Texans draft a running back earlier than people think? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
In the Loop.
3 Astros teams in the past 10 years have
Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. I'm surprised it's a White Boy Wednesday as well. Ain't that right, Fid?
Yeah. Why you looking at me like that?
Because
It's a Wednesday, ain't it?
I know, but I be forgetting. I just it takes me a while. You know what's funny? I realized before I even realized it was a White Boy Wednesday, I realized, damn, where's the par 3 tournament for the Masters?
Where?
No, I'm saying, yeah, because it's not. Well, it's not on the TV.
I thought you meant Augusta National.
No, I mean, like, why is it not on the TV in here? John Lopez, Mr. Golf Man, you supposed to be?
Well, they were showing it.
It's not on here.
No, they were showing it on ESPN.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I apologize.
Hey, don't get at me on golf, man. It's like you and the DVOAX by YZ stuff.
You know it's just DVOA. You know that. You
Or the
do
Stuff
this to
Plus.
me, don't you?
Remember he brought up the Stuff Plus?
Yeah, Stuff Plus.
I just thought that was cool and y'all might appreciate. You know what? Bleep y'all. You know what? That's what I got for you. Bleep you. Bleep you. Bleep you. Y'all cool on the text line.
Bleep all y'all.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's get to our countdown to the NFL draft. We've been asking a question a day as we head towards round 1 of the 2026 NFL draft. And today's question: should the Texans draft a running back earlier than people think? 713-572-4610.
17 days, 17 questions. This is day 3. Day 3. And the reason we want to ask it this way is I think the operative word here is should. Should they draft a running back earlier than what you think? Now, I think we do need to kind of establish a baseline of what we think, might be, that makes sense. That's the reasonable place. That's the reasonable place to draft a running back. I'm going to say, and let's, we can talk about it if you disagree. I'm going to say 4th round might be a reasonable place. We think they could draft
the earliest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, you could possibly creep up into the 3rd, but yeah, it doesn't feel like. Now, I know there's people that love like a Jadarian Price, but
yeah.
It's tough. It's tough because as soon as I get here, I almost feel like I'm falling into the conversation of, need, and they don't have big enough needs where I go, this can't happen. But it would feel a little bit odd to me in some.
Okay, so 4th round is the baseline.
Maybe.
So, are you agreeing or not?
I'm not sure yet. I'm trying to be difficult to handle.
Par 3 contest. Yeah, how about that? Anyway, so should they go higher than that to draft a running back?
Oh, this is tough because I know that we have a few people that listen to us, whether it's the YouTube page or the text line, that are huge on someone like a Mike Washington Jr., who has a 3rd round grade. And watching him play, he's really fun. Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas, mind you. Really fun, presses the hole really well, bounces incredibly well. Cool player. But I would love to add another running back. I just don't know, especially relatively, if that's where I'd want to use that draft capital.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so I probably go no. I probably go no on this, but because I feel like there's guys that you can upgrade, or there's other places where I'd like the upgrade more, but I could see you, and it also feels like 3rd running back, while I would love to have, it would be cool to have, hey, like a better running back 2 or whatever. I think that you can get a running back 3 in a place that fills out your running back room and helps you in a place that's not as valuable as there.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say don't draft above that for this year at least, because, I'm not praising Woody Morris as like the next up and coming, but I do think you got something in him as a 2nd running back. And let's say, for instance, it don't work out. Let's say he go all out Dameon Pierce. I think next year I will be down with getting the running back a little earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't very exciting, but I'm going to agree with both of you. I think no.
I'm surprised.
Well, here's where I'm going with it. Should they and would you mind are 2 different questions. If they moved up and got, whether it's Washington or someone else, I wouldn't necessarily mind that. I could see where they were working.
Yeah.
That like, hey, who knows? David Montgomery, we think has some shred left, but who knows on that? We're still finding out on Woody. Woody Marks. So I could see them working.
I also have no idea exactly how they feel about Juwan Jordan. Now,
right.
I can surmise how they feel about Juwan Jordan in that it took them forever, and it was worst case scenario when they broke emergency glass in order to utilize him and get a 100-yard game out of him.
Right.
That feels like that tells me something, but I still am not sure, especially after you get the 100-yard game, what does that do for their perception of him?
Yeah, the reason I said should is because I'm going to say no, because I think there are other places where you could much more easily defend maybe a flyer on a particular position. We talked Monday, I said wide receiver. You know, how the Tank Dell thing sort of shook me a little bit and maybe made me think about, I'm not so sure, even though they might be sure, even though you seem to be more sure than I am on Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel.
That's right. I've staked my claim.
But I could easily say and see, wide receiver maybe higher than most people think. We know they're going to draft offensive linemen, early. I think most of us know that and would say that. And then tight end. You brought up tight end on Monday. So
and that's you just talking about the offensive side. There's some places where you can add some depth there. Plus, I think the easy answer here, or the thing that makes this an easier answer for me is this isn't really a deep running back class. And so if there are teams that do have running back as a definitive need as opposed to the Texans here who are just going, I guess it'd be nice, right? Going to the store and just going, we could pick up some extra stuff. I think that raises relatively the price necessarily. I mean, I guess maybe not the price, but the importance for other teams where they have higher value on a smaller, crop of guys. I think that puts you in a weird place. The only question that I have that comes up from that is this going to be a trend? Right? Obviously, this is a particularly small class of, higher level running back
maybe
prospects.
3 guys that are kind of two for sure, cut above.
Yeah, no, it's probably guys. 3 guys because you could probably slide Washington Jr. in there alongside them. Maybe you want to get Emmett Johnson of Nebraska, but I feel like we'd be stretching it there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a small group of those. I wonder how much the way that the NFL and football in general has moved even more to a passing game and the understanding that running backs don't get paid and some of these dudes just go and become wide receivers.
Yeah.
How much of this is just going to be a trend in the near future of not having as many running backs that are viable at the highest level because so many of them have moved to a position of greater need and a position where you show up better in wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but I also think there are certain that are just a cut above and they are made to play running back, and if you switch positions on them, you're making a big mistake. I mean, Love is the perfect example. I mean, that guy can't play wide receiver.
No, I hear you, but my thought is not just about the individual players, it's the groups, right? How many are we going to have more groups of running backs that come to the wire or come to the draft rather and look a little sparse like this as opposed to years past where you go, there's a bunch of dudes. Pick your fancy and you will get a running back that will help you. It feels like at least theoretically, because again, I'm not speaking on this looking at what is the 27 draft class. What is it? I'm not actively looking at those, but it's just a theoretical question because we have seen that trend of some guys that are running backs move to wide receiver in order to, in order to maybe better their prospects or whatever. But we've also seen, I guess, to some degree, some dudes move from playing wide receiver to running back. But just a thought that came up while we were talking about whether or not the Texans should maybe add a running back a little bit higher than would be prescribed.
Real quick, do they get one in the 4th round? I think that's the place where it falls.
I'd gamble no.
Yeah?
I'm going to say no, too.
If we're just going running back versus the field, I go field.
Well, yeah, but if you're playing the odds, But I think they can go in the 4th round.
Okay,
yeah.
All right, there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where the Rockets get a pretty impressive comeback victory, I guess if you could call it that, versus the Phoenix Suns last night. So let's talk about that. But then also we have a lineup for the Astros for their day game today. And there's a notable guy missing here. We'll talk about that next.
All right, Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. My buddy Louis Flory. If you haven't met him yet and you go with Ability Trees, which I highly recommend, you will. He gets to every job.
Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And, Houston Chronicle reporting that Toyota Center, home of the Rockets, is getting a $180 million upgrade, quote, at no cost to the Houston taxpayers, according to Mayor John Whitmer. Earlier today, Harris County Houston Sports Authority is expected to make the announcement official later on today, but Whitmer said that $95 million of the renovations will come from the state, and then Rockets owner Tillman Fertitta will provide the remainder.
Awesome, obviously, if especially how they're going to end up paying for it. Also wondering, you think hockey's in play here?
That was exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I thought that they're bringing a new WNBA team, but I don't know that requires the updates. And I can't remember the last time, because Toyota Center, it's not ancient, but it's not brand new. And so I was trying to remember the last time that they had some level of upgrades. It probably is worth that. But I definitely feel like, hey, some of this is we landed one of the big fish that we wanted in the WNBA. Now we want to go and get hockey, because I know that's been the Fertittas and some other ownership groups or potential ownership groups in Houston. That's been a focus for them. I think that this might be a coordinated effort to see if they can get that done.
For Tillman, this is an investment. This is an investment, not just in for fans' sake and the players and the organization, but I think maybe hockey as well.
And a commitment to stay downtown as well, right?
Of course,
and not end up in a place where you start talking about things. And the state paying in is interesting, because I wonder if they're looking up at the Mavericks up in Dallas with their shenanigans about possibly moving all over and outside of that the general downtown area, if they're like, hey, let's not have that happen in multiple cities. Some other things that are popping. The Rockets, speaking of, obviously, not their arena because they weren't there. They were on the road at Mortgage Matchup Arena.
Sure.
The Mortgage Matchup Center, I believe, is what it's called. And I only say that because I only realized that yesterday. I was like, hey, man, if they had asked me this another time this year, I'd have been wrong. But this game was fascinating, where the Rockets, in what was it, a 21-0?
26-5 was they were down 21.
The score. Yeah, it was a 21-0 run by the Phoenix Suns early in this game to make this game look ugly. And the Rockets just stay the course, get this game back. You feel like there was a few main points of this game, and I wonder if I agree with them. What was your big takeaways?
Well, we saw three things that we saw last year, and obviously at certain points this year, but going into the playoffs, it just seems to magnify a little bit. Last year, they were a team that could withstand an early barrage. They did that. You just mentioned it. They were down 21 in the first quarter. And a lot of teams, we know how NBA games go. A lot of teams fall behind. There's ebbs and flows, and you can make a big comeback. But down 26-5 early on the road, they withstood that and started chipping away. And, of course, ultimately got the win. So that's one thing. The other thing is they closed out a game on the road. How many times have we been, talking about what is that play? And I know they had the one over the weekend, but they were able to close out the game. But the biggest one to me that just sort of harkened back was just dominating the glass. I mean, just absolutely dominating the glass. I think it was 55. Oh, I have it right here. 55-34 was the rebounding edge. That's encouraging. There were some encouraging things with all three of those aspects.
And they needed it. They really and truly needed it. The shooting was okay, but if they were going to claw their way back and ultimately win this basketball game, they needed to get back to having something that they did really well. They need places where they win definitively, and if offensive or just rebounding in general was one of those places. Glad to see that. This game felt like it came down to grit. And early on in this game, and not just early on in this game, because this was a return for Kevin Durant to Phoenix. This was Jalen Green finally getting to play his old team. Dylan Brooks getting to have that interaction again. Those things show up, but just generally, I ask myself, maybe not often, but every once in a while, wait, who's the engine? Who's the emotional engine of this team? Where does the grit come from? Because it used to be Dylan Brooks. It was clear. The intensity that Ime Udoka loves, mind you, started with Dylan Brooks, and that he helped raise that effort. I thought Dorian Finney-Smith could be somebody that comes in and helps that. He hasn't been playable. In fact, he has fallen out of the rotation. I was hoping that, like a man, Tari Eason would be some of that, and they've fallen.
I thought Tari was effective yesterday.
I thought he was effective. I don't know that he has been the dude that could be the full engine of the grit. And you saw early in this game, the grit came to them, right? Jalen Green and Amen Thompson were going back and forth, John. Dylan Brooks being the typical Dylan Brooks. But I felt like the guys who answered that, Tari Eason was one of those, especially once he eventually got in like 6 minutes into the game. He wasn't even the first wave of guys in, which I found interesting. Jay Sean Tate, Aaron Holiday. I did mention Tari Eason. There was one more who I had taken notes on, and I apologize for not recalling it. But you had some of those guys that came in and brought the grit, and that's when you started to see something established start to settle down in this game.
Yeah.
The physicality, the grit coming to this game, and that's going to be super necessary. The Rockets can't afford to be some level of finesse team.
But when
they're
you
not
agree,
good
it
enough
kind of
for that.
harkened back to kind of the version, obviously different characters, but the version of the Rockets that we saw last year. It just seemed like they had that, especially the rebounding edge, the grit you talked about. I thought Jabari had a very good game.
Jabari was knocking down shots.
Yeah.
It does feel like if this team is good, and however good they want to be, at least in this iteration, Jabari Smith Jr. ends up being the bellwether of that, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know about bellwether, but he's definitely one of the keys. And it just seemed like they kind of found a formula, so to speak, in terms of, or they're finding that formula.
I will say, and I mentioned this to you in the break, and maybe this is a longer conversation that we could have later on in the show. It did feel like, though, especially early in that game, Phoenix was playing playoff-style basketball. And I say that to mean not just the physicality, but they came into this game and they looked at the Rockets, they identified what the Rockets did, and they're like, hey, we're going to attack weaknesses. Like, hey, I know Kevin Durant, we can't let you score. And how do we do that? I know when you're going to pull up, I'm just going to stop you from pulling up because I'm going to get in your hand. I'm not going to let you get to your spot. Reed Shepherd, I know that your dribble can be a little weaker than other point guards, so we're going to put real pressure on you and see if we can force turnovers. Those types of things they did really well. The Rockets didn't respond early to that very well. It took them a little while, and I think once they settled in, that's going to be something that shows up either as a book out on the Rockets when they get to the playoffs, or just how do the Rockets bring that type of energy and focus. And do they have secondary options to go, or is this the one way that they can win basketball games?
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Also fair is the Suns are quite familiar with Kevin Durant and kind of know more than others exactly where he would like to initiate offense.
There's some interesting things that came in this game. We might need to circle back around to this. The Astros finish off their 3-game set versus the Colorado Rockies, trying to not get swept. Words that I did not think I would be saying at this juncture, but it's a 2:10 first pitch on Space City Home Network. It's Christian Javier, who does not have a good ERA. Somehow facing off against a pitcher that has an even worse ERA. Michael Lorenzen goes for the Rockies, a 14.73 ERA. That is not the interesting thing about this game, though. Even though, yes, I would like Christian Javier to show himself to be a better pitcher than what we've seen early on in the season. The interesting thing is we have a lineup. Jeremy Pena again starting at shortstop. Jordan Alvarez still DHing, playing second. Altuve. Outfield is Loperfido, Myers, and Smith. Things that Christian Vasquez is catching. The thing that caught my attention is Isaac Paredes is playing third again, which means no Carlos Correa for yet another instance. And I go, did I miss something? Did he get hurt? Did something happen? Or are we starting to see the Joe Espada is making decisions about the infield, and we're already having to have questions about what he's doing?
That's what I'm thinking. It's either one of two things. Number one, we all missed something, and maybe it could be just, hey, afternoon game, give him 2 days of rest, long break, we got a long stretch come. Easy to justify just giving him another day off here, obviously. The other thing is this the first sign of, well, we got to figure something out, and maybe it's not exactly what everybody likes in terms of Carlos Correa, but it's got to be one of those two things. Other than just an extra rest day, it does kind of raise the antenna.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I guess again, this is something that I knew, right? We had avoided what is Espada, what is his MO? How is he handling the infield in obviously the opening series because of the Jeremy Pena injury? The second series, the weekend series, we had avoided that because Isaac Paredes was on bereavement leave, so he was not there the weekend. This is the first time that we're seeing how he's planning on handling it. And Correa, a couple days off back-to-back was not something that was on my bingo card, but here we are.
Yeah.
Right? It's already begun in this way. So we'll see what this looks like today. 2:10 first pitch, as I mentioned, as the Astros try to make sure to get a victory out of this trip to Colorado. Mind you, as we're trying to figure out what the rotation looks like going forward, Tatsuya Imai will be the starter on Friday, and then Lance McCullers Jr. will start on Saturday. No official word on who starts Sunday and Monday as of right now. Masters.
It's Masters time, baby.
It's Masters week, baby.
I have a confession regarding the Masters, but I will say this regarding the par 3 contest is today. And there is, obviously Tiger Woods is not playing. Didn't expect him to, even really before the scandal. This is the most wide open Masters that I can remember in recent years. Scotty Scheffler is still the dude. There's no question about it. He's been a little bit scuffling, specifically, if you want me to nerd out a little bit, specifically with his irons.
Scheffler?
Yeah, so it's kind of wide open, and it's gonna be, I think, quite a surprise at the top of the leaderboard.
I was reading an interesting piece here about like who needs to win this Masters, and essentially because a lot of the golfers that you would imagine have the leg up in this, as much as you can have a leg up headed in to one of, if not the most important golf tournaments of the year, kind of already done this, right? You got Rory getting one. Scheffler's obviously done it. Rahm has done it before. Like, you look at some of the names up there and you go, hey, it's actually not as easy to go, oh, man, here's the guy that everybody's watching because he needs to break through. Which, does that make this better or worse for the viewing public going into this?
I think it makes it better. I also feel that that there is, one. There's one that is going to.
Is this your confession?
That is going to be the story. It's part of my confession, but not altogether. Bryson DeChambeau. Bryson DeChambeau.
Oh yeah.
Big dude, big hitter, big swinger. 10th Masters, and the only one that has yet to capture a green jacket. So I think that's one that you're going to keep an eye on. But other than that, you are right. Scotty is going to be a favorite. I think he still is the favorite, but I would not bet on him in this one to outright win it, and that's a tease.
Shout out to Minwoo Lee, who comes in with a little bit of some good golf play. Obviously, he was top 3 at the Houston Open a couple weeks back, so he's playing good golf right now. This could be an opportunity for him to get on the board here as well. And I see you 979. Guys, quit predicting series wins against bad teams. The Astros are the anti-Dodgers. They struggle against bad teams, especially at home. Can you blame me? Because hope springs eternal every year. I hope that they can handle good teams. And maybe I'm just a fool. It's quite possible. I've been it before. I'll be it again. But I was like, hey, you get out here hitting the ball pretty well. Did not know quite yet that your pitcher was going on the IL. I thought you would come in with your ace as one of your pitchers in a hot offense and be able to win 2 out of 3 against the Colorado Rockies.
Should have.
What a shame.
Absolutely should have.
What a problem. All right, that's what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's yesterday we did something interesting where we kind of tried to identify what we thought the biggest questions were with various different position groups on defense. Let's do it for the offense, and I imagine this will be a little bit more fun to do. We'll do it next.
The Drive with Stu. Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy White Boy Wednesday. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Completely squirrel brain moment. You'll have to forgive me, or maybe you don't have to forgive me. Who knows? PC does this thing where if there are sweets at the house that he just definitely don't want, he brings it to us as if we are some level of garbage disposal. And you know what? I will do that for him.
Patrick Creighton.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
It works.
It works. I appreciate it.
It works.
And so in the studio right now, we got a bucket of chocolates from companies I have never seen before, mind you. Not that that's a bad thing, just, again, describing what it is. And interestingly, it's all like chocolate.
Somebody went to World Market.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, this is World Market.
Those are the fancy joints?
Well, no, it's like some fancy, but some just.
He's like, no, this isn't fancy. I know.
Hold your horses.
Little off-brand stuff.
No.
This has got World Market written all over it. Good. It's good.
But my brain, even though historically chocolate has been kind of associated with Easter, we don't have to get to like the theology of it or whatever, but in my brain, I think of like sugary candies, right? Jelly beans, stuff
Jelly
like that.
beans is it for me.
Am I the weird one here?
Maybe a little bit because chocolate is it's heavy. Heavy chocolate eggs.
I think it's kind of half and half, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I got a lot of chocolate on Easter, and I also got a lot of jelly beans on Easter too. It's like half and half.
Yeah. No, this bucket in here is just pure.
That don't look like Easter.
No, it just looked like chocolate. It looked like dark chocolate. It looked like they went and got like knockoff Godiva.
Yeah,
is what it felt like. With all due respect,
World Market.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, what?
No, this ain't high end. That's what Lopez said.
No, I like it.
Lopez, I would.
Why do I know where he got him? Why do I know where he got him?
I see
because
you,
I've
OG.
been there.
That's your spot.
Well, I've done it. Yeah.
He walked into the World Market. Lopez. Yeah. I have very cheap chocolate for you, John.
OG. Huh?
All right, let's jump into this. What's the biggest question for these various position groups of the Texans on offense? Yesterday with Luke, we were talking about defense. I thought for me it really jumped off because I realized, Miles Bryant is gone. Who actually is the understudy for Jalen Petrie? So we went off there. But offensively, I think that there's some interesting questions. And so play along, 713-572-4610 on the base power text line. What are your thoughts on this? What is the biggest question currently for the offensive line here, John Lopez, at least one that you think of, and maybe we talk it out?
I mean, it's center. I think you can bring up fair questions, about not Wyatt Teller. I think he's plug and play.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he's a plug and play guy. Maybe Evan Brown. Where do you play him? Is he the center? Braden Smith. Okay, proven tackle, but how much of an upgrade you can question? Really, is he from Titus Howard? And the way Howard played. But for me, the easy one is just center. How entrenched is Jake Andrews? Is Evan Brown going to be, the presumed center, or even get reps there? So to me, the center position in the offensive line is the biggest question.
I think that's absolutely fair. And on top of that, just because I have to bring some stats here after you've besmirched my good name, if you look at composite scores, just trying to take all the various different blocking metrics that are out there and trying to cobble them together to get a holistic view. Can you look at this graphic so that you can describe it and tell me where you believe to see, understanding that run blocking goes horizontally here? Where are the Houston Texans?
That would not be good.
Yeah, I think for me, center matters, but also I think the question is how much better can this team be run blocking in particular? It's one thing that they want to do. They want this to be at the core of who they are. Is we want to be a tough physical team that gets out here. We're running, we know we're running, and we still whoop your ass doing it. Last year they were so far from it. And even that represented what felt like an improvement. They were so far from the goal.
They kept trying.
They sure did.
They kept trying, not with mixed results, but mostly not great results. I think, but doesn't that tie in with the interior line?
I think, for sure. And there's also, I guess, the secondary questions of you're getting some dudes who I'm with you, right? I think that the guys that they've brought in can play. They've demonstrated that they can play. Is this going to work in the same way? Because I know that there are people in the NFL space, again, not saying that they're right, but there are people that are asking, Well, these guys, a little bit on the older, is this going to fall off? I guess maybe the question to bring it back home is, does this end up being a Shaq Mason circumstance where you got guys that have been good and then just don't look like that quite?
Yeah.
But yes, you're probably right that the biggest one is, can you still and how can you still improve at center? And is it just you have strength around Jake Andrews that makes him less of a physical liability while he also brings this? Is it Evan Brown having an opportunity to compete and maybe taking that? Or could it even be something that we talked about a little bit earlier? Maybe one of these draft picks that can compete, and maybe someone like Keelan Rutledge who maybe even has an opportunity to not just compete but usurp a Jake Andrews to give you better physical traits on the offensive line and do the job well enough.
Yeah, that's more than fair on the offensive line.
All right. Is there anything else that you think pops up, or do you think how much are you thinking about some of the other depth circumstances?
No, depth absolutely pops up. Because we've talked ad nauseum about Jarrett Patterson and Blake Fisher and some of these others. I think Trent Brown is entrenched as somebody who can fill in as a starter and certainly back up. But other than that, no, that's absolutely part of it.
Maybe another question is, if you do get a young player, how do you find a way to integrate them? But maybe that's a longer down the line conversation to be had about what the offensive line is and how you draft. All right, pass catchers. I'm lumping in wide receivers and tight ends, and I imagine there's probably not one definitively, but let's try and work through it. What do you think is the biggest question when it comes to the pass-catching core of the Houston Texans?
Well, you know where I'm going to go with this. I've been tipping my hand on this, and not even tipping my hand, showing you my cards.
You've been saying this very explicitly.
Showing my cards on this.
You've been the guy in poker where he's like, oh, you want to see my cards?
Yeah,
Here's my cards.
Here, I'm still going to beat you. Number 2 receiver. I don't know. I think it's more than fair to say I don't know. Tank Dell, they don't know if he's going to be there at OTAs. In fact, they said that they wouldn't expect it necessarily. And I don't know. And I'm not. It's not to criticize because I'm with you. We've seen some things with Jaden Higgins. Hope to see more from Jalen Noel. But I don't know if that is your number 2 receiver, either of those guys.
I think one of the questions, because you're probably right? Who is the second dude that you can count on definitively? And I wonder, is it okay if Dalton Schultz is the answer to that?
Yes, I think it could be. But
no, I'm saying, but is that okay? Because I'm with you. I think that could be the answer. If that ends up being the case, is that okay for you?
Doesn't that limit you in what you're calling?
Sure feels like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Even if you end up,
defense has a little bit of an edge.
Right. I don't think that he will ever be a pure move tight end where you just kind of have him as a stand-up tight end and runs routes. But let's say that, what we have kind of talked about ends up being the case, and Foster Moreau is your Y inline tight end, and you can go with some 12 sets where you even have Dalton Schultz kind of being a little bit more of the guy that you get upfield and do some of those things with. What does that actually look like in your brain? Does that feel like that is as threatening as it can be? Because I was wondering if that was some way that they maybe wanted to use him, but in the circumstance where we were talking about the 3 tight ends that they were supposed to have at the beginning of last year, hell, even going back to what Dalton Schultz said with the drive at the Super Bowl, he was like, all of us bring different things. And the idea was that Brevin Jordan would be the dude who brought the athleticism and some of that type of being able to be explosive downfield. It wasn't necessarily Dalton Schultz. I am in a place where I'm not willing to count on the Brevin Jordan. I'm not willing to count on the Cade Stover even. And so if Dalton Schultz is out here being the guy that I'm looking at being a threat, even if I don't know if it's going to continue to be kind of those sit down in soft spots and zone and, out routes. If we have him running corners, if we have him running down the seam routes, how threatening is that to defense is a question I'll still ask myself a little bit.
Well, I think that's more than fair to ask that question. I do think if you are, in fact, running the ball, not just better, but, significantly better, then I think the tight end does become more of a weapon and maybe not as big a question.
If you had to power rank who you think ends up being that second option for C.J. Stroud in this offense, how do you do it?
Ooh, right now?
Or maybe even just the likelihoods of being that in a passable way.
I would lean Higgins. Yeah.
Higgins is one.
Yeah.
And then?
Well, Nico, then Higgins, and then probably Dalton Schultz.
Okay.
Yeah.
You? Yeah, obviously Nico is one. The guys who have the capability of stepping up and being that secondary guy, it's Higgins, and if it has to be Dalton Schultz, it's Dalton. I don't know that I have another guy that I feel like, I guess it is Tank Dell as a distant third if he comes back and looks like himself from previous, and I think that all of that is that's a little bit of a lofty expectation or a little bit of a gamble to expect that off the jump. So yeah, I think that's how it would go. So maybe to that point you go, maybe we have to give ourselves more assurances. I think that might be a little unfair. I'm also interested, but maybe this ties in with the next group. What's the biggest question or questions, I guess, that exist with the Texans' backfield? And, of course, I am including the remaining positions, right? We go line, we go pass catchers, backfield being running backs and quarterback.
I mean,
the quarterback makes this.
Am I missing something here?
The quarterback makes this the obvious one. I'm just giving us an opportunity to not get bogged down by simply the big one, but we do have to mention the big one, which is
one C.J. Stroud. I was like, is this a trick question? It's like, why are you asking me this?
No, we're just cycling through it all, right? I don't want to obscure the obvious. We want to give us an opportunity to get to some others as well.
But you can also dig into that a little more, because the biggest question with C.J. is C.J. For me, is C.J. Stroud, and I'm guessing for most people, I mean, that is the story around. But if you do the non-C.J. Stroud category, I really don't have a big question about David Montgomery's, production. I don't think anybody, other than maybe, how they used him, fewer carries, et cetera. Is that a factor? I actually mine would be more Woody Marks, because
I think I'm with you.
We saw enough, we saw some, but did we see enough?
Well, I think you did see enough. I think the question then, enough in what he was asked of doing, doing that to the best of his ability. I think you saw that. The interesting thing that comes up in my mind is, okay, with Woody Marks not handling the entirety of the workload, how do they implement him? Is it just he ends up being an off-speed, or do they kind of find a good marriage with David Montgomery? And I think the big question is, how much do they utilize his capability of catching out of the backfield?
Yes, that's a very important question.
Right. How much do they then implement that with this? Whether that's lining him up straight on the line, is there two back sets maybe that they can use to kind of tease some of those things out? Or are they just going to even just get better at maybe utilizing him in a hopefully some level of a screen game? That would be nice. Or, just out of the backfield. What ways do they take the mantra that Nick Haley was supposed to be bringing to this offense of using their talents of his players, building what they do to that? That is a talent that he clearly has that has not been utilized nearly enough, which is his pass catching out of the backfield.
Now, I do have a twist on this question.
Okay.
It's not high on the list, but when I saw it, it did make me think about it.
Well, this was kind of just an opportunity to get to some of the other questions as well.
If you're talking about questions in the backfield, we know C.J. Stroud is one. We talked about Woody Marks. I think a fair question with all these tight ends that they're now hoping clearly to use. Obviously, Dalton Schultz, Foster Moreau, got some guys coming back healthy. They may well draft another. How much are they going to use a fullback?
That's also a good one. I thought about that. I completely forgot. Or is the fullback kind of dead with this team? Because for a period of time,
because if you're going 12 or 13 personnel, how much are you really going to?
At that point, you don't, unless you're just. Are they at that point? They're just going like goal line. You remember when you get into Madden, and you just get no wide receivers, just 3 tight ends, 2 running backs. We just running it right in your face. No, I think that's an interesting question, especially because you knew that this team was going to use a fullback when they were doing kind of the Shanahan stuff, right?
And they kind of had to.
It did feel like they wanted to use some fullback last year, but then it just kind of didn't show up, right? Jakob Johnson did not end up being the guy who demonstrated the capabilities that you were hoping. And then maybe it just kind of came out in the wash where you're like, oh, we just don't have a guy that does what we want, so we're just not going to use it. I do wonder how much Nick Haley has that within his desire for what he would want to do using a fullback. And if that's the case, I really hope that they don't do the thing where they're trying to make the tight end work as a fullback. If that's the case, go get you one for real.
No, I think that might be part of it. Tight end in motion and then getting into the lined up in the fullback position. No, I think that's part of it. An actual British Brooks fullback.
That's a good point. Like British Brooks is just over here, man.
Yeah. How much of the value of that roster position alone would make him maybe a little bit, less likely to be a regular part of the attack.
I be forgetting British Brooks is there. I'm not going to lie. And sometimes I wonder if they be forgetting that British Brooks is there because how many times over the last year or two.
That's right. He's on our team.
How many times over the last year or two are like, oh, are they going to hand the ball to British Brooks? And no, they are not. Like they've not done that. Maybe even fullback reps, there haven't really been much of those because as much as we're like, oh, it feels like he has the tools to do this. Again, responding to what they do as opposed to maybe what they say or intimate, it just feels like they don't feel comfortable enough to actually run him out here as a fullback for real.
I just think, they have wanted and been unable to use multiple tight ends, for years. Even during the Bobby Slowick years, I think they probably wanted to, but that was not his gig. That's not what he liked to do. And then certainly last year, they just could not use multiple tight ends. I think maybe the era of the fullback, if not dead, it's on life support.
Well, at least with this team, we've seen teams,
I meant with this team.
Yeah, we've seen teams very much utilize a fullback to great effect, and that's one of the things that you were kind of hoping in some ways. Do you agree with this person on the 8-3-2? I remember who this person is, who goes, running back in round 2 is a must. I don't know that I'd go there, but the reason why they get there is Woody Marks, no way he can take the pounding of a running back 2 needs to, especially if Montgomery goes down for any significant time. Brother, he was taking the pounding of a running back 1 last year.
Yeah, he was rough. I mean, he was rough and tough.
Now they didn't really allow him to really take running back 1
Now, he did
status.
get rattled a couple times.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure that they put his name up on a blue tent. I'm pretty sure that was his spot. He went there once a game.
But that was just because he was getting just destroyed out.
He was at the blue tent like Sean Pendergast hits lizards. You know what I mean? Like he was there regularly.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, though, right? If you are paring that back in the way that I anticipate that they will, where David Montgomery is feature feels strong, but is closer to feature, the way that they were trying to use Nick Chubb at the start of the year last year, I think Woody Marks can absolutely hold that load. But then I think the question then becomes, or maybe a question that pops up is, if you do have some of those questions, and there is the question of just injury generally, especially if you're going to be running the ball a lot. Maybe this is the question: do the Texans need another running back that they feel really confident in?
I think they need another running back, and that's why I said 4th round earlier. I think he's got all the markings of being a 4th round pick to maybe take that Dameon Pierce flyer. And wasn't he a 4th round pick?
Yes, he was.
Yeah,
out of Florida,
something like that.
Do we see more Jawar Jordan usage? Yeah, we kind of touched on that, and I don't have a good answer for that because again, it really took emergency straits for them to be like, all right, Jawar, here we go. And he was like, here's 100. And they were like, thanks for your services. Get back there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, again, did that open their eyes to what he can be? And also, if you're talking about Woody Marks and feeling like maybe he can't handle, how do you feel about your 3rd running back then also being a Jawar Jordan, who is a little bit smaller and definitely doesn't take the knocks in the same way?
I mean, he's 3rd running back, and I guess that's ultimately what they have to.
Right.
You're going to get what you get when you go down to your 3rd running back.
Fair enough. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you going through that with us. Coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions as we typically do. We'll do that next.
All right, let's do that. Hey, guys, Synergen X and Low T Center, we know what they can do for you. They can change your
contest. Airfare, lodging, and 2 tickets to the exclusive show could be yours. Make sure to enter by April 12th. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. I got to admit, man, I kind of feel guilty. I really do.
For what?
What'd you do?
Because I just do so dang well in these office pools and these brackets. I'm starting to wonder, like...
Yeah, I was concerned. I was actually caring.
This might have been the first one I ever seen you win since we've been doing this.
I think I won one 2 years ago, maybe 3, but either way.
Not since I've been in these pools.
Okay, well, at any
Probably
rate...
back in 2012 or something.
No. I'm just so good at them, and it's kind of a curse.
Are you?
And... I think my record speaks for itself when it comes to, this is where I'm going with my confession, to picking the Masters, like year after year after year. In fact, I got a tweet this morning, got a couple of messages on the message board. Hey, Lopez, when are you making your Masters picks? Dude, I just make people money. And it's not fair to the people that are in the pools with me, you know? So I kind of feel guilty about that.
No, you don't.
I don't. And so here, anyway, I felt it might be a good time to...
Oh, you got picks. All right, see?
To make the...
Honestly, I'd appreciate if your confession was just, hey, guys, I got picks for you. That'd have been nicer than whatever that lead up was. Like, guys, I just feel so sorry for being so damn good.
He won one off his pool, and he over here bragging with his chest out, man.
You, first of all, more than one. And secondly... Figgy, you've been here throughout the years on my Masters pick.
Yes, on the Masters pick, yes.
It's year after year. Yeah. Either win or top 3 or top 5.
Yeah, no, I got you on that one. But I don't know about the March Madness office pool thing.
The people want to know my Masters picks. All right, so I've got 3 names. I have to pick one, so I am going to pick one. But I'm going to give you 3 names. If you're in a Masters, tiered pool. All these guys are on my list. The winner of the 2026 Masters is going to be one Bryson DeChambeau. There's just a lot there. Big hitter. He's really playing well. A lot of people might say Scotty Scheffler, but I mentioned it earlier. He's obviously Scotty Scheffler, number 1 in the world. His iron game has been a little bit. It's been average PGA to above average PGA, but not Scotty.
Right.
PGA, not Scotty level.
So it'll be a fun storyline if all of a sudden the irons are just firing.
Yeah. No, he can easily win this thing, but I'm going to go with Bryson DeChambeau. Here's my dark horse pick, and this is the one that people, always ask me about. Akshay Bhatia. Akshay Bhatia, I feel is going
That's not a real name. I don't believe you. I've never heard that name in my life. How does this happen, by the way? Every damn time that I watch golf, and I mean every, and it's not like I watch golf all the time, clearly. But every time I watch golf, I learn about a whole new person. I'm like, there's no way that person exists.
You got to ask Aaron Wilson.
You weren't here the last time I was here.
His last name is spelled Bhatia, Akshay Bhatia. I wouldn't be surprised.
Is he swarmy?
I think he might. He is swarmy. I think he might be the upset
You're
pick.
A jerk for that.
He might be. And then kind of a layup pick just because he's hot. He's coming into the Masters. He's just one of the top players in the world, Jon Rahm. But if you want to go with, shock your friends and neighbors, win your pool, go with Bryson DeChambeau and Akshay Bhatia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for these picks.
We are on the record.
I'm very much on wax. Thank you for that.
We are on the record.
These are my confessions.
So earlier in the week, and I guess my confessions should start with, I apologize for the soapbox I'm about to get on. All right? So you were forewarned. Earlier this week, we found out that the Associated Press, the AP, they're going to be laying people off in what they have said is a pivot away from newspaper journalism. And buddy, my confession is, what the hell does the Associated Press do other than newspaper journalism?
That's what they do.
Like that's not even just that's who y'all are. I remember when Fox Sports was like, we're pivoting to video away from written content. I was like, all right, Fox does more stuff,
Yeah.
so like they're focusing more of their attention on this other part. Y'all are just changing business then. Like y'all are just stopping doing the things that y'all do then. Like y'all might as well just be like, hey, we're closing this down and starting another thing.
Yeah, we're gonna start
if
making
that's what we're
ice
talking
cream.
about. Yeah.
Whatever it might be.
And we're a car dealership. We're gonna stop selling cars.
Yeah. Right. They're gonna be like, what is it? It's Yamaha and Honda that both have this, where if you go in their history and they just done made everything.
Yeah.
Like, there's
Cars
motorcycles,
and keyboards.
there's cars, there's keyboards, there's all sorts of things, right? The Associated Press, coming soon to you, the Associated Press harmonica. No, but I was very surprised by that, because also so many of the other news places or outlets or media people, you'll go there and you'll go, oh, maybe they didn't send their own person, but then they'll use an Associated Press. The Associated Press has been the backstop of media for a few years now, and what's allowed the media contract in all these other places. What happens when the backstop goes away?
Yeah, see, that's why I was more shocked than I thought, because all these small papers that are cutting, personnel and staff and all that, they rely on the AP for their newspapers now, online or otherwise. So AP now also? Well, that's bad.
Yeah, I was like,
That's
hey,
really
man,
bad.
it used to be that at least there's some things that wouldn't, a lot of things that wouldn't get covered, but at least the AP is going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
What happens when the AP isn't there?
Yeah.
Like, we're going to.
Then the people ain't going to be there.
They're not going to get informed the way you used to. That's
In an
for darn
age
sure.
where we got all this money and all this media, we're going to have dark spots, large dark spots.
100%.
And I am terrified by this.
Mm-hmm. You should be. You absolutely should be. The AP is what is, you said it, kind of the backbone right now, especially with all the personnel cuts.
These are my confessions.
So I got to confess, man, and I never thought I would be here, but I'm going to be that guy. And first, congratulations, Lopez. You won the March Madness bracket.
Thank you, Figgy.
Yeah, you got you picked Michigan.
Yeah.
And remember, I was going through a thing a little earlier. I'm like, man, I don't want UConn to win, but I got to root for UConn. And I damn sure don't want Michigan to win because they're Michigan.
Yeah.
And I got to confess, man, I never thought I'd be this guy. But I'm kind of happy a Big Ten school won.
Big Ten, baby. Big Ten.
I'm kind of happy that a Big Ten school won, man.
Yeah.
I think, and honestly, like I said, I was never that person. But I just think just hearing all the SEC is better than all of that chatter, and the last two national championships, football. I'm including football in this.
Yeah.
Came from where?
The Big Ten. I think
so. I was kind of that made me happy a little bit. Even if it, and it was Michigan, by the way.
Yeah, of all teams, hold the banner.
Yeah,
hold that Big Ten banner.
Yeah. So I was a little bit happy.
That's a
about
great confession, first of all, because it's legit hard for you to say.
Yeah.
But secondly, there, and you guys have seen this. I mean, there's a lot of discussion online about is the Big Ten, has it surpassed the SEC? I'm like, of course it has. Like, why is this even?
Yeah, because it has like 27 schools.
Well,
like
this is
why that's the part that gets me a little uncomfortable about like carrying the flag of the entire conference. One, I thought we used to mean something. I thought it was my school versus your school, and now it's just like, hey, me and my crew of people that I typically fight with against your crew of people that you typically fight with. It feels like this is part of moving away from the spirit of college football and college sports in general.
But see, it always been like that though, and it just seemed like the SEC type of people are just like,
SEC rubs it in your nose.
Yeah, so
rubs your face
like
in
I
it,
was,
but that was all branding. Like that was them just trying to make it seem like, hey, we're important. So the SEC just means more, and then they had to in order to uphold that, they had to be like, no, we root for all this.
No, what it was is they were tired of the Ohio State's winning and all this other stuff. So they say, oh, the SEC is better than the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Who do Ohio State have to go against and all this other stuff?
Right.
So just seeing that in basketball and football, it kind of made me a little happy.
No, it should, and I don't even think it's a question right now. And I'm an SEC guy from way back, even before the Aggies were in the SEC.
I need you to do me a favor. I need you to say this to Clint Stoerner.
Oh, really?
At Crosstalk, yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
It's better. I mean, it doesn't feel great to say, but it's a better league right now.
I love that Lopez is like, I feel dirty saying it.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to admit.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, the Big Ten was the Big Ten. It
Right.
it was nothing.
Plotting.
Yeah, it was
good, but not great.
You had three good teams.
Yeah.
But now, man, I think it's a competition.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So Diana Rossini was in a hot tub with Mike Vrabel.
Oh, is this the unserious part of this?
No.
What was they doing?
I don't know.
KISSI.
Above the water or below?
All right.
Below deck.
Yeah. Here's my confession.
You said deck, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's my confession.
You ever seen the show?
I haven't.
I was criticizing her for how she's going to be taking a hit, so to speak, on professionally on this, and that off-field relationship, off-court relationship, the way she described it, is not accurate. A lot of us back in the day, for me, but have had off-court, off-field relationships, but not like what we saw. But I will say this, and this is my confession: I have been in a hot tub with a very famous athlete. I have. And so
guess the athlete. 713-572-4610.
Was she doing it trying to get a scoop?
So the backstory, just throw out a name. By the way, I'll give you a hint. Played in Houston.
Damn,
Dan Pastorini.
No.
I'm trying to think.
We just snuggle.
What is the funniest athlete that this answer could be? Ooh, boy. I'm having a hard time coming up with
played in Houston?
At one point in his career, not known for it, but played.
You're making this
even
more
bigger.
difficult.
Yeah.
Earl Campbell.
Nope.
One
more.
Vernon Maxwell.
Nope.
Damn it.
Charles Barkley.
Well, I should have known that.
Charles Barkley. So, and this was when he was still with the 76ers.
Oh, wow. So he was, okay.
Yeah, he was.
So he wasn't even a Rocket.
Was it Rick Mahorn he played with the 76ers? I think it was Rick Mahorn.
One of my mom's favorite players of all time.
Oh, really?
For some reason.
And so I had been trying to get, an interview with Charles Barkley. You have to run through some hoops, every once in a while to set it up. And I got with him after their shoot around, either on an off day or a pregame shoot around.
Someone said Ray Childress.
Ray Childress. And he goes, you know what? Let's do it. Charles is great. He goes, let's do it, but I got to get in the hot tub. And he said, Rick, and I think it was Rick Mahorn, if I remember the other person. So Rick
Mahorn played with the Sixers 89 and 91.
All right, so it was one of those years. I said, all right. And so I got in the hot tub, really just my feet. My legs.
Okay.
I was sitting on the edge taking notes and recording it.
Is the knee where it becomes problematic? You can dip your feet in the hot tub, but as soon as your knees get in there, you got to go in problematic territory here.
And I hadn't thought of that in years. Like you said, that was 89 and 91, so it's been a while. And I was like, you know what? I got in a hot tub with Charles Barkley once.
So what it sounds like to me is you defending Diana a little bit.
No, I am doing the exact opposite.
Pass.
I was actually conducting an interview.
You're trying to get a story.
No, she got her knees in that water. Your knees shouldn't be in that water, Diana.
She was trying to get a story.
I wasn't clutching
for the Patriots,
hands.
man.
I wasn't hugging and clutching hands.
Why not?
I didn't have breakfast with Charles Barkley. I was.
But you would have if he would have said something.
A professional breakfast for the interview, yes. But it didn't make me laugh. I was like, I've been in a hot tub.
If he said, hey, we got to hold hands for this interview, you would have did it.
I probably would have.
Yeah. Maybe it's Vrabel's fault. Maybe it was like, these are the terms. You have to do the interlaced fingers with me in order to get this interview, in order to get this scoop. All right. Somebody said, was it Deshaun Watson? You can have fun with that joke if you want. I don't think I'm allowed to. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. By the way, Chandler Rome just making the note that apparently Carlos Correa is sick. He's been sick since yesterday, so that is his absence in the lineup. All right, so we don't have to blow up because Carlos Correa for the second day in a row was not in the lineup. Apparently, it's illness. So we're still waiting for the time where we can unreasonably get mad at Joe Espada.
We can do it anytime.
Oh, I guess that's fair. But we're waiting for that moment to where there is actually reason to lose our minds over whatever is happening with the infield lineups. All right, coming up next, it's Wednesday, so we do a little Judge John Lopez. Let's go inside the court next.
All right, let's talk about Lotisa. And I just mentioned it a while ago, but I was talking about the fellas. We all know what testosterone replacement therapy.
Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, welcome to the court of the Honorable Me. It is now in session, and we got a couple of good cases for you today. Figgy, here is case number one. And it has to do with broadcast, not radio broadcast, television broadcast. I think there's several layers to this that you can delve into. I'm not going to try to contaminate your arguments here. But NBC, the National Broadcasting Corporation, is the best national broadcaster in sports. And this is based on?
I mean, Rockets played on NBC last night. We've seen them jump into the basketball space this offseason. We've seen them jump into the baseball space. Obviously, they've always had Sunday Night Football. Are they the best out here in the land?
Boy, there's a lot there. Figgy?
Yes. So, Your Honor, I'm going to say yes, they are. And Reggie brought up something right before the case, saying they jumped into the basketball space. They've been in the basketball space for a minute. They got out of it, but they got right back to it. And they got that nostalgia that we all been kind of wanting in the NBA. Just that, that legendary theme song and all that. But even outside of that part, I think just their production, I think is top notch. I think they treat everything like a big event, from their intros to their storytelling. And I think right now, I just can't look at any other broadcast station that's doing it like them. I think they're just everything is top notch to me. Hell, they sorry, I shouldn't have said hell, but they covered the Olympics, and everything was crystal clear. And not to mention they got some of the best broadcasters in the game. So I will have to say yes, NBC is the best right now.
All right, Reggie, there's a lot on the table. We're watching one that is known as the best as we speak and has been known as the best. So you're gonna say that NBC is not.
Yeah, I think that this is tough because this ends up being a one versus the field type argument. And I would love to make an individual argument against. And I think if there's two places that I would try and make the argument. As I try and multiple plead, if you don't mind. I think Fox has a large grasp on this because they still also bring like an international flair with soccer, but then also football. They still have an incredible strong grasp of being probably the cream of football, having just like that constant circumstance there. And then I think that there's something to be said for the ways in which when baseball gets big, you turn to Fox and know that you're going to get good coverage, even though people are a little upset about Smoltz. Like it's still, I don't know that there's anything that touches that on a national scale. The other argument that I would make is what you're pointing to a little bit. Like the worldwide leader still has so much sports that they cover, with Monday Night Football being a prime example of having the money backed by obviously the mouse that they then throw to it, and then being able to cover all of these other games and sports. Right, you still have both ABC aspects of it, right? Having the big time moments, but then also all of the various different things that you'll get on ESPN, whether it's college sports, especially college football and such. Those still show up really huge on ESPN and ABC. So I'd probably go with those two. And if you made me go singular, I think ESPN still holds it just because of that singularness of the way that they go about things. But I appreciate the 832 bringing up Amazon Prime for one and only reason.
Netflix.
Taylor looks.
Netflix.
That's a good reason.
Look, I'm gonna have to parse this out a little bit because I think ultimately I'm gonna side with Reggie on this one. But that's not to say I think NBC is the hottest network right now, coming off the Olympics. I hadn't even thought about the Olympics. That's a great pull. Yeah. Because when it comes down to making a whole bunch of people care about sports that they never care about, they do a pretty phenomenal
and
job.
this is probably something I should have mentioned in the doggone argument. But it was easy for me to follow the Olympics with their app, their Peacock app.
Sure.
Like I could just log on in there and go right to it. I feel like it's a little difficult with ESPN.
Can I tell you my gripe with the NBC and the Olympics, though? I need them to go back to curating for me.
No.
Like I know that, and we see this in the NCAA tournament as well. It used to be a time where the NCAA tournament came on one channel and they took you to the things that were important, and we've made that the responsibility of the viewers. And that sounds good in theory, right? Maybe there's certain people that are invested in a particular game that go, I want to watch this. I think more people than not are just like, I want to watch good basketball. So you tell me what's good right this moment, so I don't have to be flipping around. I do think that the Olympics should have more of that outside of just their, nighttime, primetime broadcast. I think they need to be like, here, we're flipping around to all the best stuff as it's happening to let you to get you to the place that you need to be.
Yeah, look, Figgy, I thought it was a strong argument, but I did side with Reggie on this one. And you didn't even mention CBS, which has, oh, by the way, the Masters.
Yeah.
And is coming off March Madness.
Yeah, I guess I should have mentioned the March Madness of it.
And has been quite the player in the NFL, as we know, and the Super Bowl. So
a great point, though, is like everything feels big on NBC.
Oh, yeah.
They blow up everything, man. A regular Thursday night game or whatever. Whenever
Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, or
basketball.
Just basketball. Just
I think they have Mondays and Tuesdays.
and Tuesdays. Yeah, I couldn't remember, but yeah, they make a big deal out of all of that, man.
Right.
And can I tell you the thing that I think the NBA needed with the NBC coming back? They need to connect to the history of their game. And the NBA on NBC, they do such a great job of everything is in the history, the context of the history of the game. Now, maybe you might be able to ask me in a year, hey, do you still like that? And I go, hey, it's been overdone now.
Yeah.
But it has been nice to take an NBA game that has been nothing but old players just talking about how the new game sucks and just be like, hey, this is actually a broadcaster that wants to tie the greatness that you feel of the history to the greatness of now. I thought that's been really important.
No, I totally agree. Got a close to home case here. I'm surprised Figgy wasn't picked for the jury. He's actually stating the case here. All right, so if you didn't hear, the Texans have agreed to option the fifth-year options for both Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is not on trial here, nor is that option.
Buddy.
If he was, man.
That's a really ugly trial, I bet you that.
But I thought of this as a great topic for Judge John Lopez because, we both kind of downplayed nothing to see here with the Will Anderson thing. They're still negotiating. They just had to get this done. He's still going to get the big, huge, enormous, highest paid rush end in football contract. But here's the question. Figgy, the Texans' negotiation with Will Anderson Jr. is going to become an issue, that this is a sign that they haven't reached any agreement yet. Nothing has been reported or seems imminent, that this might well head into training camp. Even Will Anderson, even guys that are like a kid, to D'Amico Ryans and beloved by all. Ultimately, it's a negotiation. It's a business. And this is a sign that maybe things aren't going as well as we all assumed.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna say yes. It might not be going as well as we all assume. Not meaning it could be the worst.
Yeah.
It could be simple as I want to be second to Myles Garrett in contracts and all that type of stuff. And maybe the Texans feel like he shouldn't. I'm not sure, but. I had to look up his agent because it felt kind of David Mulugheta-ish, but kind of close to it. It's Clutch Sports. You got Nicole Lynn representing them.
Okay.
So I know they ain't taking nothing short.
Yeah.
So I think it will be. I wouldn't be surprised if it spilled over in the training camp. But
that's the next thing I was gonna say. It could spill over into training camp.
Yeah, it wouldn't. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if he still showed up. It was still Will Anderson, still out there working. He don't come across as somebody that's saying, something like, I won't be there until my contract is good. I feel like he's still going to go about his day and all that. But I could see him being in training camp without that extension.
It happened to J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
Like J.J. Watt was the closest thing, or maybe even more so than Will Anderson, a family member, beloved, had better numbers, to this point in his career. And it went into training camp for J.J. Watt.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big contract. This ain't nothing to scoff at. This is a very important contract.
Yeah.
So I don't see it maybe getting done. To me, when they picked up this extension, to me it felt like, or the option, it felt like we got to get through this. We got to really sit down and come up with the numbers.
So counsel, is this a sign that maybe things are not heated, but certainly a tough negotiation and could linger into training camp?
Okay, I'm glad you clarified because that's what I was going to ask for. No, I don't think so. Not one bit, actually, because – and I understand what you guys are saying, right? Like, this might take a while. I think that, for one, this is probably an easy deal to get done, as deals have become very easy to get done, which is, hey, are you at the top? Are you all-pro type player? Yes? All right, we're just going to – you're the next at the table. We will get the biggest number there. On top of that, the only place where I would have been like, hey, this becomes an issue is the longer this goes, the more other people can come to the table and raise the price of the brick. Do you know that there's just not big-name guys that are coming up on contracts here soon? Especially when you talk about the edge defenders. I mean, Eric Armstead might be coming up. I don't think that he does anything to do like to set market-type guys. Let me see. Is there anybody who maybe could reasonably be coming up soon on possibly talking about contracts? I'm having a hard time finding one. Like Jonathan Grenard is maybe the next one, and I don't think we're talking about the same thing in those instances. I just don't know who the edge rusher would be that comes up to things and goes, hey, I'm getting my money at the high end, and then that raises the price on Will Anderson Jr. I think they've got time. I think that Will is the type of person, unless I'm reading this wrong, which is possible, but Will is the type of person who this is not going to upset the apple cart. Like he knows that his money is coming. I think that they are a team that knows for damn sure that they are going to get this done, and that pretty much at any cost. I feel like this is just one where whenever it gets done, it will get done at the number that it needs to get done at.
This is a tough one because we're talking $45 million a year. That's something you have to negotiate. try to.
Yeah, I don't think it's that easy, to be honest, man. I know you can say throw a checkbook and sign whatever, but I think it's harder than what you're giving the credit for.
There are a lot of T's to cross and I's to dot. And so while I do agree with Reggie in this regard, it's going to get done. It's going to be the highest paid. By the way, Micah Parsons, $186 million contract.
45 on average.
45.
Oh no, sorry, Micah's 46.5.
And Aiden is 45 on average. $180 million. That is a huge. So while I agree with you that it will get done, I'm going to side with Figgy on this one because I think just the mere work you have to do, to get it done right and everybody happy.
That's also probably an instance where if you're talking about it being such a big number and the tedium of it, that would probably do more to explain as to why it hasn't just been done as of yet.
No, I think my point is, the way we talk about it, it'll linger into training camp. I don't think it's going to be necessarily bitter, but they got to work through a lot. Including cap hits, other contracts,
and that's why I thought that's why they picked up that team option. Because it's not going to be just an easy little extension type deal. We got to work through this.
It's not like a rookie contract.
I think the team option is just, hey, would you rather pay him 25 or 22 that year? Or would you rather pay him whatever the 45 is that the first year of the extension would be? Like, I'd rather pay him 25 for that year, as it is my right as a team that has the option to make that pick. So, either way, I think that everybody's in agreement that this is going to be
It's going to get done.
It just might take a while. I don't think kind of the point is it might take a while.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be drama or, hissy fits or anything like that.
Yeah.
Now, that's the uncomfortable part is if you do get to a point where it becomes a little dramatic, what does that mean? Because Will Anderson Jr. is so damn amenable. We're not even near that point. I don't foresee that point, but just a thought that passed my mind. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, last night the Rockets got a really, really good win. How important is it? How much do you actually make of it? 713-572-4610. Plus, do you appreciate the scrappiness? We'll do that next.
Seth seeing Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's definitely propaganda, but damn it if it don't work. The Masters Par 3 tournament is currently on ESPN. And, man, I want to go play golf.
Makes you want to pick up the clubs. Never fails.
I know exactly what's happening. I'm not confused at all as to what this is, but it's working.
Yeah.
It is indeed working. You're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Wednesday is going pretty well on this White Boy Wednesday. As I look over at John Lopez's computer, and he's still looking at images of.
I'm scrolling, but this is a great image. It's an image of Mike Vrabel in the
Diana Rossini as the Coldplay couple.
The Coldplay couple, yeah.
Yeah, that is undeniable. Shout out to the various people that have been texting into the Base Power text line.
He is getting dragged on social media with the jokes, man.
Man, and honestly, it's not just the jokes. It's the people going back and finding other tweets and trying and like kind of putting them in this context now.
Other tweets, other segments.
Yes.
Like segments on Get Up.
Yeah.
Or when she said something about her husband and kind of downplayed
or the interview with Vrabel that was replayed where they're flirty with each other and all, which they always were flirty with each other. But yeah, all that stuff is resurfacing. Funny, though, they were always flirty with each other.
She got to stay off of social media.
That's one thing I was looking at. I thought about it is all these tweets, and some of them really feel incriminating, even though I don't know how incriminating they actually are. Kind of the jokes dictate the circumstance. But some of these, I'm like, is it worse if you go back and delete them, or is it worse if you just kind of sit here and let everybody go wild with it?
I think
it's worse.
Deleting them is too big of an acknowledgement.
Yeah, you just got to take it on the chin here.
Yeah.
Rough business.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right. What was also rough was seeing the way that the Rockets started the game last night. First and foremost, how did the 10 p.m. start hit you? Because it also was at 10 right on the dot, right? We got the, as much as we give NBC a lot of credit, the 30-minute intermission show, and then we get to the Suns game, and we were watching the entirety of the intros. We see the whole setup for the game, and I'm like, hey, as much as
let's move it along, boys.
Yeah, as much as TNT would get some hell, man, or really ESPN did this a lot when they'd have their doubleheaders, is that you just jump from one game right to the other one. I kind of appreciated that. It felt like you weren't playing with my time in a way that the NBC game kind of did, but eventually we get going, and the Rockets are just in hell because the physicality and the chippiness is there from the Phoenix Suns, and that was to be expected to some degree. That's how Dylan Brooks plays, and that's what they've been imbued with. The Rockets managed to, after a while, get themselves back into a groove, win this game. How much meaning do we actually put in this? Because, again, this is like game 78 of the, or 79, actually, of the season, right? We've seen a lot on wax from them, but this felt like it meant something for some reason.
You know, I'm glad you put it like that. As the way I would put it, and we talked about it earlier, I really, given how we all just sort of like, all right, it ain't going to happen. We gave up on them, about 10 days ago or so, that it's just not going to happen. The way I framed it is it did kind of strike me as a 2025 version Rockets type performance. They played, they rebounded like crazy. They played better defense. You got a spark off the bench. Here's the thing, though. It's one thing to acknowledge that looks like the best version of the Rockets that we have seen in a while. But it's a whole other thing to think that this is going to be something that makes a huge impact in the playoffs. Like, I think in the first round, especially if it's the Lakers, they'll win that series. The Rockets will win that series. I still don't know how much more confident I would be in the next round. That's where I am. Like, okay, we approve. We approve of what we're seeing.
It's better than last year, Lopez.
It's much better than than they were 10, 12 days ago. And as much as we approve, and they look better, and you had Jabari playing well, Tari had a good spark off the bench. He seems to really suit that role. And certainly,
what are you doing right now?
And certainly,
do you want to do this? Because I got a little verbal weapon that I was just deciding I was going to set to the side. We can do this if you want to do this. Don't pull the thing out unless you plan on banging.
He was ready for this moment, Lopez.
Because Tari played 31 minutes. He ends up 5-7 on the plus 29, and I'll take you to your boy Reed Shepard. And yes, I did say yo boy, even though I quite enjoy him. I think that this was a part of why that game got out of hand, right? With the Phoenix Suns being able to sit on the things that you like doing and hit those pressure points, the defensive step down that you have there for this team just generally with that starting lineup, it showed up. It's why that game got that wild, the turnovers and such. And I think that you did not find a level of equilibrium until you put in the crew that I'm feeling like is the grit crew. Oh, I forgot the person. I remembered the person who I'd forgotten. It was Jayshawn Tate who came in and gave you grit. It was Aaron Holiday who came and gave you grit. Josh Okogie for a minute there. I don't know who the hell he thought he was, but it wasn't Josh Okogie for a little bit. He was doing some really good things, driving closeouts, making great passes, getting rebounds, those types of things. And then Tari Eason. I thought that those guys brought a level of grit that it feels like you're going to need in moments like this, because you're going to have teams that are able to apply maybe not the same kind of pressure, because Dylan Brooks is kind of a madman, and some of the interpersonal stuff applied pressure here. But I think teams are going to apply this pressure, and if you are not able to dig your way out of that with some of the grit, I do wonder, right? Like Jayshawn Tate, how comfortable are you going to feel with him in a rotation to try and give you that grit, to be a generator of that in the postseason? Bringing Aaron Holiday in, how comfortable is that going to feel in a playoff rotation circumstance rather than a regular season game? Some of the guys in the places where you needed to get this team jump-started are guys that I don't know how many of the times you're going to be able to go to them to fix this question in playoff circumstances.
Anywho. So here's my point, though, and I think you
take that, Lopez.
No. Here's my point. I think.
Well, I tried to give you actual analysis rather than just do the Reed Shepard.
No. But I'm glad you did, because this is my point.
That should shut them up.
They're not gonna, with Reed Shepard as a starter, they're not gonna fall 26-5 consistently, much less in every game. He has been. We've talked about it, and we're not going to go there necessarily too much now. But let's do it.
Lopez, I got some stats for you.
One thing we've agreed on is they are a better team when he plays a lot and starts. The record says as much too. What is it, like 17-5 now as a starter, 18-5, something like that? So that's not my point. My bigger point when I said that, and I triggered you. Is Tari?
That's the argument that I hate the most. Is your triggers. Like, no, I had responses. I had a response that I have for you.
Hey, rent free.
No,
the worst. Those are the worst people. I hate them so much.
Lopez is rent free.
But again, that's my point. Tari Eason seems to have fit into that role off the bench. You're going to have good games as a starting unit. With Reed Shepard. So my bigger point here is and this is what I really wanted to talk about here is you're seeing a Rockets team that kind of is defining a formula. They're defining a formula. It didn't work to start. We talked about that. But that's not going to be every case with Reed, because he is a valuable asset offensively and makes you better.
He is valuable.
So my point is there's kind of a formula now.
It's funny that obviously there's a lot of things that you can have multiple people look at and see them a little differently. I thought it was important that this team was able to dig their way out and, not allow themselves to let go of the rope, that they held onto the rope, they clawed their way back into it, and they found their way to playing good basketball that ultimately got them to winning. And a lot of that was under the pretext of playing great defense and getting rebounds, right? The thing that I'm not going to be able to shake watching this game was, obviously that first half, but it wasn't just that they got down deep. It was the way that it happened. Phoenix said, we know what you want to get to. We're going to get there and not let you get to those. What are you going to be able to do in that response? And the Rockets had nothing for a good long stretch.
And that's part of the other thing that I was saying about, I don't know how much it's going to really translate to round two, because then you have to rely on Ime Udoka to do that. against a really good team. Like they play Lakers, they'll win the first series. And you talk about what the Suns are doing to them. Can they do that offensively to another team?
Oh, like, hey,
yes.
That's also, and maybe this is ultimately the question I need to ask. Can the Rockets play more than one way and be successful?
Offensively. Well, really both ways, but especially really both ways.
Defensively as well.
But especially offensively, you highlighted what the Suns were doing against the Rockets. I think it works both ways, and that's why I'm still not. Hey, we're back. Not even close.
It was nice, though, that once you were able to get to some of these places, while also in foul trouble, which is not a small thing to mention, that they were able to handle that adversity. That is a good thing that I'm not going to be able to knock down, even if I was to try. But yeah, once they did get to that, it was nice to see. Once KD gets his spots, he's going to knock it down. You mentioned Jabari knocking down shots. How did you feel about Alperen Sengun in this game? Because this was very much a Rorschach test, I think, if you watch this game, of how you took the Alperen Sengun game.
Look, I thought that was about as good a performance as you could see from him in recent weeks. I think what the way they went through him more, the way that he was able to. I mean, nobody can stop him when he gets the ball, or very few when he gets the ball. I thought that was about as good as you could get, from him. Didn't you?
There was definitely moments where it felt a little dicey, like times where he was trying to play in the post and it didn't work out as well. But of course, that's, again, early on in the game, he seemed to find himself, got himself to those places. And one of the things I loved is Alperen Sengun was a rebounding machine in this game. And there have been some instances where you go, Alperen Sengun in there by himself trying to do the rebounding work has not looked as stellar. This one was he decided that he was going to need to be dominant, and he did, while also, I think he was the dude who got to the 4 fouls sooner than anybody else, and he was able to do all of that in a way that was very I appreciated a lot. So it was definitely a moment where, I don't know if it was a moment of growth, but it demonstrated a moment of growth for them. As you mentioned, they closed down the game well. They got into a hole and they dug their way out. It's weird because I can see those and I can appreciate those, but what looms a little larger in a way
is the way they're getting attacked.
Is the way that they were attacked so specifically. And to be fair to them, that is particular to the way that the Phoenix Suns are playing right now, and maybe the way that some of those players specifically that they have over there. I don't know that the Lakers can hit the Rockets in the way that they showed up. I definitely know that the Thunder can, but that's kind of
that's what I'm saying.
But would they be able to respond to not just getting down like that, but a team sitting on those things that they do really well in a playoff-like context is a question I have.
Look, I think, I don't know. I'll put it this way. You have to be more confident with what you're seeing from the Rockets.
Yes.
But are you more confident that what you're seeing from the Rockets can elevate them past what should be a gimme first-round series?
I don't.
And even if it's not Oklahoma City, which it will be, but even if it's not that, it just against another tier 1 type team, whether it's the Spurs, if you want to put the Nuggets in there or whatever, could that elevate them in those series? I can't quite see it yet.
I did love the chippiness of this game, though. And that also factors into some of this because the Phoenix Suns went to the free throw line a lot. I didn't feel, though, that I don't know if anybody's actually making these claims. I haven't staked out Rockets Twitter or anything like that to see. I hope that nobody's going, well, the refs were being unfair. Because it did feel like, yes, the refs did not fully understand what should have been obvious, which is this is a game that's going to get chippy, right? That's how Dillon Brooks plays. These teams, when they've played before, they've played physical. I will say that so many of those fouls that I could think of in the moment, they earned those.
Oh, yeah.
And that's also a thing where I go, can the Rockets, if a team is going to play like that, are they capable of defending in such a way where they don't get into that foul trouble? It's not really been an issue for them a lot this season, but that particular physicality and getting into them and knocking them off of their block did seem to put them in places where they were swiping a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, even Reed Sheppard with I didn't think it was a great foul, the turnover, which was not a very good pass, and then going and having the strong foul. You had a lot of those moments that I think were more about the Rockets than they were about the refs or anything else.
I think you're probably right. Reed Sheppard, what did he end up with, 12 points, something like that?
12 points, 5 of 9 from the field, and 5 rebounds.
It wasn't so much, oh boy, he disappeared. He got 12, whatever. It was the defensive side early, the start early, and it wasn't, as we've mentioned, it's not just Reed Sheppard. You gave the stat on the defense in general has been, second worst in the league with that starting lineup.
With that particular lineup when you get to the defensive rating,
Yeah.
One thing, though, a little mini confession on the end of this. I do not like having Derek Fisher on the broadcast.
Oh, I got to admit, I was in bed watching it with the with the volume.
You're watching with the sound off.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I did not enjoy Derek Fisher on the broadcast, and I guess the confession of it is I don't know how much of that is just not liking Derek Fisher for Lakers reasons, or just feeling like he was really green and not really giving the insights that you hope.
You would think he'd be better.
I think that he has an opportunity to be better. Like, it was very evident. You know what it felt like? It felt like they had the C team on the call.
Yeah.
Which, again, when you have a number of games, eventually you're going to get C teams on calls here or there.
Yeah.
It felt like they had the C team on the call, with all due respect to the gentlemen that were on the call.
Hey, you got to start somewhere.
Okay, very good. Very good. All right, so there you go. That's, I wish I could have more of a positive outlook, because it was a really impressive thing that they did, digging out of what could have easily been a hole that teams just go, no. They did a great job of setting themselves, and it was a few times, because it wasn't like, all right, you're down 20 and now, boom, we're just eating this up.
Yeah.
They did it methodically coming back through that second quarter. But, yeah, I hate that my brain is locked in on the way that the Phoenix was able to really get underneath them. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about that time we hand things over to One Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Man, I got to talk about more of Diana Rossini, man.
Oh, boy.
I feel like she's a funny person. I think she need to pivot to something else.
Oh, okay. Let's hear that perspective next.
I got to pivot to this, man. This Figgy Fig holding it down. The World Cup is coming to Houston. Big moment, but Metro's thinking beyond that. They're upgrading platforms, making sidewalks safer, cleaning up the corridors, adding greener spaces, and making payments faster and easier. It's all about making your everyday commute smoother. With the Ride Metro fare system, just tap or scan and ride across rails, buses, and park and ride routes throughout the city. You can learn more at ridemetro.org/Metro now. It's the new way to ride.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So the streets of Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, it's still going. It's still on fire right now with Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel. I don't want to leave him out of it. He's in it. He's in it too. He's getting some of them
I think
jokes
that's actually
too.
the issue. I think that's the real problem.
Yeah, he's getting some of them jokes too. But the reason why I think this is why Diana is probably the forefront of it, because she got a lot of receipts on here that people are digging up from her Twitter. I'll get to that in a minute, but here's a guy by the name of Jared Stillman. And I don't know who this guy is, but he used to do radio in Nashville.
Okay.
Back when Vrabel was the head coach for the Titans. And he ain't wasting no time, man. I think he did a live YouTube last night.
Wow.
While all of
He
this
was like,
happening.
emergency podcast.
He was, that's wild to do an emergency podcast on this situation. But he talked about a lot of stuff, a lot of Rossini type of news, and they used to kind of joke around about it. But here is what they used to do whenever they get a Rossini bomb or some type of piece of information on their show.
When Mike Vrabel was the head coach of the Tennessee Titans, on my radio show in Nashville, anytime we had a Diana Rossini story, we made sure to play this.
This Diana Rossini report comes directly from the desk of Mike Vrabel, most likely.
It's a pretty good bit. Gotta admit.
That's actually hilarious.
It's a really good bit.
When I heard that, I'm like, I wish we could do something like
Most
that,
likely.
man. Yeah. So, he was kind of piling on with the jokes and I guess the information and stuff like that. This one is pretty funny, and this is actually from Diana Rossini. I'm not sure what radio show she was doing or whatever, but she was live with somebody. And I feel like after hearing this, I'm like, man, I want to hear more just random stories from Diana. She's pretty entertaining. She could probably do just a regular lifestyle type of podcast, and I will probably be in on this. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so here's Diana Rossini on a radio show telling a funny story about her mother.
Oh, I know what radio. This is Stu.
You know who lets me know my marriage is falling apart? My mom. So that's good.
Oh, does she?
Oh, yeah.
Really? What did she
I'm
say?
gonna walk over here.
What did she say to you?
This is real. I said, hey, thank you so much. Kev told me that you stopped by the house. You did the oh, yeah. He looks good. He looks really good. I go, yeah. I was like, he doesn't seem as stressed this year. She's like, you know what? I'm starting to think he's got a girlfriend. And you know what? Good for him.
What?
He looks good. He's successful. His wife's never around. You love this football thing. That's why he looks good. I don't fight with her. I went right back. I go, why would you say that to me right now while I'm on a trip?
Right.
That my husband has a girlfriend.
Yeah.
And just keeping you on your toes, you know? I don't need to be kept on my toes. I need help.
She likes you to be in the most vulnerable spot.
It's so messed up.
Across the country.
I'm as far as you can be from New Jersey right now.
Right.
There's nothing I can do.
Yes.
And yet she's out here throwing things in my head.
Right.
Now I'm wondering, I'm like, that one girl in his office is really pretty.
Yes.
Shoot,
You're
this
starting
makes
to think
sense.
who,
Yeah,
right?
so, I'm going to call him later.
Are you? That's so
naked.
nice of you. Naked. You're going to start repairing it from here, huh?
Just start laying the groundwork. He'll be like, hey, show me a picture of the stadium. It's just me.
Naked.
He's probably right back. I don't want that. Who wants that? Nobody.
I said I wanted the stadium.
Is Saquon there? Did you talk to AJ?
Dang.
I was pretty entertained by that. I'm like, man,
but context is kind of weird now.
Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, that was at Super Bowl. That was this year's Super Bowl. Stu Gotts and Company is the show. But hey, that's a little uncomfortable to be like, yeah, your mom was sowing the discord that somebody else was cheating, and lo and behold, allegedly, call was coming from inside the house.
That's right.
Yeah. So I wonder if her mother ever called her Mother Luke at some point.
Mama Luke. There you go.
Yo, Mama Luke.
Yeah. Hey.
So this was kind of heating up the streets recently. I just saw this for the first time, and this is her on Get Up. So apparently, I don't even know who she was talking about, but this is what happened on Get Up on ESPN with Diana on here.
Diana, we want to give you one more chance to address this. It happened earlier in our program today. For those of you who weren't watching, Diana Russini said this.
And I think we all do weird things when we're in love, and we overshare and overpost. And look, he's getting married to a beautiful actress. I'm married to someone average. I don't post a lot about him. If I was married to someone beautiful, I'd overpost too.
Oh my God.
This doesn't seem nice. We have put together photos of Diana's husband here for everyone to see, so you can make some amends on national television.
She gonna try to explain herself.
We're average together, and you know what the worst part is? He sent me a text during that segment, not watching because he actually works for a living, and he said, "Good luck today, be great on Get Up." So the guy's got a heart of gold, and here I am on national TV killing him. Look, we're average together, but he makes me above average because he married me. So I am so sorry. I need to really stop killing my husband on television. I'm going to be divorced by Christmas.
Yikes. That's what they call crawfishing, isn't it?
Is that what that's called?
She backed that out real quick.
Honestly, like, that's the type of joking that I feel like people are like, oh man, that's funny. Except when there's reasonable
when stuff like this happens,
then all of a sudden you go back to it.
Yeah,
she said something about her husband once. Yeah,
that's tough.
That is
tough.
Yeah. So salute to her. Hopefully everything.
Salute.
Hey, salute to all parties involved, man.
He said, God be with all of y'all.
Hey, hopefully she just have a regular lifestyle type of podcast. I would check it out. I would subscribe and check it out.
Y'all got her on the Joy Taylor path.
Hey, I wouldn't be mad at it. She sounds super entertaining.
She is entertaining. Boy, it's just it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
What a Mama Luke.
That's right.
Does Lopez get that at all?
I don't.
Nah, he
okay.
don't. So yesterday,
I'm just gonna leave you out here.
Yeah, yesterday we had a word of the day from an Italian American.
Okay.
And it was Mama Luke?
Mama Luke.
That was one of them.
What does it mean?
It's just a
about Luke Morrow?
No, Luke ain't no Mama Luke, not at all.
Yeah, it actually had nothing to do with. You know what? Let me play it real quick so you can kind of get the what we talking about.
The Italian American word of the week is mamaluke. It is derived from the Italian word mamaluco, which simply means idiot, fool, a person who confidently does dumb things. In an Italian American household, it is a low-level insult. A little less aggressive than stunad. I'll give you a perfect example. Look at this Mama Luke in church with his hat on. Mama Luke, feel free to use it.
Which, I mean, hey.
I love that.
Going out in public, 2 hours away from where you were, and having an extramarital affair in front of God and everybody.
It's a little more than Mama Luke, isn't it?
I feel like it at least qualifies for Mama Luke.
At least that's the baseline.
Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Some more crazy news happened yesterday. And yesterday or 2 days ago, I want to say, rapper Offset. Do you know who Offset is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know you know who he is because you bad and bougie. That's why you know who he is.
What?
So, Offset was shot outside of a Florida casino, and another rapper by the name of Lil TJ was allegedly involved in this. So here's a news outlet in Florida with this story.
We're learning more from investigators. Apparently, that other rapper, Little TJ, pulled up to valet here behind me, directed his posse, according to officers, to start a fight with Offset and his friends. That's when someone fired away. Chaos at the Casino Valet. Famous rapper Offset shot Monday at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood. The video shared online capturing two men being detained by officers. Moments later, Offset seen getting into an ambulance in a photo obtained by TMZ. Another rapper, Little TJ, whose real name is Tion Jaden Merritt, bonding out of jail Tuesday, charged with disorderly conduct in connection with what's described to be a fight at the Hard Rock. Cops say in an arrest form, Little TJ directed members of his party to start a fight, and one of the males associated with the defendant pulled a firearm and discharged it, wounding one of the individuals. Meantime, Offset at Memorial Regional, according to his reps, expected to be okay.
So that happened, and little TJ, I want to say, was arrested and ended up getting bailed out and all that. And on his way out, you had the media right there. They want some answers.
Yeah.
And little TJ gave him some answers right here.
The last thing I seen was Offset looking at me like this. Yo, that shot me. That shot me. La 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 is a rat. I don't do no damn fighting.
Man, you just want to tell us what happened?
Did I shoot? Oh, crazy. They're saying you were disorderly. Outside the casino, there was a fight near the valet. Smack the out of Offset. He would never play with me like that in his life. Does somebody owe you money? Ask Offset. He owe you money? Ask Offset. Hey.
You're not going to beat that case, my boy.
Yeah, he's disorderly there.
Yeah, you're not gonna beat that
Yeah, so it was a lot going on here, and a lot of people just kind of like the Diana Rossini start digging up a lot of receipts. A lot of people start speaking out on this.
Yeah, I think the digging was less important than everybody decided somebody got shot. Let me tell the story of how I'm involved in this.
Yeah, so the streets are saying Offset is a guy that loves to gamble.
Habitual line stepper.
Yep. He loves to make bets and never pay people back.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah. So that kind of led to the confrontation between rapper Lil TJ and Offset.
So he owed him money.
He allegedly owed him $10,000.
Okay.
And they were going back and forth in the DMs. I won't read them DMs. But somebody else decided to chime in on this and kind of keep it to sports.
Isn't this what happened kind of with like Offset? Didn't it kind of happen like the Geno Smith where he told him, you owe me money. He said, get it back in blood. Where you at?
Yeah.
Pretty much. Get it back in blood where the dude literally did.
Yeah.
That I will always laugh at the person who does that because that reminds me of the Geno Smith when his teammate was like, hey, you didn't come out to the the camp that I put on, and he said, you want this money? You want this money back? What you gonna do about it? And then he broke his jaw. Like that. Why are you daring people to do things about things of this nature?
Yeah, so it was a lot going on there. Des Bryant actually
of course
replied to this. I'm thinking he about to say, hey, prayers up, bro, or something like that. He posted a long post, but long story less long, he said he owed me $8,000.
He owes me money too.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. And I guess it's safe to say he probably got a gambling problem.
Yeah, I would say that's more than safe to say.
Yeah. So here is DJ Academics, who's a streamer. He kind of be plugged into the hip hop scene a lot. Here's him talking about how much the Hard Rock Casino loves Offset.
I heard a story. I heard that the Hard Rock gave him a jet just to like some holiday. Like, yo, just take the jet and go to Atlanta and go see a family. Yo, if the casino's giving you a jet to go see a family, bruv, yo, there's no casino known to man that's giving you a jet to leave them. That's when they know they got you. They're like, oh, you're definitely coming back. They gave you a jet. Oh, hey, take the jet. All right, go spend some time with the fam. And then come back, we'll rob you a little bit more.
No, that's how it works.
That jet.
No, that's how it works. All the high rollers in Las Vegas, they get flown in.
I was like, do they actually get jet use?
Oh yes,
all right.
Absolutely.
This is one of those I am just too broke to relate, or maybe just I guess too green in this instance or whatever. Because I was like, ain't no way. But also,
no, they do. I've heard stories of like they're flying them in from Europe and stuff.
Okay, well, it does even without that smack of a dude who has a serious gambling problem. Because how do you have multiple people come out and be like, yeah, he owes me money too? It should be like, even if there's one instance of you owe someone $10,000 and he ain't gotten it back. I'm like, all right, well, he might might have a little bit of an issue. When people jump out of all corners of the earth and be like, he owes me money too.
Yeah, it's been multiple entertainers that's like, hey, he tried to bet me on this game and so he got a lot going on. He got some soul searching to do, man.
He really does.
He got to get himself together because he gonna end up on the wrong side.
Well, he already got shot. I just searched it a second ago while you were talking in the buttocks.
Yes,
like
correct.
Forrest Gump.
That's how we got here.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this.
It is better to get shot in the buttocks than get your knees broken, right?
I think so.
Yeah. You just gonna get more jokes getting shot in the buttocks.
That's a great point, though.
Yeah. But just want to give a shout out to my hood, Clinton Park. Shout out to Clinton Park. It was going down yesterday, and I got a few notifications on the ring.
Your actual hood.
Yes, right now where I stay at.
Yeah.
And where's your hood, Lopez?
It's right over there.
Well, you guys shout your hood out, man.
First Ward, baby.
Yeah. I'm in Clinton Park. So I got a couple of notifications, and it was a bunch of. Did y'all hear that shoot? Did y'all hear them helicopters?
Oh, no.
And I'm sitting here like, what's going on? Well, apparently, Bryce at KPRC2 had the report. He was actually on the scene in my hood.
The FBI and several law enforcement agencies have been serving arrest and search warrants in the East Houston neighborhood of Clinton Park. It's been going on for several hours now, and law enforcement sources tell me multiple people have been arrested on drug and gun-related charges. You can see this is one of the locations here on Delaware Street. A woman who lives here says that she first heard the choppers around 9:30 this morning and looked outside to see several unmarked vehicles. We understand, again, multiple people have been arrested. This is being led by FBI Houston's Violent Crime Task Force, and a lot of agencies have been involved in this, including the ATF as well as SWAT teams from the Houston Police Department and FBI San Antonio. We're also told that the Houston Fire Department was part of this. A lot of information that we are still trying to gather right now, but again, multiple people arrested in the East Houston neighborhood of Clinton Park after a multi-agency operation led by the FBI here in Houston.
All right,
Am I safe in my hood?
No.
713-572-46. It was a lot going on. It was literally 1 minute away from my house.
As they were going through everything, I'm thinking, this is not like, a drug deal went down. No, this was
planned.
This was big.
Yeah.
This was Breaking Bad. I mean, this was like a big.
I didn't even think nothing of it because it's a raid like once a month.
Yeah.
You get a raid once a month. But this one, I'm like, damn.
Yeah. That's big time.
Lopez, you got an extra room, right?
I have an extra room. You can have the whole upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case you need to ask.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I hold it down here, man. I think my street is safe so far.
Yeah, because what's the Bob? Is that the stray dog?
Yeah,
Bob out there.
I haven't seen him in a minute either.
Oh no.
Yeah, I haven't
Bob
seen him.
left,
Maybe he moved on. Maybe somebody grabbed him up.
Your neighborhood got so bad, even Bob left. Bob was like, I can't
you
be
seen
out
that?
here.
What's going on in that house over there?
Around here.
Bob gets around. He probably seen it.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar, Bob is the name that Figgy gave the stray dog that just used to hang around in front of his house. Apparently, Bob left.
It was another stray dog hanging around the house last night. It was just randomly barking. I'm like, who dog is that barking? He was right in the field, just, oof, oof. I went on the porch, get your ass out. He took off.
That is
I can see Figgy doing
100%.
I'm half asleep. Get your ass out of here.
Figgy really is an old man in his house. I love it so much. All right, that's the mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. At the Figgy Fig on social media is who you tag on social media if you see something that is mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. A couple of different things that are coming out from NFL media. I'm wondering, do you agree with what they say about the Houston Texans right now? We'll do that next.
What a start for Yordan Alvarez. at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You see, John, that the Masters obviously gets going tomorrow. I know that you saw that, but did you see that the coverage, early coverage, before we get to like the classic CBS coverage, starts at noon for rounds 1 and 2 on Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime.
All right, it's streaming for the Masters, and I am fascinated about this. Like, this feels like one of the bigger harbingers that we're going to get to. I mean, and we kind of know that this is trending this way. It really does feel like we're going to get to sports being almost exclusively streaming at some point.
Well, at some point it will be. Just the direction we're going. The Masters is an interesting one.
This would have been the last bastion in my mind, because the reason why the Masters is televised is because, and nobody will say it this way, but it is supposed to be a big old like a billboard, right? The Augusta National doesn't need any of the money. Like, they don't do this for the TV deal. It's one of the reasons why it's unsullied by sponsorship. They don't need any of them. You know how much money the Masters can make by having sponsorship? They want this to be in front of people. And with that being the thought process, I'm surprised that they would take any portion of this that typically would be on some level of terrestrial or cable television and push it. I guess in a way there are a lot of people that watch it, but make it a slightly add another hurdle to watching it by putting on Amazon Prime is surprising to me.
Well, you say hurdle, and I guess by definition for a number of a lot of people it is, but it's also the numbers are going off the charts of what we watch, via streaming. So I look at it as first of all, I think it'll be decades before it comes off of CBS. Just in general, like Sunday afternoon is going to be on CBS. But I do see it more as expanding the footprint. More people have, you're at work. It's Thursday, Friday, and the Masters is on. You don't have a TV in your office like we do. You're going to be streaming it. So I think it's just more of the footprint than anything.
Also, that's got to be rough for ESPN that used to have, some of the dayside coverage.
Yeah.
Now, of course, that was also, I think they also messed around and had it on their streaming apparatuses. So Amazon would be bigger, but it just the seeing the Amazon Prime, a company that I'm sure would love to get more ideas and more of their claws into Masters coverage. Will be where to watch it. But for anybody that's listening that would be interested, if they are one of those people that you're talking about at work tomorrow at noon, hey, put on a little.
I mean, they start at 7 a.m. I think it's the first 7:07. Not that I'm paying attention, but
who's in the first group? Because I know you know.
I do know, but I forget.
I bet you do.
I don't have it.
See, Fig, he just don't want to stand on business. He doesn't want to look like the golf dork. It's fine. All right, I take you to NFL Media, who has a couple of things out that the Texans are interestingly in. One of those is the one goal for each AFC team and what they need to nail in the draft. And another one, I will leave the title unnamed, but the Texans do pop up in this short list. Which one would you prefer, door 1 or door 2 here?
Door 1.
Door 1. All right, what is the NFL draft need for each AFC team? Obviously, the team we're talking about here at Houston. I'm kind of shocked that this was the answer that they have. The Texans' biggest draft goal, they say, is wide receiver. You've been on
welcome.
this. Yeah, no, you've been on this. I read you the blurb. This is, I think, Nick Shook. He says, Houston can go in a number of different directions with its top picks, and it wouldn't hurt to continue to bolster the offensive line. But when I look at the Texans depth chart, the most uncertainty lies in the receiving core. Is Tank Dell going to be able to return to form? We've talked about that. Can Houston count on Jaden Higgins as a wide receiver too? Feels like CJ could use another pass catcher, especially with tight end Dalton Schultz also returning from injury. Go pick one up, Nick Caseria, is what he says.
Interesting. Obviously, I agree with that, and thanks for listening. But
are you saying that to me or Nick Shook?
No, Nick
Shook.
Okay,
I was like, I'm here every day.
I don't think it's that far-fetched. I really don't. And now, to be fair, if I were writing that, I wouldn't make that the biggest need.
That's why I was surprised to see that. I also feel like he kind of won.
My take is like, okay, don't be surprised if.
Right. I think that there's not enough given to Jalen Noel there, although I'm not going to pretend like Jalen Noel as any level of given is a thing. I'm a little higher on Jaden Higgins myself, but it is interesting. He even brings in the Dalton Schultz and the injuries and how that looks. It does feel like you could end up with pass catcher. Also, I do wonder how much of the context is also the understanding that they are going to try and be so much of more of a running team than previously.
No, that's
thought
fair.
about. So
Yeah,
I don't know,
that's
but
fair.
that I found that interesting. That of all the things that you get to, and he alludes to the big thing, which is, look, man, there's a lot of different directions that they can go, and that's in part because of the way that they have built out this roster. That you go there. The other door that you did not choose is, one that we've mentioned and alluded to, but the Dexter Lawrence landing spots, they do have the Texans as one of these.
God, that would be wild. I just don't see it happening, but I say that, and you just never know with what they're doing right now. I'm talking about just overwhelmingly powerful defense in every level. Who do they have else?
The other teams that they have in here, one of the ones that I felt was obvious was, they have the Giants as a possible, right? He stays. John Harbaugh seems to believe that Dexter Lawrence is going to stay. I don't know if this is just kind of big bluff, or if he's really thinking that, hey, this is just we'll find a way to make this work. The Raiders pops up as a name, especially with Max Crosby going out. I do wonder if you're having some issues finding a way to pay Dexter Lawrence the paying of Max Crosby, how does that end up falling in? The Bengals is a name that comes up.
Dang.
Again, losing Trey Hendrickson again. Comes to the same question of how comfortable are they paying now? This is a younger player on the defensive line. Maybe that shows up. Ravens make their pass rush better. I can see that. Bears, I feel like, is the name that I like the most. I just wonder what the salary cap ramifications are. Chargers come up. But with the Texans, one of the things that this makes me think of, though, is how much do you think – because people have talked about the Texans and what they typically do at defensive in the interior of the defensive line, where they usually get guys that are a little bit malleable and they can get upfield and rush the passer. And how much do you think that the Texans are married to that, or how much of that has been the necessity because they have not had the big body one tech available to them prior?
I think obviously they'd like Dexter Lawrence, but it's been more necessity. I mean, he's been able to make the most of guys that have kind of not retreads, but kind of cycled through.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm asking. Honestly, I would like to throw it up to the fellas of the drive as they join us, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing in this crosstalk. As you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. I'm wondering, how do you guys feel, Ron, Clint, about the feeling? Because obviously we're at that time of year where the draft scouts are going crazy about, all right, this is what this team typically does. And when it comes to the defensive tackle spot, which is one of those things that a lot of people are mocking to the Houston Texans, like, oh man, the Texans D'Amico likes to tend to get a guy that's a little bit of mobile, get upfield, and I'm like, yes, to some degree, but I wonder how much of that has just been what they have had available to them and making that, or if they, just not having available to them a big body one tech that gets in the middle, and if they could get that, if that's something that they would want.
Yeah, I don't care what kind of defense they want. Dexter Lawrence would fit.
Sure, exactly. right.
And they would be scary as hell with Dexter Lawrence in the middle, because Sexy Dex can do whatever you need, but they can't.
No, I'm with you there. I tried to use it as a general jumping off point.
Let me say this: they can.
Yeah.
But if they were to do that, somebody needs to take the controls away from whoever it is that's making these decisions.
Well, we know who would be making that decision.
You can't from a football perspective, if you just hey man, it don't matter. You can't tell me, yeah, man, we're willing to have a top 5 player in Danielle Hunter on that D line. If he came here, you'd have to give him a new contract, because that's what he's tripping about. So I'm guessing right now he's the 12th highest paid defensive lineman. Milton Williams is the second. A D tackle. I'm guessing he'd jump Milton Williams. Maybe he doesn't get to Chris Jones, but he'd jump Milton Williams. So he'd be north 30. Yeah. We know Will Anderson is going to probably break Micah Parsons' number,
Correct.
which will make him the highest non-paid quarterback. You can't have all the problems that you have on the other side.
Yeah.
And say, well, this is what we're going to take care of it.
We need to spend more on
We're going to bring in Wyatt. Well, we're going to bring in Wyatt Teller. Clearly, the biggest issue on this team has been the offensive line for 3 years, and they have made some all right moves over there. But you can't say, hey, we're not going to make a big splash, big time move. We're going to pay an interior lineman $30 million. Yeah, but it ain't going to be an offensive interior line. It's just going to be to me, they're just shelling. That's over the top of what you're shelling on one side of the ball.
Point.
When you have that on the other side of the ball.
Yeah.
Football wise, it'd be great.
Sure.
Hell yeah.
I'd want to watch it.
But you can't say, man, all right, man, that offense, man, we're giving us trouble, but we're gonna have three guys making $30 million.
Braden Smith.
Three guys making $30 million a year on the defensive line is what we're going to do. The hell with Stingley back there and everything else we paid, but we're gonna pay three guys that. So I don't know, man. I just that if I'm a Texans fan, that'd be a hard one for me to swallow.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna pay this cat all this money.
Yeah, that was immediately in my place, and the football of it is fun, but I didn't want to bring
back
this.
Ed Ingram.
Yeah, I think that the way that you add to that interior is by getting a young, controllable dude to work off of those dudes. If you're doing that, do you feel like there is a constraint, Dirty Red, about the possibility of? Do you think that they want that big one tech, or do you think that the trend that's been there actually is the way that they think about it, getting somebody who is that versatile guy that can kind of play three and get upfield and those types of things?
Yeah, look, I think they got plenty of guys that can get upfield.
Right.
I think finding D linemen that can get upfield. I mean, D'Amico's shown he's really good at identifying them, and he's really good at putting them in position to be successful. I mean, everybody he's brought in here has done that. I mean, really to exceeded expectations. I mean, did anybody think Tim Settle was going to come in here and be a guy that could shoot the gap and go make plays in the backfield?
Really, truly not.
I mean, all of them. Mario Edwards came in.
Tommy's been a huge.
Yeah, so I heard somebody talking the other day, and this was somebody outside of Houston just talking about D'Amico and exactly that conversation of could D'Amico kind of shift gears and go get a guy that you got to double team him to move him. He can occupy two offensive linemen there inside to stop the run better than they have and improve that part of it. So yeah, I think it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's possible, and I think D'Amico. That's that side of the ball. I firmly believe D'Amico is 100% calling the shots.
Oh yeah,
and doing whatever the hell he wants to.
We know who would do that.
Yeah, I just said, but I mean, like somebody's got to take the keys. if he's just gonna go with that home much over there, I'm just saying. Like, I know you, Clint, and if you could go get and pay Dexter Lawrence, then that means that I'm not going to just let you walk away from Tyler Linderbaum. Then, like if you were going to pay him $30 million, you could have paid Tyler.
Yeah. The only thing I would
Tyler Linderbaum would be far more important and impactful to this team than Dexter Lawrence would be to this team.
Yeah,
that's my whole. It is hard. It is hard for me to think. All right, we know how much money you have invested on that side of the ball, and we know how much you have invested on this side of the ball.
Yeah.
And we know what the problem was.
I
like that one's hard for me.
The beautiful thing to me is again, if they're going to get better, there's two ways to do it. You can go out and you can get aggressive offensively. That's bit them in the ass once already, and they're clearly not going to do that. Or you can take your strength and make it stronger. And I think, look, I like this defense. They're obviously really, really good. I think it is. This defense is headlined by Swarm, right? Their guys are good. Stingley's good. Will Anderson's good. Daniil Hunter's good. But if they didn't all play together and didn't all swarm to the ball, it would be a lot less successful defense. I don't think they're a team that when offensive coordinators playing against them, they're just overwhelmed with dudes, right? I mean, like you got the two edges. Hey, man, we can't let these edge guys take over the game, and they do a lot, but it's two dudes. You mess around and put a game changer in the middle. Now you're overwhelming folks. Now people don't know how to even find answers against your defense. Right now, you've got two really good guys and some guys that can cover, and you're a handful. You're a badass team. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know that you player-wise can just overwhelm an offense before you ever snap the football. Boy, you put somebody in the middle, man, it just becomes one of those like, God, dog, man, how do you deal with this bunch?
Yeah, I mean, that's the Howie Roseman Eagles experience. It's just you need to start doing it in a way that's more cost-effective than like a Dexter Lawrence, right? Yeah, exactly.
You got to pick 28.
And that's where I'm going to, right? When we talk about 28-38, I've been seeing players mocked to the Texans defensive tackle-wise. It's like, yeah, probably a 3-4 tag. I'm like, huh.
Other thing, to your point, I mean, we're all talking all off season about the headspace that C.J. Stroud is in. What does that do to his headspace?
I'm just saying, man.
I think they're all out of give a rips.
Maybe
about what
fair.
you just said.
Fair. I'm just saying, if you're telling me you had $25 to $35 million to spend on a player per year, that dude has to be an offensive player.
No, I'm with you on this.
Like you got the number one defense. Oh, maybe they dropped to 3. I don't know. You got the number one defense. Like we saw what the problem was, and what has been the problem the last couple of years. You just gonna add to your biggest strength. Let's throw another one at the D line. Like what Clint said, they've shown they can get guys that aren't great defensive tackles, we don't think, to be productive enough for you in there.
Yeah.
Nah, absolutely right. All right, fellas, looking forward to a Wednesday show for you. Lopez, talk to you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
I know you're excited to see this golf get going, and we'll have an opportunity to do that as we do our show tomorrow.
So excited.
I know you are. But in the meantime, we'll leave you with the best damn afternoon sports drive show in all of the great land of Houston, The Drive. All right. Appreciation again to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. But right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live here on a Wednesday here in studio. Shout out to those on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I see you. As somebody just texted in, I got it. How about this? 1 year Dexter Lawrence. That's why you push push Will Anderson Jr.'s contract the next year. Yeah. I just don't think Dexter Lawrence. I don't think Dexter Lawrence is rolling with that. Personally, maybe he does. Maybe he has a dream to play for Houston for 1 year without getting big money. Like the problem, I don't think Dexter wants to leave New York. I think the problem for Dexter is they've been going at it for 2 years trying to get a long-term deal, and they can't get it. They can't agree, so he wants to go somewhere where he can get that contract. So we'll see. Football-wise, that'd be nasty. I'd be down for it. I hope whoever they draft in the draft it has the potential to be a Dexter Lawrence, and they can figure out it that way. But whew, that's a lot there on the D-line. All right, as we get you rolling here, the Astros, they're going to get started here in Colorado and try to avoid getting swept. Did not have that one on the bingo card, fellas. Did not have that one.
Lose a series of the A's and then try to get swept by the Rockies back to back.
And you got to have – and guess who's there to save the day? The stopper.
CJ.
Oh, God.
The stopper.
Oh, Lord.
Is this the new CJ?
Big start.
Christian Javier is the new CJ? Is that what he is? Christian Javier gets the ball tonight. Listen, it would behoove this offense to get off to a really good start this first inning before. It'd be nice if he could have maybe a 2-3-0 lead before he steps on the mound in Colorado. But this is
– be nice if Los was in the lineup to help with that as well.
I think he's sick.
He is.
Got to he's rooster telling.
He's sick of this. Yeah, that's what he is.
Got the squirts, man.
Is that what it is?
Got to be. Man. I mean, what else is keeping you out? A little cough?
Yeah, said Carlos, according to Chandler Rome, Carlos Correa had been sick since yesterday.
Yeah, Carlos Correa! Messed around, got off in that El Tiempo after a game or something.
Hence his absence from the lineup today. Correa is back at the ballpark and did a little light pregame workout. Unclear if he'll be available this afternoon. So it looks like he's not in the starting lineup. Maybe he can pitch hit or something a little bit later on. But the lineup tonight, Pena at short, DH, Alvarez, Altuve at second, Paredes at third, Walker at first, Smith, Loperfido, Myers, and Vasquez gets the start after a night game, after a day game. So that is the lineup today, as they will, as we said, avoid getting swept by the Colorado Rockies, one of the worst teams in baseball. What is what?
Nothing. Oh, nothing.
You somehow put old W in Vasquez's name.
What did I say?
Vasquez.
Did I say Vasquez? I put a Q in there. Maybe I said I did. Vasquez.
Vasquez.
I like
Quez,
put a Q. Put a Q in it, not a W. Put a Q in there. Vasquez. Is it Vaz? Did I say Vasquez? Vasquez. Christian Vasquez.
It was.
I love you for it.
Yeah,
that was good, man.
Well, first of you all kiss my ass. Is what you can't do. Could have moved on about it. Every time you say Pena wrong, I don't just correct you. We could have moved on past it. We all know it. Everybody in the audience knows it.
SGA. We all got it.
No, but no, Christian Javier, he has got to give them something today. This is, like we talked about it yesterday, is he potentially flirting with coming out of the rotation? I think he's probably helped right now by the Hunter Brown injury, which seems to be a little bit longer than just the 15-day IL that maybe we thought. But he's been awful this year thus far. Not pitching deep into games, not really doing anything when he's in games. He's walking batters, not striking guys out, giving up runs. As you said earlier in the week, he's just not even giving you a chance when you're down 4, 5, 6 nothing in his starts. They got to get something from him today. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Base Power text line, YouTube, and Twitch. What is the floor? What is the floor of acceptance today for you from Christian Javier? If he goes out and does this, you're like, all right, okay, I can work with that. Like last night, Mike Burrows, I could work with what he did last night. Give me 5 and a little over 5 innings, 3 runs. I can work with that. Christian Javier has not done anything that I can work with right there. So it's where are you at floor wise with Christian Javier today?
I need 5 and 3. I need 5 innings. I need 3 or fewer runs. He's better than that. I mean, he's better than obviously the stat line. I mean, but he's better than the Astros not being able to depend on him. And right now the Astros need him. And it's early season, and I know, but hell, if it was the last month of the season and this was happening, you need Christian Javier right now to get out there and give you a quality start. Not literally a quality start, but just a start that is of some level of quality where it doesn't look like the damn wheels are coming off and you don't give the team a chance to win. So, look, I'll go 5. I'll go 5 and 3 or fewer.
5 and 3. Wow. Okay. So not quite quality start, but you need 5 innings because he has been in the 3 and 2/3, 5-6 runs range is what he's done with his 3 strikeouts to 9 walks. So it has been a struggle. I'm in the same range, man. Can you get me 4 and 3?
4?
Can you listen, I'm talking about the floor.
You're gonna tax that damn bullpen again.
I'm going into it believing he's gonna.
That's the least of your worries.
I'm just saying right now. Where was that? What year was that when they were in the postseason? I'm to that with Christian Javier. We were sitting out here. Come on, man, just give us 3 or 4. Give me Zach Greinke. Just give me 3 and 3.
I need 9 outs.
Pitch into the 4th. No, just give me 4. Can you pitch into the 5th? 3 runs or less, and can you have more strikeouts than walks? That's where I am. That's where I am with Christian Javier. He is fighting it, struggling big time, and they need a big performance because obviously that's not the plan to get yourself swept by the Colorado Rockies. And to be honest with you, the Rockies have swung the bats pretty well these first 2 games, and their ballpark is not really conducive to somebody who is struggling, and you hope though. But that's the big deal. I don't think he's going to get pulled out now. And if this is one of those 1 2/3 or something, then maybe if it gets worse than it has been, then maybe there's something there. But I'm with you. I don't think it gets him pulled, but he's got to show something.
Well, I mean, look, you can't have more walks and strikeouts as you mentioned, and we got to get out of the 5 or 6 earned. I mean, we got to get out of that role, right? I mean, it's leaving the game really early and taxing the bullpen even more so than a decent start already does in 2026 baseball. Giving up 5 or 6 earned runs, walking 4 or 5 and striking out 1. I mean, that just giving up a couple of home runs like that it has just been awful on several fronts. Like there's got to be something in Christian Javier, and they need it tonight. I mean, you got to get something out of Christian Javier. You got to get something out of Lance McCullers. You can't put all the pressure on Burrows and MI. You got to get something out of the guys that have been Astros for longer than a hiccup, and Christian Javier is one of them.
Yeah, you just got to be a major league starting pitcher at the very least, and that's not what he has been. The floor is low for me, baby. 4 innings, 3 runs or less, baby. I could do something with that. I can work with that, especially what he has been doing thus far. By the way, they did lose last night, as we said, 5-1, and eventually, Clint, they weren't going to be able to score. Would you call it 7 or 11?
7-11, baby.
They weren't going to be able to go 7-11 every game out. But you spoke about this a couple of times yesterday, and right now the scary part with the Astros is they're starting to do things that non-playoff teams do. And the offense, they get a day. They get a day to score 1 run. They have been carrying this team and been hot for most of the season. But that defense jumped up again yesterday. Just like already, we know for the most part they're not going to make like plays they shouldn't make. Like certain guys, maybe Christian Walker might, maybe Jake if he feels it might a little bit. But like yesterday, that Bryce Matthews play and left field, man.
Come on, bro.
That's gotta get made and led right to a run.
Yeah,
like,
another mental error too, calling for a pitch review and a 0-0 count, like in the first or second inning.
Bryce doesn't get to call.
He ain't got the green light.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't get
this.
to. He shouldn't.
I'm gonna tell you, Pendergast is hot. He is.
I love when Sean gets mad.
Oh,
Diner, you don't have it.
I think he's got about 3 guys on the whole team that should even reach for their helmet. Like everybody else should keep their hand below their ears.
Nice, top 5 in the lineup.
On a scale from just irritated.
No, Altuve does not have it.
From irritated to Tide Pod.
He's got it. You got to give Altuve.
I'm telling you. I mean, on Sean's list, he ain't got it.
No. Altuve is the greatest Astro. He gets it. He gets to do it.
I'm gonna
you just got to live with it. He gets to.
Isak, Alvarez.
Yeah, top 5.
And who is his third one?
Correa? It had to be Correa, right? Maybe it was Christian.
Somebody with a great
Had to
eye.
be Lowe's.
It's got to be Lowe's. Yeah, it's got to be. But that man, Bryce, I don't even think he should have had to slide to make the catch. And not only did he slide, it hit him in the palm of the glove.
It was damn near a routine fly.
And the Rockies were idiots. Their guy, he got lucky. He took off running like it was 2 outs, and he should have been doubled up. Like, oh, what a great read on that. He didn't hold, like it was. I don't know, boy. It seems to show up with that defense where they struggle defensively, where they're going to. We know that they're not going to like that. What was it? The slow roller, Johnston's first hit, the slow roller. As soon as that was hit, I said, "Well, I know Altuve's not making that play." and not to be disrespectful to Altuve, but right now, Altuve's probably not going to make the play out of his range. I think he's going to probably make most of the plays that he should make, but slow rollers, he's got to run in and scoop and throw. No,
he's a left fielder, man. Give him a break.
Baby. They ain't gonna make that one. But you got Bryce. You got to make your left fielder's got to make that catch.
Yeah, got to get your head in the game.
Doubled him up and got out of the inning. But you're right, man. They do things. They don't pitch well. Their bullpen doesn't pitch well. Their closer stinks right now.
Their Gold Gloves aren't making Gold Glove plays.
The ball keeps finding guys. Bryce is up there thinking, I could have made that play at second. Let me play there. It's just that does keep showing up right there, which is rough. Well, they got to get it together. They got to play better defense. They got to pitch better. And they're starting.
That's a hell of a statement when you got no Correa tonight and Christian Javier on the mound.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough. But it ain't just the starters. That bull, you hand it over to the bullpen too. They're gonna go ahead and they're gonna jackknife it. They gave themselves up a 2-run homer as well. So 5-1. Let's see if the Astros can turn it around. We'll keep you updated. We'll keep you abreast, as Tyler would like to say. On what's going on here as they try to avoid this sweep. They didn't do anything in the first inning. So as we said, it'd be nice if they could have given Christian Javier some run support to start this thing off. They, however, will not. They are coming up, and Christian is coming into the game. We'll see what happens. Some news with the Texans and some news with 2 of their most important players contract-wise. We'll let you know what that is coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, many of you, hell, I've only been here 6 years.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That ball's into left field and would be down for a hit in front of Joey Loperfido. In to score is Edouard Julien. And the Rockies, 2 batters in, take a 1-0 lead.
Yep. We said we needed to see one from Christian Javier today, and they needed him to show up. Now, he did get out of the inning just giving up the 1 run by pure fortune of where his fielders were located at points. They kicked this thing off, fellas. Single, stolen base, and then that RBI single you just heard right there from TK, and then another single, runners on first and second with nobody out, and then a deep fly out to the track to left. Then he decided to go, 5-6 straight 93-mile-an-hour four-seam fastballs repeatedly that struck out the next batter, and then he got out of the inning with a rope right to Pena at short. That they were fortunate to be able to get caught. So
rough start.
We'll see.
Not the worst.
I'm not gonna. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. Maybe that was all right. That was the inning to get him. But it looks like they're seeing the ball pretty well off of it.
Beach ball.
Hopefully he didn't walk anybody. He did start the last hitter on the 3-0 count, but he didn't walk anybody. But hopefully hopefully they don't hit him as hard as they were in that first inning.
20-pitch first inning. I was in Crapper, so I didn't see I did not see the stolen base. I'm going to assume it was probably a stand up. Just kind of trotted on down there like they do around the base. It is Vasquez back there, so maybe that changes. Pitch. But yeah, a little bloop single. Not the ideal start here for Christian Javier. Could have been worse.
Yeah.
First and second, 1-0, 1-0 ball game. First and second, no outs. It could have been worse. So. Glad he got out of there and limited the damage.
Yep. 1-0 right now, as we'll keep you updated. 1-0. The Astros trail the Rockies in Denver as they look to avoid getting swept. We'll keep you updated throughout the show. You ain't got to go nowhere. You can continue listening to the drive right here. All right, Clint, some news coming out of the Texans. This is not a surprise, but something that they went ahead and took care of. But the Texans, they pick up the fifth-year options on C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. C.J. Stroud will make $25.9 million, and Anderson will receive $21.5 million in 2027. Their salaries are fully guaranteed. As I said, not a surprise here, Clint. We would, obviously assume that they would do that with those players. We feel confident that Will Anderson will have an extension done. Not as confident with C.J. Stroud. Really, to be honest with you, not as confident with C.J. Stroud beyond this year.
Yeah, I think that's the deal. These are no-brainers. The fifth-year options from C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, no-brainer, regardless of what your plans are moving forward, regardless of what the outcome the next couple of years are, you were picking up this fifth-year option for both of these players. Fully expect, Will Anderson to get his new deal. If Will Anderson doesn't get his new deal before training camp starts, I wouldn't step foot on the field. And so I fully expect that to happen. On the C.J. Stroud front, this is the big one. This is the big question, right? The next decision that has to be made with C.J. Stroud is the biggest decision that the Texans are going to make. Will's made it easy on his part. Derek Stingley made it easy on his part.
Yep.
Right, I mean, you've got Nico made it real easy. Hell, he made it easy by his play and by the money that he ended up accepting. Right, I mean, everything's been easy in this Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans era of football when it comes to paying bigger money to players. Like the C.J. Stroud decision is going to be the big one, and when they make it is going to be the first question. Do you make it before this year? I would say not a chance. Doesn't sound like they're even remotely close to thinking about it if you read between the lines of Nick Caserio and even D'Amico Ryans. But the next big decision, which is going to be absolutely huge, is the big one with C.J. Stroud. What do they do with the quarterback beyond his fourth year, not even taking his fifth year into consideration?
Yep. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, because they have made it very clear that they are committed to right now.
Yep, right now.
This year, he is going to be the quarterback for this season, and then after that, now picking up the fifth-year option also, doesn't guarantee that they're going to have him in 2027 either. That this is just something that you do so you don't put yourself in a position that they're a free agent afterwards, and you can still.
So you have options.
Yep. You have options. So.
You got control of him for 2 more years, and that's. Whether he plays well and it's a hell of a deal in year 5 and the extension kicks in after that, or you move him and you get something in return.
What do you guys feel gut feeling wise? You think not just fifth year option, but do you think he's here long term?
I think a lot depends on this upcoming season.
You think he's here beyond this year? Long term. Hell, long term in the NFL's 2-3 years. You think he's?
I would lean yes, but I think a lot is dependent on what we're about to see on the field in 2026.
No.
Damn.
You don't.
And that's not even I mean, for me personally,
you're taking yourself.
I'm taking my opinion of C.J. Stroud and what he can or can't do for this team. I'm taking that completely out of it. I think this team is at odds right now. I think what the team thinks of C.J. Stroud is completely different than what C.J. Stroud and his representation think. And again, as I've said many times, I think both of them have a great case that they can build to why they feel that way. I think it's going to be hard in this system for C.J. Stroud to play well enough for the organization to then turn around and pay him market-setting money. I don't think C.J. Stroud is the player. I don't think he or his representation are at a point where they go, yeah, man, I'm gonna think less of myself at contract time than the guys that are resetting the market or close, or the Dak Prescotts of the world that are making that kind of money. Like I don't think C.J. Stroud and his representation are gonna go, yeah, we'll take less than all. In
my mind, it would say, you get a quarterback like C.J. Stroud who has done what C.J. Stroud has done. When you look at how difficult it generally is to find quarterbacks, that they would break down and do what Jacksonville did, that they will break down and do what other teams have done, where it's like we don't want to be left now stuck when we're a Super Bowl contending team and stuck without this quarterback. But this team and organization does seem to think differently. Like I do think they think like the way they're acting is this isn't a quarterback driven team. Like I don't know that their mindset is necessarily looking now.
Oh, Brian,
it's looking for let me find. Mahomes.
You just don't want to say it.
Let me find Mahomes. I just don't.
They ain't trying to. Yeah. But you know what you just said. You know damn good and well that's you know this ain't no quarterback driven team.
Yeah.
Period.
It was.
Hell, they told you
it was 2 years ago.
Well, they built around him. They brought in Diggs.
We will go as far
Mixon.
as CJ goes.
That's right. And now it's not. We don't build anything about one person. We don't build around that guy. I
don't know. I don't know. Most NFL teams, CJ Stroud would get a contract right now. All right, coming up, we'll give you an Astros update as they are trying to make some things shake right now as they are down 1-0 here. We'll give you an update there, and we I hadn't talked about this. I got some thoughts on this Masters dinner menu from Roy McIlroy. Some good, some interesting. We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, all my athletic directors. advancedhair.com. Again, that's advancedhair.com.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a little update with the Astros as Christian Javier kicked the thing off by giving up a run with some hard hit balls in the first inning. They trailed 1-0 after one, and now in the top of the second, they have tied this game up in a very odd way. They tied this game up. They kicked it off with 2 runners on right off the bat. Christian Walker with an opposite field single, and got first to third with Paredes, and they were in business with nobody out. And then the next two got out. Jake Myers was at the plate, and I'm certain would have gotten out. He injured himself. That looks like an IL stint easily, right?
Yeah,
Like
back-to-back check swings. His oblique. It was right above his right hip. Yep. He check swing one time, and out something bit him. And then they left him in the game. He tried it one more time on another check swing. Out, something bit him again. They said, all right, that's enough. Get your ass out of here. Bryce went in there, got him old single.
Yep, Bryce Matthews comes in.
I feel like I may have jinxed him. I'll take Jake comment yesterday. Sorry, Jake.
Yeah, two out RBI single with Tyler being down in the count, down 2 strikes in the count when he showed up because he had to take on Jake's count, and then Vasquez fouled or flew out. Quezzy flew out.
Y'all see old Quezzy. He got the eye black under his eye. You know,
doubled it up.
I mean, looks like 2 little cat whiskers on each one. Quezzy's really stretching it out there. He got guys that paint their whole face and stuff. Now he's just going with the whisker look.
I just do wonder, and obviously this new training staff is under scrutiny. I just wonder what they looked at and they thought, yeah, Jake's ready to swing again. I mean, Jake's grabbing his side the entire time. I mean, the entire time.
With a very nervous look on his face.
Yes. And then came back in and tried to check swing, and then they finally let him out. I'm thinking, just throw a fastball down the middle. He is
khakis.
He is not in that. We'll see. Is Christian Javier injured now?
Oh hell!
If he is, I missed it.
He was warming up. He didn't even throw a pitch.
Oh my God, Christian! We've just come back from. What is going on? This was last year. Oh my God! They're showing a replay, and he threw a pitch and signaled, very similar to Darren Peterson. He signaled for the catcher to come out, and the trainer to come out.
That's never, ever, ever good.
Nope. Well, as we said,
not like he was pitching good anyway.
What could happen to get him on out of the rotation?
Jesus, man!
They just lost. Looks like Jake's going to the IL. I don't know what.
I mean, these injuries are starting to stack up already. Like, is this about to be 2025 run back? Because I'm not. I can't handle it.
Is he going? Did he just tap out or something? What was that?
It didn't look like he even winced or anything with that one pitch.
Like
it looked like he just played a soft toss up there and then tapped his glove and said, "I'm good."
Said, "Come on out."
He probably realized he was about to put up a crooked number today and just faking it.
Well, Blue Balls is coming out there.
Yep, they may have a better chance to win. The way that Christian was going to get lit up, guys. I'm not like that was. Now you can only hope to hit it 2 fielders as long as you could. He's throwing 93 and he's repeatedly throwing it. I mean, he must have thrown 8 straight 4-seam fastballs between 92 and 93 miles an hour, and got away with it in that first inning with the last 2 batters. He was going to get drilled today. This was coming. All right, we will. Someone just texted in on the Base Power text line. Spencer Getty, come on down. He had already came on down. Somebody else, Jason Alexander, you might want to come on down.
Well, yeah. Right now, we need old Blue Ball doing his thing now.
Blue Ball's got some nuts on him, man. Let me tell you.
Wow, that's interesting. I'm
hearing that one.
Yeah, I mean he's got a little something to him. There's no doubt.
They're going to need him to give them some. So what is that? An inning?
I mean, that was an exciting. Was that Sean Bijani? Was that Sean Bijani, Tyler?
Oh yeah, sorry.
I mean, what was he jacked up for?
It was something last week. I heard it live and I made a mark immediately. I was like, oh, that's a drop. That's got to be a drop right there.
This every time I see this, because I think of this scenario, I think of one of Tyler's favorite players, Jake Odorizzi. Do you remember how long Jake Odorizzi took in that? I forgot it was either game 3, game 4. I forgot what it was.
Oh, I remember every
in
moment.
that postseason where he took forever. You know, they have unlimited time when you run in there and you can warm up to get yourself warm when you replace somebody for an injury. And Jake took like 20 minutes. He just completely took his time and went through his entire starting routine.
It sucks to suck.
That's what he did on the mound. It was just standing around.
Riddance to that turd.
I remember they had to take multiple commercial breaks because Jake.
Inconsiderate ass.
He went through his whole like starting pitching warm up regiment right there on the field. Said you got as much time as you need. Looks like Blue Ball is good to go. No, he's not.
He's taking his time, ain't he?
He's still rolling too.
Blue Ball's got some nuts.
It looks like,
man, let me tell you.
It does. Thank you. It looks like the book is. Somebody said, "Come on down, JP France." Where is JP? Where is Eiffel? He might have to. He might have to make an appearance. But his final line, Clint. 1 inning, 3 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, 1 strikeout, no walks.
Left it all out.
More strikeouts than walks.
Did. Yep. Lowered his ERA.
Ain't that a hell of a deal?
Gave up a run in 1 inning that he was in.
Well, that explains.
Lowered it from 12.96 to 12.54.
Javi saw he chipped away a little bit at that.
Chipped away and said, let me sit on down.
Let me get on out of here. I'll practice some more this week, then be ready for that next start. Chip away some more.
Yes, keep our eyes alert on what the hell happened to Christian Javier. In 15 minutes, the Astros have lost their center fielder and Jake Myers, it looks like, with some sort of a oblique potential side injury, and now who knows what the hell is happening with Christian Javier. He came out for his warm-up at the start of the second inning after he got hit pretty hard in the first inning, giving up 1 run, came out and threw, it looked like one of his warm-up pitches, and then called for the trainer to come out, and now Blue Ball, is in the game.
What do you think he went over and did in that dugout that got him hurt? Did he slip coming out of it or something?
I don't know.
I think he grabbed the rail coming up out of the dugout or something, maybe pulled a little tough. And
to be honest, it is scary. I mean, that you would think is some sort of arm or shoulder situation, the way that he –
look, Altuve's
now bit his nails all the way down.
He pinky nail all the way down to the quick.
Oh, man. He don't know what to do out there. Blue Ball's still warming up, folks.
I mean, how many pitches he going to throw?
He is pushing it. He is pushing it. But Jake Odorizzi went an additional 10 to 15 more minutes out of this. His was longer. All right, so that is the latest 1-1.
Hell, I'm worried about Christian Walker's arm over there throwing them ground balls across the infield. Man, let's go. Damn.
Right, warming up like hell. Warming up like hell in that outfield.
Ain't no doubt, man. No, hey, them boys standing out there chatting. Take it down, boys. Let's go.
All right, I'm not gonna get into this. I'm not gonna get into this menu yet because I need more than this 2 minutes.
I agree with you.
But I just want to get an understanding. Where did you guys stand? Because you guys have already talked about it.
I thought it was tremendous. These guys poo-pooed the dessert. I mean, literally.
Overall, liked it.
The entire menu. It was
really?
Like, yeah, it's good.
You poo-pooed the dessert?
It wasn't just him. It was him and Luke both.
I will say Morrow was poo-pooing it more. I admittedly wasn't super familiar with the dish, but I thought it could have been a better dessert.
You could, sticky toffee pudding. Vanilla ice cream with warm toffee sauce.
They wanted a chocolate chip cookie.
Oh, a damn cookie.
I don't think I said that. Maybe like a skillet cookie, like a hot cookie in a skillet with some vanilla ice. Ooh, that sounds good. I just felt a quip.
I need a little bit more time than this.
Well, I need you to take more time. Then I need your real. I thought it was tremendous, and his comments yesterday were even better. His comments regarding his Masters menu were even better.
I don't know, boy. I'm okay. I'll keep my opinion. There's a couple of things here, just of interest here, and not getting better with Blue Ball in here, leadoff double, at least.
Gosh damn it!
This pitching, man. This is hard. This is hard to watch, man.
Oh, you come on, man.
How early does it?
Did you see that? See, this is why I just can't get down with baseball players.
What happened?
Watch this dude's move at second base after this double.
He's got a little celebration.
Come on, man. I think he tried the south side. I think
he should.
No.
He should.
No.
That's Johnston,
no,
baby.
No.
That's Big Johnston.
If you ain't bringing more than what he just did to the table, them knees didn't move. You can't. Them things didn't move. I think that's what it was.
How early can you make a a bunt hit to get to first to third? They're just trying to move runners over here, and they get a bunt hit from first to third. All right, let's
punching
get out
me
of
right
this.
in the nuts.
All right, it's 1-1. We'll see what it is when we get back. And I wonder, Rockets with a big win last night. They were down 25-6 to start that game and came back and won comfortably in Phoenix against another playoff team. Answer me this. You can text in 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line. Do you get yourself to a point where you're thinking the Rockets maybe have gotten you a little excited again? They brought you back in? Have you grabbed the towel back out that you threw? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before
build homes and rebuild lives.
The Drive is live.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Now Edouard Julien singled and scored in the first inning. Grounds this one into the hole and into left field. 2 runs are going to score as Doyle follows Johnston home. And the Rockies take a 3-1 lead on the 2 RBI single by Julien, who's having a good series.
All right, that is the latest.
Another free pass, second base, if you're wondering.
Third stolen base.
Didn't even throw it.
In 2 innings, 3 stolen bases in 2 innings. Not Diaz this time.
Did they throw it on the first one? There's 3 stolen bases. The last 2, there was no throw.
I think they threw it down there. I'm trying to remember. It is oh boy, that's a run. Another run coming across on a wild pitch from blue ball, and Vasquez is not having a great day. It is now 5-1. As the Rockies have 5 on the board in the second inning. Still another out needing to be recorded by the Astros. This is the second just awful inning they've had in this series, the 5th in Game 1, and now they've given up a lot here. This inning has started crazy. Christian Javier walked out to warm up. If you just joining us, walked in to warm up, and he threw a pitch in his warm up, called for the trainer to come out. And he has exited this game with some sort of injury. We'll let you know as soon as that happens. Blue ball came in, warmed up for 30 minutes, and now has given up 4 runs in this inning.
And if you were playing bad baseball bingo,
he's probably going to walk the guy.
He's already in this inning alone. We got 2 walks. We got 2 stolen bases that were standing up second base. We've got a wild pitch that scored a run. We got a double in the gap. We've got a bunt single that moved 1 runner. We got a sac bunt that moved another 2 runners from first and second to second and third. We got a sac fly. We got a C&I dog single that scored a couple of runs. I mean, this is blue ball. This is a rough outing, man. I think I'd rather be Christian Javier right
29
now.
pitches, 2 1/3 or a third of an inning. Or I'm sorry, 2/3 of an inning. No strikeouts, 4 earned runs, 3 walks.
I think I'd rather be Christian Javier right now.
Yeah, Christian Javier. His line on the day, if you're looking for that one,
it's a short one.
It's a short one, but Christian Javier went you 1 inning, 3 hits, 1 earned. 1 strikeout, no walks. So they have combined for 6 hits, 3 walks, and 5 earned runs. And they still have runners on the corners to try to continue this inning. It's just the second. So, hey, the Astros bats have been really good this year. Maybe that's they come back in this thing like they did against the A's on Sunday. Obviously, they didn't make it all the way back, but
Jake Myers injury right now, lower back tightness. Christian Javier injury right now.
There's more coming here.
Is right shoulder tightness.
It's not ideal.
Those are your injuries.
Sorry, I jumped your nuts on that one. Read that one again. What'd you say?
Lower back tightness for Jake Myers.
IL.
Right shoulder tightness for Christian Javier.
At least IL.
Hurt feelings for blue ball, like tender gonads for blue ball.
Is that a
Blue ball's
2-run?
got some nuts on him, man. Let me tell you.
Was that a 2-run?
No, I think they only get. Well, were they juiced?
No. Oh, yeah, you're right. 1 run, 6. That was a
blue ball's
double.
now giving up
First
another
and
double.
third.
2 doubles in this inning.
Must be Maldi at first base who didn't score on that. It's 2 outs. How you not score on that ball bouncing to the wall and straightaway center? The hell's on first base. But see if blue ball, this got to be his last hitter, right? Or is he just? You're right. They're about to just ruin the bullpen today. Christian Javier. I mean, blue ball's thrown 33 pitches coming up.
This is getting ugly.
In 1 inning, and who's that? De Los Santos is I'm guessing is up here. Just a guess on what I'm looking at here. I believe so. So we'll see. We'll keep you updated. And I feel like we've just had some new listeners join here in the last couple of minutes.
They got off this one, huh?
There's a person here. I almost want this person, Tyler, to call in
where he is. This person said he is in the stands.
You know how bad
at the Astros game right now. He said this is comical. I almost want that person to call in to give us commentary.
You have got before yesterday. You had by far the hottest lineup in baseball, and they found a way to screw it up, and they're on their way to finding a way to screw it up again tonight. Versus two of the worst baseball organizations in MLB.
Yep, and the offense has been looking. Oh, this isn't going to drive. The offense has been looking like they've been swinging the bat pretty well. The second inning they led off with I think 2 hits, first to third, and they got some things going on. Bryce Matthews comes up with a big hit. But Clint, it's 6-1 after 2. This is exactly what we said can't happen. You can't have this thing roll through here where you just don't have a chance. And the combination of because this, I'll be honest with you guys, this was going to happen to Javier. The way he was throwing 93 right down the pipes over and over and over again, this had potential to happen to him as well. Now Blue Ball is just eating it. Somebody let this go, please. He's going to have to throw another pitch. So struggling here, 6-1, still in the second inning. We'll keep you updated, abreast, everything with the Astros as they're going to have to do a lot of work to avoid getting swept in Denver. Maybe they had too much fun in Denver. There's fun to be had in Denver.
Dispensaries.
I haven't been in a long time.
To a dispensary or Denver?
Denver. I haven't done a lot of dispensaries in my time either.
Whoa, these Astros will drive you to the nearest one.
Did they get driven to the nearest one? Is the question is.
Did somebody spike their brownie, their pregame meal? You got to be kidding me.
Yeah. All right, let's look at the Rockets. The Rockets.
How bad you got to be to put the game out of reach in the second inning for this lineup?
It's not out of reach yet.
It sucks to suck.
I mean, it is 6-1, and he's going to do his damnedest.
If he gets these next 2 in, I'll give you out of reach. If he gets a hit here,
I mean, hell, if he gives up any more runs, Espada's going to pull Alvarez out of the game.
Text line is blaming the WBC.
It's possible. It's a factor, no doubt.
How do you got let off the hook?
But hey, let's all celebrate a meaningless baseball tournament.
That has nothing to do with this. That has absolutely nothing.
To a degree, I can see an argument.
you can create one, huh?
To a degree.
Did Blue Ball play in it?
Hey, man, 40
Did
pitches.
Javier play in it?
No.
Oh,
40,
I don't think so.
40 pitches in 1 inning, man. You got to get him out of here, Joe.
Vasquez did, Tyler. Vasquez did, and he had a pass ball.
They're going to get out of it. They're going to get out of it. There it is. All right. He got out of it. 6-1.
Not quite as bad as that 5th inning the other night, but they were flirting with it.
Oh, man.
Crooked number second. Jesus.
I'm telling you right there, man. Now, had I paid for those tickets, it'd be a different story. But I'm getting close to grabbing the keys right there. I'm sitting. If I'm an Astros fan and I'm going out, there's got to be something else I can do in Denver than this. I'm like
the only reason I'm sticking around is because we got the lineup that we got.
That at bat, Clint. I'm right here.
Keys in hand.
Yep. If we go 8-1.
Hear them keys jangle.
Because I'm looking at who he's got to bring in. Hey, this bullpen's been having to pitch what 4? It seems like 4 to 5 innings a night.
You know what? I let what's his name? What's the GM's name? Dana Brown.
DB.
I listened to Dana Brown's ass up there in that press box with O'Callus and Blum talk about really like our bullpen. Really like our bullpen. You got to be kidding me. Abreu ain't been worth a damn. The wheels done came off of Weiss once in 2 outings. Now all of a sudden Blue Ball is just getting absolutely drugged. I mean, what is there to like about this bunch?
The lineup.
Yeah, the lineup. I'm talking about that damn bullpen.
Yeah. King's been all right.
Okert, he been all right.
He had him
a night.
He didn't have a great one yesterday.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
He kind of lost him a bit yesterday. It's rough. All right, I did want to throw this out to folks. 713-572-4610 Magic on on YouTube said, "Could you guys please stop updating us?" No, we got it. We have to keep you updated.
That's a great call. I'd be more than glad to, Bob.
We have to keep you updated. The Rockets.
I'd rather watch the Masters par 3 tournament.
The Rockets last night, late game in Phoenix, another playoff team. And by the way, with that win over Phoenix last night, they have gone ahead and pushed them into the play-in guaranteed. They can't come out now. Phoenix needed to win out and have some help, so they are in the play-in. They're going to be in that seven spot. The Rockets now have won 7 straight games since that Minnesota debacle. They were down in this game 25-6. They were down by a ton after the quarter. This looked like an ass kicking that was going to happen. I mean, the center for the Suns, what's his name? Mark. I can't remember Mark Williams. He just was going crazy there for a stretch, but they were able to keep it together, and then by the half they were down 3, and then they kind of took things over in that fourth quarter behind KD and company. But they've won 7 straight. They win last night. They've beaten some teams that are some playoff level teams. There's another one against the Suns. They are now actually tied in that 4 spot with the Lakers, and the Lakers are free falling. They just threw up a white flag for the game started yesterday and just got their asses kicked by OKC. But they're going to be without their 2 best players the rest of the regular season. So the Rockets could be the 4 seed, could be the 3 seed because they're a half game behind Denver right now. They've made some clear adjustments. We've seen some better action, some better stuff run. Have they sucked you back in to get excited about the playoffs?
Yeah, I can get excited about the playoffs now. I mean, I can get excited about winning a series. There's no look. The ship has sailed in terms of them, in the sense of them competing for a title. That ship has sailed, and there ain't no coming back for that one. But
they're going to show me that.
Can you get in the playoffs and can we have some fun as Rockets fans and be competitive in a series? Yeah.
I just say because after that Minnesota game, we had I think most fans. I know you were just that was it.
Absolutely.
Most fans had just kind of tossed it in, and I could see that. But as someone texted in, 7 straight wins don't mean anything. Well, sure it does. It means they won 7 straight games.
Yeah.
They beat a couple of playoff teams in there, and not just through the 7 straight games. Şengün has looked better, and even though his numbers weren't great yesterday, down the stretch. Towards the end of the game, he made some big buckets and big plays to kind of help them take that lead on. And I'm telling you, we saw the full Amen Thompson experience yesterday. Woo! That was – well, I'm telling you, he is going to the rim, and he is trying to embarrass folks. And we saw him defensively, offensively. He was really, really good, and he was really, really good at his strengths and doing the things that he could do well. So – I think there is – I don't think it's just means nothing because of the way they've won, right? They didn't just beat the Wizards 7 straight times. They have beat some teams like that in there. But we've seen improvement from Şengün. We've seen Smith have a couple of games in there where he's shooting the ball well. And most importantly to me, we've seen adjustments from Udoka and the coaching staff of how they're handling KD and how they're handling teams double-teaming them. So – yeah, when you look at that, say it doesn't mean anything, or it's fool's gold as the text line rolls through. Like, it depends on what you're talking about, right? Like as Clint said, they're not winning a title. That thing is we saw that's over. We got the evidence on that one.
Yeah,
that isn't. But in terms of all right, can they be interesting? Because right now in that 4 or 5 spot, like somebody's got to get fired if they lose to the Lakers. These Lakers. Like multiple people got to get fired.
Well, I mean, can you win a series and then all of a sudden you play the spoiler? Can you upset somebody? I mean, that's where I'm at with the Rockets, and that is a significantly better place than where I was 8 games ago.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, it is Wednesday. A little stock up, stock down. This is a bad time to be doing this, but stock up, stock down on the Houston Astros right now. The way they're rolling tonight, stock up, stock down. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, power outages, they can happen around this city. If you've lived here for any amount of time, then you know in Texas, baby, it's just a matter of time. It's not if, it's when. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. Here's the deal. You got to stay ready, man. You got to take care of your family. You got to give yourself the best chance to get through.
listen to win. Win a trip to see Weezer at a tour stop of your choice. Travel, 2 nights of hotels, and a pair of concert tickets, all included. Thanks to Live Nation and Crush Music. And entering's easy. Just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to us for 1 hour. Then do it again every day through April 18th for more entries. Visit our website for more details on this national contest. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two ass would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That ball hit hard to center field, going back Loperfido, and he'll watch it go to the wall on one hop. In to score is Goodman. Rumfield being held at third. That'll be an RBI double by Tovar. It's a 5-run inning now, 6-1 Rockies.
Yes, that is the latest from your afternoon Astros up in Denver, taking on the Colorado Rockies in the third game of this 3-game set. Looking not to get swept, not doing so great. You just heard that update in the second inning. Nightmare second inning. Astros currently trail the Rockies 6-1. With some afternoon baseball, we will keep you up to date here on the Drive, Stoerner and Hughley. But it is stock up, stock down right now here today on a hump day with the Drive. And we are talking Stros, talking about these Astros that are currently getting that ass beat. 13th game of the season right now. Not so lucky 13 for the Stros, but 12 games in. Start with some stock up because I need some positivity with the Astros right now. We're on the show, Hughley. Stock up for you with these Stros as they are down 6-1.
Look, I'm going to I know this is a tough part of the team to go to, but I am going to go to the pitching staff. And I'm going to say, right, this is stock up, right, Tyler, where like things are looking. I'm going to go with yesterday's starter, Mike Burrows. Mike Burrows.
That's a good one.
I think his stock is up. I think what he did, what he has done the last 2 starts, I think are things you can work with, and you can see him probably improving. And Clint, they just need a guy to come in and be a major league starter that's going to be able to give innings. And really in all of his starts, like even his first start, I think the first time around outside of Lance, he gave the most innings on the team, right? And yesterday, you hope it gets better and he's able to do a little bit more. But you look at it yesterday, I'm like, is it ace stuff? No. Is it what you would expect from Hunter Brown? No. But I do think when you look at it and you say, all right, man, he gets me into the 6th inning. It gets me 5 1/3 innings, 3 earned runs, 3 strikeouts, 1 walk. That's not great, but it's doable and it's trending up from his first start. So I think what he's done the last couple of starts are things you can work with. And when you look at the rest of the rotation, man, they are grasping right now, and it looks like they're going to probably lose Javier for some time to the IL. They just lost their ace, Hunter Brown.
Oh, they might lose Vasquez now.
Yeah, and Vasquez, he just got a ball foul him off him in the hand. Let's get Yiner going. But yeah, man, I think what Mike has,
he ain't throwing nobody out of second anyway.
What Mike Burrows has done, I think his stock is going up right now for the Astros.
I agree with you. I'd like to not be too worried about Mike Burrows. I'd like for Hunter Brown to be there. I'd like for Christian Javier not to be an absolute mess show, and we wouldn't have to be talking about Burrows. But you're right, given the circumstance. Him trending in the right direction is absolutely needed. That's for damn sure.
Right now, man, he's going at least 5 in every game. That is something that you can't say for all the rest of them.
You are tuned in to Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, talking Stros, currently down 6-1 up in Denver against the Rockies today. But Astros 12 games in, Ron, stock up. Mr. Mike Burrows, over to you, Clint. Stock up for the Stros.
I'm going Christian Walker.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You know, look, I know that this rotation and this bullpen and this pitching staff overall is doing their damnedest to find a way to ruin the hottest bats in baseball with a lot of these guys. But I think as an Astros fan, one of the big things for me was, who is Christian Walker? I was a big fan last year. I wasn't as hard on him as some folks were, but I mean, let's be honest, it left a little bit to be desired. He is hotter than a firecracker right now. He's hitting over 300 with an OPS over 1,000. I think Altuve and Yordan are the only two that are better. If Christian Walker keeps swinging the bat the way he's swinging, this lineup is going to continue to be a problem. He not only lengthens it, but he adds that power. He adds the veteran, the experience, the great at bats. I mean, he's a game changer for this lineup if he keeps swinging it the way that he has.
Yep, and he got another hit in the first inning or the second inning in this game to set up their one run. So yeah, he's done a great job this far.
You are listening in live with us on a hump day, The Drive, Stoerner, Hughley. Every Wednesday we do some stock talk around this time. It is stock up, stock down, talking Astros. Stock ups, they're done with. Not a whole lot good going on. So stock downs, the options should be aplenty. Astros down 6-1, by the way, if you are needing to keep abreast right now up in Denver. Ron, back to you. Stock down.
Well, this
for the Houston Astros.
This was hard to kind of narrow it down to where I want to go here.
A lot of options.
I'm gonna go with Yainer Diaz. I don't know what the hell's happened to him, and I know it is as Tyler just said. 12 games into the season, there are 162 of them. I don't say this to be an ass. I don't know what he does good. Like literally what he does good. It is nothing. Maybe he frame pitches good. I don't know. His pitching staff isn't, tip top shape. So I don't know if that's his strength. Like I could tell you the strengths of Maldonado, right? Like offensively or defensively, somebody gets on base. They could probably get to third if they want to. With him. And then if you're going to have issues like that behind the plate, then you better be hell at the plate. And he is hell in the wrong way at the plate. He is struggling, and we talked about it. He is the opposite of Cam Smith, and maybe we could spend some time on Cam Smith at some point. Cam Smith looks like it's clicked. He feels it. He knows it. Yainer looks the complete opposite. This guy's played in playoff games. He's got hits in playoff games. He's played in the ALCS. He looks like he just has no clue right now. In between pitches, everything. He's batting eighth. He's, like you said, soon to be ninth. It is a struggle. So my stock down is easily to Yainer Diaz.
Hard to argue with that, but I got to go with one that's I think is the most disappointing player for the Astros right now for me. There was about two or three things from a pitching perspective that you felt like you could depend on. Obviously, one of them is Hunter Brown, and one of them has to be Brian Abreu. I mean, we've had conversations on the drive right here, me and you, about, boy, I like Hader, obviously, as a closer, but, man, if he ain't right, man, if he's not injured, if he's not around, man, it's good to have Brian Abreu, a guy that can get in there and close. I got to go with Brian Abreu. He has been absolutely pissy poor. And that neon belt that he wore out there last time, he deserved to get shelled and get knocked off the bump. Get your uniform right and get back to dealing the way that we know that Brian Abreu can. Stock down right now for Brian Abreu. Zero excuses.
Yeah, he's a tough watch too, boy.
Pissy poor.
He's giving up homers. He's giving up everything right now. So yeah,
well, he's got that same look too. It's like you said when Jake Myers had that check swing and that lower back tightened up, that deer in headlight, that nervous look. Yeah. That you mentioned Yainer's had it a few times. You look up and that's what Abreu has. Abreu's better than that.
I think Yainer and Abreu, who I think is better than that too. I think both of them they're probably at this point putting a lot of pressure on themselves, understanding what's going on and where they could be. I don't know, boy. It's tough. But they definitely need both of those two to get going, right? Because, I know Vasquez is there, but they want Yainer to be their starting catcher. And they damn sure, even when Hader comes back, they're going to need Brian Abreu to be a big part of this team. All right, coming up, we'll give you some updates, not just with this game, but updates injury-wise that the Astros lost two big parts of their team in about 15 minutes earlier in this game. We'll let you know the latest on that. And, boy, we got the fisticuffs last night, and even further led me to my greatest soapbox conversation that I have in sports. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living now.
WebNow 1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Even though De Los Santos gave up a home run about a batter ago, it is getting better. It is now 7-1. Now the score does not indicate that, but it is 7-1. And right before he hit that he gave up that home run, I did say, boy, it looks like he is really starting to
coming up big.
He's coming up big for them.
Coming up big, man.
Calm it down here.
Bang, not so soon.
That's all right, but he is through almost. He's 1 out away from completing 2 innings. He's given up that one hit. Was that home run he just gave up? But he's got 2 Ks, 1 walk. So, man, if he can give them 3 or 4, that'd be big. I don't know how stretched out he is, but we'll see. 7-1. The Rockies lead the Astros again. It is still just the 4th inning, so there is enough time. Maybe the Astros lineup can get hot, but we'll see what happens as they are trailing 7-1. And here's some news coming out of this game, and we can do it in order. In the 2nd inning, in the top of the 2nd inning, Jake Myers came up to the plate, check swung, and clearly felt something in his side back region, and he after tried to stay in for another pitch, but then he had another check swing, and then that started to bother him some more. So the trainers came out again, and he exited the game. Now we're getting a report Jake Myers exited the game with lower back tightness. The Astros have announced lower back tightness with him. Did not look great. Clearly he felt it on both of those check swings, even more on the second one. But then after that inning ended, Christian Javier came back out to start his 2nd inning of work, and in his warm-up tosses, he hurt something, called for the trainer. The trainer came out, and then literally as we're sitting here watching the game on the TV here, they come back from break, and he is walking back to the dugout with the trainer. And it's just like, well, what the hell happened to Christian Javier? Well, from the Astros, Christian Javier exited the game with right shoulder tightness. Right shoulder tightness. So lower back tightness from the Astros with Jake Myers, and right shoulder tightness from the Astros with Christian Javier. And with Hunter Brown going to the IL.
Well, this is not good.
No, that's exactly it. It is not good. It is not good, and they can't afford to to lose any more starters. And even though Christian Javier wasn't playing good, the hope was that he would throw the ball better today and start to give you a chance. But now you're without the start of the season 2 of your most experienced pitchers in the rotation. No Hunter Brown, no Christian Javier. Now that just leaves old Lance in the building. Looks like probably Spencer Arrighetti, who was on his way anyway, is going to be up here, and maybe even more coming up when you look at the issues they have had. So tough about 15 minutes in real time, Clint, that they lose Jake Myers and Christian Javier.
Yeah, losing more players to injury. The guys that are healthy not playing worth a damn. And it just happens to be one of the days where we're not swinging the bats well to this point. Through it's only been 4 innings. Feel like I've been watching this Astros game for about 2 days, but it's only been 4 innings. So, I mean, this lineup can score in a hurry, and so I mean it's never out of reach. But they're trying their damnedest to put it out of reach. That's for damn sure. Sitting at 7-1. So, yeah, man. I mean, it needed a big outing from Christian Javier for multiple reasons, but with Hunter Brown being down, you'd like to be able to rely on a guy that's got a little bit of a resume. He's done something in an Astros uniform before. He's been big before, and not only was he bad the first couple outings, hell, he doesn't last more than 1 inning in this outing before injury pops. So, yeah, rough day for the Astros so far, man. Hopefully the second half of this game is better than the first.
Yep. and we'll keep you abreast and updated on that as well. 7-1 here in the bottom of the fourth. Rockies do have a runner in scoring position. All right, guys. One of the events of last night that occurred in Major League Baseball happened in L.A. in Anaheim. They got after it a little bit between the Angels and the Braves last night, and old decisions have been laid out here for Major League Baseball. This is a high number of games. The MLB, they have suspended Lopez and Ronaldo Lopez, who is the reliever or starter for the Braves, and Jorge Soler, who also plays for the Angels. They've suspended both of them 7 games apiece for the brawl. It's usually about 3 or 4. I'm a little bit surprised. 7 games. Obviously, Lopez, that's at least just one start, but they've suspended them 7 games apiece from last night's brawl. And usually baseball brawls, it ain't really. It just everybody's emptying. As Tyler said, the great thing to watch the bullpens run out side by side
Bunch
with
of
each other.
Hold me back type stuff.
You usually don't run it. Like, there wasn't a lot of connecting, but these boys were throwing. They were trying to throw. And by the way, Jorge Soler said when asked what happened, he said, I asked him if everything was okay. And the answer he gave me, I didn't like. So that's why I went out there, is what Jorge Soler said.
Yeah, this one seemed a little bit more like a calculated decision, where I think a lot of baseball fights are he just swung at me, emotions are high, let me just go out there right now and take care of this. This was kind of a back and forth, time to take a few breaths, and they both decided, hell, let's get it. I mean, so it was it was interesting because Jorge Soler was clearly in knockout mode, and the back and slap method by Lopez was interesting, and so
he did get him with the baseball.
Yeah, it seemed like they both were going to be. I mean, they were going to meet halfway between the rubber and the plate, and then it went to backpedaling. But anyway, it was a good one. It was a good one.
To set it up, like this is my biggest pet peeve in sports. These pitchers that just act like just straight punk bees. You know what it is. I mean, they are just. They're not soft because of what they've done to get to the point they've got to, but this thing that pitchers do that we call just, it's the rules of the game, is soft as hell. And I'll be pissed off if I was Jorge Soler. Jorge Soler against Lopez in his career, he is hitting .609, OPS over 2,000, 5 home runs and 11 RBIs in his career, including a home run in his first at-bat against him yesterday. So he hits a home run in his first at-bat, and then he comes up again, and clearly Lopez is just trying to run it inside, and he hits him on the wrist in his second at-bat. Then his third at-bat, which led to the brawl, he threw up near his head again. And if they show the replay, Soler never took his eyes off of him. He was staring him down the whole way, and then he came out there. Do you have audio of that? Let's let the people hear this, because it did come out of nowhere. Like you said, it was calculated. He waited a little bit.
They both made the decision,
and then started talking a little bit, and then they just said, to hell with it, let's go. And then Walt Weiss tackled people. The manager, the 62-year-old manager, tackled Soler. But here's the sounds of that benches clearing brawl that these guys were trying to throw haymakers that they really didn't connect with.
Lopez fires one to the backstop. It's right back to Heim, who throws late to second base. Now here comes Soler going after Lopez. They square up, and Soler and Lopez are throwing haymakers. They're going after each other. Soler is finally tackled from behind as the Angels and Braves are all out onto the field. That came up out of nowhere. Soler was upset after a couple of pitches were high and in after he hit yet another homer off Lopez, and a fight broke out just out of thin air.
Round 2, fight.
I just hate these guys. Oh, man. He's been kicking my ass, so what I'm going to do, I'm gonna throw at his ass.
I'm gonna throw high and tight.
I'm gonna throw at his ass. And then when
chin music.
And then when the fight occurs, he held the baseball in his hand and start throwing his punches with the baseball in his hands. I'm telling you, I know people will look ill at this. I always say, when those jackasses want to go and throw the ball at you, and you don't know they throwing the ball at you, they surprising you with 90 at you. I think hitters are well within themselves to walk out there with the bat.
Hold on, so.
At least that old video game I used to play, Slugfest.
I'm saying
there's one out there of minor leagues where a guy he turned and hit the catcher with a bat.
Sure, slow him up. To slow him up. Yeah, slow him up.
It's got batting.
Listen, you at least get to see the bat coming. You at least get to see the bat coming. No, it's just so stupid. He's hitting 609 now. He's just kicking my ass. So I ain't gonna try to bow up and pitch around him or something. Don't throw at me. I wonder what that answer was he got to him. I just saw him with his hands out.
Got to buzz the tire every now and then.
Got to buzz it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Get him off that plate, man. Be leaning into those pitches, man. Back up a little bit.
What a soft-ass individual. And he held that ball, which I'll be honest with you, I don't mind as much.
He should have fired it at him again when he started coming at him. How do you use it as a weapon?
Listen, once the fight happens, if you've listened to this show, I am not a proponent of fair fighting. Not me. I've executed a frying pan. I've executed.
Hughley has came in the game.
I've executed a Bud Light bottle before. Listen. I get it. Once we get to fighting here, man, it's me or you. So we got to figure this thing out. I don't know. Some people may look down upon me on that, but yep, that's how it has to happen. Oh, Jordan with his first hit of the series. How about
that escalated quick.
All right, what you got coming up?
Hey, man, we got some big shout out to several of our teammates here in Odyssey, Houston. Couple on our airwaves, or at least have to do directly with our airwaves. Couple on the other. Big shout out to a couple of teammates of ours, and in the spirit of Vrabel and Rini, their little fling that was caught, man. Which media personality out there are you risking it all for, Tyler? Is it Diana Rossini, or is it one of the others? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, Ability Tree expert, y'all, my man Louis Florio.
ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I'm going to call him later. Naked.
Nice of you. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, that baseball boner needs a little help today, y'all. Colorado Rockies 7, Houston Astros 1. It's been an eventful day for the Astros up in Denver. We will keep you updated on what's going on. Good thing is there's a lot of game left. Bottom of 5, Houston area, local kid up. Weekay tries to pick a guy off at first base, and he takes off to second, and the first baseman throws it wide, and he slides in at second. Give up another second base, man. Free passes, second base. Second base is for everybody.
He just said he's out, baby.
Oh, well, I hope he is. Review it, check it. I hope he's right, man. But we'll keep you updated on these Astros. Right now, I got to give it up for my team. I got to give it up for the Odyssey Houston folks. That's right. Not the drive. Not the drive this year. We didn't get to vote, apparently. But the crew. Figgy Fig. Park. Boss Lady. Jesse Watt. And if I'm leaving anybody out, I apologize. The Media Alliance of Houston Award finalists. Don't know who's going to win. I think they announced that the day of the event. But big shout out to Figgy Fig, Parker Hillis, Boss Lady Sarah Frazier, and Jesse Watt in our cluster of stations here. Odyssey Houston is out there kicking ass once again. Now, each one of those individuals that I mentioned, each one of those finalists that I mentioned, they are in their own category, not in their own category by themselves, but they're not in the category altogether. They're all in different categories. I think Figgy's is news producer and radio producers all together in the city of Houston. And I think Figgy's won one before. I think Pendergast. I think Pendergast has won one before. I was up for one last year, boys, but I didn't get the call that I won, so I'm assuming I didn't need to give a speech or anything. But Figgy Fig, Park, Boss Lady, Jesse Watt, congrats. You have earned the right. You've earned the right to be what powers Dirty's Daily on this beautiful, beautiful hump day, April the 8th.
Congratulations.
Yeah, big time. Big shout out. All right, in the spirit of
I think Ben got screwed.
Ben Gary?
Yep.
Ben got screwed? T-Mill, what's going on, man?
I just think Ben got screwed.
Been nominated once, I think.
I think you have too.
I think
you should have won it.
I don't think I play the old politic game well enough to get much more than
well, now I don't know if that's necessary, but maybe we need to get your politic game up.
I've never been nominated.
Maybe we need to get it up, huh? Maybe not. We need your politic game up.
Yeah, I'll work on it.
6 years, I've never been nominated.
Well, just keep trying, man. Just keep working at it, man. You'll get there.
We just got you on the Wikipedia, man. Baby steps.
Yeah,
not on it.
Fair point.
You're
not on the Wikipedia right now. Again, they took it off.
Just to be clear, not on it.
Somebody took you off the Wikipedia again.
And listen, Clint and Rob. Guys, there are things here. The voice guy calls me Rob. There are things that are just not in the cards for us, right? Some of us here, me and Ben, we're just not going to be up for these awards. And I think Ben got screwed.
I don't think that's a positive. I don't think it's the way you should. The outlook you should
listen,
have.
it's all right.
I think you should stay positive.
I'm the voice of the people.
2/3 of the show has at least been nominated for made finalists. Now,
I think that's great.
Your turn. You're coming up.
I don't think it's a turn here. I think me and Ben. That's just not for me and Ben.
I tell you what. All right. Well,
get Sean Bijani.
I tell you who is getting a turn is Vrabel and Rini.
Oh, I'm going to go here today.
Head coach of the New England Patriots. And what would you call Diana?
She is a senior.
She's a newsbreaker, right?
Senior reporter.
She's a senior reporter.
Senior reporter for The Athletic.
Both married.
That hurts.
And pictures surfaced, I believe, yesterday, wasn't it, boys? Late yesterday?
Tough sleep.
Pictures emerged of them in some compromising positions.
a way to put it.
They were not in the sack together, but they were well on their way. It seemed like hand to hand, holding hands, not one but two, both the old double hands, almost like an Eiffel Tower, but there's only two people there. Just double hands, sitting by the pool with a bucket of what? What was it? Modelo's, Dos Equis at the pool.
Yeah, something Heineken, something there.
A couple of hugging photos, and
interlocked fingers. That's a tough one.
Come on, man.
All 10.
Come on, man. So in the spirit of what's Vrabel's first name? Mine just
Mike.
Mike. I want to say Mark. Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini. A little fling for them throwing their marriages down the drain. Got a question for you.
You
boys.
think they've thrown it? You think it's
Yeah, I mean, that's
a tough one to talk out of.
I don't want to get into people's relationships, but I am one that in a relationship of any kind, that right there seals the deal.
Those would be hard pictures to talk out of.
There's no hard. There's no hard to it.
We're not talking out of it.
No, there's no hard. I'm out.
But nothing's said. What if nothing's happened?
Oh, I saw enough happen. I'm a grown ass man. I know Vrabel's not two hands over the head, locking fingers, sitting by the pool with beer on a rooftop in Arizona, driving however many hours to go see her and her girlfriends or whatever kind of excuse they came up with. Like I'm a dog. I mean, we've all been a dog before. We know that ain't what went down. We know that right there didn't lead to a high five and all right, I'll catch you next time news breaks in New England. That led to the biscuit.
That is certainly an unusual looking relationship between the senior reporter and the head coach of a team.
That led to the biscuit. That was and the bad part about that is that was not a hey man, we're out. I got drunk. There's clearly some chemistry, and I did something I should not have done, and boy, I need you to forgive me on this one. This was a very comfortable, planned, emotional, let's hang out on a rooftop, let's hang out at the pool, let's hold hands, let's hug, let's snuggle, and really not care who sees it. And then you don't think that ended in a bedroom somewhere? Come on, man.
I think she might lose her job.
Well, I mean, look,
and I feel like the respect that people is probably lost.
It's a real interesting look for a guy that's come out of an organization, and he's heading up one right now, but came out of an organization that, boy, leaks were frowned upon, and now he's shacking up with Diana. But nonetheless,
potentially, allegedly.
No, I mean, okay,
they're denying
them two right there. There's some heavy petting going on.
Tough one to explain away.
No question. There ain't no if you're mine. I mean, my wife knows this. It's over.
Which is the picture? What's the picture that would have been the toughest one?
The hug. The hug on. You could sell me a double high five for two sports lovers on the other one. You could sell me, hey, there wasn't nobody in the picture on the laying out by the pool. There was a table and beer between them. The hug on the rooftop with nobody in a picture, and we could see the whole rooftop. Yeah, that one right there.
The interlock hands, that's almost not just a high five. We're interlocking.
I'm out. I'm done. The old cheater, man. I don't know how anybody stays in a relationship, any kind of relationship that is and moves forward. That's a tough one. But in the spirit of, let's talk about cheating. All right, who you risking it all for?
Oh boy.
In the media today, in the sports media today, if you were, of course none of us would ever, but if you were, who's pushing you to the limit? Who's tempting you here? Aaron Andrews?
I thought real hard about it in the break. I think I got 3 ladies for you.
You got 3. Hell, you got a.
It's just too
tough,
you got a multiple choice. Too hard. I mean,
this is
tough.
better than I thought. Who are they?
Said I got 3.
Is Julia or Vanessa on there?
No.
Okay.
You're
at least. He said that would be awkward.
This game.
They're Julia Morales and Vanessa Richardson. I mean, love them to death. Love what they do, and they are attractive ladies. But no, they are not in my top.
If you weren't in Houston, one would make the list. But go ahead. Okay. No. So
one of them, man.
So who you risking it for?
The 3 I thought of in the break would be Taylor Rooks.
Oh, I've seen her in person. That's strong.
Oh, dude.
Strong.
I got to focus. Paige Spiranac.
Oh, wow. You got. They're not even on my list.
Man. It's got to be. Joy's got to be in here.
Joy's just on the outer bubble. And then the third one was, Kay Adams. Those three right there. Kay Adams, Taylor Rooks, Paige Spiranak. Oh, my, I could have some fun. Whew.
Wow, that is good. Taylor Rooks is really, and she is more beautiful in person than she is on TV and on social. I mean,
a lot of people went down when those wedding photos came.
Yeah. Golly, man, that Kay's a good one for me. I get it, but for me with her, it's more about a personality. So I would have to probably spend some quality time around her.
She's on a beach trip right now,
and I just would refuse to do that. No way, Daniel Jones. Even the guy that's in Indy is her boyfriend, by the way.
What are you laughing at, Ron?
How do you know? Why do you know she's?
I happened to see Kay Adams' Instagram story this morning.
She ain't afraid to post. She ain't afraid to post some swimsuit pics.
She's wearing that bikini now. Oh.
She's a little narrow. She's a little thin.
That's kind of tough.
She's a little thin. Her
thin
personality really
for me.
Her personality's solid. Like
for sure.
And her get down, and confident, the confident, not arrogant get down is strong as well. Kate, I'm gonna tell you,
I'll take Hannah Storm.
You're going Hannah Storm, H-Town. Oh, wow.
Hannah's
He's
beautiful,
going to
but
Coup.
stop it.
He went with the Coup. How old is Hannah?
The show.
Her hair, that's Dick Stockton's lady. Her hair was flowing the other day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What is Hannah? Hannah's got to be about 68.
Oh, wow. You went with the Coup, man.
Oh, I bet.
I can't believe you. I can't believe you. I thought you were going to go L. Duncan.
59 is what I'd guess for Hannah Storm.
Ella's
I do
strong.
I do forget the one that got you in trouble with your significant other is she is in the media. I forgot about
Candace
that.
Parker. We lost her to the other side.
Ironically, you have a thing for Diana Rossini too.
I don't really have a major thing for Diana.
Oh, I thought you did.
No, you did. When I was standing next to her, I was going to take a picture, do a video, and
boy, she does peacock around them Super Bowl sidelines, don't she?
Hannah, 63.
Almost nailed that one. Said 59.
Good for her. Man.
Love Hannah.
Man,
who's really the one you'd risk it all for, Ron?
It's Hannah Storm.
Come on.
She must be listening.
I don't know if she is.
She listens every day. She's
I think Taylor Rooks is in there.
She's my number one.
Molly's not bad. We lost her from first take. She's not
Molly Karam. That's
not bad.
She doesn't do much for me personally.
Jalen was doing something.
She's a looker.
Jalen was doing something to her. Joy doesn't
do nothing for me.
Joy Taylor.
The visual does, but the personality ruins it immediately.
Yeah, I like the personality.
Yeah,
she was my first out.
Yeah. Personality's fine. I can ride with her. I can ride with her.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I
can see that.
Aaron Andrews?
No, she's too skinny. I'm sorry, man. I need a little thick.
Need a little thickness.
Kimberly Martin, someone texted in. Yeah. Vince Goodwill went ahead and scooped her up.
Who did?
Vince Goodwill. He does the NBA for ESPN.
Can I go with one y'all hadn't mentioned?
Of course.
Your segment.
I love this conversation.
Malik Andrews.
It's a good one. Solid. I like it.
There's something there. There's something real, like
mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she doesn't do it for me.
I got an honorable mention of Taylor Mathis.
Well,
Taylor Mathis. I don't know if I got Taylor.
Oh, you got Taylor.
Tremendous sports betting.
Walking bet.
Oh, golly. That's not what I ain't talking about. Any random OnlyFans gal.
Oh, she isn't an only. She is a respectable. She works for DraftKings. Yes.
Tyler, are you look at his face? He's dead.
She is a freaking lady, and she has great betting advice and great recourse.
She continued to do her walking
bets.
boob bets, and literally within weeks after having her child.
Who is the one that? Oh God, he used to be the ace for the Astros. Big beard, Keuchel. Who is the one Keuchel's married to? Nash. Kelly Nash.
Yeah.
Is she still in the game?
Solid.
I think she does for NHL. I think she's.
Oh, she an NHL gal?
Yeah, she works for NHL Network. Yeah, Kelly Nash, not bad.
Wow, Tyler, I think you win.
Well,
the Taylor Rooks.
Was there any doubt?
The Taylor Rooks Kay Adams pool is really good.
Aaron Dolan, text line keeps rolling with. They were surprised that Tyler didn't have.
I am a fan.
Lauren Shahadi.
What's the guy? Is Aaron Dolan the one that?
I have to keep my mind. I have to tell you a Lauren Shahadi story off the air.
What is the one that? Her daddy's a big wig. She used to do sideline. No, she used to do sidelines.
Yep.
Yeah. Isn't that who it is? She's strong. Is that the one that gosh dang, was Dwight Howard made a viral video or made a viral response to one of her questions she asked?
Oh, I don't remember that.
That was Michelle Beadle.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Harlan. I'm pretty sure it's who it is.
We didn't say strong. Laura Rutledge.
Yeah, no.
I got Laura on my list, but I'm not.
I don't have her on my list at all. Good for her though. Nice. I still respect her. That sprint she did, she ran all the way from doing the sideline interview and ran all the way to the halftime desk across the field at a college football playoff.
Yeah, Laura's good people. She'd be a solid one. She's a good looking one, and then when you're around her, like her personality takes her up a notch, doesn't knock her down a notch.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay with Hannah Storm. Right.
Well done, T. Well done. Boy, Taylor Rooks. I can't believe I knew I was going to leave somebody off. Kay Adams. Well, I can't believe I left Kay Adams off, but Taylor Rooks was a good pull.
Taylor's a clear one.
Thank you.
Boy, I tell you what.
Timothy Johnson. Sage Steele was nice. I'll pass.
Sage's pretty.
Yeah, she's strong.
I'll pass.
She's strong. I that's a good one. That's a good pull, actually.
I completely disagree.
You don't think she's attractive?
No. Or her personality is the hells, but no, she is.
Well, I knew where you were going with that. I'm just talking about her look, though.
I don't know. She's really skinny.
You always felt that way?
Yeah, I always have. I see her collarbone. Hey, listen, I like a little thickness.
Sam Ponder.
That would not be thick. I don't.
No,
believe.
I'm sorry. My brain's just bringing up these ladies.
I mean, Tyler, you know,
I was built for this.
Holly Rowe might give me a little run.
Oh my God,
she's on the thick. He said, "Tyler, you know me.
Come on,
Holly's a little thick. She's on the thick side now.
Holly Rowe now. Go ahead, Holly.
Low center of gravity. Low center of gravity, cuz.
Yeah. Yes, AJ. Do it for me. All right, coming up. We'll give you an Astros update that you guys I know have been looking for, but also this Masters dinner. I got to give my thoughts on this. I need a little bit more time than the 2 minutes that came about us yesterday. I need a little bit more time. This Masters dinner, I think most people really liked it from Rory. We'll go through that. And Brandon Scott coming up here at 4:40, give us our Rockets report. That's next.
Mike Vrabel, clearly he's handling business. There ain't no low libido in that man right there. If you are looking.
Stoerner and Hughley.
One of the best defensive tackles in football.
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You motorboating son of a bitch.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's high in the air to right field, deep enough to score a run. It's actually in right center, so taking charge will be Loperfido. Two of the runners tagged. The throw comes into the middle, gets away from Pena, but now Paredes is there to back it up. That'll be a sac fly for T.J. Rumfield. He drives in his team-leading 8th run of the season, and it's now 8-1 Rockies.
Yeah, TK and Blum have about had it. That's courtesy of Space Home Network. It is now, as he said, 8-1. And
ugly.
Another pitcher in here, old Christian Roa. He's inning in 2/3, and he's at 30 pitches, and he is now no hits though, but he's allowed a run with 2 walks. He's hit a couple of guys, almost hit another. See if he can get out of it. 7 runs, 3 innings. They can maybe swing.
I mean, they can. I mean, they can. They're
in a hurry. You got to hold them here, Tyler. Absolutely have to hold them here.
I don't think it matters.
You're probably right. But we'll keep you updated. Injuries in this game, lower back tightness for Jake Myers. He left at the plate in the 2nd inning, and then in the bottom of the 2nd. Christian Javier, before even starting the inning, throwing warm-up tosses, as a right shoulder tightness, and he exited the game after 1 inning of work. And, boy, they got to figure out a way to field the rest of these innings because they've had a couple of guys – tap the helmet, man, that's a strike. They've had a couple of guys that have not been able to stay in very long. Blue ball only really gave you a little, an inning or so.
Whew.
But he felt like 40-something, almost 40 pitches. Roa, same way. It looks like they may be going to go get him. It's getting out of hand, and it's just the 6th, which means this one. I might get myself tossed. We got a chance to see a position player pitching this thing.
Well, don't
have Chaz anymore.
And I know it may be, but not because it's out of hand, but because we run out of arms.
Yeah, same thing. Out of hand and running out of arms. Yep. Yep, might see a position player. I don't know. Hell, maybe Abreu needs to get some work.
Loperfido looks like he could really bring it off the bump.
Does he?
Oh,
Looks like he's going to try.
Long lefty.
He's going to try. Yeah. All right, so 8-1. We'll keep you updated. Remember, B. Scott coming up with us here at 4:40. Give us a little Rockets report as they're rolling 7 straight. We'll hear what he's got to say. All right, Clint. Now I've looked at this. This menu. Some people I see on the text line. I've read that. Donna on YouTube. Some golfer said Rory's meal was one of the best ever. And the first thing that I look at in this is I got to give him credit for not just really taking the easy way out. I think, he doesn't have a salad in there. All right, everybody's like, oh, we're going to appetizer, we're going to get a salad or, a traditional dessert. There may be some people that you kind of take. I like that he took a little bit of a chance in there some spots. So I give him big points for that. I think just about everything on here I would taste. Like I would be excited to jump into. All right. The flatbread is that's a bit of a chance there. You don't normally see that, but peach and ricotta, we'll see a little of that hot honey. I like a little hot honey.
Yeah.
I don't like peaches, despite what Wade Smith has tried to give me. I don't like peaches, but
they like you though.
They may like me. I would give it a try. I would at least move those peaches off and really take out the ricotta, balsamic, and hot honey with that base.
Peaches Hughley.
The rock shrimp tempura. A little creamy spicy sauce. I'm into it. I like it. That sounds good. Another one where hey, not just a soup. Hey, we're taking chances here. This is the one that I would have the hardest with. The grilled elk sliders. grilled onions. Come on, let's go. That aioli, let's go. I'm in that.
Elk is so
Give me a little
good.
side of the aioli. I can dip it into a little bit.
Yep,
I need a little extra
yeah.
aioli with the jam.
You said you'd have a hard time with.
The only one, the bacon wrapped dates and the goat cheese and almonds.
I'm gonna pass on that one.
No, I'm gonna try it though. I'm gonna try it. Like dates are right. The combination is if you like dates. The combination, I'm gonna at least try it.
Not a dates guy.
Not a dates guy, but I like the chance they're taking here. I do. And then the what's this? The yellowfin tuna capriccio on the little baguette. Not bad. I saw the picture of that. That looked tasty.
I'm gonna knock it back.
I'm gonna drill it, and I'm gonna go with I'll probably go with the fillet, the Wagyu filet mignon, and then the seared salmon. But I like the sides. I like the Brussels sprouts. You know, I like Brussels sprouts.
Yep.
Absolutely devoured those, and then I like the sticky toffee pudding. I'm somebody that I tend to lean towards toffee, caramel, butterscotch more than chocolate.
Really?
Yeah, I mess with chocolate. I'll do it, but I tend to go that way, and that's something I didn't see coming. And I look at that, I'm like, look at that. Let me get that at work. I'm excited about that dessert. Not a damn cookie. Skillet cookie, not that.
I didn't say that.
I think that's
I'm not saying that you said that.
Scotty had. I think Scotty did a skillet chocolate chip cookie last year.
When Jay Leno did that, it was okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Ron. That was the one part of this menu here that really, really took me aback was when Tyler and Luke both poo-pooed the sticky toffee pudding. I mean, pudding is one I'm not a big pudding guy, but I mean,
with that vanilla ice cream?
If somebody's going to put it on a menu like this, I got to believe they're bringing it.
I want to see what it looks like.
I bet it looks damn good. They've already had it, right? This was last night? This was Tuesday. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. This was Tuesday night, wasn't it?
Woo. It's the 7th.
That was last night?
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, I tear that up.
Yeah, you could have them bacon wrap dates. I'm out on it. Everything else, I'm in.
So it was only one thing that you just already know how you feel about dates.
Yep. I'm gonna ask whoever's sitting next to me.
I like the combination.
Are they gonna get the filet mignon? Are they gonna get the seared salmon? I'm gonna get the opposite. And then I'm gonna ask them if they want to share a bite.
Share a bite, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know. I would give this. I would give this an A minus. I give this an A minus. I think it was pretty good. I think it is a strong list. The reason why I come off a little bit without just giving a straight A is there is a little bit of hell. I like what I like, so I'm going with I want to go with what I want to go.
Yeah.
It wasn't as much like thinking like some of these are like peach and ricotta flatbread. I don't know. That feels like a real personal choice.
I don't know what they eat in Ireland, but apparently he got asked the question of why he didn't take it a little bit more homey feel. He said, "Well, I wanted people to enjoy it, and hell, I wanted to enjoy it."
A lot of fish and peas.
Is that what it is? Fish and peas, fish and chips.
Yep, from the motherland. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad he didn't lean towards his heritage to make that menu.
Too much wrong. Yeah, I thought he would have some of that. I thought there was
the toffee pudding. That sounds Irish.
Text line coming in. Dirty bacon wrapped dates are money, my man.
I'm not a date guy, man. I guess I would try it just in this situation, just to say I did, but I'm not going to order a date.
Yeah, I've never. I don't know that I think I've had it a long time ago, but I would like to try that combination of the goat cheese and almonds and that bacon wrap that date. I'd like to try this. Try the combination.
Isn't a date a big raisin?
Yeah, but I don't know if it completely tastes like one. Maybe like a Fig Newton. Coming up, our guy B. Scott, he will join us. We'll get his Rockets report. The Rockets, they're on a roll, 7-game winning streak. They have climbed themselves, tied with the Lakers in the 4 spot, and could jump them, especially the way the Lakers are playing. We'll talk to B. Scott about how he feels about his Houston Rockets. We'll do that next.
All right, y'all, look, if you're out there and you're dealing with a hair loss issue, you got receding hairlines, thinning up top, maybe it's just all-out ball.
acepowercompany.com/610.
Well, hey, boys.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, welcome in. It is Wednesday. It's 4:40. It's been a minute since I got to talk to my man B. Scott in his time, but Rockets Report.
It's looking better now.
It is.
Looking way
it is.
better now.
Last time I believe we were coming off of, I think, the Minnesota debacle. I think that's the last time I spoke with you.
Lord have mercy.
And it is turned around since then. They have won 7 straight. And some of those coming against playoff level teams, including last night. They were down 25-6. I thought, oh boy,
yeah,
this is about to get out of hand.
Suns went on a 24-0 run in the first quarter. It was like, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, Mark Williams, he just went crazy for a second.
Yeah.
What before we get to like big picture wise, last night's particular game, what jumped out to you? Who was it that jumped off the page for you, the screen for you? You watched that game where they came back and finally took control in the fourth quarter.
Well, the big thing that got them back in the game that stood out was how the defense changed, and it went back to the defense that we're used to. Like, that's been a theme of the season. It's like it's here and it's there. It's not consistent the way you want it to be, but when it's right, it looks like what you're used to. And they picked up their defensive effort. The Suns also just started missing, and so those things allowed them to get back into the game. That stood out. But then the end of the game, how they closed it out. Really, honestly, I was saying this on my podcast earlier that, like, nobody played poorly. Like, nobody really shot, or very few guys shot the ball well. And certainly as a team, they didn't shoot the ball well. If you look at the box score, look at the percentages, you'll say, man, this wasn't like a light show or nothing like that. But if you watch the game and how they played the game, no one played poorly. And that kind of really stood out toward the end. And also, like, on top of the defense, the offensive rebounding was back. Like, one of the things that has annoyed me throughout this period of, especially since Steven Adams got hurt, right? Like, we understand Fred VanVleet's been gone the whole year. But after Steven Adams got hurt, it was like, well, I guess that's the end of their offensive rebounding prowess. They don't have Steven Adams out there. I guess they can't offensive board no more. And I'm looking around, I'm like, wait a minute. I understand he's the best one that they got. I understand he's one of the best offensive rebounders in modern history. I get that. But they got plenty of guys. They got plenty of length, plenty of athleticism, and the brand of basketball that they're supposed to play should be in line with the type of players that would go out and get offensive rebounds. Like, that shouldn't be, maybe you're not as good at it, but that shouldn't go away from your identity just because one guy goes out. And last night you really got to see that. Pretty much everybody that got in on the offensive rebounding. Amin Thompson and Alperen Sengun, and these were guys that really stood out to me in the fourth quarter, by the way, just individually. But these guys had just as many offensive rebounds as they had defensive rebounds or more. So that's the type of thing that you need, that they are going to need if they're going to have any kind of success in the playoffs.
You mentioned some of the shift that we've seen over the last handful of games, over the last few weeks towards the end of the season. Ime Udoka's been better. Obviously, Sengun's been better. Tari Eason found a shot, and some of the things on the defensive end that you said you saw last night. With all the shifts that it seems like has happened here late, how do you think that impacts the Rockets as their chances in the playoffs?
Well, I think it impacts it greatly. Like, one of the things that I've been saying whenever I try to keep the glass half full, and it's been a lot of half empty, let's just be real about it, for a lot of the season. But when I try to keep it half full, I say, you know what? When they play at their best, which is just not consistent enough. But when they do that, they do match up pretty well against pretty much anybody in the league. Like, they can beat anybody in the league. The question is, can they repeat it night in and night out like you have to in a series? It's not just a one-off. You're trying to win 4 games out of a 7-game series. Can they do that? To their credit, I mean, they've done it 7 games straight. A handful of those playoff caliber, play-in caliber types of teams. And again, just the brand of basketball and the identity, what it looks like, the process. This is a big word, a big buzzword around there, really going back to the early part of the season once they knew Fred VanVleet wasn't going to be around. And then what that looked like, their process of getting shots. What are they trying to do? What is the logic and reason in what they're trying to do?
it was hard to kind of figure that out for a good part of the season. And now it feels like between Reed Sheppard being a little bit more of a regular starter and Kevin Durant seems to be making better decisions with the basketball. And even above all of that, Alperen Sengun is playing at a superstar level, which is the thing that I was waiting on and looking out for after the All-Star break is when does All-NBA level Alperen Sengun reemerge? And over the last, let's call it 15-plus games or so, we've seen, or 12 to 15 games or so, we've seen that.
More often than not. B. Scott with us, his Rockets report every single Wednesday at 4:40. That's what I was gonna ask you with kind of piggyback off of him, big picture wise. They have obviously turned this corner. I think damn near on this show we had thrown in the towel, just in terms of the interest and the feel of how we are after that Minnesota game. That is coming on the heels of them just kind of getting embarrassed on national TV against better teams, and it's just like at that point. With the Lakers healthy, you didn't know that they could get them when they got, swept at home by the Lakers in that 2-game back-to-back series. The Nuggets, forget about it. The Thunder, the Spurs, forget about it. And then they had that game against the Timberwolves without Ant and many of those guys fouling out in overtime. But since then, it's not just they've won 7 straight. They have looked different. What would you say is the biggest difference? The biggest difference in this stretch that they can potentially carry on the next, like the biggest thing that they have changed?
Yeah, it's 2 key young guys, and that's Alperen Sengun and Amen Thompson. Like, Alperen Sengun is looking like an all-NBA type of player, at least caliber player, and Amen Thompson, who really has had a good season despite the fact that he's been misused for at least half of it, if not more. I mean, he just affects the game.
He's pretty consistent on what his line is and what he's going to do every night.
Yeah, but also when you watch him, it's kind of just a little bit beyond the stats because it's like it's sometimes it can be feast or famine because sometimes he looks like he's out of control, but he's always impacting the game from baseline to baseline, sideline to sideline. Like you just have to account for this guy on both ends of the floor. But those were the 2 guys that really stood out to me specifically last night, and then kind of to your question in a broader perspective, like those are, and then I would even add Jabari Smith Jr. in there as well, who we talked about, played a lot better as of late. His percentages were not great last night, but you can't tell me that somebody that shoots 18 shots or 15 threes or whatever it was last night doesn't have a ton of confidence compared to the way he was shooting it earlier. Yeah. So you love to see that. But specifically Sengun and Amen Thompson playing, I think, at a level that is just a little bit above what was the worst of the Rockets in that early winter going into the spring stretch. Now over this last month or so, those 2 guys look a lot different. Alperen Sengun specifically was having a rough game last night from quarters 1 through 3 and got his 4th foul just a minute into the 3rd quarter. All right, so that kind of neutralized him a little bit. It kind of, it wasn't an all-NBA type of night.
He made some plays late.
Oh, but sure enough, in the 4th quarter, he's doing it on the defensive end. He's getting assists. He's getting buckets. He's getting offensive boards. I mentioned before, both of those guys had more offensive rebounds or just as many offensive rebounds or more as they had defensive rebounds, which is not really a thing normally.
Yeah.
So that just goes to show you the type of effort and this just them leveling up their play that makes you think, okay, OKC and the Spurs are still the class of the Western Conference. But when you talk about those others, that crowd of others between Denver, Minnesota, the Lakers, and the Rockets, they're right there in that group, whereas the last time we probably talked about this, they felt like the worst of that group. Now they just feel like they're right there in the mix.
Closer to the Suns.
Yeah, exactly.
Than maybe the top of that group.
Hey,
Exactly.
I think one thing, going into the playoffs is it's going to be talked about is obviously the starting lineup. And you mentioned Reed Sheppard a little earlier. How do you see that playing out? One go round, it's Tari Eason. It's a little bit more of a defensive oriented, maybe a little more physical, starting lineup. And then one minute it includes Reed Sheppard with obviously being able to stretch the floor with some shooting, different ball handler, that kind of deal. How do you see that playing out as the playoffs get rolling?
Yeah, Clint, I would love to tell you that they will have realized at this point that they overall, despite Reed Sheppard's shortcomings on the defensive end of the floor sometimes, that they win his minutes by and large. Even if the defense is not good, they normally win the minutes because the offense is that much better. But I don't think that they're going to do that. That's me talking. That's what I think that they should do, and that's what I would do.
They're 15-4 in his starts.
15-4 in his starts. I wish somebody would yell that at them in their meetings and wherever the places that matter to get that told to them. But clearly they're looking at matchups and a feel for the game. I will say, like last night, you get in the Reed Sheppard starts, but then you get into the second half and you look up and Josh Okogie is starting the second half.
Yeah, I don't know.
And he played well.
Nice little dish.
Exactly right away. So I'm not crapping on that. It's just that it's clear to me that Ime Udoka has much more of a mix and match feel of the game, whatever his vibe is on who's playing well and who's earned those minutes, as opposed to, hey, we're just gonna lock this guy in. Look, maybe they do that. Maybe they do the thing that a lot of us want them to do and just insert Reed Sheppard into the starting lineup and kind of just be done with it. But Reed started. Tari Eason played more minutes last night, right? Josh Okogie started the second half. So they clearly got three guys that they are comfortable rotating depending on what the matchup dictates. Now, so I think it's going to stay that way.
Now, listen, I don't love that part of it.
I don't.
I just let people know their roles, but
I don't like it.
You talked about some things. I think Udoka has, and maybe it's me. You tell me. You're around this team a lot. You see them and you've listened to them. You talk to them. It feels like lately, to go along with this stretch, he has shifted. He has changed. Like I was telling him, the game winner the other night, where they didn't just, like, there was some thought on how they were going to try to get the ball in the hands of Kevin Durant, and they got him on the move, and they didn't make it real easy for him to be double teamed, and they let him become a playmaker, and they get the game winner against the Warriors with Şengün. But it all starts with how they kind of changed the way they were doing offense. Do you get a sense that you see a major shift and change from this staff and Udoka, how they've been going about business lately?
Yeah, a little bit. I still can't say that I got a whole lot of confidence in them offensively. Like I honestly, I feel like the change that you're seeing is more of a player adjustment than anything.
Think so? Okay.
Yeah, I just think that they're playing better and responding better to teams are still defending in the same way, but I feel like they're making better decisions. They're moving without the basketball a little bit more and more consistently. Their passing is better. You know, I was joking about how they don't shoot, pass, or dribble well enough, right? Well, they're doing those things better now, and I don't necessarily think that that's a coaching thing. Some small adjustments here and there, but certainly I feel like they got to figure out that minutes allocation thing more than anything, what those rotations are going to look like. And I would credit more so guys like Kevin Durant, Alperen Şengün, Amen Thompson for making better decisions with the basketball. Reed Sheppard, guys like that making better decisions with the basketball.
What do you think? You talked at length about Şengün a little earlier, and multiple times you mentioned him. What do you think we get? The bigger these games get. What do you think we get from him? Continue this Terry zone, or you think we get a little bit more what we saw midseason?
Yeah, I think that this is a trend now. Like we've seen enough of it to feel like, and man, I hated this when all of it was happening. You know, you get a lot of excuse making. Oh, his ankle's hurt, his back's hurt, and all of this type of stuff, right? Like that feels kind of weak when you go there, but you also got to consider it and say, man, is he not moving as well just because he just can't move as well as he used to? And so he comes back from the back injury. Now he's moving better, and you see him. He's protecting the rim. He's blocking shots. He's getting offensive boards. He's busting his lip on the ground to help him get to overtime in a game that they squandered, by the way.
Yeah, one of the best games he's ever played.
Oh man, one of the best moments that we've seen from Şengün. And then last night, a lot more of the same of that. So I think it's going to be critical for him to play like he has over the last 15 to 20 games or so. And I expect to get that level of Alperen Şengün. But I think it's important, though, that beyond that, you also continue to get what you've seen from Amen Thompson and Jabari Smith Jr. as well, and get Reed Sheppard starters minutes.
Yeah, I think it's good to see him, who he's done it against, right?
Yeah.
Porzingis and Draymond, you know, the other day. Last night.
Yep.
Yeah, last night against, they've got some bigs over there. I think that Minnesota game against Rudy and against Naz Reid and the guys that they run out there, he played pretty good ball. So yeah, I think it's not just before when he would have those good games, he'd be banging out the Pacers.
Yeah.
Yeah, take out the Wizards real good. Kings, here I come.
Yeah.
But now he's been doing it against better bigs and better opponents.
And I like that he can go 1 through 3, like the first through the third quarter, and not have his best stuff, and then not affect him in the fourth quarter when it was really time to close the game out. And he was really locked in and playing to the standard and the level he was supposed to have been playing the whole game long. So I like that he's not letting a bad night ruin the ending of the night when it's time to close the game out.
5 o'clock fire coming up. That's B. Scott. You can hear him every Wednesday, 4:40 on our Rockets Report. We'll get you updated on the Astros. Brian Abreu, he is in his inning in the 8th. We'll see if he can get himself together. They are down 8-1. We'll keep you updated on that. The Texans made some no-brainer moves, but what do they mean? We'll express that. And the Rockets potentially making some moves with their arena. We'll let you know the latest on that as well as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Rock and roll, meow.
In the loop.
3 Astros teams in the past 10 years have won at least 5 out of their first 7 games to start the season. 2018, the 2021 team, and this 2026 team, 5-2.
Previous 2 went to the ALCS.
Correct.
We're not going crazy here, though, right?
What do you mean?
Previous 2 went to the ALCS. We're not going there.
I mean, I'm just giving you stats.
Well,
what you do with them is all. You
7
do what you
games
want.
in.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. 69 Southwest Freeway, northbound at Fan, and it's a stall that has a left shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
There it was. Glory hole.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, and Psycho T, who's the same person, have there he is, have the latest. And the latest is the Astros are still playing day baseball. As that game started at 2. Clint, it is still game left as they're going to the top of the 9th now.
Well, this is not good.
I don't think they're going to avoid the sweep today. They are down 9-1.
The brooms are out.
They deserve to get swept by the Rockies.
Clearly. They're down 9-1 right now. If it holds to this against the Rockies, the last 2 days, 14-2. They have lost to the Rockies. 14-2 if this thing holds. 13-2, excuse me, if this thing holds. It's been rough. It's been rough. 9-1. They were never really in this game, and they've had a lot happen. And here the latest. Brian Abreu, he came in to get some work. Had not pitched since he gave up the game on Sunday against the A's. And Clint, he is 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 earned, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks. That's Brian Abreu continuing his. Now, he did drop his ERA from.
It's hard not to do now, isn't it?
From the high 23s to 19.64, although he gave up a run, but he still dropped his ERA.
We're going to give him the 9th, too? We're going to give him the 9th as well?
We won't have to give him the 9th.
That's right. Hopefully we will. Hopefully we will. Good call, though.
Yeah.
Rockies probably aren't going to bat in the bottom of the 9th, are they?
Probably not.
It'd be fun. It'd be fun. Just see, we need to work, man. Hey, Abreu needs to work. You mind?
Just let him go get another bullpen right now. Just let him walk out there and get another one in right now, knowing it.
That makes sense why they gave him the 8th.
But Clint, some news off of this is Christian Javier. He got the start today. We came into it talking about Clint. He's got is he pitching for his spot in the rotation? We talked about that earlier. We talked about, hey, what does he potentially need to do today? We all talked about the floor before the game started on what they need to see from him. Well, in his 1 inning, in which he gave up 3 hits, no walks, 1 strikeout, and an earned run, his 1 inning, Clint, he gave up 1 run and then came out to start the 2nd inning, and then after throwing a couple of just tosses, it looked like warm-up tosses, he called for the trainer to come out. They then walked him out of the game. He exited the game, and then blue ball came in for him, and he had just a god-awful day. But Javier exited the game, with what the Astros are saying, right shoulder tightness. Hopefully we hear from Joe Espada after the game, and maybe you hear it here. Maybe you get more understanding of what he's saying on Area 45 coming up a little bit later, but stay here on Sports Radio 610 to hear the latest on Christian Javier and Jake Myers as he was at the plate in the top of the 2nd inning. Had a check swing. Looks like he felt something in his side, what it looked like. Trainers came out, stayed in, check swing again on the next pitch, and clearly there was something bothering him. He then exited the game in the middle of the at-bat. The Astros are saying he had lower back tightness. So it looks like there's some potential time to be missed between Javier and Jake Myers. That happened within 15 minutes of each other Besides getting swept by the Rockies, Clint, those two seem to be the biggest stories coming out of this game, injuries to those guys.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's look, the reality of it is, boy, the first couple of weeks of this season has been a lot like last year, man. You got Pena in and out of the lineup. You got Hader that's never been seen. You got Hunter Brown, now Christian Javier out of the lineup. Looks like you lost your center fielder as well. It's not a good start to the season. I mean, I think the bats have obviously been a bright spot, and there's some things we can, you can see moving trending in the positive direction on the bump. But it just overall, man, this starting rotation, the bullpen, the closing situation, there's nothing good about what's going on. This team, this pitching staff, along with some suspect defense, has found a way to have really what's been probably the best lineup in baseball, with the exception of the last couple games. I mean, be a sub 500 baseball team now.
Yeah, they're fighting it, and these injuries don't help. You talked about their defense, and I'm not going to sit here and say that Jake has been on fire. He's had some mishaps early, but he has been a Gold Glove finalist, and his strength is defense. And if he has to go to the IL, and I'm sorry, looking at that, it's speculation. Maybe it's not as bad as it looked, but that didn't look like that's just going to be a day. That looked like that could.
It's got a couple weeks off.
That looks like it. Where do you go? Wherever you go in center field, whether it's Matthews or whoever it is, Loperfido, you're taking a dip defensively. And that is clear. Like maybe. Like if you look at it, you say defensively, where are strong points? You'd say shortstop, third base, first base, and center field. Now Cam is playing pretty well in the outfield as well, but you're losing that in center field. So we'll see what this looks like here. But those aren't great looks, and they are down to their last out right now, as they are trailing 9-1. We'll let you know as soon as that comes to an end.
It just wouldn't be a bad day for the Astros if Jeremy Pena didn't chase a low and outside pitch right there. I mean, it just wouldn't make sense. Oh yeah, it just wouldn't make sense if he didn't go back to some of his old ways. Yeah, it's been a bad baseball day for the Astros. I mean, blue ball was really, I think, probably caught the brunt of it, other than the injuries, obviously. But blue ball was just, I mean, in that inning that he blew up, I mean, there was 2 doubles, there was 2 stolen bases, there was a pass ball, there was 2 different bunts. There was, I mean, he got a little bit of it all.
It was hard to watch. That was real tough.
Oh, no! We suck again!
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, some news, and I do want to kind of get to this a little bit later on, but the Texans, they do pick up C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr.'s fifth-year options. By the way, the Astros just lost this game, and they have been swept 9-1 by the Colorado Rockies. So this game is officially over. But, Clint, they pick up the fifth-year options on C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. Stroud will make $25.9 million. Anderson will receive $21.5 million in 2027 for those fully guaranteed contracts. So when you look at this is not surprising at all with both of those guys. You figured they would have put themselves in a position to have control over them over the next couple of years, this year and next. Your thoughts when you initially see these contracts that we expected to see happen?
Yeah, we expected it. So get these out of the way. I mean, only a fool would not have picked up the fifth-year option for both of these players. Now the next question is for me. Look, Will Anderson has made it a no-brainer. I mean, if I'm Will Anderson, I don't touch the field in training camp until I get a new deal.
You're talking about this year?
Absolutely, 100%, no doubt about it. Until I get a new deal, I am not stepping on the field again. So that I think that's cut and dry. I think that is what it is. We'll see if they get a deal done or not. We'll see if he misses any of camp. I'm not worried about it. I think they get a deal done sooner rather than later. And Will Anderson, Will Anderson's a J.J. Watt type player here in Houston. He should retire a damn Houston Texan, if we're being honest. Now you flip over to the other side of that. This is where it gets interesting. I think, as you said, these are two decisions that were expected. This is exactly what any team with any sense would have done. Now, here's the kicker for the Texans is, what do you do with C.J. Stroud, and when do you do it? And do you do it now? Are you a believer after year one, even though we've seen regression over the last 2 years? Even though there seems to be, and I don't know anybody that would argue this, there's a lack of alpha leadership there. with C.J. Stroud? Do you go ahead and pony up and tie yourself to C.J. longer, or do you wait and see another year and do it after year 4 before this fifth-year option catches in or kicks in? Or do you do you at that point try to move C.J. Stroud? There's a lot of what ifs. There's a lot of possibilities here with C.J. Stroud. The next decision they make with C.J. is going to be an absolute huge one, and I don't think it comes until next offseason.
Yep, and it doesn't necessarily even mean that they'll even play on this contract. On that year that they've added, but it is just to get control and put yourself, as you said, this is par for the course for most teams and how they handle it.
Well, the interesting thing is the C.J. Stroud dynamic, because as I've said before, look, I think the team could build a strong case for waiting and seeing another year, and I think C.J. and his representation, I think they could build a strong case of why they shouldn't touch the field again until they get long-term guaranteed money. It will be interesting to see if Will Anderson gets his and C.J. doesn't get his. How does the player and his representation respond? What does that look like in Houston? I don't know. I just put it out there. I'm not sure what it looks like. I have no idea. Like I said, I could build a case to justify both cases here for the team and the player, but keep an eye on that. The next decisions again are going to be big ones with C.J. Stroud.
Yep. Par for the course, though. We knew that was going to happen. But like you said, they pick up fifth-year options on Derek Stingley Jr. It didn't even matter. They went ahead and knocked out a big deal with him. Nico, they didn't have to, but when they got to the point, they knocked out a big deal with him. Let's see if this we feel like they're going to do it with Will. We'll see what happens with 7.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, we know, and I feel like this is connected. We know that the Rockets owner, Tillman Fertitta, and his family, they bought the Houston Comets. So they're going to be coming and being a part of the Houston sports landscape. But this is just announced today. The Toyota Center, where the Rockets play, the home of the Rockets, will be getting a $180 million upgrade at no cost to Houston taxpayers. Mayor John Whitmer said Wednesday. The Harris County Houston Sports Authority is expected to make an announcement official Wednesday afternoon, but Whitmer said that the $95 million of the renovations will come from the state, with Rockets owner Tillman Fertitta footing the rest of the bill. So they're going to add renovations, $180 million, going to improve the Toyota Center. I think that, as I said, the Comets coming, they'll probably do something that is maybe Comet specific, something that way. But it will be it'll be an upgrade. We'll see what the Toyota Center looks like. That's
not that it bothers me at all, but because I'm here for it. But what money comes from the state that's not tax dollars? A serious question. Well, I'm assuming it could be federal money or maybe, but that's still
Knox, yeah.
But that's still that's still taxpayer money. I think. I'm curious. How does this? Is that toll road money?
Yeah, I don't know. They didn't really break.
I'll tell you what, I get hit over the head with them toll roads, boy, all the time.
Yeah. No, I do. Every damn time.
Every day, in and out. No, it's just your way of life, Ron.
I'm intrigued.
Where's that money come? Where does state money come from, cuz?
I don't know. I thought Tillman was going to fit the bill for all 180.
Yeah, I did too until you went on and hit that 95.
That 95, he's going to
Tillman's going to get slightly less than half of it.
The rest, yeah.
Made that money in Kima last weekend.
There you go. I'm intrigued. I am intrigued to see what it's going to look like, what they're going to do. Have they played? Has that been the Toyota Center, Clinton Tyler, since they left? I mean, it wasn't the Summit when they left. It was the Compact
Center, yeah.
When they left it, has that been there since?
I think they've had that damn Toyota sign on the top of that damn thing since for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, but that's the arena. There's not been another arena since, right? They've been in there.
That's the arena. Yeah. Are you asking if it's been Toyota the whole time, or if
no?
That's the same?
Yes,
that's the arena. Yes. Yes.
So it. When did it open?
Yeah, last time the Comets played basketball was at the old Compact Center.
So
now it's
opened in 2003. It is it's been around a bit. This is an upgrade almost $200 million to be put into this. You could see it becoming like a more modern, newer touches in there.
I'm going to tell you, the Toyota Center is the only park out of the three bigs that when I go to, I don't feel like they've done a damn thing in it. I mean, you go to
Fields 2003.
Yeah. You go to Daikin, and even though everybody bitches about NRG, I mean, you go to NRG Stadium. That's a clean, updated. I mean, I like it. I think I feel like you're in a 2026 stadium. Now I know when they build a new one down the road, you obviously feel different. But you don't like when I go to the Toyota Center, which I've only been a few times. When I do go, I feel like I'm in an older arena. Which obviously I am, but I feel like the upkeep maybe has not been. Well, the renovations consistently hadn't been there.
Well, they're going to put almost 200 in there.
Come on, I'll take it.
And we'll see what they'll do.
180.
Yeah, I wonder. Like I said, I wondered if the comments coming back did that have something to do with pushing?
Yeah,
potentially pushing.
713-572-4610. Where's that state money come from? I'm just curious. I mean, I'm good. I'm good with my tax dollars going to a new arena. I'm good.
I don't know if we're going to take calls on that, but I certainly will. Take
text it in. Text it in. Yeah, don't. I mean, we're not going. I mean, unless you got a really good delivery.
Yeah.
I mean,
unless Cruz, call in.
Look, I was going to say Whitbeer. Come on, call on in. Got a better shot than that with John. Maybe than to get Theodore.
He's going.
We'll get Theo in. But look at that. All right, coming up, T Mill's best bets as last night. Damn it, in the red again last night. That's all right. See if we can pull himself out. T Mill's best bets coming up in just a bit, and that damn Dylan Brooks boy. KT said the coldest thing to him, man, and I don't believe it even really slowed Dylan down. But Dylan really brings the a-hole out of everybody. I mean, he really has an unusual ability to do that. We'll discuss all that coming up next.
Don't let your vehicle be in the red the way those T Mill's best bets are in the red, right? You got to take care of the rigs that are in your family, whether it's yours, your significant other, your kiddos. Get down to Jiffy Lube, man. They'll full service that vehicle. They'll take care of everything, but they'll damn sure get that oil change. You need to make sure.
602 2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a second. Texas rainy day fund and property taxes. Someone texted in, Clint. Someone said it's just simply coming from Austin.
Said what?
Someone just texted.
Oh, no.
I didn't hear it. Said what?
It's just simply coming from Austin. That's what one person just said. The first person that said the Texas rainy day fund and property taxes.
Well, I mean, that'd be a tax.
No, that'd be a tax. And then, Clint, it's local tax money that goes into these type projects.
Well, I mean, but it specifically said
it was not a tax.
It was not to no expense of the taxpayer. Like, I don't know. Does that mean that they're not raising taxes to accomplish it? They're just going, we're already paying enough. They're just going to take
the taxes they've
no,
already.
No,
yeah.
that would
That's
make
a sneaky way to
y'all's ass is already paying. You're already paying so much taxes. We're just going to dump $95 million into the Comets and the Rockets. Which, by the way, I'm cool with. I'm fine with my tax money going to the sports organizations as long as I know where it's going. Be nice.
You said, hold on, where's this 95 going? Where'd that come from?
That's it.
Tillman,
I mean,
Tillman
damn.
Was getting 180.
I mean, yeah,
You was ready to really praise him, wasn't you?
The way they laid that out, you was reading. I said, well, hell, that's easy. Tillman finna break off $180 million. Damn, that's nice. No, Tillman gonna break off 85. State's gonna pay the other 95. Okay, well, where's the state? Where's the state getting that money? We got any serious answers over there? We got a couple that clearly it's taxes and clearly it's just coming from Austin. Like that ain't. I mean, hell, there's a lot.
Well, the Austin one wasn't. I think the others is.
Yeah, I mean, damn.
T-Mill's Best Bets. There's some real answers there coming.
Where's that money coming from?
Well, who knows? Well, it's going out right now. Let's see if we can bring some of it back in today. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit. Clint, he's just hell with baseball, man. Let's slide over this NBA. Let's try. Let's switch her up here a little bit. Is where he's going.
Got to do something.
And when you go to the to back to the NBA and you're struggling, you got to go back to spots where you feel real good. You got to go back to people that are mainstays for you. And initially, I was so looking for certain bets, looking for those maybe the Portland Trailblazers guard. Maybe Drew Holiday
over rebounds.
Those seems to be when I got a rebound. That's where I'm going.
Honestly, didn't think about it. I should have. Son of a bitch.
All right, T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit. The Rockets, they got a dub last night. If you missed our conversation with B. Scott, you can go back on the Odyssey app and listen to that at 4:40 today. But Dylan Brooks, it was returned. Dylan Brooks. That was the first time KD had played in Phoenix since the trade. And Green was there as well, so it's a bit of a reunion there. And it was like Tyler texted us in the first game. It was a little chippy. It was physical. They were going at it, and you know Dylan's whole thing.
Yeah.
Dylan is
it's contagious, isn't it? All of a sudden, the Rockets gonna play a physical brand, huh?
I think Dylan is just Dylan's a bit of an ass, obviously.
Ain't no doubt.
And
poor man's Draymond.
He came in there and he just said to himself, "I'm just gonna try to get into KD's head."
Yeah,
that's what I'm gonna do. And he just brings out the a-hole in you. And Kevin, at one point they were chirping back and forth. And it was sad because Dylan got shook so much he was stumbling and falling down on the ground. And then KD hit a jumper right in his ass. And Derek Fisher on the call was, whoo, feeling bad for my man. But, I mean, Dylan is just talking. He's just talking. And Tyler, he stared right at Dylan with just a KD, just with a bit of a smile. Just a small smile, not a full one, just a small smirk. There you go, Jinx.
Damn.
Did it first.
Son of a bitch, I'll buy you.
He said to Dylan, my worst season is better than your best season.
That's fair. Well played. I mean, I'd probably say that about a lot of folks, but yeah, that's well played.
And then he immediately dropped his ass and hit a jumper right on him. But I'm just saying, Dylan's had some good seasons. Dylan was on his way to having a real good season this year before he got hurt. But he just looked at that fool. I mean, my absolute worst. And I'm thinking to myself, does he mean when he tore his Achilles, Like that season was still better than Dylan Brooks' worst season when he tore his Achilles and he just didn't play that year for Brooklyn. that season was better than your ass. But he brings that out. He said it yesterday. He said yesterday he respects Dylan, understands what Dylan's trying to do.
Well, it works. I mean, you can't.
To some,
it's obviously not a great idea to LeBron. It's not a great idea to Durant. But
he specifically seeks those two out.
Well, but you look at like his ability to go to a team, and that team's physicality goes to another level. That team's a-hole rating goes to another level. That team's defense typically goes to another level, and so I mean, there's something to be said about that, right? I mean, everybody's looking for players now. Everybody's looking for the star like Durant. But beyond that, if you're a player that's a role player and your sheer existence makes everybody around you better on the defensive end of the floor, and you have the ability to get in the heads of some of the lesser thans, hell, I mean, that's a valuable. I mean, look, I mean, he's just a poor man's Draymond Green. I mean, Draymond does the same thing.
It feels, I don't know, it feels more real when Draymond does it.
Yeah, because he plays in an organization that's won a title. I mean, he's got hardware behind it. This guy runs around with a losing team and does it.
I feel like Draymond believes it when he's doing it. Like when he says what he says,
yeah,
he's doing it.
Oh,
I feel like Dylan is playing a character.
Yeah,
he does a good job.
I think they both got that same shtick, boy.
But I think Draymond believes it. I think he believes.
Draymond does it better. Draymond gets more respect with that via that approach for sure.
He's gonna. But if like he did, like when they played Şengün last year in that series, I'm gonna get his ass. But I believe it. I think Dylan out there pumps himself up. I gotta do this. I gotta be this guy. I gotta be Dylan the villain. Damn it, here we go. I just wish KD would have shared with us some of the dumb stuff I'm certain he was saying to him. Because he'd almost forget to, like, the inbound is coming in. He's just talking so damn much.
Yeah, a little absent-minded.
KD or
Dylan.
Yeah. Dylan's annoying ass.
And he's Canadian too, which is.
Oh, I didn't know that. That makes so much sense.
That's a part that also makes me, for some reason, feel like I'm not buying it.
Yeah,
it adds up.
Well, I tell you,
I do. I think he stands in the mirror before these games. Come on, Dylan. You're the villain.
Go ball out. Get in their head.
I think Draymond lives it. I think Draymond just.
Yeah, he's by nature an a-hole.
I don't think he's getting up out of the bed to do this. All right. Let's get to T Mill's best bets. What you got tonight? All NBA?
T Millie.
All NBA and up in that ante to 4 picks from 3.
Oh, boy. Because you're hot.
Well, yeah, it's been an ass of a week, so we got work to do.
It's only Wednesday, boys. You've only had 2 days.
I know, and they haven't been 2 very good days.
Christian Javier looks like my 2-year-old right now after she gets in trouble.
It looks like he's been drinking or doing whatever.
He is taking – look, whatever stash Fromber had in that –
I was just going to say, that's how it's going. He's going. He is taking Fromber.
You remember last year, didn't Christian Javier come in thin and lean and ready last year?
He's always got them chipmunks.
That's what I was going to say, Tyler. I want to get to your best bets. But he's never going to he's
been sucking on them fully dressed.
He could get down to a 6-pack and everything neck down, but he's always gonna have them cheeks.
Yeah,
them cheeks are just a problem area. He's gonna have to get them surgically removed. He's got to go to the Tom Brady if he wants to get rid of them. He does look a little puffy.
I think so. Y'all can talk about them chipmunks.
I think they're in a bad place now, but I'm just saying that maybe he's been on them fully dressed whatevers. But
Corona.
It's got to be. That feels like he is.
Modelo.
Yeah, Modelo.
Nah, Corona.
Yeah, you're right. All right, your best bets. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. I got 4 bets really quick around the NBA. 4 of them. Got some work to do, as we mentioned. First bet for tonight, Cavaliers. I got the money line. They are hosting the Atlanta Hawks. I'm taking the Cavs money line. Odds at -150 is what I'm locked in at.
They've been playing well.
Yes. Within that game, a fella, I hate to admit it, but a fellow who's been playing well for the Cavaliers, the Beard, the Turd, formerly known in this city as James Harden. I'm on his over for points, which is set at 19.5.
This is the second time this year you have done something to need James to do well. It did not work the first time. All right, we'll see.
I'm giving Turd Harden one more shot at this thing than never again if he lets me down. Those are your first two bets. Then I'm on an under. The Grizzlies are going to be in Denver taking on the Nuggets. I'm on under 247.5 between the Grizz and the Nuggets. And then within that game, a player prop for you. Power forward Aaron Gordon for the Denver Nuggets over on his rebounds, which I'm locked in at 5.5. Over 5.5 rebounds. Those are your four best bets.
That does feel low. 5.5 rebounds. I mean, I know Jokic just tends to get all of them, but damn, 5.5 rebounds from Gordon, your power forward. The only thing that I look at is
I think he gets minimum 7.
Wait, yeah. The only thing that would concern is they're playing another team that's out here in Tankville. The Grizz, who knows how long they'll have to play that. Who knows how long they'll have to play that long?
No doubt.
If he had to, but 5.5, that seems low for him. All right, man.
Let's get in.
Let's get in there. Yeah, that Cavs Hawks one, that'll be interesting. Hawks are playing really well too. That's a good line. There it is. Check him out at T-Mill Real Deal if you want to go take a look at him. He's up in the ante, right? He had been going 3 bets. Now he's going 4. He needs a big day to get himself closer to the green coming up here tomorrow. So we look at it, and hopefully he wins. He wins more than he loses. Let's get at least 3 of these bad boys. Like, again, you can check that at T-Bill Real Deal. Coming up as we continue, we'll update you on what's happened with the Astros. They get a loss, and we'll see if we hear anything more with the injuries with Jake Myers. And as we were just looking at Christian Javier speaking, we'll get that updated for you as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, look, it's about to be 100 degrees out here in Texas, man. Y'all looking to play a little golf?
Yeah, I know. I
Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
On the ground to third, and the Rockies complete their first sweep in almost 2 years as they sweep the Astros here, winning the final game 9-1. Zach Agnos with his first save of the year and his 5th of his major league career. Tough series for the Astros.
I'd say they were swept.
Didn't win a damn game, Todd.
No, they were there. They just lost back-to-back series to the A's on the road and first road trip, and to the Rockies. And swept 3 games there, and the last 2 games weren't really close. 9-1 today, 5-1 yesterday. So they'll
Astros ain't loyal.
yeah, something was off. They'll get back at it Friday as they will head to Seattle, who most people think are the favorites to win the AL West. They'll face Seattle in a 4-game series. No Hunter Brown. Looks like no Javier. Even if he was going to go in that series, are coming up soon. So they suffered some injuries there. So tough one there in Colorado for the Astros. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as Mark Vandermeer and John Harris will be holding things down. So stay tuned for that as we continue here. And Area 45. Coming up as well after the fellas get done. The best late-night sports show in all of Houston. Right there, Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton has it down. Here's some updates here injury-wise. As we said earlier in 5 o'clock fire, not only did they lose 9-1 and now are a game under 500, not only did they get swept in Denver by a Rockies team that most people have finishing last in the National League West. They suffered some injuries to Jake Myers and Christian Javier. Chandler Roan reporting Jake Myers said he is headed back to Houston to get imaging and be evaluated by the team doctor. So they are saying a lower back tightness, but he is not going to Seattle. He is going back to Houston to get evaluated and get some imaging. And through an interpreter, Christian Javier said he does not know what was next for him, but the initial strength tests performed on his shoulders were encouraging. Javier said he felt tightness in his scapula during the final at-bat in the first inning. So he said the strength test felt good. We'll see what that means. I would assume with pitchers in an arm that they're probably not going to take chances on him. And I would think they're probably going to at least give him some time to rest. Hopefully it's not that big of a deal. As we know, he had the UCL a couple of years ago that he came back from last year. So that's the latest there. Still shoulder stuff. Initial strength tests were good, were encouraging, according to Christian Javier through an interpreter. And then Jake Myers is headed back to Houston.
Yeah, look, both of them spoke to the media. I haven't heard the audio, but I've seen the video, and Christian Javier looks miserable, looks like something's wrong, looks like it's almost looks scared, and I don't know if that's after the outings that he's had this year. That may be just frustration, maybe scared for his job. Jake Myers seemed to look like, the visual of it looked like it was no big deal. So we'll see how that goes. But boy, before you get 2 innings into a game, you lose a starting pitcher and your center fielder, and your starting center fielder. We're not deep enough in this season yet with the Astros to start having all these injuries, and feels like a continuation of last year. And so, not a good run of about 5 or 6 games here for the Astros, man.
That staff is getting challenged already. That new training staff, they're getting challenged. They got Hunter Brown, they got Jake Myers, they've got Christian Javier. They already, before the season, had Josh Hader, the closer, some important pieces.
Pena, part-time Pena over there.
Part-time Pena over there. I mean, 2 or 3 people are probably dedicated to Yordan Alvarez, which I would do.
You got Los Correa out there rooster telling.
God, you're right.
He can't get back on the field.
Man, hopefully he makes the trip to Seattle.
So it had to be some of that Sacramento food got him, huh?
Yeah, it had to be. Them Sacramento A's, boy. You knew it was bad today when they sent Julia around to just try the ballpark food.
That's a big old hot dog.
She was getting that big old hot dog. She's just trying the ballpark food. That's never where you want to be. Never all where you want to be. All right, Clint. We talked about this a bit earlier. The Texans, they picked up Stroud and Anderson's fifth-year options as expected. And I think the bigger picture is honed in on C.J. Stroud and what this means future-wise for them. And that's what I said, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch jumping in. Do you feel like this is leaning towards C.J. Stroud, just your gut feeling right now, that this is leaning towards C.J. Stroud being a member of the Houston Texans long term?
I don't think so. I hope I'm dead ass wrong, because that means that CJ plays well, one, but two, that would mean that the organization puts him in a position to play well. But I don't think so. I think there is a real struggle right now and this year. They look, everything in the offseason is great. You can pep talk everybody. Everybody's gonna say the right things. But I really do question whether this is the system for C.J. Stroud. I really do question whether this is the time in his career, after what he's been through, that the organization plays hardball and says, hey, buy in or get out kind of deal. I wonder, there's a lot of unknown with C.J. Stroud right now, and I think there's a lot of unknown with the organization. I don't know that the organization moving forward is gonna use C.J. Stroud or put C.J. Stroud in a position to do what C.J. Stroud thinks he's capable of doing in this league. You know, I said it before. I just don't. You talk about the roster, the way the roster's built. You talk about the fit in the system. You talk about the experience of the play callers. You talk about the way they've handled the quarterback coaching situation at this point. There's just nothing you can really sink your teeth into offensively, maybe with the exception of, hey, man, Nico Collins is a weapon. Like, you got Nico Collins. Like, I don't know that there's anything that you can really sink your teeth into over a 3-year span with CJ where you go, yeah, he got to feel really good about that.
Well, listen, I think it would be a no-brainer generally. Like, if you look at, I think, the vast majority of NFL teams, and you look at what CJ has done in the entirety of his 3 years here, what he's done, and the skill set he has. There are so many people. Who is it? I know Greg Cosell has talked about the talent that he has. He throws as good a ball as anybody. Somebody just recently was all over C.J. Stroud. Oh, God, I can't.
Houshmandzadeh was all over him.
C.J. was, but there's a former there's somebody that just came out they were just all over him. I can't remember it, but just to the point of, there are a lot of people who think it. Alex Smith was all over him, talking about how talented he was and how much he throws, how they love his ball. Usually when you have a quarterback who's done what he's done and is highly thought of as others, that's helped lead you to 3 straight playoffs like that, has won 3 playoff games, a playoff game every year he's been. Usually with you understanding how hard it is to find quarterbacks in the league, right? Like, the Jets still haven't found one, right? The Raiders are still trying to figure this thing out, right? The Browns, I mean, they can't figure it out. As hard as it is, generally people are like, no, I'm not gonna just sit here and start over. Like, it might be tough for me to swallow, and hopefully I'm not having to pay him the way that I got to pay Dak Prescott. But usually with what he's done, teams would do it, like Jacksonville did with Trevor. Trevor hadn't done anything close to what CJ had done up until this point, and they paid him. Tua, they paid him. Right? Usually we see that happening. The Texans feel different, though, because I'm not certain that they look at it and are like, man, we don't want to take a chance at maybe having to deal with another quarterback. Because I think their mindset may be that we're not hunting Josh Allen. We're not hunting. I think most teams in the league are hunting for the next, because it's the easiest way to get there when you have the quarterback that can kind of be the fixer. I feel like this group may think the total team is the fixer, or if not, the defense is the fixer. So I just think the Texans aren't operating from the mindset of normal teams that, all right, this quarterback has shown us this much, so we've got to keep.